Know that a youth's ambition soars to the clouds, once vowing to be the finest under heaven. By the mandate of the Empress read. The third son of the Duke of Chen Fan is dissolute, unlearned, and unworthy of his station. Now I hereby dissolve the engagement between us. Thus decreed. In Jinling at the Duke of Chen's manor, Chen Fan listened to the imperial edict and suddenly felt like weeping. 5 years. For 5 whole years. 5 years ago he had transmigrated and become the powerful third young master of the Duke of Chen's manor, dreaming of a life with multiple wives and concubines, only to learn that he was betrothed to the Empress. He thought not only could he not have a harem, but he would have to compete with other men, risking the cold palace. Chen Fan was not happy at all. He had barely transmigrated, and even if he remained single for life, he would rather jump off a cliff than compete for a woman against a group of men. He directly began to slack off, indulging in wine and women, acting like a playboy. Finally, heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. Finally, he had waited for this day. Chen Fan, accept the decree. At that moment the eunuch delivering the decree spoke with contempt and disdain. Chen Fan did not hesitate, and quickly raised his hand. Chen Fan accepts the decree and thanks the Empress for her grace. Humph. The eunuch glanced at Chen Fan, snorted disdainfully, and then looked directly at the Duke of Chen. Duke of Chen, the Empress bade me to convey her regards. However, because of your son, she is very displeased. So you know what to do without my saying. Thank you, eunuch. I understand. I shall go to the capital myself to apologize. The Duke of Chen spoke with guilt as he saw off the eunuch. Then his expression suddenly turned dark and grim. Especially when he looked at Chen Fan, who was still somewhat smug. He, a founding minister, a veteran of 3 dynasties, had finally obtained a marriage contract between the Empress and his manor, yet he had such a worthless son. How could he have fathered such a worthless playboy? He had actually made the Empress issue an edict to break the engagement, disgracing the entire manor and ruining years of planning. Guards, throw this beast out. Erase his name from the family register. I, Chen Chongfeng, have no such son. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was stunned. He had just been thinking about his future good life, and his father said this. What did he mean? That was to be erased from the family register. Father, are you expelling me from the family? Chen Fan asked quickly. Oomph. The Duke just snorted coldly. Don't call me father. I have no such son. A bastard is a bastard. I should never have let your mother, that slut, give birth to you. I should never have let you, this beast, enter my manor. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of something, and a shadow darkened his brow. So if it weren't for the late emperor's betrothal, I wouldn't even have the right to call you father. The Duke still looked dark and disgusted. A bastard born of a concubine. If you weren't able to go to the palace in place of Howard and Feng, how could you have entered my manor? Guards, throw him out. He shall never set foot in my manor again. As soon as the Duke finished, guards stepped forward and directly lifted Chen Fan up. Chen Fan did not resist. Now he knew that he was only meant to replace Chun Hao and Chun Feng to enter the palace. Chen Chongfeng also did not want his own sons to marry into the imperial family. He had always been just a sacrifice. He had thought that since he had taken over the original body, he should fulfill the original's duties, treat the Duke as a father, and lead the manor to prosperity. Now it seemed he was overthinking. In their eyes he was nothing but a beast born of a concubine. What third young master? Just a joke. Find a beast born of a concubine. Duke of Chun, I will remember this. You said it yourself. I hope you won't regret it later. Chen Fan said darkly, then directly shook off the hands of the 2 guards. No need for you. I will walk on my own. The manor. I, Chen Fan, don't care for it. With that, Chen Fan turned and left without any hesitation. But the Duke and others looked on with disgust and disdain. A worthless waste, how dare he talk big about not regretting? Who gave him the courage? Men announced that from now on this waste has nothing to do with our manor. No one is to help him. Let him fend for himself, the Duke barked. Chen Fan heard it clearly, but paid no attention at all. If it weren't for the engagement with the Empress, he, the youngest PhD from a prestigious 21st century university, would be a playboy. What if no one helps? He would still thrive. The manor, the Duke, he, Chen Fan, would remember this day. Get lost. Never step foot in the manor again. The 2 guards pushed Chen Fan out the door, snorted disdainfully, and turned back inside. Chen Fan didn't mind, and without looking back he walked straight ahead. But just then 2 voices came from behind. Young master, wait for us. Hearing this, Chen Fan quickly looked and saw 2 identical little girls running towards him in a hurry. Xiaoka Xiaoai, why are you here? Chen Fan frowned slightly. We were brought back by you, young master. Wherever you go, we go. You said you would protect us forever, young master. You can't abandon us. The 2 little girls each tugged at one of Chen Fan's sleeves, looking up at him with big eyes, half complaining. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Xiaoka and Xiaoai were bought by him from the slave market after he transmigrated. When he bought them, they were only 12 or 13, dirty and skinny, quite unpopular. But after 3 years, they were now 16 or 17, though not yet elegant. They were very cute, like porcelain dolls, delicate and lovely. They were quite popular in the manor. Chen Fan never expected that now that he was expelled, not a single person stood up for him, even servants and guards dared to tell him to get lost. But these two little girls were still willing to follow him. Good. Young master won't abandon you. Young master will take you both with me, and we'll live a good life. Chen Fan smiled with relief, stroking the heads of the two little girls. Yes, young master is the best. Upon hearing this, both little girls' faces lit up with joy, their eyes curving into beautiful crescent shapes, utterly adorable. Good girls, let's go. Chen Fan truly had a fondness for these two little ones, taking their hands as he led the way forward. However, in the shadows, two women watching Chen Fan and the trio couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Empress, doesn't Chen Fan seem a bit off? He was just cast out of his family, yet he shows no signs of sorrow whatsoever. In fact, he appears almost happy about it. He even boasts about living a good life with those two young girls. What kind of good life could someone like him, a mere spoiled fool, possibly hope to have? Shuang, clad in black battle attire and carrying a single sword at her side, furrowed her brow tightly as she spoke. He's nothing but a spoiled prodigal. He probably has no idea what being exiled from the Duke's mansion truly means. Only after he leaves will he realize he is absolutely nothing without the power and protection of the Guogong mansion. The Empress Ji Qianxue replied with detached indifference, clearly unwilling to give the matter further thought. Meanwhile, walking alongside Chen Fan, Xiaoku and Xiao Ai suddenly had a realization. Master, where are we headed now? And what are we going to do now that we've been expelled from the Duke's mansion? Yet Chen Fan simply broke into a broad smile, entirely unfazed by their concerns. One day the sleeping dragon shall finally find its reign. Today, I'll release the crane to soar through the heavens. Young souls must harbor ambitions that reach the clouds, having once pledged themselves to greatness in this world. Don't worry about a thing. Without the Duke's mansion, it's when I truly become myself. Come, let's go. This young master will surely ensure you live the finest life this world has to offer. MHM. Upon hearing this, both girls nodded earnestly. Whether or not they'd actually enjoy a comfortable life didn't matter to them. They simply wanted to stay by their young master's side. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Empress Ji Qianxue's brows suddenly knitted together as she processed those verses Chen Fan had just spoken. One day the dormant dragon shall meet its reign. Today let the white crane soar toward the heavens. You must understand that a young person's soaring ambitions, how can they be anything less than the finest in the mortal realm? Such verses brimmed with ambition and boundless spirit. Could a spoiled prodigal really be the one to write something like this? And that remark Chen Fan had made. Leaving the Duke's mansion, only then would he truly be himself. What did that mean? Was it possible his entire persona as a reckless playboy was just an act? Pondering this, Ji Qianxue's brows drew together tightly as she spoke. Shuang, follow him. Going straight to a brothel after just being cast out of his home. The Chun Duke's mansion sat in Jinling City, a place blessed with natural treasures and renowned for its outstanding people. With the nation flourishing in these times, the entire city of Jinling bloomed like brocade in full flower, rivaling even the capital itself. Now Chen Fan walked through the streets with the two little girls, the sky gradually darkening as thousands of lanterns across the city began to glow. Yet for the moment, Chen Fan had no idea where he should go next. After all, he'd been reborn as the third young master of the Chun Duke's mansion, living a life of luxury since childhood. Today's predicament had never crossed his mind. His mind was full of schemes and possibilities, but right now he'd just been expelled from the Duke's mansion with not a single coin to his name. What could he possibly do? He was a transmigrator of noble bearing. Surely he couldn't just spend his first day in this world sleeping on the streets with two little girls in tow. But just then shrill calls of invitation cut through the air. Honored sir, come up and keep us company. Just a little while, sir. Please, sir, won't you join us? Hearing these calls, Chen Fan's brows furrowed. A brothel? Though he'd been transmigrated into this world for 3 years now, his engagement to the Empress had kept him from ever setting foot in such a place. Moreover, having managed to transmigrate here, there was a genuine curiosity tugging at him. His gaze fell upon the establishment's name, Qingyin Pavilion. Wasn't this the very place his worthless companions had always boasted about? Rumor had it that Qingyin Pavilion's newest courtesan was a maiden named Lian Yue, whose beauty could topple cities and nations, and whose mastery spanned the lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting. 1,000 tales for a single melody, 10,000 for a single dance. Yet she took no clients, declaring she would only yield to a man who could compose a poem moving enough to touch her heart. But months had passed without a single verse meeting her approval. Tonight he had nowhere to stay. Exactly. What better way to experience this new world than to enter? With that thought, Chen Fan pulled Xiaoku and Xiao Ai toward Qingyin Pavilion. But upon seeing where he was headed, Xiaoku and Xiao Ai's expressions shifted instantly. Those two adorable faces transformed as their eyes widened in shock. Young master, this is a brothel. What are we doing there? Yet Chen Fan merely smiled gently. Don't be afraid. I've never been inside before, so I'm curious to see what it's like. I'll figure out how to secure our lodging for tonight while we're at it. With that, he drew the two girls along and stepped inside Qingyin Pavilion. The two girls looked on in confusion. Without money, how could he possibly resolve their accommodation? Master Chen, please come this way. Master Chen, if you please follow me inside. No sooner had Chen Fan and his two companions reached the entrance than a group of brightly dressed girls rushed forward to greet them. Despite the fact that Chen Fan was accompanied by two precious-looking little girls, no one made a comment. After all, this was a house of entertainment. Some guests inevitably brought unconventional companions. Stepping inside, Chen Fan took in the scene of lacquered pillars and jeweled drapes, beautiful women in flowing silks, the intoxicating atmosphere of candlelight and wine. Though he maintained a composed expression, curiosity flickered across his features as his gaze swept the surroundings. The two girls, however, clung fearfully to his sleeves, heads bowed low, barely daring to glance around at the opulent scene surrounding them. Well, isn't this the third young master of the Chun Duke's mansion? What brings you to Qingyin Pavilion today? Before Chen Fan had gone far, a voice called out from behind him. Looking over, he spotted Lin Feng, one of his former companions. But before Chen Fan could greet him, Lin Feng sneered with undisguised contempt. Right? How could I forget? You've been cast out of the Chen mansion and reduced to a stray dog now. Ha ha ha. At these words, Chen Fan's expression shifted noticeably. Yet Lin Feng marched toward him directly, his face contorted with mockery and derision. Truly the most shameless waste I've ever known. Even after being expelled from home, you still come here to wallow in pleasure. Impressive truly. But I wonder, do you even have money to play with now, eh? Hearing this, the madam and all the patrons in the hall turned their attention toward Chen Fan, none yet aware of his expulsion from the Chen household. What good is it to treat me with courtesy if I can't pay? Does my money matter to you? If I have none, I'll simply stay here and wash their sheets. Is that not acceptable? Chen Fan asked with icy detachment, thoroughly uninterested in engaging with such a worthless person. When he possessed wealth and power, these so-called friends had been inseparable. Now that he'd lost everything, they'd all turned into jackals circling his downfall. He couldn't understand how he'd ever stooped to associating with such scum in the first place. Lin Feng fell speechless at this remark, at a loss for words. After all, Chen Fan had openly declared he'd stay and wash sheets if he had no money. One private room with a fine dining set, Chen Fan declared. Upon hearing this, the madam of Qingyin Pavilion regarded him with suspicion. She couldn't quite tell whether Chen Fan had funds or not. But considering he was formerly the third young master of the Chun Duke's mansion, and knowing no one would dare dine and dash at their establishment, she immediately gestured for them to be seated. Chen Fan led Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to the private chamber. While he appeared remarkably composed, the two girls were far from at ease. Their faces were etched with worry. Hearing this, both girls exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Fan was someone who never carried money, and now that he'd been cast out today, how could he possibly have funds? Even if he did, could money really sustain them indefinitely? Nevertheless, with Chen Fan having spoken thus, they said nothing more and quietly took their seats beside him. At that very moment, in another part of the city within a room of an inn, Empress Ji Qinshue's expression shifted to one of displeasure and surprise upon hearing Shui Ying's report. What did you say? He went to a brothel. Yes, Your Majesty. I saw it with my own eyes, Your Majesty. Shui Ying said with evident distaste, continuing, a prodigal son to the core. He was just expelled for his reckless behavior, yet he immediately headed to a brothel. And he brought those two young girls along. He's nothing but a complete scum. Yet Ji Qinshue's brows furrowed slightly. She couldn't reconcile this with the man who had penned those lines about youthful ambition reaching for the clouds, who had vowed to be among the finest in the mortal realm. How could someone with such lofty aspirations simply throw himself into a place like a brothel? Was he truly just a careless young master? Had she misjudged him today? But the light she saw in Chen Fan's eyes, that couldn't be faked. Go observe again, Ji Qinshu decided after a moment's thought. Shui Ying, though reluctant, could only comply. Meanwhile, inside Qingyin Pavilion, Chen Fan was coaxing the two girls to relax and enjoy some food. Suddenly the main hall erupted with restless energy as cheers and whistles filled the air. Lianyu. Lianyu. In that instant, nearly everyone in the establishment, Chen Fan and the two girls included, turned their attention toward the stage. There a woman approached gracefully, a pipa cradled in her arms. How beautiful! Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai couldn't contain themselves and gasped at the sight. Yet who could blame them? She was genuinely stunning. Chen Fan himself had never encountered such beauty before. A single glance gave him only one word: perfect. From her face to her figure to her delicate makeup, she possessed not a single flaw. Combined with the gentle yet melancholy air she carried as she held the pipa, she seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. At that moment, Lianyu on the stage gave a slight, dignified bow to the assembled crowd. She then took her seat, and as her fingers plucked the strings, sorrowful yet enchanting melodies filled the air. The rules remain unchanged, she announced. After this performance, whoever composes a poem that moves my heart shall become my guest for the evening. No charge. If no poem succeeds and you wish to continue listening, the previous rates apply. 1,000 taels per piece, 10,000 per dance. The madam observed the crowd with a satisfied expression before stepping back, while attendants began distributing brushes and ink. Chen Fan received his set as well. He paid little attention to it, his gaze fixed instead on Lian Yu upon the stage. She was truly a breathtaking beauty. So much so that Chen Fan barely dared entertain the thought of what it would feel like to hold her while sleeping. Who says a dissolute young master cannot compose verse? The final notes faded, yet still lingered in the air. Those present were clearly reluctant to leave, still immersed in the melody. Yet upon the stage Lian Yu sat with icy detachment, her pipa cradled against her, silent and unmoving. At that moment the madam stepped onto the stage once more. Esteemed guest, you may now recite your verses. Should any talented scholar compose a poem that moves Lian Yu's heart, he shall become her honored guest for the evening. Upon hearing this, a dashing young master rose to compose poetry one after another in an unending stream. Chen Fan knew little of poetry himself, nor could he judge whether their verses were good or bad. Yet none of those 10-plus poets managed to elicit the slightest emotion from Lian Yu upon the stage. It was as though Lian Yu's face would never display any other feeling save cold indifference. At this moment Lin Feng, the Lin family heir who had earlier mocked Chen Fan, rose directly and recited a poem affectingly. Though Chen Fan understood little of poetry, even he felt this one surpassed the others. Lin Feng, evidently proud of his composition, prepared to speak. With a confident air he gazed toward the stage and asked, "Miss Lian Yu, I pray tell, does my verse merit your notice?" Yet Lian Yu remained silent, merely shaking her head lightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he scowled. "Miss Lian Yu, are you jesting with us? What do you mean by such words, eh?" Lian Yu spoke at last. Her voice was beautiful, cold, and pure as ice. "For 3 months we have gathered here at Qingyin Pavilion, composing nearly 1,000 poems between us. Surely not a single one is worthy. Moreover, this poem I performed tonight was composed by the renowned grand scholar, Li Wen himself, yet you declare it unworthy. If not mockery, then what is it? So this poem was actually composed by the venerable Mr. Li Wen. No wonder it is so excellent. A vision so lofty, embracing all under heaven. Truly a masterpiece for the ages. If even grand scholar Li Wen's poem fails to please, what does Miss Lian Yu intend? Does she take us for fools, gathering us daily to amuse herself at our expense?" A wave of discontent swept through the guests, who grew increasingly displeased with Lian Yu. The madam, observing this, appeared troubled as well. How was she to handle this? If public anger were stirred, could Qingyin Pavilion continue its business? A flicker of distress crossed Lian Yu's face, as she too seemed uncertain of what to do. Although the poem Lin Feng had recited possessed some depth, its content was hollow and pretentious. She simply did not favor it. Yet now, with the crowd inflamed, what could she do? When the road is crooked, blame the walker. Suddenly Chen Fan's voice rang out. All eyes turned toward him, and Lin Feng's face twisted in rage. "Chen Fan, what do you mean by the literal meaning? Whether your poem is good or bad I cannot say, but the rules belong to Miss Lian Yu. Whether a poem succeeds depends solely on her personal taste and preference. What does it matter who composed it? Must it be excellent simply because grand scholarly one wrote it? Must Miss Lian Yu favor it? Where is such logic?" Chen Fan spoke with visible impatience. Both Lian Yu and the madam stared at him in astonishment, neither having expected Chen Fan to come to their defense. And his argument was clear and compelling, leaving none able to refute it. Yet upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's face darkened to an extreme degree. Even so, for 3 months, everyone has composed countless poems. Can she truly find none of them worthy? What nonsense! Does quantity guarantee quality? If 300,000 farmers take the imperial examination, will every one be a top scholar? If 500,000 men claim you as their father, can one genuinely be your biological father? When one is incapable, blame the uneven path. When one cannot compose fine verse, blame her for mocking you. And when you all fail the examination, does that mean the imperial court mocks you as well? Chen Fan said, his impatience evident. "You?" Hearing this, Lin Feng found himself speechless, at a loss for words. Even more bewildering was how in merely a few days Chen Fan, a dissolute young master, had suddenly become so eloquent and sharp-tongued. "We cannot compose well. Can you?" Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to yield. "Precisely why I have not shamelessly claimed she was making things difficult for me," Chen Fan replied. Lin Feng was so furious he nearly vomited blood. Yet Chen Fan merely ignored him and turned his gaze toward Lian Yu on stage. "Miss Lian Yu, I will be honest. I have never before visited Qingyin Pavilion. Upon seeing you, I was struck dumb with wonder. Inspired, I composed a CI poem, and I wonder if it might meet with your approval." "Ha ha ha." The moment Chen Fan finished speaking, Lin Feng burst into laughter from the side. "Ha ha, did you hear that? This good-for-nothing frivolous fool claims he himself has written a CI poem. a waste who was abandoned by the Empress Dowager due to his lack of learning. And now he dares say he composed a CI poem. Chen Fan, are you trying to die laughing? Ha ha ha. Along with Lin Feng's laughter, all the guests present wore expressions of disdain and mocked Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan's reputation preceded him. Claiming he had written something. He could barely write his own name, let alone a CI poem. Yet Chen Fan looked at Lin Feng, his brow slightly furrowed. This Lin Feng certainly had money, didn't he? Since he was pressing so aggressively, there was no choice but to make an example of him. Chen Fan understood Lin Feng's character well. He was obsessed with saving face. Thinking thus, Chen Fan deliberately declared, "Who says a dissolute young master cannot write poetry or CI? Do you truly think I am like you, uneducated and idle, having to beg others to compose for me?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened considerably. "You? If you can write, then write. Didn't you say I am as uneducated as you, incapable of even composing a CI poem?" Chen Fan spoke with clear contempt and continued, "How about we make a wager? To accommodate your ignorance, I won't even wager whether I can write. I wager directly on whether my composition will win Miss Lian Yu's favor. If my work catches Miss Lian Yu's eye, you pay me 10,000 taels. If it does not, I pay you 10,000 taels. How does that sound?" "Agreed." The moment Chen Fan finished speaking, Lin Feng replied, without hesitation, "You yourself proposed this. Let everyone here serve as witness. Do not dare to back out, or you shall suffer." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. The wager was too small. Yet the words were already spoken. There was no turning back. "Then I shall trouble everyone to bear witness," Chen Fan said. "Today I shall see what kind of CI poem a dissolute fool like you can produce," Lin Feng said with utter disdain. The assembled guests shared the same contemptuous expressions. Who did not know that Chen Fan was a good-for-nothing rake? He likely did not even understand what a CI poem was, yet he dared to hope for Miss Lian Yu's favor. It was truly baffling where Chen Fan had drawn such courage. Even Lian Yu wore an expression of concern. Chen Fan had helped her just now, and she rather wished to assist him in return. But with so many eyes upon them, how could she simply declare her fondness for whatever random verse he might scribble? Besides, she had heard of Chen Fan's reputation. Uneducated, dissolute, and shameless. How could he possibly compose a CI poem? Yet Chen Fan paid them no mind. After feigning deep thought for a moment, he spoke aloud. "In the 43rd year of Lonely, I wandered along the Luo River and beheld a beauty of unparalleled grace beside the cliffs." Chen Fan paused briefly before continuing, his voice resonating clearly. "Her presence was like lotus blossoms bathed in morning dew, her beauty untouched by mortal dust. The current flowed eastward endlessly, yet her image lingered in my heart alone. What was I thinking that night? My heart restless, my spirit troubled. Even the moon rose above the eastern hill, yet I could not sleep, unable to extinguish the longing that burned within. Years have passed since that encounter, yet I dream still of those willow-lined banks. Now that I finally seek her again, where has she gone? Only the river water remains stretching endlessly to the horizon." He finished reciting, his voice gentle, yet filled with emotion. For a moment, silence blanketed the hall. Then, "Bravo!" An elderly gentleman rose from his seat, applauding enthusiastically. "Such profound elegance. Such refined sentiment. This is truly a masterpiece worthy of posterity." Even Lin Feng stood stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. How could a man like Chen Fan compose such words? The crowd murmured among themselves, and even the madam's eyes widened in astonishment. Lian Yu, seated motionless upon the stage, slowly turned to regard Chen Fan, and for the first time that evening the frost in her gaze began to melt. Plagiarism. The crowd turned their gaze upon Chen Fan as he spoke. Yet almost every pair of eyes was filled with contempt and mockery, as if they believed Chen Fan was merely humiliating himself. How could a waste, a profligate who had been jilted, possibly produce anything worthwhile? But Chen Fan remained calm and earnest, continuing his speech. "Her form is graceful as a startled swan, as lithe as a swimming dragon. Her radiance outshines autumn chrysanthemums, her splendor rivals spring pines. As if veiled by the moon behind a light cloud, or drifting like snow caught in the wind. Gazing from afar, she gleams like the morning sun rising over rosy clouds. Observing up close, she glows like a lotus emerging from clear ripples." At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted abruptly, including Lian Yu's. All were astonished. "As if veiled by the moon behind a light cloud, or drifting like snow caught in the wind." What divine lines were these? These were all gifted youths, and they naturally understood the weight of such verses. Even if they racked their brains, they could never produce such celestial lines. Yet these words came from Chen Fan's mouth. How could it be? Could a profligate really compose such poetry? But Chen Fan did not stop, continuing. "Her proportions are just right, neither too plump nor too slender. Her shoulders are as if carved, her waist as if bound by white silk. Her cloud-like hair is piled high, her long eyebrows gracefully curved. Her red lips shine brightly, her white teeth gleam within. Her bright eyes are good at glancing, her dimples enhance her charm. Her posture is exquisite and enchanting, her demeanor calm and serene. Her tender feelings are expressed in graceful postures, her charm exceeds speech. Gradually the crowd became even more dumbfounded. What kind of beauty could possibly deserve such words as Chen Fan described? And what celestial words were these? Was he describing Lian Yu? Could this truly be what Chen Fan felt upon first seeing Lian Yu? Mourning the eternal separation of this joyous meeting, grieving that after one farewell we are in different lands, I have no trivial affection to offer as love, so I present these bright pearls from the south of the Yangtze. Though I dwell in the deep shadow, my heart forever longs for the king. I shall return to the eastern road, grasping the reins and urging my horse forward, yet I linger in reluctance, unable to leave. Finally Chen Fan stopped. But the scene fell into a profound silence, as if everyone was immersed in Chen Fan's poetic rhapsody, unable to extricate themselves. Throughout the entire rhapsody the language was resplendent, the descriptions exquisite, the imagination rich, and the emotions tender and lingering, as if bearing a deeper meaning. In the form of a vision, it narrated the love between a mortal and a deity, which ultimately ended in sorrowful parting due to the different paths of man and God. The words were full of grace and subtlety without losing order. The fresh and refined spirit permeated through. Parallelism, antithesis, rhythm. The language was neat, refined, vivid, and elegant. The selection of materials and conception was unparalleled in the present age. Could this really have been written by a profligate? Everyone could hardly believe it. And Lian Yu was even more deeply immersed in the rhapsody's tale of love between a mortal and a deity, yet bound by the difference in their paths, unable to achieve a happy union. A regret that lingered long in her heart, unable to pull herself free. She felt as if Chen Fan had written about her and himself, that Chen Fan believed she could not be with him and love a regret. Though the entire text was a fantasy, it was enough to move her deeply. But Lin Feng, standing off to the side, was utterly perplexed, unable to understand what had come over everyone. What were all these strange expressions? Was what Chen Fan wrote really that good? He didn't think so. He couldn't even understand what was written, some words he had never heard before. So how could it be good? Miss Lian Yue, I humbly present this piece. I wonder if this rhapsody of the Luo River Goddess meets your approval. At that moment Chen Fan looked directly at Lian Yu on the stage. Hearing this, the crowd also snapped back to reality and looked at Lian Yue, but they knew clearly in their hearts that tonight Lian Yu belonged to Chen Fan. If even this rhapsody failed to impress Lian Yue, then she was truly mocking them. Young Master Chen's literary brilliance is astounding, your talent towering. This rhapsody is nothing short of divine. I, a humble woman of shallow learning, dare not presume to comment. However, this rhapsody has won my deepest affection, and I am willing to spend the evening with young Master Chen. With that, Lian Yu rose directly, holding her pipa, and bowed respectfully to Chen Fan. Hearing this, the crowd was not at all surprised. But Lin Feng suddenly panicked. Lian Yu, what do you mean? What nonsense did he write that makes him worthy of your favor? If such drivel can catch your eye, then why couldn't elderly one's earlier work? I think you're deliberately helping him because of our bet. Don't think I can't see it. Lian Yu was speechless. How ignorant must one be to think Chen Fan's rhapsody was drivel? Yet she had no desire to argue with Lin Feng. My preference is merely my own personal choice. If young Master Lin thinks young Master Chen's work is poor, you may ask the audience for their judgment, or even invite elderly one himself to evaluate. Lin Feng was about to retort when the young man beside him stopped him. Young Master Lin, don't humiliate yourself further. Chen Fan's rhapsody is extraordinary. Even my master might not be able to compose such a piece. If you continue, people will think you lack learning. Lin Feng's expression changed. The young man's master was none other than the great Confucian scholar, elderly one of the court. Yet he said that even Li Wen could not write such a piece. What did that mean? Was Chen Fan's rhapsody truly that good? At that moment Chen Fan deliberately spoke. Young Master Lin, as the heir of the wealthiest family in Liangling, you wouldn't be trying to welch on a mere 10,000 taels, would you? Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. But he could not understand how Chen Fan, a profligate who often caroused with him, could possibly have composed such a rhapsody. He didn't believe it. Chen Fan, I don't believe you wrote this. How could a profligate who was jilted write such a rhapsody? You must have copied it from somewhere, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions also shifted. Right? How could a profligate like him write such an excellent rhapsody? It must be plagiarized. Instantly the crowd's gazes toward Chen Fan turned suspicious and scornful. Is that so? Then go ahead and check. See who I copied from. Chen Fan said impatiently, then added, besides, aren't all of you here claiming to be immensely talented and widely read? If I had copied it, wouldn't you have heard it before? Humph. It must be because the author of this rhapsody is obscure, so no one knows of it. If you're so capable, write another one right now. If you can, I'll accept my loss. Lin Feng said. Chen Fan felt that the 10,000 taels bet was too small. This wastrel had actually come knocking again. If he refused, it would seem ungracious. It's not impossible, but then the bet would be 100,000 taels. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? But if you fail, I'll break your legs. Lin Feng said. Deal. Chen Fan replied disdainfully. Yet Lin Feng, seeing Chen Fan's confident demeanor, still felt some worry and added, and to prevent you from plagiarizing again, I'll set the topic. Name it, said Chen Fan. Since it's for Miss Lian Yu's sake, let the moon be the theme. Write a poem. You have the time it takes to burn one incense stick. Lin Feng said directly, ordering the incense to be lit. He still refused to believe that Chen Fan, a profligate just like him, could possess any real talent. Moreover, only one incense stick's time. But Chen Fan was unconcerned. He picked up a cup of wine and pretended to ponder, thinking about which immortal he should invoke. Miss Lian Yu, at a moment of spring night, is worth 1,000 gold. Time passed by. When the crowd saw that Chen Fan remained silent, their doubts about him deepened. Could it be that the rhapsody he just composed was plagiarized? Naturally, if it weren't plagiarized, why can't he utter a single word now? It's fortunate that young Master Lin was wise enough to see through him at a glance. A mere libertine. What poetry could he possibly write? If he had such talent, would he have been jilted? Would he have been cast out of his family? For a moment, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Even Lian Yu on the stage grew somewhat worried, for she too suspected that Chen Fan's earlier rhapsody was plagiarized. That rhapsody was too well written. Its literary attainments were so high that it was utterly impossible for someone known solely as a libertine to produce. Chen Fan, if you can't write, just say so. Don't waste everyone's time pretending. Don't worry. In memory of our past acquaintance, when I break your legs, I'll be gentle. Lin Feng said smugly, certain he knew Chen Fan through and through. But Chen Fan paid him no heed, straightened up, and looked at Lian Yu. Miss Lian Yu, forgive my audacity. With that, Chen Fan began to recite. In spring the river rises as high as the sea, and with the river's tide, up rises the moon bright. Just this opening line made everyone's expression change. It was as if a picture of a spring river under a bright moon instantly appeared before their eyes. Chen Fan did not stop. He continued reciting. Suddenly a line. Who by the riverside first saw the moon? When did the moon first see a man by riverside? The crowd was stunned. What divine verse was this? Though we can see each other from afar, we cannot hear each other's voice. I wish to follow the moonlight and shine upon you. Wild geese fly across the sky, but cannot carry the moonlight. Fish leap and dive in the water, leaving ripples on the surface. The slanting moon sinks deep into the sea. Fog between the Jieshur and the Shaoxiang stretches an endless road. How many travelers can return home by moonlight? The fallen moon sheds yearning on the trees by the river. At last Chen Fan stopped. But the crowd was utterly immersed in the shock of his poem, unable to break free. 18 lines in succession. Each could be called an immortal verse. By focusing on the 5 elements of spring, river, flowers, moon, and night, it vividly portrayed the enchanting beauty of the moment, creating a wondrous artistic realm that beckoned exploration. And within it the sincere and moving emotions of parting, along with philosophically profound reflections on life. Coupled with its transcendent cosmic consciousness, it evoked a deep, vast, and serene state. For a time, they could not find a single poem to compare with this one. It was as if this poem were the poem of poems, the pinnacle of peaks, surpassing all verses they had ever learned. Moreover, even Lin Feng, who had no understanding of poetry, felt that Chen Fan had written exceptionally well. It seemed that this kind of excellence could be felt without any literary cultivation. Miss Lian Yu, what do you think of this spring, river, flower, moon, night? Only then did Chen Fan address Lian Yu on the stage. Hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality, but as they looked at Chen Fan, disbelief filled their eyes. How could they believe that this was improvised on the spot by Chen Fan, a good-for-nothing libertine? And to top it off, Lin Feng had set the topic of using the character moon over a dozen times in succession. They were certain that this poem was not plagiarized. If it were, they would never have been unaware of it. And they were convinced that the rhapsody Chen Fan had recited earlier was also his own work. Without such terrifying talent, no one could have written such a rhapsody and such a poem. Young master, your brilliance is beyond compare. I bow in admiration. I dare not presume to evaluate such a fine poem. Lian Yu was truly awed by Chen Fan's talent. Then with this poem, may I be your honored guest? Chen Fan asked. You may, Lian Yu replied. Chen Fan, unconcerned, turned to Lin Feng. Young master Lin, are you still going to be stubborn? Hearing this, Lin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. He had never expected Chen Fan to actually succeed, and with such a magnificent poem. If he said anything more, he would truly be reneging. With so many eyes watching. Do you think I would go back on my word? A mere 100,000 taels means nothing to me. With that, Lin Feng pulled out a stack of banknotes. Chen Fan, so what if you can write poetry? You're still a homeless cur. Without the protection of the Duke's mansion, let's see how you survive in Liangling City. Chen Fan paid no attention, merely signaled Xiaoke and Xiao Ai to retrieve the banknotes, and said calmly, Today I have wine, today I will be drunk, tomorrow's worries tomorrow I will face. Whether I can survive in Liangling City tomorrow is a matter for tomorrow. As for tonight, I only wish to talk about the moon and romance with Miss Lin Yu. Chen Fan deliberately said this knowing full well how infatuated Lin Feng was with Lin Yu. He had dreamed of possessing her, and he wanted to spite Lin Feng. But Lin Yu and the crowd were stunned for Chen Fan's casual remark. Today I have wine today, I will be drunk, tomorrow's worries tomorrow I will face, was enough to shock everyone present. Even a casual line was an immortal verse. Such talent was evident. But Lin Feng's expression turned extremely sour. Lin Yu was the dream lover he had pursued for so long, and he had never even touched her hand. Yet today Chen Fan was about to beat him to it. How could he not be furious? And there was nothing he could do about it. Time is short, ooh, I won't keep you, young Master Lin. Then Chen Fan deliberately cupped his hands toward Lin Feng and turned to Lin Yue. Miss Lin Yue, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Shall we go? Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly, but she said nothing, only bowing. Please, young Master Chen. Manager, please prepare a quiet room for these two girls. With that, Chen Fan followed Lin Yu under the guidance of a servant girl heading toward the inner courtyard. Seeing this, Lin Feng ground his teeth in rage. That was his goddess. Tonight she would. Chen Fan, just you wait. If I don't tear you to pieces, my name isn't Lin. Soon under Lin Yu's guidance, Chen Fan arrived at a very quiet room in the back courtyard of Qingyin Pavilion. Lin Yu was truly beautiful. Her face no larger than a palm, bore delicate features as if carved by a master sculptor, flawless and without a single blemish. And between her lovely brows lay a gentle tenderness that no man could resist. Young Master Chen, why are you staring at me like that? Lin Yue, who was brewing tea, noticed Chen Fan's dazed gaze. A hint of shyness crept onto her cheeks as she asked softly, because you are so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a girl as lovely as you, and I am somewhat enchanted. Please forgive me. Chen Fan said. Young Master Chen is quite frank. Lin Yu replied softly. So you know why I came with you, don't you? Chen Fan hesitated, for this was his first time visiting a brothel, and he was unskilled in such matters, unsure of what to say. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face grew even more bashful. How could she not know? She just hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so direct. Though she was a courtesan, she had always sold her art, not her body, and was still untouched. Hearing him speak thus, how could she not feel shy? But the rule was set by herself, so she had to nod lightly. I know. So it's allowed, isn't it? Chen Fan probed gently. Lin Yu's face was flushed with exquisite tension, and she dared not look at Chen Fan, merely nodding slightly. She looked so pure and shy, unlike a woman of the pleasure quarters. But Chen Fan was no gentleman. If he were, he would not have played the libertine and caused the Empress to break off their engagement. Seeing Lin Yu's breathtaking beauty and her shy, alluring demeanor, his hand instinctively reached for her chin, gently lifting her face. After a brief hesitation, he softly kissed her. The Empress was furious, ordering the raid on all brothels. That night within a tavern in Liangling City, Empress Ji Qinxue gazed at the two poems brought back by Shueying, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. She had read these two poems no fewer than 20 times, yet each reading revealed a different sensation, especially the ode to the goddess of the Luo River. The literary cultivation and depth contained within was something even she could not fully comprehend. It was truly exquisite. To say it was the finest piece of writing she had ever read would not be an exaggeration. And yet these two works were produced by a man notorious as a profligate, a scholar without learning. How could anyone believe this? There could be only one explanation. Chen Fan was no idle rich young master at all. Rather, he was a genius whose literary prowess surpassed all. With these two poems alone, he could overshadow the scholars of the world for 300 years, a peerless talent. His supposed dissoluteness was merely an act. But if he possessed such extraordinary talent and the backing of the Duke's mansion, he could easily astonish the world. So why pretend? And what did he mean by saying he was truly himself only after leaving the Duke's estate? The more Ji Qinxue pondered, the more curious she became about Chen Fan. Shueying, where is he now? With that courtesan named Lin Yu. Shueying hesitated before answering. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinxue's expression darkened instantly, her brows knitting tightly as anger surged within her. Chen Fan was originally her man, and yet now he was with a brothel woman. Issue an edict. Order the raid on all brothels within the imperial domain. From this day forth, no person shall consort with courtesans, officials and commoners alike. Violators shall be exiled to the frontier. Ji Qinxue declared in a chilling voice. Shueying was taken aback. Your Majesty, this. Must I repeat myself? Ji Qinxue replied coldly. This subject shall carry it out immediately. Shueying hurried to respond. Ji Qinxue watched Shueying depart, her heart still burning with wrath, as she tightly gripped the paper in her hand. Only after a long while did she gently unfold it once more and continue reading. The following morning, within the rear courtyard of Qingyin Pavilion in Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu had awakened early but did not rise directly. Instead, she carefully shifted her body and gazed quietly at Chen Fan beside her. A smile of pure girlhood happiness adorned her face. Last night at first she had been truly afraid and nervous. Though untouched in matters of love, having dwelled in a house of pleasure, she had heard tales of the pain that awaited her. But Chen Fan last night had been exceedingly gentle, gentler than anything she had ever known, granting her an experience beyond imagination. Most importantly, Chen Fan had promised to redeem her and take her as his concubine, granting her a proper position. Though merely a concubine, she was already content. For although she possessed some literary talent, she was forever bound to this house of fleeting pleasures, and this was the finest fate she could hope for. Moreover, she seemed to have genuinely fallen in love with Chen Fan. Like the heroines of romance novels, it had begun with admiration for his talent and blossomed into devotion to his character. And furthermore, Chen Fan was strikingly handsome, graceful as jade. "You're awake." Just then Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lian Yu curled against him with a smile, and spoke softly. "MH." Lian Yu nodded gently. Her eyes refused to leave him, filled with tender affection. "Why didn't you wake me?" Chen Fan asked. "I wanted to look at you a little longer," Lian Yu replied. Hearing this, Chen Fan smiled gently. "Afraid I will leave." "MH." Lian Yu nodded. "Do not worry. I said I would redeem you, and I shall. It is my word." Chen Fan spoke softly, gently brushing a stray lock of hair from Lian Yu's face. "I believe you," Lian Yu said with a light nod, then nestled deeper into Chen Fan's embrace, burying herself completely within his arms. Chen Fan actually disliked the practice of using others for personal gain, but Lian Yu was breathtakingly beautiful and so gentle. He truly admired her. And at this moment, she was even more docile and obedient. So he decided to be selfish. Just as Chen Fan was about to wrap his arms around Lian Yue, an urgently banging knock suddenly came from outside the door. "Lian Yu." Lian Yue, get up quickly. "The officials are here to raid Qingyin Pavilion." Hearing this, both Lian Yu and Chen Fan sat upright instantly. The officials were coming to raid Qingyin Pavilion. What was happening? But they dared not delay, hastily rising, dressing, and stepping out of the room. Outside the door, chaos reigned. Everyone was frantically packing. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai saw Chen Fan and hurried to his side, their faces etched with terror. The madam directed operations with a panicked expression. "Mother, what is going on?" Lian Yu asked urgently. "I do not know either. Early this morning, Commander Lu sent someone to inform me that by imperial edict all brothels are to be raided. From now on no one may consort with courtesans. Violators shall be exiled." "She told me to hide quickly," the madam said with a grimace. Hearing this, not only was Lian Yu bewildered, but even Chen Fan wore an astonished expression. Why suddenly issue an edict banning visits to brothels? "Mother, what should we do now?" "Wait until the officials arrive to raid Qingyin Pavilion. If we're any slower, I'll be unable to save myself. How could I possibly care for you all? Look after yourselves." As the madam spoke, she busily directed her servants to carry her precious belongings. "What about my freedom contract?" Lian Yu asked anxiously. "Here, take it. Take it all. It's returned to you. Look after yourselves from here on. Pretend you've never known me." The madam threw a trunk toward them and bolted without a second thought, directing her servants to flee out the back door with her silver. If the officials arrived, her precious wealth would certainly be confiscated. Seeing this, Lian Yu looked utterly at a loss. At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward. "Lian Yu, come with me." Upon hearing this, Lian Yu's expression shifted, but she quickly nodded firmly. "MH, wait for me to pack." She hurried into the room and soon emerged clutching a small trunk. "Chen Fan, let's go." Without hesitation, Chen Fan led Lian Yu out through the back door. Soon the two reached a small street stall, eating breakfast, though Lian Yu's face was still clouded with worry, often averting her gaze from passers-by. "Lian Yu, do not worry. The officials are only raiding Qingyin Pavilion. It has nothing to do with you." "MH." Lian Yu nodded. "Chen Fan, why would the authorities suddenly raid all the brothels?" "I do not know, but someone in the capital's brothels must have offended a certain person of great power," Chen Fan replied. "But what does this have to do with our Jinling? Sealing all the brothels at once. What will my sisters do to survive?" Lian Yu asked with deep concern. This? Chen Fan fell momentarily speechless. After all, this was a feudal society. A women had almost no means of livelihood beyond serving as maids in wealthy households. And which prominent family would accept a group of women from a brothel? Even if the master agreed, the matron certainly would not. But then Chen Fan seemed to think of something, his expression shifting. "So many women. If..." His eyes suddenly lit up. "Let them all follow me." "What?" Lian Yu suddenly froze, her face filled with disbelief. "Chen Fan, are you saying you want them all to follow you?" Not only her, but even Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at Chen Fan. He was saying that all the women in the entire brothel should come with him. What did he mean? What did he intend to do? "Yes." Chen Fan smiled faintly, picking up a steamed bun. "Let them follow me." In others' eyes, these women were courtesans, impure and dishonorable. No one was willing to take them, and let alone be the one to settle down with them. But just because others didn't want them didn't mean he couldn't. To realize the money-making ideas in his head, he would need many workers, and later, with a larger household, he would also need maidservants. Weren't these women perfect for that? Moreover, to those women, he would be their benefactor, which made them less likely to betray him. Chen Fan, what exactly do you mean? Lian Yu asked. You'll know later, but not now? It'll have to wait a while. Chen Fan smiled and continued, for now, let's have breakfast. Later we'll go buy a house and settle down first. Hearing this, Lian Yu, Xiao Ku, and Xiao Ai were all puzzled, but they didn't ask any further. Time passed. By the afternoon, Chen Fan stood at the gate of the new courtyard, filled with emotion. Housing was incredibly expensive. Whether in ancient times or the modern era, it was damn costly. Though this house was a bit large, it was located in the remote outskirts of Jinling City, and it had cost him 50,000 taels. Fortunately, it came with a thorough cleaning and a full set of top-quality furniture, saving him a lot of trouble. But Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were puzzled. Young master, this is too remote. Chen Fan, there are plenty of fine houses in the city. Why did you choose this place? Lian Yu also looked confused. Chen Fan just smiled. You'll know later. Come on, let's go in and see our new home. With that, Chen Fan took Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai by the hand and walked inside. But the three of them still looked puzzled, not understanding what Chen Fan was up to. Chen Fan, however, was quite satisfied with the place. Remote and quiet, perfect for developing his career. Little did he know that his poem and rhapsody had already shaken the entire Jinling city. It was even more shocking than the Empress's sudden decree to confiscate all brothels. Moreover, the two literary works were spreading at an alarming rate, threatening to sweep across the entire nation and even the world. Scholars, Confucian masters, learned men and young talents. All were discussing and studying these two pieces. Yet the more they studied, the more they realized the unparalleled literary depth and philosophical thought contained within them. Some great scholars even revered them as masterpieces. Some academies even required students to recite them in full. Chen Fan had suddenly transformed from a prodigal son into a peerless genius in everyone's eyes. This matter inevitably reached the Duke's residence. Duke Chen stared at the two articles handed to him by his steward, his face etched with astonishment. Clearly he, like others, could not believe that such timeless masterpieces were written by Chen Fan. Is the information accurate? Did that waste Chen Fan really write these? Duke Chen asked, still incredulous. I'm certain, replied the steward. The third young master. Chen Fan, after being expelled from the house, went to Qingyin Pavilion. There he made a bet with Lin Feng of the Lin Manor and composed those two works on the spot. The first, Rhapsody of the Luo Goddess, was inspired by his first meeting with the courtesan Lian Yu. The second, Spring River Flower Moon Night, was an impromptu piece at Lin Feng's request. The entire process took less than half an incense stick's time. There were many witnesses, all of whom saw it with their own eyes. Many scholars and Confucian masters have also confirmed that it was not plagiarism. Moreover, according to those present, he casually added a line, today let us drink with wine and revel, tomorrow let tomorrow's worries come. This shows Chen Fan's talent. Hearing the steward's words, Duke Chen frowned deeper. He couldn't fathom how an uneducated playboy could possess such brilliance. And if he had such talent, why had it never been noticed before? Why did he have to wait until after being cast out of the Duke's mansion to reveal it? Was Chen Fan doing this deliberately? Was he intentionally making the world ridicule the Duke's mansion for expelling the very genius who could bring them eternal glory, as revenge against the Duke's mansion? With these thoughts, Duke Chen's brow furrowed, his face grew darker. Looking at his second son Chen Hao, who was renowned for his literary talent, he felt a surge of anger. Why couldn't he produce such extraordinary works as Chen Fan's? Chen Hao saw the look in his father's eyes and knew he was being blamed for being inferior to a bastard. Thus he dared not meet Duke Chen's gaze, his eyes shifty. But Duke Chen, looking at Chen Hao, suddenly had an idea. Who said Chen Fan didn't plagiarize? What if the plagiarized author had never published the works? With that thought, Duke Chen's eyes lit up. He straightened up and threw the two articles directly to Chen Hao. Within an hour, memorize them word for word. Tell yourself that you wrote them. Chen Fan copied from you. Everyone was stunned. What did Duke Chen mean? But the next moment, Duke Chen said directly to the steward, spare no expense to create a rumor, spread the word that these two works were written by my second son, Chen Hao. A bastard dares to take revenge on our Duke's mansion. Who gave him the audacity? This time I don't care what methods you use. I want him ruined and disgraced. He must not tarnish the reputation of our house. Do you understand? Everyone suddenly realized. Right? Even if Chen Fan hadn't plagiarized anyone else, he could have plagiarized Chen Hao. Only Chen Hao hadn't published it, yet so few people knew. I understand, my lord. I'll see to it immediately, the steward said hurriedly. Duke Chen then turned to Chen Hao. You know what to do? If you let Chen Fan outshine you again, don't even think about the position of heir. Yes, father. I know what to do, Chen Hao quickly replied. Meanwhile, in another tavern, Xue Ying returned to Ji Qianxue's side. Your Majesty, Chen Fan took that courtesan and the two little girls and bought a very remote house on the outskirts of the city, Xue Ying reported. With that courtesan, Ji Qianxue frowned, clearly displeased. Yet she was puzzled as to why Chen Fan would buy such a remote residence. Perhaps because the brothels were shut down, the courtesan had nowhere to go, so she followed Chen Fan, Shuang said. Hearing this, Qinshue's expression darkened further. So it was her decree that had brought Chen Fan and that courtesan together. By the way, Chen Fan's two works are now extremely popular, shaking the entire Liangling city, Shuang added. Our Tianqi dynasty has been weak in literature for too long. This is a good thing. If necessary, help promote them, Qinshu said. Yes, your majesty. Shuang replied respectfully. Should we continue to tail him? Yes, continue. I want to see what his youthful ambition is, and what he will accomplish. Accused of plagiarism, once more another gamble was set. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Chen Fan hired some workers to transform a row of empty side rooms in the backyard into a brewery. In this world and era, people only drank fermented yellow rice wine, which was bland and weak, barely reaching 10% alcohol, and often contained remnants of grains. It could never compare to distilled liquor. And brewing was the simplest and most feasible industry he could think of at the moment. The craft was simple, the required equipment easy to obtain, and the prospects were immensely promising. Perfect for a start. Now with everything ready, and only the raw materials needed, Chen Fan brought Lian Yu and the two little maids Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to the market to purchase grains, jars, and other necessities. But strangely, as soon as Chen Fan arrived on the street, everyone pointed at him with contemptuous looks, whispering about something unknown. It was very odd. Young master, what happened? Xiao Ku asked in confusion. I don't know either, but who cares? Haven't people pointed fingers at me before? Come, I'll take you to eat something delicious first. Chen Fan spoke with a calm smile, took Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai by the hand, and headed toward a restaurant. But just as the four of them reached the restaurant entrance, before they could step inside, a waiter blocked them. Stop. We don't welcome plagiarists here. Go eat somewhere else. The waiter sneered with disdain as he stopped them. Hearing this, Chen Fan was taken aback. Plagiarist? Who had he plagiarized? Had Xiao Ji and Zhang Ruoxu also traveled through time? Just then Lin Feng approached with two lackeys looking arrogant. Well, Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to dare come back. You cheated me with plagiarized poems. Give me back my money right now. Chen Fan frowned. Plagiarism? Who did I plagiarize? Still stubborn. You refuse to admit it even now. The Duke's mansion has already confirmed that your two essays were copied from the second young master of the mansion, the top scholar of Liangling City, Chen Hao. Chen Hao even produced his collection of works. He just kept a low profile, so it wasn't widely known. You dared to plagiarize Chen Hao's essays and boast that you wrote them yourself. Who gave you the nerve? Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Chen Fan frowned deeply. No wonder everyone in Liangling City was pointing at him. It was all the Duke's mansion's doing. Chen Fan never imagined that even after being cast out of the family, the Duke's mansion still wouldn't let him go, couldn't bear to see him succeed in any way. They wanted to ruin his reputation so thoroughly. Was it an attempt to drive him to the brink? A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. What a fine Duke's mansion. Plagiarism. That bookworm Chen Hao with his shallow learning is worthy of being plagiarized by me. I copied from him. Not only can he not write such poems now, even if he had 100 years he couldn't produce them. Chen Fan spoke with contempt. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still won't admit it. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Perfect. Because of your plagiarism, many scholars and literati have gathered in Liangling City to pay homage to young Master Chen Hao. He has specially hosted a literary gathering at Yiping Pavilion to meet fellow scholars. Aren't you denying it? If you have the guts, come to the gathering tonight and prove to the world that you didn't plagiarize. If you can't, I'll not only make you return my 100,000 taels, but also hand Lian Yu over to me. Lin Feng said indignantly, especially seeing his dream girl, Lian Yu, tenderly following Chen Fan. Another gamble. Chen Fan replied dismissively. And if I can prove it? If it really wasn't your plagiarism, I'll give you 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng scoffed, never imagining he could lose. Fine. You said it yourself. Tell Chen how to wait. Chen Fan said disdainfully, then turned to glance at Lian Yu and walked away. Lian Yu cooperated by linking her arm with his, looking like a delicate bird, and followed him. Lin Feng's face turned even more furious. Chen Fan, just you wait. Tonight, if I don't make you kneel and beg, I'll take your surname. Chen Fan decided not to buy anything since he couldn't get anything anyway, and led the three back to his courtyard in the outskirts. Young master, aren't we buying grain? Not buying anymore. Xiao Ai asked in confusion as they left the city. They won't sell to us, Chen Fan said gently. Young master, we can go to the village market. Xiao Ai suggested. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Village market. Yes, actually the best place to buy grain is the village market. Farmers bring their grain there, and the prices are much cheaper than in the city, Xiao Ai explained. Chen Fan had only transmigrated 3 years ago and immediately started his life as a prodigal young master, so he had no idea such a market existed. Where's the nearest village market? Let's go check it out. Chen Fan said. We'll take you, young master. Xiao Ai took his hand and led him in a direction. The village market was not close to Liangling City. It wasn't until noon that Chen Fan and his party arrived. It was Chen Fan's first time in such a place since his transmigration. Though it was a bit messy and chaotic, the bustling crowd and various agricultural products made it lively and full of the warmth of everyday life. Chen Fan soon reached the grain-selling area, but compared to other sections it was desolate with sparse customers and worried faces among the sellers. Perplexed, Chen Fan approached a small stall and learned the reason rice shops in Liangling City sold at 30 yuan per sheng, but here it was only 5 yuan per sheng. The reason was that the Lin family monopolized the grain business in Liangling City. They wouldn't allow farmers to sell in the city, and if any dared they would be suppressed and bullied. The Lin family also bought grain from surrounding farmers, previously offering 6 yuan per sheng. But this year with a good harvest, they had slashed the price to 3 yuan per sheng. 3 yuan, the farmers naturally refused. The Lin family stopped buying, and no one else dared to compete with them. So even during the autumn harvest no one was purchasing grain. They left the farmers no way to survive. Chen Fan's expression turned grim. Though he wanted to make money, this was not the way to do it. Low grain prices hurt the farmers. Such practices could shake the foundation of the state and even spark uprisings. Yet the Lin family dared to push prices so low. Given the Lin family's influence, they must have many connections in the court, unafraid of imperial punishment. Had he not come to the village market, he wouldn't have known the Lin family's methods. No wonder they made so much money. But then Chen Fan thought of something. He clearly remembered that the Lin family monopolized the grain industry in Jiangnan, and every year merchants from various regions and even other countries ordered large quantities of grain from them. Calculating the time, it was almost the delivery deadline. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Not to mention helping these farmers, just considering Lin Feng's attitude toward him. If he didn't do something, he wouldn't be true to himself. Plagiarist. Huh, why not? Night fell, and the lanterns of Liangling City began to glow. In the backyard of the finest tavern in the capital, Yiping, Xian, many literati and talented young elites had gathered. The crowd chatted cheerfully, cups clinking. Yet their words were mostly praise for the second son of the Duke of Chen's mansion, Chen Hao. Chen Hao, brimming with smugness, exhibited false modesty and hypocritical grace in every gesture. He seemed to revel in such adulation like a star surrounded by lesser lights. Empress, do you think Chen Fan will come? In a secluded waterside pavilion, Ji Qianxue lounged to one side, her gaze fixed on the anthology, supposedly written by Chen Hao. Listening to Shui Ying's words, her face remained expressionless. Why wouldn't he come? Hasn't the Duke of Chen's mansion presented evidence? Those 2 essays were plagiarized by Chen Fan. How dare he still show up today? Shui Ying said. Do you also believe he plagiarized? Ji Qianxue suddenly raised her head, looking at Shui Ying. Isn't it so? The evidence from the Duke of Chen's mansion is so clear. The creative process and background of these 2 essays are so detailed. Moreover, Chen Fan is nothing but a wastrel. If he didn't plagiarize, how could he possibly have written such excellent pieces? Shui Ying said. Ji Qianxue, however, stood up, directly set the anthology aside, and walked to the window. He didn't plagiarize. Although Chen Hao's anthology has some literary flair, it is utterly incomparable to Chen Fan's 2 essays. Moreover, Chen Fan will definitely come. How can you be so sure, Empress? Shui Ying said. But just as Shui Ying's words fell, a sudden exclamation came from below. Chen Fan. Chen Fan is here. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Fan, including Ji Qianxue's. 2 exquisitely carved little girls, Xiaoke and Xiaoai, were holding Chen Fan's arms, while Lian Yu quietly followed beside him. Under Chen Fan's lead, they walked toward the venue. This was the second time Ji Qianxue had seen Chen Fan. In white robes like snow, he was elegant and graceful, exuding the air of a noble scion. Moreover, his face was truly handsome, ranking at least among the top 5 of the young masters she had seen. But seeing that Lian Yue, who was by Chen Fan's side, was also stunningly beautiful, Ji Qianxue's expression suddenly darkened. The scene, however, became quite noisy. Oomph, a plagiarist. How dare he actually come? Plagiarizing is one thing, but I heard he still refuses to admit it. Could he have written those 2 essays? He's utterly disgraced us scholars. If I were him, I would have hanged myself in shame. He still has the audacity to come. The crowd all looked at Chen Fan with disdain and disgust, speaking loudly, as if they were completely unafraid of him hearing. Chen Hao, seated in the main position, looked at Chen Fan's arrival with a face full of contempt. Even though he knew perfectly well whether Chen Fan had plagiarized those 2 essays, in his eyes Chen Fan was merely a wastrel and a concubine's son. How could he compare to himself? Perfect timing. Tonight he intended to step on Chen Fan, to rise, becoming the heir of the Chen family. With that thought, Chen Hao directly gave a signal to Lin Feng beside him. Lin Feng understood naturally. Moreover, seeing his dream lover Lian Yu following Chen Fan, he was already eager. Without another word, he stepped forward and blocked Chen Fan. Tsk tisk. Plagiarist. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you would actually dare to come. But Chen Fan, with an indifferent and contemptuous look, said, I can earn 1,000,000 taels. Why wouldn't I dare come? As for you, have you prepared 1,000,000 taels? Arrogant nonsense. A plagiarist like you wants to win 1,000,000 taels from me. Do you really think that by copying the second young master's essays they become yours? Lin Feng said with an ugly, angry expression. But Chen Fan, looking completely unconcerned as if he didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, said coldly, "So that means you haven't prepared a million tales. Then why did I come? To listen to your barking. Lian Yue, let's go home to sleep. When he has gathered a million tales, we'll come again." As he said this, Chen Fan deliberately wrapped his arm around Lian Yu's waist and turned to leave. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed and Lin Feng's face became even uglier. "Plagiarist. Stop right there. Who said you could leave?" "Huh?" Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. "Do I need anyone's permission to leave? Moreover, don't forget I came only because you said you'd bet a million tales with me. Now you can't even produce a million tales. Why should I stay and listen to your barking? If you want to gamble, then put up the stakes. Otherwise, if you lose and deny it, who will I go to for a million tales? Or are you afraid? Afraid that I'll prove I didn't plagiarize, or afraid that I'll expose your new master's lies and make him lose face?" Hearing this, not only Lin Feng, but even Chun Hao looked displeased. "Lin Feng, since you're going to gamble, put up the stakes. Do you think you'll lose? He's just trying to evade by betting that you can't come up with a million tales." Chun Hao said directly, then added, "Today I will expose this plagiarist in front of all the literati. Let him know what true talent and learning are." Hearing this, the crowd looked approving, but Lin Feng's face was grim. Last time, losing 100,000 tales to Chen Fan had already cost him all his savings plus most of the capital for grain purchasing. How could he come up with a million tales? Moreover, not to mention him, even if his Lin family was the richest in Liangling, coming up with a million tales was no easy feat. Now how could he produce a million tales? But just then a voice suddenly rang out. "A million tales is nothing, and my Lin family can still produce it." Hearing this, everyone looked over and saw Lin Feng's father Lin Sanqian and the Duke of Chun walking in together. Seeing this, everyone bowed to the Duke of Chun, but the Duke remained indifferent. "No need for formalities, everyone. I am merely here out of leisure to join the fun. Pay no heed to me." Lin Sanqian, on the other hand, looked directly at Chen Fan and said, "Isn't it just a bet of a million tales? Here are a million tales in banknotes. I'll put them here. If you can win, you take them." Lin Sanqian directly took out a stack of banknotes and placed them on a table nearby. Yet he completely disregarded Chen Fan, and after speaking he gestured to the Duke of Chun, saying, "Duke, this way please." The Duke of Chun didn't mind, and went with Lin Sanqian to a private seat. Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward directly. "Chen Fan, is this enough now? Aren't you supposed to prove you didn't plagiarize? Go ahead and prove it to me." But Chen Fan, looking unconcerned, said, "He says he wrote it. Do I say I wrote it? How can this be proven? How can this be proven?" "Oomph." Lin Feng let out a cold snort. "Tonight is a literary gathering, so let's show real talent and compete. Each of us will write poems and songs, and let everyone judge who writes better. Whoever writes better wins, and that person will get the copyright of those 2 essays. Do you dare?" But Chen Fan still looked unconcerned. He directly pulled Lian Yu to sit beside him, letting her sit on his lap, and said calmly, "Why not?" Alone I ascended the high tower, gazing into the endless horizon of the road ahead. Lin Feng, watching Chen Fan with his arm around Lian Yue, was nearly bursting with rage, yet he forced himself to endure. He continued, "But Chen Fan said with a look of impatience. Hearing this, not only Lin Feng, but even Chun Hao and Duke Chun Guo changed their expressions. They couldn't understand why Chen Fan remained so composed and confident. Lin Feng turned to Chun Hao, "Second young master, what theme do you think we should set for this gathering?" Chun Hao stood up, adopting a magnanimous air. "Since I am also participating naturally, I cannot be the one to decide. Otherwise, if someone loses and claims it was unfair, that would be an insult to me. So let everyone discuss the theme." The crowd looked at Chun Hao with even greater admiration. Truly worthy of the #1 scholar of Jinling, such a generous heart. Of course, otherwise how could he have written a timeless masterpiece like the Ode of the Luo River Goddess? Exactly. If he can compose a poem like Spring River Flower Moonlit Night, would he fear a useless prodigal? No matter the theme, the second young master will dash off a flawless piece without hesitation. Just then Duke Chun Guo suddenly spoke. "How about I join in the fun and propose a theme for your gathering?" Everyone turned to look at Duke Chun Guo with expressions of surprise. "We would be honored to have the Duke set the theme," Lin Feng quickly said. "Ancient poets have written too much about wind, flowers, snow, and the moon. Today everyone here is a scholar. Let the theme be reading. Any form, poetry, lyrics, songs, or prose, is allowed. What do you think?" Duke Qingwei asked. The crowd shifted in their seats, for most had written about romantic themes. Setting reading as the topic was indeed quite challenging. Only Duke Qingguo and Chun Hao knew this was a deliberate design. They still feared that Chen Fan might possess some talent, so they specially chose this obscure subject. Chen, how to avoid any mistakes, had even consulted great Confucian scholars and studied for 3 days. Since the Duke himself has set the theme, let today's literary gathering be on the topic of reading. Time limit the duration of 1 incense stick. Lin Feng said. But Duke Chen Guo spoke again. Since I proposed the theme, let me add a prize to this gathering. Whoever wins the top honor tonight shall receive this brush. As he spoke, Duke Chen Guo waved his hand, and a servant brought forth a box. Opening it, inside lay a brush with a handle like ink-black jade. The Sage's Divine Brush. It's the legendary priceless Sage's Divine Brush. I've heard the handle is made of the finest Hittian jade naturally imbued with the essence of ink and wash, and the bristles are a tuft from the tail of the silver moon wolf king of the 1,000-mile snowfields. Unrivaled and unique in the world. I never imagined Duke Chen Guo would be willing to offer such a treasure as a prize. What a generous gesture. What's there to wonder? He's just finding a way to award this brush to his own son. Hearing this, the crowd understood. Since Chen Hao had written the ode of the Luo River Goddess and Spring River Flower Moonlit Night, how could anyone else possibly surpass him? Lin Feng, without hesitation, announced the start and had the incense lit. Everyone fell into deep thought. Even Chen Hao, who had prepared in advance, pretended to ponder, holding his brush and jotting down something. Only Chen Fan appeared utterly indifferent, one arm around Lin Yu's slender waist, the other holding a wine cup, drinking with supreme leisure. He showed no intention of picking up a brush. Empress, look at him. How could someone like that have written a prose like the Ode of the Luo River Goddess? On the balcony, Shui Ying's face was filled with disgust as she watched Chen Fan's relaxed demeanor. Although Ji Qianshua's expression also soured at the sight of Chen Fan embracing Lin, where she could not deny that Chen Fan's appearance exuded the air of a romantic prodigy. Thus Ji Qianshua did not answer Shui Ying. Instead, she simply watched Chen Fan, as if eagerly anticipating what kind of poetry he would produce in this state. May I begin? Chen Fan suddenly set down his wine cup, asking with nonchalance. Everyone was stunned. What did Chen Fan mean? Chen Fan, what new trick are you up to? Didn't I announce the start long ago? Lin Feng said with a grim expression. I mean, may I recite now? Chen Fan said. The crowd was even more astonished. Had Chen Fan already finished? But he hadn't even picked up a brush. And how much time had passed? The incense had burned less than a tenth. If so, I'll begin. Chen Fan said again. Lin Feng quickly glanced at Chen Hao. Chen Hao frowned slightly, but then thought, let it be. A brick thrown to attract jade. After Chen Fan recites, it will highlight the excellence of my own poem. He nodded slightly. What's your hurry? If you finish, then recite. No one's stopping you. But don't complain later that I didn't give you a chance. Lin Feng said impatiently. Chen Fan didn't mind and began to recite. Orchids shedding tears in mist-veiled fence, chrysanthemums sad with sorrow. Silken curtains lightly cold, a pair of swallows fly away. The moon, unacquainted with the bitterness of parting, slants through vermilion doors till dawn. Last night the west wind withered the green trees. Alone I climbed the high tower, gazing into the endless horizon. I wanted to send a colorful letter and a plain silk scroll, but mountains and rivers stretch far. Where do I know? Chen Fan simply recited, still holding Lin Yu. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place. Wasn't this the very scene of the rear courtyard of Yupingshuan? Chrysanthemums mist on the water, silk curtains, the bright moon slanting light, vermilion doors. The emotion transferred to the scenery combined with the longing look Chen Fan portrayed. The feeling was deep and delicate. And the line, last night the west wind withered the green trees. Alone I climbed the high tower, gazing into the endless horizon, directly expressed a gaze into a vast, distant realm, broad and lofty. What kind of words were these? Even if they racked their brains, they could never have come up with this. The language was beautiful and soft, the imagery lofty, enough to be called a masterpiece of the ages. For a moment, even Chen Hao and Duke Chen Guo were completely stunned. How could Chen Fan produce such a timeless masterpiece at the very start? Could his talent truly be so great? Chen Hao was beginning to panic. He thought his own poem was good, but compared to Chen Fan's lyric, it was nothing, not even worthy of being called trash. What was he to do? But then Lin Feng spoke, awakening the crowd. Chen Fan, what is this you've written? Where is the theme of reading? Did you forget that our topic is reading? Everyone came to their senses. Exactly. What does this have to do with reading? You've gone off topic. Do you know that? You don't even realize you're off topic. Could it be that you copied this lyric from somewhere else? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Even Ji Qianshua on the balcony frowned. Chen Fan's lyric was undeniably excellent, but it had nothing to do with reading. Could it be that Chen Fan had written this in advance? But Chen Fan remained completely calm, ignoring the murmurs, and continued. I lean alone on the balustrade, feeling the fine breeze. Gazing into the distance, the spring sorrow arises darkly from the horizon. The three realms. It is time for the second young master. Leaning upon the precarious tower, the wind is gentle and fine. Gazing into the distance, spring sorrow arises darkly from the horizon. grass-colored mist and light in the fading afterglow. Without a word, who understands the heart leaning on the railing? I intended to indulge in wild recklessness, seeking intoxication. Facing wine, singing songs, forced joy remains tasteless. My belt grows loose, yet I shall not regret. For her I have wasted away to emaciation. Chen Fan recited as if nobody else existed, but upon hearing it everyone froze in astonishment. How had Chen Fan composed another CI poem? Moreover, it was this magnificent. It was so superb that they could not even evaluate it at the moment, as if it transcended their capacity to judge. Chun Hao and Duke Chun wore deeply gloomy and unpleasant expressions. They understood precisely how excellent Chen Fan's two CI poems were. Not to mention Chun Hao. Even everyone present was not on the same level as Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan had already composed one masterpiece, and now he had produced another. Was his talent truly this extraordinary? Fortunately, they still had not detected the theme of studying within this poem. Lin Feng spoke up directly. Chen Fan, what kind of body verses have you written? My belt grows loose, yet I shall not regret. I asked you to write about studying, not these lewd songs. Upon hearing this, everyone was left utterly speechless. Could this be considered body verse? Chen Fan acted as though he had not heard, lifting his cup to take a small sip of wine, then continued. The east wind sets 1,000 trees ablaze with flowers tonight. Still more blow down like stars in the rain. Exquisite horses and carved carriages fill the road with fragrance. Phoenix flutes stir the jade pot's light, turns, and all-night fish and dragon lanterns dance. Moth ornaments, snow willow garlands, and golden threads. Laughter and smiles fade into lingering fragrance. Searching through the crowd for him 1,000 times. Suddenly turning my head, that person stands where the lamplight grows dim. Listening to this, the crowd fell directly into silence. Just when those first two would have sufficed, he actually produces another one. Especially that final line. Searching through the crowd for him 1,000 times. Suddenly turning my head, there he stands beneath the fading lamplight. What the hell kind of verse is this? Can even a human being write such things? But the only shortcoming was that Chen Fan still had not written about studying, which did not match the theme of this literary gathering. Chen Fan, what are you showing off? Lin Feng said directly with open disdain, as if fearing Chen Fan might continue pressing forward aggressively. Do you think writing more means you have won? The theme is studying. No matter how much you write, if it is unrelated to the theme, what use is it? But Chen Fan wore a calm expression all along, casually sipping his wine and saying, is it about studying or not? Would explaining it to you be useful? Could you even understand? Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly faltered. How could I not understand? Tell me, where in this CI poem is there any trace of studying? But Chen Fan retained his dismissive air. Whether I wrote about studying or not, those who understand will naturally understand. If you do not understand, keep your mouth shut. Don't embarrass yourself, all right? Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. What did Chen Fan mean by that? Had he written about studying? Where had he written about it? Thinking this, everyone was savoring Chen Fan's 3 CI poems. But at that moment, Ji Qinxue upstairs suddenly understood something, her eyes shining as she declared, I understand now. Hearing this, Shuiying beside her looked even more bewildered. Your Majesty, what do you understand? I understand the studying he wrote about. Profound. Truly profound. This insight, this realm, so extraordinarily high. Ji Qinxue said with visible excitement, her eyes fixed upon Chen Fan, unable to look away, as if she were completely captivated by Chen Fan's literary brilliance. But Shuiying, observing this, looked even more perplexed. She admitted that each of Chen Fan's 3 CI poems was well-crafted, each worthy of lasting through the ages, and she personally enjoyed them quite a bit, sensing something romantic within them. But how was it about studying? How was it profound? She simply could not comprehend it. Yet at that very moment, a great Confucian scholar below suddenly rose from his seat, exclaiming, profound, truly profound. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward that great scholar at once. The scholar's face was flushed with excitement. I never imagined that Lord Chun, so young, would possess such talent and such insight. This old man is deeply impressed, truly impressed. Upon hearing this, everyone looked even more bewildered. Old man Lu, what do you mean? What have you discovered? A student asked in confusion. Old man Lu spoke with evident excitement. Lord Chen Fan's CI poem is extraordinary. Extraordinary indeed. Though appearing as ordinary CI poems, they directly illustrate the 3 realms of scholarly pursuit through 3 separate works. Truly profound. Upon hearing this, everyone grew even more confused. What 3 realms? Old man Lu, what 3 realms? Old man Lu did not keep them waiting, speaking directly. The first realm, last night the west wind withered the green trees. Alone I ascended the high tower, gazing until the road to the horizon vanished. This means that in studying and learning one must first possess unwavering pursuit, to climb high and see far, having clear goals and direction. The second realm, my belt grows loose, yet I shall not regret, for her I have wasted away to emaciation. This means that in scholarly pursuit one must undergo diligent labor. neglecting food and rest, seeking knowledge until one grows thin and clothes hang loose without any regret. The third realm, searching through the crowd for him 1,000 times. Suddenly turning my head, that person stands where the lamplight grows dim. This means that in studying and learning one must possess focused determination, investing genuine effort, and naturally achieving mastery, making discoveries and inventions. The realms progress layer by layer. Different attitudes towards studying yield different realms. But only by advancing toward higher realms can one experience the essence of those higher realms. This is truly wonderful. This old man has studied for so many years, and only today have I truly understood what studying means. Lord Chen possesses extraordinary talent. This old man is thoroughly convinced. As old man Lu spoke, he directly bowed deeply toward Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan was somewhat astonished, but dared not be negligent, hastily rising to return the bow. Old man Lu is too kind, this humble one feels overwhelmed. But upon witnessing this, everyone stood dumbstruck. Without old man Lu's interpretation, they could never have comprehended it. Through old man Lu's explanation, everyone suddenly awakened and realized. Chen Fan's 3 CI poems were actually so profound. Not only were the poems exceptionally well written, but they also contained 3 such realms of meaning. Not to mention old man Lu, even they sincerely admired him wholeheartedly. With such scholarly brilliance, they would never catch up even after studying for 100 or 1,000 years. Most importantly, these 3 CI poems were composed on the spot by Chen Fan in less time than half an incense stick. In that moment, even Chen Hao's face was filled with admiration. How could there be any comparison? He had intended to offer his modest work as a stepping stone, but now any of his poems compared to Chen Fan's 3 immortal masterpieces would be utter nonsense. How could there be a contest? They were simply not on the same level. No wonder he could compose such a millennium masterpiece as the Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. Yet deep in his heart, Chen Hao thought exactly as Duke Chen did at this moment. Chen Fan had previously been nothing but an uneducated wastrel. How could he possess such extraordinary talent? Why had no one noticed before? But at that moment, Chen Fan sat back down, pulled Lin Yue into his arms again, and lifted his cup for another sip of wine. Only then did he shift his gaze toward Chen Hao on the side, speaking faintly. Second young master, the incense is about to burn out. I wonder how your masterpiece is progressing. Could you recite it for us, allowing this humble one to witness the work of Jinling's foremost talented scholar? Hell, wasn't the Ode to the Goddess of Luo written by the second young master? Instantly the gazes of everyone present gathered upon Chen Hao. But Chen Hao's countenance had already turned grim and panicked to the extreme, with even beads of sweat as large as beans rolling down his face. Chen Fan had already produced 3 masterpieces that would be passed down through the ages, each one exquisitely marvelous. Even those who had never studied could sense their brilliance. As for his own piece, though it bore some merit, it was utterly incomparable to Chen Fan's 3 works. He dared not even bring it out. He felt that presenting it would only make him lose more face. Moreover, he lacked Chen Fan's literary talent for composing poems on the spot. What could he do? Now, with so many people watching, what could he do? Chen Hao suddenly grew flustered and instinctively glanced toward Duke Chen beside him. But Duke Chen's face was already etched with gloom and displeasure. From the moment Chen Fan wrote his first poem, he knew that Chen Hao was most likely doomed. After old master Lu personally interpreted it, he realized that Chen Hao had no chance of turning the tables. Given Chen Hao's scholarly attainments, even if he racked his brains, he could not come up with poems superior to Chen Fan's 3 works. What? Has the second young master not finished his poem yet? Chen Fan deliberately spoke again. No matter, second young master need not rush. A good meal is never late, we can grant you a little more time. Hearing this, Chen Hao's face turned even uglier. Wasn't Chen Fan deliberately humiliating him? Giving him more time would only prolong his agony. Was Chen Fan intentionally making him a laughingstock before all the scholars? But what could he do now? Just then Lin Feng, standing to one side, spoke with arrogance and disdain. Chen Fan, what are you so cocky about? I admit your poems have some merit, but do you think that's enough to beat the second young master? The second young master is the genius who wrote timeless masterpieces like Ode to the Goddess of Luo and Spring River Flower Moon Night. How could he fear a wastrel like you? Once the second young master produces his own masterpiece, we'll see how you can still be so arrogant. At these words, Chen Hao's expression grew even darker, and he wished he could strangle Lin Feng. He was already at a loss for a way to save face, and now Lin Feng was adding fuel to the fire. How could he have such a stupid ally? Heh! But Chen Fan let out a disdainful chuckle. Indeed, since the second young master could write Ode to the Goddess of Luo and Spring River Flower Moon Night, composing a poem should be a breeze for him, right? By the way, since Ode to the Goddess of Luo was written by the second young master, I wonder if he could answer a few questions for me. Hearing this, Chen Hao's expression shifted abruptly. What did Chen Fan mean? What was he up to now? But Chen Fan did not wait for Chen Hao to respond. He spoke directly. May I ask the second young master, who is Feng Yi mentioned in Ode to the Goddess of Luo? What does hugua mean? What does pingy mean? And what is wenyu? Upon hearing these questions, the crowd's expressions changed, and they all looked at Chen Hao in confusion. After all, these were the very questions they had encountered when reading Ode to the Goddess of Luo. They too had no idea what they meant. Nor did they know who Fengyi was. But Chen Hao's face was contorted with difficulty. This was also something he didn't know. Now that Chen Fan had suddenly asked, how was he supposed to answer? Yet he had already claimed that he wrote Ode to the Goddess of Luo. If he didn't even know the answers, what would that imply? Fengyi is a person I invented. Hugua is a kind of melon, pingy is a type of screen, and wenyu is naturally a kind of fish. Chen Hao forced out these words with a grim expression. Heh. But Chen Fan let out a contemptuous laugh upon hearing this. Fengyi beats the drum, Nuwa sings in clear tones. Does the second young master not think that Fengyi should be a deity like Nuwa? Moreover, according to obscure northern folklore, Fengyi is the river god. There is also a saying, the river god governs the marshes, pingy commands the wind. Thus pingy is the wind god. Chen Fan continued, I sigh that the lone hugua has no mate and sing of the solitary coward. Hugua is the name of a star also known as Tianji, located east of the Higa star. A rhapsody says, I grieve for the lonely hugua without a partner and pity the weaver girl in her solitude. This is a borrowed reference. As for wenyu, it is indeed a fish, but not an ordinary one. It has bird wings and can fly. But how are all these different from what the second young master said? What is going on? Was Ode to the Goddess of Luo really written by the second young master? Hearing this, the crowd was astonished. Clearly, Chen Fan's explanation was well-founded and grounded in classics and allusions. As for Chen Hao's talk of melons, screens, and the like, did they even fit into Ode to the Goddess of Luo? If Ode to the Goddess of Luo were truly written by Chen, how could he have given such an explanation? And Chen Fan even knew the origins of the allusions. Wasn't it obvious that the Ode to the Goddess of Luo was written by Chen Fan? Otherwise, how could Chen Fan know these obscure references that even they as scholars had never heard? At that moment, even Lin Feng seemed to understand something. And Chen Hao's face was ashen beyond measure. He truly didn't know what to say. He couldn't write poems, nor could he provide explanations. What should he do? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. I knew it. If Ode to the Goddess of Luo and Spring River Flower Moon Night were really written by Chen Hao, why are those the only two decent pieces in his collection? Exactly. If he could write such masterpieces, why can't he produce a single poem now? So the real plagiarist is Chen Hao. He casually produces 3 immortal works. Why would he stoop to plagiarism? He even deliberately staged this literary gathering to humiliate Chen Fan, but did he not know his own limitations? After being flattered a bit, he actually believed he was the genius who wrote Ode to the Goddess of Luo. Ridiculous. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Chen Hao felt utterly despairing and mortified. How could he still defend himself? Bang! But just then a thunderous crash rang out. Duke Chen suddenly slammed his palm onto the table. You ingrate! How could I have fathered such a despicable and shameless wretch? At these words, everyone turned to look at Duke Chen. Duke Chen's face was filled with fury as he pointed at Chen Hao and berated him. It's one thing to be inferior in skill, but you even dared to claim that his works were plagiarized from you. Who taught you that? Since you were young, I have instructed you to be down-to-earth in conduct and in scholarship. But you have disgraced the entire Duke's mansion. At these words, the crowd's expressions changed. Chen Hao grew even more panicked and hurriedly said, Father. But before he could finish, Duke Chen roared, Shut up. Don't call me father. As a scholar, you have committed such a despicable act, and you still dare to call me father. I have no son so vain and mean as you. Duke Chen continued his reprimand, then cupped his hands to the crowd and said, I apologize for making a spectacle of myself. I never imagined that this ingrate would go to such lengths for a bit of vanity. He has utterly disgraced all scholars. From today onward, this despicable wretch has no connection to the Duke's mansion. He is expunged from the family register. The crowd was stunned. Duke Chen was so decisive. He had cast Chen Hao out of the family without hesitation. Chen Hao himself was incredulous. Just a few days ago, Chen Fan was expelled, and now it was his turn. Father! Chen Hao tried to say something, but Duke Chen, fearing that Chen Hao would drag him into the matter, directly barked, Guards. Throw this despicable wretch out. I never want to see him again. At once attendants stepped forward, seized Chen Hao, and dragged him away without giving him any chance to speak. Seeing this, the crowd dared not say a word. Only Chen Fan remained calm and composed. He had long witnessed Duke Chen's methods. He looked at Lin Feng with a placid expression and said, Young Master Lin, so it seems I have won this literary gathering, correct? Does being jilted by the Empress bring you any regrets? Lin Feng truly never expected this outcome. Chen Hao had actually plagiarized. Yet Chen Hao had explicitly assured him it was his own work, promising with absolute conviction. Only then did he believe Chen Hao. Yet he never imagined that Chen Hao's talent was so inadequate that he couldn't even compose a single poem in front of Chen Fan. Furthermore, the plagiarism had been exposed. What was he to do? This was a sum of 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng looked utterly helpless, forced to glance toward Lin Sanqian beside him. Lin Sanqian said nothing, merely offering a slight nod. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only resign himself with a helpless expression and spoke, "Yes. You have one." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan paid it no mind and rose to his feet. Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, collect the banknotes. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai did not hesitate for a moment. They stepped forward, immediately gathered up the 1,000,000 taels in silver notes, then picked up the brush that Duke Chun had offered as a wager, and asked once more, "Young master, what about this brush?" Before Chen Fan could respond, Duke Chun looked at him and said, "Third son, you have one. Consider this brush a reward from your father. I hope that in the future you will." But before the Duke could finish his words, Chen Fan's expression turned cold as he retorted, "Don't you know what kind of person your young master is? A worthless prodigal like him. Does he deserve such a fine brush? Toss it away immediately. Remember to wash your hands thoroughly when you get home, or you won't be allowed to eat dinner." At these words, not only did Duke Chen's expression shift, but everyone present grew visibly stunned. That was the Wunxing Xianhao, a brush of priceless value. Yet Chen Fan spoke of throwing it away as if it meant nothing. To say it should be discarded was one thing, but ordering Xiao Ku to wash her hands upon returning. "Oh." Xiao Ku, ever obedient, simply acknowledged with an "oh," and casually cast the brush onto the ground. Clutching the banknotes, she hurried back to Chen Fan. She cared nothing for whether it was the legendary Wunxing Xianhao or not. All she knew was that her young master had told her to discard it, so discard it she did. Yet upon witnessing this, everyone present fell momentarily stunned. They had actually thrown it away. That was the Wunxing Xianhao. Meanwhile, Duke Chen's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He was no fool. Could he fail to grasp Chen Fan's true meaning? He had willingly extended an opportunity to Chen Fan, yet Chen Fan had brazenly rejected it. He was merely an illegitimate son. What gave him the audacity? Having composed 2 poems, how dare he grow so presumptuous and ignore the boundaries between high and low? And he had the gall to claim his brush was unworthy. "Brother Lin, I trust no instruction from me is necessary." Duke Chen murmured lowly to Lin Sanqian at his side. "May I kill him?" Lin Sanqian asked in a hushed tone. "Do it," Duke Chen replied, his face grave and threatening. Yet Chen Fan, as though nothing had transpired, simply wrapped an arm around Lian Yu and, accompanied by the 2 young girls, turned to depart. But at that moment, Shuang suddenly appeared before Chen Fan. "Lord Chen, my lord sends his regards and requests your presence." Upon seeing this, all present wore expressions of bewilderment, including Chen Fan himself. "Your lord Oi." "Yes. My lord admires your talent, Lord Chen, and has specially invited you upstairs for conversation. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence," Shuang said with deep respect. Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. He knew every noble young master in Jinling City. Had it been one of them, they would never have summoned him in such a manner. Especially considering he had just publicly slighted Duke Chen, no one would risk offending the Duke's family to seek his friendship. Yet this lord, mentioned by the woman, showed no such hesitation, coming directly to invite him. It stirred Chen Fan's curiosity. "Please lead the way," Chen Fan said, draping an arm around Lian Yu as he prepared to follow Shuang. But Shuang did not move. Instead, she glanced at the 3 companions beside Chen Fan. "Lord Chen, please forgive me. My lord has specified that he wishes to meet with Lord Chen alone, so they. However, rest assured, Lord Chen, I have already prepared an elegant room for the 3 of them." Hearing this, Chen Fan's confusion deepened. Still, from Shui Ying's demeanor, he sensed no ill intent. "Lian Yu, take Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, and wait for me there." With those words, he followed Shui Ying away without hesitation. Yet all those present watched in bewilderment, unable to fathom who this person could be. Someone bold enough to openly invite Chen Fan despite not caring for Duke Chen's authority. Duke Chen's countenance darkened beyond measure. "Brother Lin, remember my words. By any means necessary, I never wish to see him again." With that, Duke Chen swept away his sleeve and departed. Chen Fan, guided by Shui Ying, arrived at the pavilion above. Within the pavilion, Ji Qianxue, disguised as a man, sat composedly before a tea table, methodically preparing tea. Ji Qianxue possessed a striking beauty, yet as the sovereign empress, she carried an indomitable dignity that commanded the world. Thus, even in male attire, she embodied the bearing of a noble young master, making it nearly impossible to discern her true identity. Yet Chen Fan observed her with visible surprise, finding her features too delicate, almost feminine. It led Chen Fan to harbor doubts. Could there truly exist a young master so captivatingly handsome? If any fawning maidens laid eyes on her, who could say what spell they would fall under? "Lord Chen, I am Hua Qianxing. Having heard your 3 masterful compositions earlier, I was utterly amazed and regarded you as a peerless talent. I therefore took the liberty of inviting you upstairs for conversation. Forgive my presumption." Upon Chen Fan's arrival, Ji Qianxue lowered her voice and responded, Lord Hua honors me too greatly. My literary abilities are humble and unrefined, little more than mere entertainment. Lord Chen's brilliant compositions speak for themselves. There is no need for further modesty. Please be seated. Ji Qianxue gestured gracefully. Chen Fan took his seat opposite Ji Qianxue without hesitation. Lord Hua appears unfamiliar to me. May I ask where you hail from? Chen Fan inquired curiously. I come from the capital. Finding autumn loneliness, I traveled extensively to enjoy the scenery. I happened upon Lord Chen's literary gathering and was struck by your extraordinary brilliance. I wish to make your acquaintance and become friends. Surely you won't despise me for this, Lord Chen. Ji Qianxue poured a cup of tea for Chen Fan. You speak too highly of yourself, Lord Hua. But surely you are unaware of my circumstances. Chen Fan replied. Pray tell me, Lord Chen, Ji Qianxue prompted. I was formerly the third young master of Duke Chen's estate, only to be cast out from my home. Moments ago I publicly humiliated Duke Chen before all assembled. Everyone shuns me like a plague, yet Lord Hua wishes to befriend me. Are you not afraid of incurring the displeasure of the dukedom? Chen Fan asked. What harm could possibly come of it? If I were to refrain from associating with you merely because of this, then what qualifications would I have to call myself your friend? Moreover, Lord Chen, you knowingly chose to challenge Duke Chen despite understanding the consequences. What reason do I, an outsider, have to fear? Ji Qianxue spoke casually, then deliberately added. On the contrary, with a talent as extraordinary as yours, unmatched through the ages, how could you have been driven from your home by the Duke? It seems Lord Hua has only recently arrived in Jinling. In this entire city, who does not know I was expelled for my dissolute conduct and having been jilted by the reigning Empress? Chen Fan said. The Empress broke off the engagement. Ji Qianxue feigned perplexity before continuing. Lord Chen, overflowing with talent, measured in conduct, and distinguished by humility and courtesy. I truly cannot perceive in what manner you were considered dissolute. Hep. Hearing this, Chen Fan smiled openly. Lord Hua flatters me beyond measure. My reputation for dissipation is known throughout Jinling. Nevertheless, all of that belongs to the past. Let it be forgotten. As the saying goes, former follies are unworthy of boasting. Today's liberated thoughts know no bounds. Free and unrestrained, answerable to no one. How wonderful. Excellent poetry. Excellent poetry. Ji Qianxue showed visible surprise. It appears Lord Chen truly is a free-spirited and carefree individual. Were it another, they could not easily relinquish the opulence and status of Duke Chen's household. Though I wonder, does Lord Chen harbor any regrets regarding the Empress's repudiation of the betrothal? An assassination in the night. Ji Qianxue truly yearned to know. She wondered if Chen Fan felt any regret after being jilted, thus severing his chance for a meteoric rise. After all, marrying the Empress was a dream that many dared not even conceive. Yet Chen Fan merely smiled indifferently. What's there to regret? A real man never worries about finding a wife. If she doesn't want me, so be it. One must live the life they desire. A real man never worries about having a wife. If she doesn't want me, so be it. One must live the life they desire. Besides, who knows what the future holds? Who can say that one day I won't be riding the spring wind with swift steps, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day? Upon hearing this, not only Ji Qianxue, but even Shui Ying standing nearby was stunned. What a splendid line. Riding the spring wind with swift steps, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Combined with the previous line, the past grievances are not worth boasting. Today, I indulge in boundless freedom. Wasn't it a complete poem? Words flowed from his mouth as if composed on the spot. Such talent could only be described as utterly terrifying. And this poem would undoubtedly be passed down through the ages. Yet with just this one poem, she understood that Chen Fan had no regrets, not even a trace. But she felt helpless. Chen Fan did not even know her. The annulment meant nothing to his bold and carefree spirit. Young Master Chen, your brilliance is admirable. Time passed slowly. Ji Qianxue and Chen Fan talked for a long while. She was an excellent conversationalist, her words proper and pleasant, making their chat a comfortable experience. Since arriving in this world, Chen Fan had never met anyone so easy to talk to. Unknowingly, he grew animated, discussing geography, customs, astronomy, and astrology. He lost track of time until he realized it was already deep into the night. Finally, he took his leave of Ji Qianxue and returned to his residence with Lian Yu and the two maids. Ji Qianxue too found the conversation immensely enjoyable. As the Empress, she held great power, yet no one had ever spoken with her so freely. She felt a lingering sense of regret when Chen Fan departed. But deep down she couldn't help but feel a twinge of remorse. Had she not annulled the engagement, marrying a man of such talent and charm would have been wonderful. She should have come to Jinling sooner. If she had come earlier, she would have known what kind of person Chen Fan truly was, and the annulment would never have happened. Yet she still could not understand why he had chosen to play the profligate before. He was clearly so outstanding. Your Majesty, it is late. You should retire, Shui Ying said softly, approaching Ji Qianxue. It's fine, Ji Qianxue replied briefly, then suddenly thought of something, her expression shifting. Oh, Duke Chen was publicly humiliated by Chen Fan tonight. With his vengeful nature, he will surely not let the matter rest. Moreover, Chen Fan carries the Lin family's million-tael banknote. They will not spare him either. Go quickly and ensure his safety. He must not come to harm. Yes, Your Majesty. Shui Ying, though reluctant, bowed respectfully and departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the streets were silent in the dead of night. Chen Fan and his 3 companions walked along chatting and laughing. Young master, who exactly is that Master Hua? Young master, why did you talk with him for so long? Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, each holding one of Chen Fan's hands, asked curiously. He is a very special person. His knowledge, temperament, cultivation, and grace are far beyond ordinary people, Chen Fan said with a smile. And he is quite handsome, even more handsome than you, young master. Xiao Ai asked innocently. Of course, he's still a bit lacking compared to me, Chen Fan laughed. Hee, I knew it. Our young master is the most handsome under heaven. Xiao Ai giggled. Hee, I knew it. Our young master is the most handsome under heaven. Xiao Ai giggled. Hearing this, Lian Yu rolled her eyes. Xiao Ai, you're too confident. Don't you know your young master is just bragging? Where am I bragging? Am I not the most handsome man under heaven? Chen Fan retorted. Lian Yu was speechless, but still said playfully, yes, you are the most handsome man under heaven. No one is more handsome than you. That's right, young master is the best looking. Xiao Ai chimed in. Where am I bragging? Am I not the most handsome man under heaven? Chen Fan retorted. Lian Yu was speechless, but still said playfully, yes, you are the most handsome man under heaven. No one is more handsome than you. That's right, young master is the best looking. Xiao Ai chimed in. Yes, you are the most handsome man under heaven. No one is more handsome than you. That's right, young master is the best looking. Xiao Ai chimed in. They walked on laughing and joking, finding great joy in each other's company. But Shui Ying, hidden in the shadows, was utterly exasperated. Chen Fan, the most handsome man under heaven. Shameless. Yet, just as Chen Fan and his group left the city, a black-clad figure suddenly blocked their path ahead. The man wore a tight black outfit, a black bamboo hat, and held a long sword in his arms, standing squarely in the middle of the road. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly shielded Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai behind him. May I ask, sir? Before he could finish, the black-clad figure drew his sword without a word and lunged directly at Chen Fan. His figure flickered, moving with the speed of a gust of wind. Lian Yu, take Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai and go. Chen Fan shoved Lian Yu aside, shouting. Panic surged within him. He had no martial arts skills. What was he to do? Was he going to die here tonight? Lian Yu, take Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai and go. Chen Fan shoved Lian Yu aside, shouting. Panic surged within him. He had no martial arts skills. What was he to do? Was he going to die here tonight? Panic surged within him. He had no martial arts skills. What was he to do? Was he going to die here tonight? But just then a figure flashed by, parrying the sword aimed at Chen Fan and standing in front of him, blocking the black-clad attacker. You? How did you? Chen Fan stared at Shui Ying in astonishment. The young master was worried about you and ordered me to escort you back, Shui Ying said coldly, her face grim. She hadn't expected Ji Qianxue's guess to be so accurate. Someone truly was out to harm Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Shui Ying drew her sword and charged at the black-clad figure. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, their figures darting and dodging, blades flashing in a fierce exchange. Chen Fan had never witnessed real combat like this. It was like watching martial arts masters from a TV drama, swords glinting, chi surging, utterly terrifying. And the two seemed evenly matched, making the battle all the more intense. Chen Fan had never witnessed real combat like this. It was like watching martial arts masters from a TV drama, swords glinting, chi surging, utterly terrifying. And the two seemed evenly matched, making the battle all the more intense. Frostlight sword intent. You are Lung Han Huang. Shui Ying suddenly retreated, exclaiming in shock. The black-clad figure paused for a moment, then attacked even more ferociously. But this time Shui Ying sneered. Overreaching. With that, her figure flickered and her aura seemed to intensify as she charged straight at the black-clad figure. But this time Shui Ying sneered. Overreaching. With that, her figure flickered and her aura seemed to intensify as she charged straight at the black-clad figure. The two clashed again, blades flashing wildly. Suddenly, the black-clad figure was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a bloody gash across his chest, blood seeping out. In the next instant, Shui Ying appeared before the fallen figure, her sword tip pressed against his throat. Don't kill her. Chen Fan shouted urgently. Shui Ying's expression shifted. What do you mean? But Chen Fan had another idea. Tonight's assassination made him realize he needed a martial arts expert like Shui Ying by his side, not only to protect himself, but also Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Otherwise, being too prominent would be too dangerous. After all, this was not the 21st century. But Chen Fan had another idea. Tonight's assassination made him realize he needed a martial arts expert like Shui Ying by his side, not only to protect himself, but also Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Otherwise, being too prominent would be too dangerous. After all, this was not the 21st century. Without answering, Chen Fan stepped forward and looked at the black-clad figure. Who sent you? But before the figure could answer, a volley of arrows flew straight toward Chen Fan. Ambush. Ying's expression changed. She quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Fan, deflecting the arrows with her sword. Just then, an arrow shot directly at the black-clad figure on the ground. Chen Fan shouted, "Watch out." The next moment, he threw himself over the figure, shielding him from the arrow. "Offer yourself to me. Be my wife." Chen Fan. Young master. Husband. As they saw the arrow strike Chen Fan's back, everyone's expressions changed abruptly as they rushed toward him. The black-clad figure stared at Chen Fan, utterly stunned and disbelieving. Chen Fan had actually taken an arrow for her. Why? She had come to kill Chen Fan. Ying's face darkened. She dared not hold back any longer. With a sweep of her longsword, a fierce, unmatched sword aura shot directly into the forest. Instantly, cries of agony rang out, and the arrows ceased. Young master, are you all right? Young master. At this moment, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai also came to Chen Fan's side, their faces filled with worry. I'm fine. Chen Fan grimaced as he spoke, but the pain from his back was excruciating, piercing to the bone. He had never trained in martial arts. He was just an ordinary person, and it truly hurt. What do you mean fine? Quickly help him back. Ying barked. Bring her along too. Don't kill her, Chen Fan hurriedly said. Chen Fan, are you insane? Bring her along. She almost killed you just now. Ying scolded directly. Never mind that, take her back first, otherwise those people won't let her go either, Chen Fan said. Hearing this, the black-clad figure was even more perplexed. Not only did Chen Fan not kill her, and not only did he take the arrow for her, but now he even wanted to bring her back with him. Why? But since Chen Fan had said so, Ying had no choice but to help the severely injured black-clad figure along with Lian Yue as they headed toward the courtyard. Fortunately, the arrow had entered Chen Fan's back at an angle and did not damage any internal organs. However, the hall was still filled with Chen Fan's blood-curdling screams. Even Ying was a bit speechless. Chen Fan, you're a grown man, what are you howling about? Is it really that painful? The arrow didn't hit you, so of course you don't think it hurts. Can you be a bit gentler? Chen Fan retorted. If you hadn't taken that arrow for her, would you be wounded? Ying said irritably, then added, keep it down, you're giving me a headache. Look at her, isn't she more seriously injured than you? Has she uttered a single cry? With that, Ying directly stuffed a towel into Chen Fan's mouth, and without hesitation pulled out the sword from his back. Instantly, the veins on Chen Fan's forehead bulged, his teeth clenched as if he would bite through the towel. After a moment, he slumped down weakly and turned his gaze to the black-clad figure. By now, the black-clad figure's bamboo hat had been removed, revealing a face as fair as snow, breathtakingly beautiful. She was truly stunning, but between her brows was a chill like eternal frost, giving her an icy aura. Moreover, she was truly stoic. Even though Ying had cut a wound on her front, and even as Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were applying medicine to her, her expression remained utterly unchanged, as if she felt no pain. The black-clad figure also met Chen Fan's gaze, and without evasion asked directly, why did you save me? Because you're beautiful, Chen Fan said with a slight smile. Hearing this, not only the black-clad figure, but even Ying and Lian Yu were left speechless. Although they admitted that the black-clad figure was indeed beautiful when Chen Fan had saved her earlier, he hadn't even seen her face under the hat. How could it be because she was beautiful? But in Chen Fan's eyes now, it seemed it was simply because she was beautiful. Initially, he had been looking for someone to protect him, and this woman was skilled. If he could win her over, she would be a good choice. But now, gazing at the girl's stunning face and the lofty coldness in her brows, other thoughts arose in his heart. If he could keep her as a wife, that would be wonderful. But the black-clad figure, hearing Chen Fan's words, truly didn't know what to say for a moment. Especially when she saw the sunny and sincere smile on Chen Fan's face. By the way, I heard Ying say your name is Lung Han Huang. Is Lung Han Huang your name? Chen Fan added. Yes, Lung Han Huang said coldly. It's a lovely name, but a bit too cold. How about I give you a warmer name? What about Xiaonuan? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, everyone was even more speechless. She had come to kill him, and he had risked his life to save her. And now he even wanted to give her a name. Was he insane? What exactly are you trying to do? Lung Han Huang asked, frowning deeply. Nothing. It's just love at first sight. I'm smitten with you, and I want you to be my wife. Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, and Lian Yu. What did Chen Fan mean? They had only just met, and she had come to kill him. But he actually wanted her to marry him. What was going on in his head? And Lung Han Huang looked utterly dumbfounded, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Chen Fan had actually said he loved her at first sight, and wanted to marry her. What was happening? But Chen Fan still looked at Lung Han Huang with a smile, and said, I know this is too sudden, and you must not believe it. Hearing this, Lung Han Huang frowned even more. Though she didn't believe it, After all, how could anyone like someone who tried to kill them? But Chen Fan's eyes, the light in them didn't seem like a lie. Do you realize that I came to kill you? Lung Hanswang said. You didn't know me before, and I didn't know you. If Lin Sanqian hadn't sent you to kill me, you and I have no enmity. Why would you kill me? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, both Shui Ying and Lung Hanswang frowned. How did Chen Fan know that Lin Sanqian had sent Lung Hanswang? How do you know it was Lin Sanqian? Shui Ying asked in confusion. The only ones who want to kill me now are Duke Chun and Lin Sanqian's families. Duke Chen cares so much about his reputation. If he weren't desperate, he wouldn't leave a stain on himself. So he had to rely on Lin Sanqian to kill me. Chen Fan said nonchalantly, then looked at Lung Hanswang with a smile and asked, what benefits did Lin Sanqian promise you? Hearing this, Shui Ying was also puzzled. She knew Lung Hanswang's reputation, as she was someone in the martial world. She was no assassin and would never do such underhanded work. But today she had come to kill Chen Fan for Lin Sanqian. Why? However, Lung Hanswang didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. But Chen Fan, still smiling, said, actually, even if you don't say, I can guess. Just now Lin Sanqian wanted to kill you too, to silence you, but it also shows that you are not his ally. Otherwise, with your beauty and martial skill, he wouldn't kill you after just one failed mission. If I'm not mistaken, you owe him a favor or have a request for him. Am I right? Hearing this, Lung Hanswang was astonished again. How could Chen Fan guess everything? She hadn't said a word. And Chen Fan continued, if you owed him a favor, his attempt to kill you just now would have already repaid that favor. You no longer owe him anything. If you had a request for him, given his attitude of trying to kill you to silence you, there's no need to ask him anymore. No matter what you do, he won't agree. He would only use you again and again. So there is still no enmity between us, and you have no reason to kill me anymore. Why can't I love you at first sight? Especially since you are so beautiful. Lung Hanswang suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't find a reason to refute him. Seeing this, Chen Fan gave a silly smile. And according to your martial world's rules, I almost died to save you. Shouldn't you thank me properly? How do you want me to thank you? Lung Hanswang asked coldly. Offer yourself to me. Be my wife. Snow Shadow Sword Immortal, at worst, I'll offer myself to you. No, I won't marry you. Lung Hanswang said, resolutely forcing herself to stand up despite her injuries. I owe you this life, and I will repay it. With that, Lung Hanswang moved to leave. Chen Fan quickly asked, where are you going? It's late at night, and you're badly injured. Where can you possibly go? None of your business. Lung Hanswang replied coldly, continuing to walk away. But Chen Fan grew anxious and shouted, stop right there. You speak so lightly, saying you owe me a life, and will repay it. If you just walk away, who am I supposed to find? And now I'm badly injured from saving you. How can you have the heart to leave? I don't care. Even if you don't want to marry me, you can't just vanish like this. Lung Hanswang frowned. Then what do you want? Stay here and protect me for 1 year. After 1 year, you can go wherever you wish. How about it? Chen Fan said. Lung Hanswang furrowed her brows, glancing back at Chen Fan and then at Shui Ying. You have one of the top 10 masters Snow Shadow Sword Immortal by your side. Do you still need my protection? Chen Fan was taken aback and instinctively looked at Shui Ying beside him. One of the top 10 masters Snow Shadow Sword Immortal. Shui Ying was one of the top 10 masters. The Snow Shadow Sword Immortal. Though he had never trained in martial arts, he understood enough to know what it meant to be called a top 10 master and a sword immortal. But Shui Ying was merely a maid to Hua Qianqing. Then who was Hua Qianqing? How could he make a top 10 master, a sword immortal, serve as his maid? Before Chen Fan could speak, Shui Ying said coldly, you're overthinking. He doesn't deserve it. I was merely entrusted to protect him on his way back. Hearing this, Chen Fan snapped back to reality and quickly added, right. I'm not close with her. And I risked my life to save you, only asking for 1 year of protection. That shouldn't be too much, should it? Lung Hanswang frowned slightly, not answering directly. Instead, she studied Shui Ying and Chen Fan with a cold gaze, as if pondering something. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Fine. 1 year. But I will only ensure you are not harmed. I will not do anything else for you. And I will not marry you. Deal? You must not go back on your word. Chen Fan said hastily. I, Lung Hanswang, keep my promises. A word once spoken cannot be taken back. Lung Hanswang said coldly. Good. Good. Chen Fan smiled and turned to Xiaoke and Xiao Ai, who were nearby. Take her to rest. Take good care of her. Yes, young master. The two little girls did not hesitate. They responded and helped Lung Hanswang away. But Chen Fan looked at Shui Ying. Shui Ying, has anyone ever told you that you are truly beautiful? A face that could topple cities' unparalleled elegance. Hearing this, Shui Ying's expression changed instantly. With disgust and contempt, she said, are you done harassing Lung Hanswang and now want to harass me? Or do you think someone like you could ever make me stay to protect you? You've seen my situation. They won't let me go. Without protection, how many days do I have left? Chen Fan said helplessly. What do I care? Shui Ying said coldly. Chen Fan was at a loss for words. Shuang, whatever conditions Master Hua offered you, I'll double them. At worst, I'll offer myself to you. Get lost. Shuang spat with disgust. Don't disgust me. But rest assured I'll have the young master send some people to protect you for now. And don't be ungrateful. Long Han Zhuang is at the peak of the 9th realm. Her strength is considerable. Once she recovers, she will be more than enough to protect you. With that, Shuang didn't hesitate. She dropped the bottle of medicine and turned to leave, giving Chen Fan no chance to respond. Chen Fan watched her retreating figure, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. Top 10 master. Snow Shadow Sword Immortal. How could such a person willingly serve as someone's maid? Who exactly was Hua Qianqing? Just then Lien Yu said gently, "Husband, let me help you rest." "All right." Chen Fan responded softly. As Lien Yu helped him stand, he noticed her face looked troubled. "Lien Yu, what's wrong? Why do you look unhappy?" "Husband, I know I'm just a concubine and have no right to say this, but I know she is beautiful and has an extraordinary aura, but she came to kill you. How could you risk your own life for someone who wanted to kill you? What if something happened to you?" As Lien Yu spoke, tears welled up in her pitiful eyes. There, it's fine now, isn't it?" Chen Fan comforted her softly. "And besides, haven't we gained a powerful protector?" But, Lien Yu's eyes were still wet with tears, but she couldn't bring herself to finish. "All right, sweetheart. I know what you're thinking. I won't do it again. Wipe away your tears. I can't bear to see you like this." Chen Fan said gently, "Husband, please don't do this again. I was so scared." Lien Yu said, wiping her tears and speaking with a sob. "It's all right. With your husband here, there's nothing to fear." Chen Fan comforted her softly, then changed the subject. "Come on. Don't forget. You promised me a reward if I won the literary gathering tonight. You can't back out." Hearing this, Lien Yu's expression changed. "Husband, you're injured so badly, how can you still be thinking about?" "I don't care. I want to see how my little darling plans to reward me today." Chen Fan deliberately teased, pinching Lien Yu's waist. "Husband, you're so bad." Lien Yu's face flushed with shyness. "I won't reward you unless your injuries heal." "That's not up to you," Chen Fan said, wrapping his arm around Lien Yu's slender waist and heading toward his room. But this was only to ease Lien Yu's worries. It wasn't just Lien Yu who was frightened. Even he himself was terrified. Today he had truly felt like he was about to die. He acted indifferent only to reassure Lien Yu, Xiaoke, and Xiao Ai. However, knowing the Duke of Chun, who was vengeful and narrow-minded, he was certain the Duke would not let him off. The Lin family would not let him go either. And tonight's failure wouldn't stop them. They would surely come again. They were all ordinary people, defenseless with no ability to resist. Thus he had to strengthen security measures and arrange them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, no one knew when the next assassination attempt would come. Hiring ordinary people would be a waste of food and useless. But where could he find martial arts masters? And even if he found them, how could he make them obey him? What if he invited a wolf into his home? Chen Fan suddenly felt troubled. Maybe he should try cultivating himself. If he couldn't find a martial arts master, he could become one himself. What exactly is Hua Qianqing's identity? Female Emperor, as you predicted, Chen Fan has indeed encountered an assassination attempt. Shuang returned to the tavern, but Ji Qianxue was still awake. Under the dim yellow lamplight, Ji Qianxue sat upright, transcribing Chen Fan's literary works from that evening. "Is he all right?" Ji Qianxue did not look up, speaking softly. "He sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, the arrow entered his back at an angle and did not reach his lungs." Shuang replied. Ji Qianxue's expression suddenly shifted, and she set down her brush. "You intervened personally. How could he still be injured?" Yet Shuang did not answer directly, and instead diverted the topic. "Female Emperor Chen Fan is exceptionally clever and wise. His mind is sharper than most." "What do you mean?" Ji Qianxue asked. "From the very beginning he deduced who was behind the attack. After I identified the assassin, he immediately pieced together the entire chain of events and understood why they sought his life. He swiftly grasped his dire situation and sought out a powerful protector. The reason he was wounded is that he used his own body to block a sword strike intended for that assassin." Shuang continued. To ensure Long Han Shuang remained to protect him, he boldly demanded that she pledge herself to him in marriage. Naturally, Long Han Shuang refused. Yet he gracefully settled for a compromise, convincing her to protect him for 1 year, leaving her no reasonable grounds to refuse. The entire affair appeared to be calculated from the moment he was ambushed. From rescuing Long Han Shuang and treating her wounds to breaking down her psychological defenses with words and finally leveraging her reluctance to marry him, he advanced by retreating, ultimately winning her loyalty. Every move was flawlessly connected without a single flaw. Hearing Shui Ying's words, Ji Qianxue's brows furrowed slightly. She had previously believed Chen Fan was merely gifted in literature and erudite, never imagining he possessed such deep cunning. Truly remarkable. However, given Lord Chun and the Lin family's direct confrontation tonight, they will undoubtedly continue targeting Chen Fan. And right now, with Long Han Shuang injured, she cannot protect him. Shuang said. Assign a detachment of shadow guards to protect him, Ji Qianxue ordered. Yes, female emperor. Shuang responded respectfully. After a pause, Shuang added hesitantly, however, my identity was exposed tonight. Lung Hanchuang recognized me, which means Chen Fan may already suspect something about your true identity. It does not matter, Ji Qianxue replied. No one in this world knows I have a shadow guard. He will uncover nothing. You may go. Shuang nodded and departed without delay. Yet Ji Qianxue closed her book and murmured softly, a playboy. You only grow more interesting to me. Time passed, and the following morning arrived. Though Chen Fan's injury was not severe, the arrow wound ran deep. Any sudden movement would bring sharp pain. Consequently, he barely slept through the night, frequently awakened by the ache. Now that dawn had broken, Chen Fan lost all desire to sleep again. He lay curled against Lian Yu's tender embrace, gazing at her exquisite and beautiful face. Lian Yu was truly stunning, and he could never grow weary of looking at her. Moreover, she was Chen Fan's first woman, and he cherished her deeply, especially since she was so gentle and compliant. Yet Chen Fan's hands were restless, causing the half-asleep Lian Yu to let out a soft murmur before slowly opening her eyes. Noticing Chen Fan staring at her while his hands wandered freely, Lian Yu frowned. A delicate expression of tender resentment filled her beautiful face. My lord, you tossed and turned all night. Aren't you tired? And you still have that wound. My lord. No. Chen Fan merely smiled lightly. The wound hurts too much to sleep. As he spoke, he began climbing over Lian Yu's body. Lian Yu looked utterly helpless. My lord, you still have injuries. Before she could finish, Chen Fan's lips pressed against hers, giving her no chance to protest. Despite her helplessness, she could not resist. She gently responded to him, and after a while turned her head and whispered softly, My lord, wait until your wound heals, shall we? But Chen Fan buried his face in Lian Yu's neck. No. Then please be gentler. Do not tear open the wound. Lian Yu pleaded with a look of resignation. Very well. Chen Fan beamed with delight, his movements continuing downward. Just then voices came from outside the door, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Young master. Young master. Shuang has arrived with a handsome noble gentleman. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. A handsome nobleman. Hua Qianxing. What business could he have at such an hour? My lord, guests have arrived. Lian Yu hurried to speak. It's fine. Let him wait. Chen Fan said. My lord, they've already come. It would be rude to make them wait. Let's get up first, shall we? Once they leave, I'll do anything you wish. Lian Yu pleaded. Really? Anything? Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he gently pinched her, unaware, asking. Really? Lian Yu shot him an affectionate, exasperated glance. All right. Chen Fan finally rose from Lian Yu's side and got out of bed. Lian Yu did not hesitate, quickly dressing herself and then tenderly assisting Chen Fan with his clothes and grooming. Chen Fan's hands, however, remained restless. Lian Yu had grown accustomed to this and simply allowed him to continue. Once Chen Fan left the courtyard and entered the main hall, they exchanged formal greetings. Chen Fan learned that Ji Qianxue, concerned for his safety, had personally brought a detachment of shadow guards to protect him. Brother Hua, I will not beat around the bush. I desperately need these guards. Chen Fan spoke respectfully, adding, but rest assured, Brother Hua, I will not use your men for free. I will pay 10,000 taels per man each month. What do you think? Hearing this, Ji Qianxue's brows furrowed slightly. Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this? Do you take me, Hua, for such a person? Not at all. I simply dislike owing favors. Chen Fan replied. Then what of the life debt you owe me? How do you account for that? Shuang suddenly spoke from the side, but before she could finish, Ji Qianxue silenced her with a single glance. Seeing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed. He could guess that Ji Qianxue's status was extraordinary, otherwise she would not have someone like Shuang, one of the top 10 experts, as her guard. Yet he had not expected Shuang to fear Ji Qianxue so deeply. A mere glance was enough to make her fall silent. She lowered her head as though guilty and stepped back slightly. Why? What exactly was Hua Qianxing's identity? In that case, I will comply with your request, Master Chen. However, these guards are straightforward and taciturn. Please bear with them. Ji Qianxue smiled. Brother Hua speaks too modestly. Given my current situation, I hardly have the right to be picky. Chen Fan said. I heard from Shuang that you have already identified the mastermind. What are your next moves? Do you need my assistance? Hua Qianxing asked. Chen Fan knew that Hua Qianxing's status must be exceedingly high. With his help, while he could not guarantee success against the Duke's mansion, the Lin family would be no match. Yet after some thought, Chen Fan declined. Brother Hua, your assistance with my security matters is already deeply appreciated. As for further help, there is no need. The Lin family is a trivial matter. I hold them in no regard. From the moment they chose to hire assassins against me, the Lin family's fate was already sealed. The massive grain purchases had sent the Lin family into a panic. But Ji Qianxue was hardly surprised. If Chen Fan couldn't even handle a single Lin family, she would be severely disappointed. Nevertheless, Ji Qianxue was curious. Chen Fan was currently alone and friendless, yet the Lin family was a powerful clan with deep roots in Jinling City. How could Chen Fan claim on his own that the Lin family's fate was already sealed? Then what do you intend to do? Ji Qianxue asked. That I'm not in a hurry about. Let me recover my strength first, Chen Fan said with a smile. Perfect timing, as I need to depart for a while on recent business. When I return, I'd be quite eager to witness how Chen Xiong overthrows the Lin family. Hua Qianxing remarked. Depart for a while. I wonder. Chen Fan wanted to ask further, but Ji Qianxue didn't give him the chance. Before he could finish, she smiled and said, Chen Xiong, I'm leaving now. Don't you plan to write a poem to see me off? Well, since Ji Qianxue was unwilling to elaborate, Chen Fan didn't press the matter. After a brief pause, he spoke up. The Yuan River's flowing waves reach Wugong. Seeing you off, I feel no sorrow of parting. The Green Mountains share the same clouds and rain. Why should the bright moon belong to two different homelands? Hearing these lines, Ji Qianxue raised her eyebrows slightly. A fine poem. Truly excellent. What a beautiful line. The Green Mountains share the same clouds and rain. The bright moon has never been divided between two lands. Take good care of your injuries, Chen Xiong. When I return, I must share a hearty drink with you. Otherwise, something feels incomplete. Very well. At that time, I'll personally host a banquet to welcome you back, Hua Xiong, Chen Fan said. Then I'll trouble you, Chen Xiong. Farewell, Chen Xiong. Ji Qianxue bowed with folded hands as she spoke. Chen Fan didn't try to keep her, seeing her out to the doorway. He watched as Hua Qianxing boarded the carriage and disappeared from sight, then returned to the courtyard. In the courtyard, the 20 shadow guards, brought by Ji Qianxue, took their positions without needing to be directed. Chen Fan wanted to question them to glean information about who exactly Hua Qianxing was. But their discipline was strict. They refused to speak with Chen Fan. Only their leader had said they could be dispatched at will, and nothing more was spoken. This only deepened Chen Fan's curiosity about Hua Qianxing's identity. What kind of person could command such loyal guards? With these guards in place, he no longer needed to worry about his safety. Instead, he should focus on figuring out how to deal with the Lin family. Deep in thought, Chen Fan suddenly looked at Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, master is injured. Could you do something for him? Master, what is it? They asked in confusion. Take that 1 million taels and go to all the rural markets. Buy up all the grain in the area, okay? I'll have 10 guards accompany you, Chen Fan said. At this, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai stared in astonishment. Master, you want us to go? It's fine. Master trusts you. And don't rush. Take your time. Buy as much as you can, but remember to keep a low profile. You could also spend some money to have the grain transports disguised as merchants or escort parties and bring everything here, Chen Fan said gently. But Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were still worried. They had only ever been serving maids, and business matters made them nervous, afraid of failing. Don't be afraid. Everyone has their first time. Go ahead boldly. Master believes in you. Even if you make mistakes, Master won't blame you. Think of it as practice. Chen Fan spoke softly. Though still anxious, they didn't press further. Yet Chen Fan truly believed in both of them. After all, since purchasing them, Chen Fan had devoted himself to teaching them knowledge. Their hesitation stemmed only from low self-esteem. Given the chance to grow, they would surely excel. And indeed, things unfolded just as Chen Fan had anticipated. They performed admirably, excelling beyond expectation. As days passed, large quantities of grain disguised as building materials like timber were transported into his courtyard daily. Within just 7 days, the two had purchased enough grain to fill every room in the courtyard. But this was only the limit of Chen Fan's courtyard, not the limit of the two young girls. The two girls purchased numerous properties in towns surrounding Jinling City to serve as grain stores, and on their own initiative promised local farmers they would continue purchasing grain at today's high prices for the next 3 years. Combined with their generous wages, they hired local farmers to guard the granaries. The stated reason was to unite with the people to overthrow the Lin family's oppression and restore a proper grain purchasing system. Having suffered under the Lin family's oppression for so long, the farmers around Jinling readily responded to the girls' substantial resources. Chen Fan felt deeply gratified. He had known these two girls could succeed. Chen Fan wasn't idle either. With so much grain available, he naturally began his brewing project. Beer being the simplest and most practical industry he could conceive at the moment. In this world and era, people drank only fermented yellow wine, bland and weak, barely exceeding 10 degrees, often laced with grain residue. It couldn't compare to distilled liquor under any circumstances. After several days, Chen Fan personally designed and constructed a distillery in the rear courtyard of his residence. He hired several honest farmers as workers and launched his brewing operation. As days passed, the distillery produced liquor that didn't belong to this age. Thanks to the guards Ji Qianxue had left behind, Chen Fan faced no further life-threatening dangers. Meanwhile, in the Lin family estate, Lin Sanqian wore a dark and grim expression. A full month had passed, and they still hadn't eliminated Chen Fan. Duke Chen grew increasingly impatient, repeatedly demanding why they couldn't even kill a spoiled young master. Lord, perhaps His Excellency should handle this himself. Those guards surrounding Chen Fan are far too powerful. Each one is at least at the 7th or 8th realm beyond our capabilities. In the past few days trying to kill Chen Fan, we've nearly lost all our skilled fighters, the steward lamented helplessly. Do you think it's possible to have His Excellency intervene? Lin Sanqian rebuked sharply, though confusion weighed on his mind. Chen Fan was merely a reckless heir expelled from the Chen family. Where had he sourced so many formidable experts? And even Lung Hanchuang, a peak ninth realm powerhouse, had failed. Could someone be secretly assisting Chen Fan? Lin Sanqian pondered, then commanded coldly, "Spare no expense. Hire assassins from the martial world." "Yes, my lord," the steward replied resignedly. Just then Lin Feng burst in frantically. Father! Father! Terrible news! Something terrible has happened." Facing his son, Lin Sanqian's expression darkened further. If not for Lin Feng provoking Chen Fan, the Lin family wouldn't have incurred such vast losses and trouble. Thus, looking at Lin Feng filled him with frustration. What now? What disaster has occurred again? "Father, someone has purchased all the grain surrounding Jiangnan." Lin Sanqian rose abruptly. What do you mean? All the grain around Jiangnan has been bought up. Embezzling official grain. Heaven helps me. Lin Sanqian suddenly panicked, directly grabbing Lin Feng by the collar and shouting, "What exactly is going on? Didn't I tell you long ago to collect the autumn grain, eh?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly turned somewhat worried. I thought that with a bountiful harvest this year and large grain output, I could push the price down a bit more so. Bang. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Lin Sanqian directly threw him out. "Worthless. The grain price has already been suppressed to 6 when what more do you want to press?" Lin Feng covered his face, full of grievance. I just wanted to earn more since the grain output is so big this year. I never expected someone would dare to snatch the Lin family's business. Worthless. Lin Sanqian shouted again. There are many things you haven't thought of. Go raise the purchase price quickly and buy back all the remaining grain. Buy as much as you can, at all costs. Although Lin Sanqian didn't know who it was, anyone daring to steal the Lin family's business was no ordinary person. Moreover, it was clearly targeting the Lin family. The Lin family still had so many orders waiting for this autumn grain delivery. If they couldn't deliver, just the penalty for breach of contract would be enough to bankrupt the Lin family, let alone future grain business. Most importantly, the Lin family also had a secret business of smuggling grain to other countries. If they failed to deliver the grain to those countries, and the matter escalated once the one above the court knew, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Lin Feng also understood the gravity of the situation. How could he dare to hesitate? He hurriedly ran out. "Patriarch, look." The steward on the side was about to say something when Lin Sanqian directly shouted, "How much grain is left in the granary?" "Reporting to the Patriarch, about 3,000 jin," said the steward. "What? How can there be only this little?" Lin Sanqian's face suddenly changed. "Patriarch, have you forgotten? Some time ago a large-scale flood disaster occurred in Nanliang, and we sold all the grain. Moreover, we have also sold a considerable amount of grain from several official granaries nearby. This time we must first repay the grain to the official granaries," the steward said. Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's face turned even uglier. The official granaries were a huge amount, and on top of that the orders from the major grain merchants in the north and other countries meant at least 10 million jin of grain was missing. Moreover, grain was the foundation of the state, and the nation attached great importance to it. Therefore, the official granaries were inspected by imperial censors every year and could not be left empty. But in such a short time, where could he find so much grain? "At all costs, quickly go and buy grain for me. Buy as much as you can, and find out who exactly wants to destroy the Lin family." Lin Sanqian roared. "What about Chen Fan?" the steward said. "What's the point of caring about him at a time like this? Go and find out who wants to harm the Lin family." Lin Sanqian almost shouted. Hearing this, the steward also looked helpless and quickly withdrew from the courtyard. On the other side, in Chen Fan's residence, Chen Fan was leaning in Lin Yu's arms, enjoying her massage, basking in the sun, and watching Lung Hanchuang practicing swordsmanship nearby. Lung Hanchuang was very beautiful and now dressed in white. While practicing swordsmanship, she resembled a cold fairy dancing gracefully. Chen Fan truly liked it, especially the look of disgust and contempt that Lung Hanchuang occasionally cast his way. He could never tire of it. After this month, Lung Hanchuang's injuries had mostly healed. Today was the first time she came out of her room, originally intending to practice swordsmanship to stretch her limbs and get some fresh air. But who would have thought that Chen Fan would keep staring at her, making her very uncomfortable? She immediately stopped, turned around, and headed toward her room. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly called out, "Wait." Hearing this, Lung Hanchuang frowned, looking at Chen Fan with disgust and contempt, saying nothing. "Are your injuries healed?" Chen Fan straightened up, smiling with concern. "Yes," Lung Hanchuang said coldly. "That's good," Chen Fan replied simply, then added, "But since your injuries are healed, shouldn't you keep your promise and start protecting me?" "What do you mean?" Lung Hanchuang frowned. What did he mean by start protecting him? "It means from now on you will protect me without leaving my side. For a period of 1 year." Chen Fan said. without leaving your side. Lung Han's Huang frowned deeply. That's right. To protect me, you naturally have to stick close. What if someone shoots an arrow from the shadows or ambushes me? Chen Fan said. But upon hearing this, Lung Han's face turned ugly. Without leaving his side, wouldn't she have to stay by this rogue and lecture all the time? Seeing Lung Han's Huang hesitate, Chen Fan deliberately said, the great Han Shuang heroine wouldn't break her word, would she? You. Lung Han Shuang's face turned even uglier, but she still suppressed her anger. I Lung Han Shuang, a word once spoken cannot be taken back. I said I will protect you for 1 year. 1 year it is. As Lung Han Shuang spoke, her eyes were full of anger. But Chen Fan didn't care. He smiled and said, I knew it. With your beauty, how could you go back on your word? Oh, by the way, do you like the name I gave you? Xiaonuan. Hearing this, Lung Han Shuang's face became even more sour. I have a name. I don't need you to name me. I know Xiaonuan is just a nickname for you, isn't it? Chen Fan said. I don't need a nickname either. Lung Han Shuang said coldly. Oh. Chen Fan replied simply, then directly smiled, and said, Xiaonuan, you must be tired from practicing swordsmanship just now. Would you like to come over and have some juice? It's freshly squeezed. You. Lung Han Shuang was even more furious. Couldn't Chen Fan understand her? But she really didn't want to argue with him. She directly said coldly no. With that, she stood aside, angrily glaring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't care. He just leaned in Lian Yu's arms, staring at Lung Han Shuang. By the way, Xiaonuan, why did you help the Lin family to kill me back then? What favor did you owe them? None of your business. Lung Han Shuang said gloomily. I'm just concerned about you. Chen Fan said. You'd better worry about yourself. If you dare to call me that again after 1 year, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lung Han Shuang said. Hearing this, Chen Fan was a bit speechless, but didn't care. He changed the topic. Xiaonuan, you've been in the Lin mansion. Do you know if there is anything shady about the Lin family? That could help me deal with them. Why should I tell you? Lung Han Shuang said helplessly. Even after she had said that, Chen Fan still dared to call her Xiaonuan. Look, aren't you supposed to protect me? But the Lin family wants to kill me. If you help me deal with them, won't you have an easier time? Besides, what if they hire other martial arts experts to kill me, and even you can't beat them? Chen Fan said. Lung Han Shuang frowned slightly, but still said coldly, I don't know about other things, but some time ago the Lin family took advantage of the flood in Nanliang to sell a lot of grain, including from several official granaries. Official granaries are the foundation of the state, and the court takes them very seriously. You might be able to strike from here. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression suddenly changed, and he sat up straight from Lian Yu's arms. Are you telling the truth? I saw it with my own eyes. Lung Han Shuang said. Great. Truly heaven helps me. Chen Fan said excitedly. Clearly he had never expected the Lin family to be so audacious as to lay their hands on the official granaries. Don't be too happy too soon. The Lin family has vast resources and colludes with officials. If they can move official grain, there must be someone in the government helping them. And if the Lin family were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have been able to dominate Jinling City. Lung Han Shuang said irritably. But Chen Fan didn't care. So what if they have vast resources? After all, it's the official granary. As long as the Lin family can't refill it in a short time, which official would dare to protect them? But how to let the court know? Thinking, Chen Fan suddenly had an idea. He directly called 2 shadow guards and instructed them to hire some people to cause a stir in the capital. Chen Fan didn't believe that as long as the news reached the Empress, she would never let the Lin family off. Cold frost, Xian, in cold poison. Xiaonuan, you've truly done me a great favor this time. Seeing the 2 dark guards depart, Chen Fan turned back to Cold Frost with a warm smile and added, why don't you just become my wife? Let me properly repay you. Get lost. Cold Frost gave him a thoroughly icy glare, showing absolutely no regard for Chen Fan's face. Sigh. Seeing this, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Why can't you believe me? I truly like you. Could it be that you already have someone in your heart? Hearing this, Cold Frost's expression grew even more repulsed. She simply did not wish to speak with Chen Fan anymore, regarding him with cold silence, refusing to say another word. But Chen Fan was undeterred. Not speaking means no one. It seems I still have a chance. Xiaonuan, rest assured, as long as you don't have someone in your heart, I will never give up. Hearing this, Cold Frost was utterly speechless. Just then 2 voices like silver bells rang out. Young master! Young master! Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai had returned. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the 2 of them ran straight toward him. Chen Fan looked at the 2 adorable little lowly girls and felt a surge of joy in his heart. For this period of time, the 2 little girls had been absent, and he had missed them terribly. Without any hesitation, he simply opened his arms, letting the 2 little lowly girls throw themselves into his embrace. Young master! Young master! We missed you so much. Young master missed you too. You've worked hard these past few days. Let young master see if you've grown thin. No, we haven't gone hungry at all. It wasn't hard work. Really not a bit thin. You've become even cuter. Young master likes you more now. Chen Fan said with a gentle smile, his expression clearly filled with affection for the 2 little lowly girls. The 2 little lowly girls were overjoyed. However, after some inquiry, they learned that the Lin family had discovered their grain collection operations. The Lin family had also begun purchasing grain offering higher prices than theirs. The two girls felt they could not make decisions on their own and had returned. But the two girls' efficiency was truly impressive. In just 1 month, they had collected nearly all the grain across the entire Jiangnan region. Combined with the surplus grain from the past few bountiful harvests, they had gathered roughly 20 million caddies in total. They had even built over 100 new granaries. Chen Fan had anticipated that the Lin family would eventually discover this. He merely didn't expect them to find out now. Now that they've discovered it, isn't it already too late? Young master, should we continue collecting grain? Because the Lin family has raised their prices, some farmers are even selling their stored grain. Xiao Ke said, if we let the Lin family acquire those stored grains, they should be able to collect quite a lot. Xiao Ai said. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that if grain prices became absurdly high, those farmers would surely not be able to resist the temptation and would sell their remaining grain at home for money. But since he had chosen this path, he would ensure the Lin family would never have a chance to recover. The Lin family would raise prices to collect grain. Could he not do the same? Moreover, he had thought of an even better plan. No problem. If the Lin family collects grain, so do we. How much silver notes do you still have on you? Chen Fan asked. There's still about 600,000. Here, it's all here. Xiao Ke produced a stack of silver notes. Excellent. Whatever price the Lin family offers for grain will outbid them by 10 coins. Collect it right at the Jinling city gate. Chen Fan said, yes, young master will go right away. Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai immediately replied, no rush. You two have just returned. How could young master bear to send you again? Rest well. This time young master will go himself. Chen Fan said, young master, we're not tired. Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai quickly said, but young master thinks you are. Be good and rest at home. This time you've done excellently. Young master will reward you properly. Think about what reward you'd like. All right. Chen Fan affectionately rubbed the heads of the two little lowly girls. All right. Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai nodded. Chen Fan did not hesitate. Bringing Lian Yu and Cold Frost along as well as 7 or 8 dark guards, he headed straight for Jinling City. But as soon as they arrived before the Jinling City gate, Chen Fan saw Lin Feng conducting a grand grain collection operation with the entire Lin family at the city entrance. Indeed, just as Chen Fan had predicted, once the prices rose, those farmers truly did bring out their surplus grain. If this continued, the Lin family would indeed collect a considerable amount of grain. But before Chen Fan could step forward, Lin Feng spotted him. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, especially upon seeing Lian Yu and Cold Frost both by Chen Fan's side. After all, Lian Yu was his dream girl and Cold Frost was someone he had pursued for a long time. But Cold Frost was far too aloof and never gave him a favorable expression, so he had no chance whatsoever. And now, besides Lian Yu, even Cold Frost had joined Chen Fan's side. How could he possibly bear this? Cold Frost, you. Lin Feng strode toward Chen Fan and his group and directly reprimanded. Why are you with him? Before Cold Frost could speak, Chen Fan directly interjected, my wife is with me. What does it concern you? Hearing this, not only was Yi Feng shocked, but even Cold Frost's expression changed. Impossible. How could Cold Frost possibly marry you? Lin Feng said in utter disbelief. Why impossible? If she doesn't marry me, would she rather marry you, a good-for-nothing? Chen Fan said. You. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. He then looked directly at Cold Frost. Cold Frost, how can you marry him? Don't forget the poison in your body. Only my Lin family's ancestral prescription can cure it. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows suddenly furrowed. What poison? Explain yourself. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed. He suddenly realized something and sneered contemptuously, haha. Chen Fan, you still don't know, do you? Cold Frost has Xian cold poison in her body. Only my Lin family's ancestral prescription can cure it. Cold Frost spoke, then looked at Cold Frost and said, Cold Frost, you dare to be with Chen Fan. Don't you want to be cured of the poison? Cold Frost's face was pitch dark. Since that night, she had seen clearly that the Lin family would never give her the prescription. Even though she had done so much for the Lin family, they had only ever used her. To obtain the prescription, there was only one way: destroy the Lin family. And this was also the reason she had agreed to protect Chen Fan. Therefore, she had no desire to waste words with Lin Feng. As long as the Lin family perished, she would naturally obtain the prescription. But Chen Fan's expression was grim. He directly grabbed Lin Feng's collar and growled, hand over the prescription. Chen Fan, what do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, do you intend to lay hands on this young master? Lin Feng said contemptuously. You. Chen Fan's face darkened. Reluctantly, he released Lin Feng. Tell me, what will it take for you to hand over the prescription? Chen Fan stopped dreaming. If Cold Frost obediently becomes my woman, I might consider giving her the prescription. But now she actually chooses to be with you. Then Lin Feng would rather die than give her the prescription. Just wait for her poison to claim her life. Huh? Lin Feng laughed triumphantly. You. Chen Fan's expression grew even darker upon hearing this. But he still forced himself to calm down. Fine. You're excellent. This is what you brought upon yourself. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel and beg me to take the prescription. The Duke must have mistaken me for someone else. Arrogant. Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. Chen Fan, however, couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention. He simply gave an order, and the shadow guards departed at once. Chen Fan remained where he was waiting without another word. But Lung Hanchen, standing by, watched Chen Fan with growing confusion. What did this prescription have to do with Chen Fan? And why had he been in such a hurry earlier? Was he afraid she would die from the poison before she could protect him for a year? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, seeing Chen Fan standing there, was equally puzzled. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? You'll find out soon enough, Chen Fan replied coolly. At this, Lin Feng grew even more bewildered but refrained from asking further. Before long, several shadow guards arrived carrying a table, brushes, ink, and paper, accompanied by a group of laborers pushing wheelbarrows. Seeing this, Lin Feng was even more perplexed. Chen Fan walked straight over and instructed the guards to set up the table next to the Lin family's grain stand. He sat down. Everyone, I am also buying grain. 41 per caddy, Chen Fan announced loudly. At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted, especially Lin Feng's. His family was buying grain, and now Chen Fan was doing the same. Moreover, the Lin family's price of 31 per caddy was already high, but Chen Fan's was 10 when higher. Wasn't this blatantly stealing business? Chen Fan, what do you think you're doing? What grain do you need to buy? Lin Feng snapped angrily. What? Are you saying only the Lin family is allowed to buy grain? Chen Fan said impatiently, then added, everyone 41 per caddy, a fair price. Supplies are limited, so please hurry. Hearing this, the farmers didn't hesitate and rushed forward to sell their grain to Chen Fan. Without delay, Chen Fan directed the shadow guards and laborers to help with the collection. In an instant, the entire line of sellers flocked to Chen Fan's side, leaving the Lin family's stand completely empty. Lin Feng's face darkened further. It was clear that Chen Fan was deliberately antagonizing his family, and there was little he could do about it. Because he knew that Chen Fan had a million taels, enough for that wastrel to squander. The Lin family will pay 51 per caddy. Lin Feng said helplessly. At this, the sellers paused, tempted to return to the Lin family's line, but Chen Fan calmly said, I'll pay 61 per caddy. 70, 80, 90, 100. As the two kept raising their bids, the merchants were stunned. 101 per caddy of grain was beyond their wildest dreams. Some even regretted selling too early. Seeing the price war, the farmers grew patient, waiting to see who would offer the highest price. Chen Fan didn't seem to mind, but Lin Feng's expression was grim. 101 per caddy, Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? None of your business. I've got money and I'm reckless. What's it to you? Chen Fan retorted. You, just wait. Lin Feng, his face dark, hurried back to the Lin residence. 101 per caddy was beyond his authority to decide. Chen Fan didn't care and simply waited. The farmers waited, too eager to see the final price. Soon in the Lin manor, Lin Sanqian listened to Lin Feng's report, his expression turning extremely sour. Chen Fan, how dare you? But Lin Feng looked worried. Father, what do we do now? Chen Fan has a million taels of silver. He's a wastrel with no concept of money. He might actually keep challenging us. Lin Sanqian knew this all too well. At 101 per caddy, Chen Fan's million taels could buy 10 million caddies of grain. The Lin family already had a severe grain shortage. If Chen Fan bought up 10 million caddies, their family would have no chance to recover. Father, maybe we should give the prescription to Lung Hanchen. Chen Fan is after that prescription. Lin Feng said. Prescription? Our family has been in business for generations. What prescription? That was a lie to fool Lung Hanchen. Besides, the profound cold poison is the deadliest poison in the world, incurable. Lin Sanqian said. Lin Feng was stunned. Then what do we do? We could forge a fake prescription for Chen Fan. Do you think Lung Hanchen is a fool? She's been seeking medical help for years. Would a fake prescription fool her? Lin Sanqian said grimly, then added, go fetch the Duke of Chen. About an hour passed. At the city gate, Chen Fan lounged leisurely in his chair, eyes half closed in a doze, while Lin Yu fanned him gently. It was a picture of idleness. Just then Lin Sanqian and the Duke of Chen arrived. Seeing them, the crowd bowed. We pay our respects to the Duke. Chen Fan wasn't surprised, but he didn't hesitate to kneel with the others. Though he loathed kneeling, he didn't want to give the Duke any excuse to find fault. The Duke of Chen, his face dark, waved his hand and strode up to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, come home with me. Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Come home. Forgive me, your grace, but I do not understand what you mean. How long will you keep up this mischief? Come home with me now, and I will overlook all your past transgressions. The Duke said sternly. Mischief? I am puzzled. I also fail to grasp what you mean by coming home with you, your grace. Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan, do you truly intend to oppose me? The Duke's face hardened further. I wouldn't dare, but I am unaware of any wrongdoing. How am I opposing you, your grace? Please enlighten me. Chen Fan said. You. The Duke was momentarily speechless. You, the third son of the Duke's mansion, buying grain on the street like a common peddler. What kind of behavior is that? Your Grace must be mistaken. I am the son of a lowly maid, a mere commoner, not the third son of the Duke's mansion. Buying grain on the street is merely to earn a meager profit. I am not stealing or robbing, but doing business openly. I see no shame in it, Chen Fan said. At these words, the Duke's face darkened to the extreme. He had given Chen Fan such a generous opportunity. Yet Chen Fan claimed he had mistaken him. He even called himself the son of a lowly maid, a commoner. Was he truly determined to oppose him, showing no respect at all? Chen Fan, you. The Duke wanted to say something, but he could find no words. What could he say? Was he, a Duke, supposed to apologize and beg him to return to the mansion? Chen Fan, I'll give you one last chance. Will you return or not? Will you pack up this stall or not? I am here to earn a living. The day is still young, and there are many customers. Why would I pack up? Or is it a crime to set up a stall and sell grain for a livelihood? Chen Fan asked. The Duke's face twisted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. Fine. Very well, Chen Fan. You chose this. Don't regret it. With that, the Duke turned and stormed off, flicking his sleeves. Seeing this, Lin Sanqian and the others were startled. Your Grace. Your Grace, are we just going to let this go? What else do you want? For me to keep making a fool of myself here, or to kill him in broad daylight? The Duke roared angrily, shaking off Lin Sanqian's hand. A useless blunderer. Then he mounted his sedan chair and left. Lin Sanqian's face was ashen. Clearly he hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so disrespectful to the Duke. He turned a cold glare on Chen Fan. Chen Fan, are you truly determined to oppose my family? Hep. Chen Fan sneered. What? You sent assassins after me, and I'm not supposed to oppose you? Chen Fan said contemptuously, then sat back in his chair and announced loudly, Everyone, I'm offering 120 won per caddy. Father, what should we do now? Could we just let him obstruct our grain purchases? Lin Feng said with a grim expression upon seeing this. But Lin Sanqian's expression grew even darker. What else can we do? We compete with him on price. 1 million is nothing. Let's raise the price to 1 tael of silver per jean and drain all his money by purchasing 1 million jean of grain. Then we'll drop the price and buy it back. At worst, we just lose out on this 1 million jean of grain. I want to see what good it does him to spend 1 million buying 1 million jean of grain. Once he runs out of money, he'll have no choice but to sell to us. With a cold and sinister smile, Lin Sanqian made his way directly to his stall and began raising the bid. Lin Sanqian was clever, though, and didn't jump straight to 1 tael per jean. Instead, he gradually lured Chen Fan into the trap. But they were overestimating themselves. Chen Fan wasn't without his wits. When the price climbed to 200 cash per jean, Chen Fan suddenly stopped, refusing to bid any higher. He simply hung up a sign, 200 cash per jean, purchasing grain. Lin Sanqian and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Chen Fan wasn't taking the bait. At 200 cash per jean, with his million taels, Chen Fan could acquire 5 million jean. That's already enormous. With their grain reserves already limited, they couldn't possibly let him amass that much. The core problem was that they had driven prices so high themselves, leaving no room to maneuver. They had to outbid that 200 cash threshold just to attract any sellers at all. 200 cash per jean. What an exorbitant price. How much would the Lin family hemorrhage by the end? Every one of them glared at Chen Fan's leisurely demeanor, fantasizing about tearing him apart limb from limb. Yet Chen Fan was guarded by Long Hanzhuang, a 9th realm expert, along with numerous 7th and 8th realm guards. They were utterly powerless, forced to swallow their losses. If they failed to deliver the grain to the official granaries, the Lin family would be finished. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan stepped back from personally overseeing operations, delegating the task to his guards and instructing them to maintain the 200 cash price around the clock. He then took Li Lianyu and Long Hanzhuang shopping, picking up a few items before returning to the residence. Given Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai's exhausting travels lately, Chen Fan naturally wanted to reward them properly. Back at the courtyard, Chen Fan set up the charcoal fire, laid out various ingredients, and they enjoyed barbecue together in the yard. Under the moonlight gathered around the charcoal fire, sipping fruit, wine, and juice. It was truly a delightful experience. The atmosphere was so warm that even the cold-natured Long Hanzhuang joined in. Long Hanzhuang, new to Chen Fan's company, was both puzzled and amazed by the barbecue and fruit beverages. Having never encountered such a way of eating or drinking before, she couldn't imagine it tasting so extraordinary. In particular, she adored the various fruit wines Chen Fan crafted, each infused with the sweet fragrance of fresh fruit. She truly relished them. Husband, tonight's moonlight is perfect. Why don't you compose a poem to enhance the mood? At that moment, Lian Yu spoke up from the side. But Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai immediately objected. What's the fun in writing poetry? Young master, I haven't heard you sing in so long. Please sing us a song, will you? Exactly. Young master, I've been wanting to hear you sing. Hearing this, Lian Yu furrowed her brows. Your husband can also sing. Yes. Sister Lian Yu, you don't know. Young master sings beautifully, far better than those musicians at the Duke's mansion. Xiao Ke said. And young master hardly ever sings. I've only heard him maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, or 10 times. As Xiao Ai spoke as if fearing Chen Fan might refuse, she directly grabbed his arm and pouted coquettishly. Young master, just one song. Please, just one. All right. Chen Fan smiled gently and affectionately ruffled Xiao Ai's head. I'll do whatever my cute little one wants. Great. I knew it. Young master is the best. Xiao Ai said with delight. Chen Fan didn't mind searching through his memories, and suddenly a smile played on his lips. Then I'll begin. Hearing this, everyone gazed at Chen Fan with eager anticipation, especially Lian Yu and Lung Hanzhuang, who had never heard him sing before. Chen Fan gently tapped his fingers on the table beside him, then began to sing. In a joyful pond where dreams take root, they bloom into vast oceans. With drum-like eyes and wide mouths, they sing just as loudly. Hearing this, Lung Hanzhuang and Lian Yu both froze in surprise. What kind of song is this? They had genuinely never heard it before. It was unlike anything they'd encountered, yet the rhythm was so lively. To their delight, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai immediately joined in singing along with Chen Fan. Lend me a pair of tiny wings, and I can fly toward the sun. I believe that miracles dwell within. La 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 la. La 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 la. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai's voices carried a slightly childish quality, and combined with their sweet smiles and crescent moon eyes, the song became even more joyous. The three of them displayed remarkable chemistry and perfect coordination. As Chen Fan sang, in the happy pond there's a little frog. Xiao Ke cheerfully continued, when it dances it seems possessed by a prince. Xiao Ai quickly added, with those cool eyes no other frog can compare. One day he'll be awakened by a princess. Then all three joyfully sang in unison, la 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 la. La 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 la. A happy little frog. Leapfrog. A happy little frog. Leapfrog. The trio radiated pure joy, and the song matched their spirit perfectly. Even Lian Yu and Lung Hanzhuang found themselves smiling, swept up in the infectious energy. Though the lyrics were strange and puzzling, the sheer happiness was undeniable. Wonderful. After finishing the song, Chen Fan affectionately ruffled both girls' heads. Sister Lian Yu, did you like it? This is the first song young master taught us. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai looked at Lian Yu with bright smiles. It's beautiful. I've never heard a song like this before, Lian Yu said with a smile. This is just one of many songs young master knows, Xiao Ai added. Dear husband, could you sing another one for me? All right. Since you're smiling so beautifully today, I'll sing you a special one, just for you. Chen Fan said with a gentle smile, searched his memory briefly, and chose to sing Nuan Nuan by Liang Jingru. The melody flowed softly, the rhythm light and cheerful, and Lian Yu clearly adored it, her hands unconsciously keeping time as she swayed gently to the music. The courtyard remained filled with laughter and warmth throughout the evening, a scene of perfect harmony that brought genuine joy to all. Even Lung Hanzhuang, who had endured loneliness since childhood, felt something stirring within her heart. Wasn't this exactly the life she had always dreamed of? And perhaps Chen Fan wasn't as objectionable as she'd initially thought. Is it too early to be so arrogant? Days passed one by one, and before long 7 days had gone by. Those coming from outside the city to sell grain had already begun to thin out, for every family still wished to keep some surplus, and since it was merely surplus to begin with, the quantity wasn't great. Because the Lin family had been too domineering in the past, some of these people were unwilling to sell grain to them. They would rather accept the lower price and sell to Chen Fan instead. Therefore, over these 7 days, the Lin family had only managed to gather roughly 2 million jin of grain. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had collected around 1 million jin. Furthermore, Chen Fan's secret guards sent to the capital had returned. The news that the Empress, enraged by someone misappropriating official grain, had dispatched imperial censors to investigate also spread throughout Jinling City. This left the Lin family like ants on a hot pan. They frantically hoarded grain, sparing no household in Jinling City, continuously purchasing at exorbitant prices. Chen Fan felt the time was ripe, so he sent word to the Lin family that the merchant who had been aggressively buying grain recently was willing to sell to them. If the Lin family was interested, they could discuss terms. Of course, Chen Fan made sure they remained unaware that the merchant was actually him. Hearing this news, the Lin family members were all overcome with excitement. They knew they would be severely squeezed, but as long as it could help their family survive this crisis, they were willing to lose whatever money was necessary. The Lin family immediately asked the messenger to inform Chen Fan of their agreement to meet at Yiping Pavilion that evening to discuss cooperation. However, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were thoroughly puzzled, completely unable to understand Chen Fan's intentions. Hadn't they gone through such great effort to gather grain and fought against the Lin family at any cost just to drive them to ruin? Why was Chen Fan still selling grain to them? Wasn't this helping the Lin family escape their predicament? Master, haven't we had a grudge against the Lin family? Seeing them on the verge of desperation, why are we still selling them grain? Xiao Ke couldn't hold back her confusion any longer. You'll understand soon enough, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. It's getting late. Let's go stroll through the streets and pack up our stalls. With that, Chen Fan led the two young girls toward the city gate. By the time they arrived, very few people were still selling grain. Chen Fan saw no point in continuing, so he prepared to dismantle his stall. Meanwhile, the Lin family was also packing up their stall, clearly having no intention of buying more grain. When Lin Feng saw Chen Fan approaching, he walked over with open disdain. Hep! Lin Feng sneered. Chen Fan, you bought so much grain at 200 coins per jean. Can you even finish it all? Chen Fan remained unfazed. Does it really matter if I can finish it? As long as it disgusts your Lin family, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably, though he still spoke arrogantly. A million jean of grain costs only 200,000 taels. Even if my Lin family bought 2 million jean, that would be just 400,000 taels. Do you think my Lin family lacks this kind of money? But you who hardly have any money to begin with spent 200,000 all at once buying so much grain. Your heart must be bleeding, wouldn't you say? Heart bleeding is an exaggeration. It's only 200,000. Chen Fan continued in a calm tone. After all, my 110,000 taels all belong to your Lin family. I don't care at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression grew utterly dark and grim. Chen Fan not mentioning it was one thing, but he actually dared to bring up that this 110,000 taels belonged to the Lin family. And with such a nonchalant attitude, it was simply driving the final nail into their coffin. Oomph! Lin Feng snapped. Chen Fan, let me tell you, this grain my Lin family won't be buying. You're so eager to collect it, then keep collecting. Let's see how much more you can collect. Lin Feng huffed. But Chen Fan remained utterly indifferent. So your Lin family has found another source for grain. Oomph! I'll tell you what. My Lin family has indeed found a supplier. Right now, we don't even desire your meager supply. Once this matter passes, let's see what you'll do with over 1 million jean of grain. When that time comes, I wonder how you'll contend with me. I could crush you with silver notes alone. Lin Feng said arrogantly. So you found a way out. No wonder you're so arrogant. But is it too early to start showing off? Chen Fan replied. Just wait and see. Let's see whose Jinling city will be in the future. Lin Feng said impatiently, then swept his sleeves and left directly. Seeing this, Chen Fan's lips curved upward. He was suddenly quite eager to see the magnificent expression on Lin Feng's face when he discovered that the supplier was in fact him. However, since he was being so arrogant now, Chen Fan let him continue for a while longer. Chen Fan then led Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai back into the city, with Lung Hanshuang following behind with her usual cold demeanor. As night fell and the lanterns of Jinling City flickered to life, within Yiping Pavilion, Lin Sanxian, Lin Feng, and other Lin family members had driven away all extraneous guests simply to receive tonight's grain supplier. For this purpose, they had thoroughly cleaned Yiping Pavilion inside and out. Everyone stood in formation at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Chen Fan's arrival. The Lin family had even invited Duke Chen in order to secure the cooperation agreement, though he had not joined them in waiting outside. Yet Chen Fan was neither hurried nor anxious. He strolled about the streets with the two young girls, purchasing clothing for them at one moment and selecting jewelry the next, as though he had entirely forgotten about the business meeting with the Lin family that evening. Finally, an hour after dusk, Chen Fan arrived at Yiping Pavilion with Xiao Ku and the others. However, the moment Chen Fan appeared before the establishment, the Lin family's expressions turned grim and hostile. They acted as though they feared Chen Fan would sabotage the evening's dealings. Lin Feng stepped forward directly. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? What? Am I not allowed in? Chen Fan asked indifferently. Chen Fan, let me inform you, my Lin family has booked Yiping Pavilion for tonight. Get lost right now. I'm aware your family intends to conduct business here tonight. But are you certain you want me to leave? So what if I know? Don't even think about ruining my Lin family's plans. You're unwelcome here today. Scram, or I won't hesitate to have you thrown out of the city. Lin Feng shouted in an aggravated tone. Oh, Chen Fan replied irritably. If I'm not permitted to enter, then I suppose it doesn't matter. With that, Chen Fan pulled the two little girls toward a small stall across from Yiping Pavilion. Xiao Ke Xiao Ai, shall we have this shop's tofu pudding tonight? What do you say? Yes. The two young girls replied with delight, grabbing Chen Fan and dragging him toward the snack stall. Upon witnessing this, the Lin family members all wore displeased expressions. Yet since Chen Fan hadn't forcibly entered, they had little grounds to object further. They could only continue waiting for the grain merchant who was to partner with their family. But as moments drifted by, Chen Fan and the others enjoyed their meal with great enthusiasm, while various snacks kept arriving. Meanwhile, the Lin family members exchanged puzzled glances. It was already so late. The grain merchant still hadn't appeared. Had he perhaps decided not to come at all? Everyone was growing worried. Just then, Chen Fan spoke suddenly. Xiao Ke Xiao Ai, are you full? Master, we're so full. It's been ages since we last ate our fill, the two replied. Then let's get down to business. Chen Fan said, turning toward the Lin family members standing nearby. Master Lin, forgive the delay. Didn't you mention wanting to purchase grain? Come, let's discuss terms. Follow me home, and I'll make you the heir of the Duke's mansion. The Lin family members were suddenly stunned. What did Chen Fan just say? Did he say, please forgive me for keeping them waiting? What do you mean? But Lin Feng sneered contemptuously. Chen Fan, are you dreaming? Are you still trying to sell your 1 million gene of grain to my Lin family? I told you today, now my Lin family looks down on your 1 million gene of grain. Just wait to let the grain you bought at 200 won per gene rot in your own hands. But Chen Fan didn't care, still with a calm expression. I don't like talking to idiots. Patriarch Lin, are you sure you don't want to come over and talk? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face turned even uglier, angry. Who are you calling an idiot? You dare to. But before Lin Feng could finish, he was directly stopped by Lin Sanqian. Lin Sanqian frowned deeply, looking at Chen Fan with a gloomy face as if pondering something. Chen Fan, what do you mean? What do I mean? Didn't you invite me to Yipingxuan for a detailed talk? What? Now you ask me what I mean. Chen Fan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression suddenly changed. It's you. The one who bought up the grain ahead of time is you. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It is indeed me. Patriarch Lin, do you still want to talk? Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian's face turned extremely dark and ugly, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan as if he wished he could swallow him alive. So it was Chen Fan who had taken away the grain before them. No wonder, no matter how hard he investigated, he couldn't find out who was targeting his Lin family. No wonder, no matter how much he offered, those granaries would rather burn the grain than sell to him. So it was all done by Chen Fan. It's actually you. It's you who wants to harm my Lin family. Chen Fan, you. Lin Sanqian looked at Chen Fan, gnashing his teeth. Lin Feng and the surrounding Lin family members also had angry and ugly expressions. But they really hadn't expected it to be Chen Fan, that playboy. The person they were waiting for tonight turned out to be Chen Fan. And Chen Fan only said it now, obviously deliberately teasing and mocking them, enjoying their embarrassment. But Chen Fan remained calm and indifferent. What? Surprised Patriarch Lin. You shouldn't be. Besides me, who else could it be? Has Patriarch Lin offended many people? Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian's face turned even uglier. Stop the nonsense. What exactly do you want? So Patriarch Lin has decided to talk with me. Chen Fan said. Yes. Lin Sanqian said through gritted teeth. Have your good son kowtow 30 times to me first. Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members all changed expression. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chen Fan wants me to kowtow to you. Dream on. But Chen Fan still looked unconcerned. I originally intended to talk with you inside Yipingxuan, but you wouldn't let me in, making me talk with you out here in the cold wind. My mood is really bad. So if you don't kowtow, your Lin family won't even have a chance to talk. Of course you can refuse, I'm not forcing you. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members looked even more grim. But Lin Sanqian directly darkened his face and shouted angrily, kowtow. Father, I. Lin Feng heard this and wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Lin Sanqian directly shouted, I told you to kowtow. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face was grim, but he dared not disobey his father, so he knelt down to Chen Fan and kowtowed. But his eyes were full of rage and murderous intent, as if the next second he would pounce on Chen Fan and swallow him alive. Finally, after Lin Feng had kowtowed 30 times, Lin Sanqian spoke. Chen Fan, now can we talk? What do you want? Chen Fan didn't care and directly said, I have about 25 million gene of grain. I don't know the exact amount. Let's say 25 million gene, 1 tael of silver per gene. No retail, no credit, and you pick up from the various granaries yourself. What did you say? 1 tael of silver per gene. Why don't you just rob us? Lin Sanqian, upon hearing the price, immediately scolded with a dark and ugly face. One tael per gene, 25 million gene, that's 25 million taels. Although the Lin family is said to be the richest in Jinling, they can't come up with that much money even if they go bankrupt. Chen Fan was clearly trying to put the Lin family to death. Chen Fan, business is not done like this. Lin Sanqian said. Business? Who wants to do business with you? Didn't I just say? I'm here to rob money. Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian's face became even more ugly, but he still suppressed his inner anger and said, Chen Fan, so much grain in your hands is useless. You should know very well that besides my Lin family, no one can take over so much grain. Who says it's useless? Chen Fan said nonchalantly and added, as far as I know, the imperial envoy to inspect the official grain is coming soon. If the Lin family doesn't survive this time, they'll be raided and executed for 9 generations. And with so much grain in my hands, who do you think will control the grain business in Jinling in the future? Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian was stunned. Chen Fan actually knew about the imperial envoy. He even knew about their embezzlement of official grain. No wonder he was so emboldened. So this was his trap. But before Lin Sanqian could speak, Chen Fan continued, Patriarch Lin, it's only 25,000 taels. Is it more important than the lives of 9 generations? Now if you buy my grain you'll go bankrupt, but at least you'll be alive. But if you don't buy now you'll lose your lives, and be raided ending up with nothing either. So is it that hard to choose? You. Lin Sanqian was again speechless, but his face was truly extremely ugly. And Chen Fan's attitude was clear. He wanted the Lin family to go bankrupt and suffer eternal damnation. Yet he had no way out. But Lin Sanqian didn't speak. Instead he waved to the Lin family members. Now he could only pray that Duke Chen would still be of some use. Chen Fan looked puzzled. What else did the Lin family want to do? But soon Duke Chen walked out from Yipingxuan. Seeing Chen Fan negotiating with Lin Sanqian, Duke Chen's face also suddenly became extremely ugly. The person who went in earlier had told him that today's grain merchant was Chen Fan, but he didn't believe it. Yet unexpectedly it really was Chen Fan. Your subject pays respects to the Duke. Chen Fan, though slightly surprised, did not hesitate, and immediately led Xiaoke and Xiaoai to bow. He would never let Duke Chen find any fault to target him. But Lin Sanqian actually wanted to bring Duke Chen to make him back down. He was thinking too much. Chen Fan, give the grain to the Lin family, and come home with me. I'll make you the heir of the Duke's mansion. Duke Chen looked at Chen Fan, and said directly without any nonsense. But Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing. At this point Duke Chen still dared to speak to him with such a condescending attitude. He actually thought Chen Fan would want to go back. Did he think Chen Fan was reluctant to leave the Duke's mansion? And he wanted Chen Fan to just give the grain to the Lin family. What was he thinking? But Chen Fan still said respectfully, forgive me Duke. Your subject dare not. Dare not. Dare not what? Duke Chen questioned with a puzzled expression. Your subject was born of a lowly concubine, not a descendant of the Duke, and has no connection to the Duke's mansion. How would I dare to become the heir of the Duke's mansion? Moreover, your subject remembers clearly that the Duke once said that I must never set foot in the Duke's mansion. How dare I overstep? Chen Fan said. You. Upon hearing this, Duke Chen's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and for a moment he was speechless. He could only suppress his anger. Then what will it take for you to give the grain to the Lin family? Your subject has already said 25 million taels, not a single coin less. Chen Fan said. Not a single coin less. What if I add my prestige? Duke Chen said coldly. Your subject dares not haggle with the Duke's noble person. But since the Duke has said so, then it's 25 million taels and 1 coin. Not a single coin less. 1 less coin would be disrespecting the Duke's face. This time the Lin family shall perish. 25 million and 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin more. What does Chen Fan mean? With the Duke of Chen's prestige, he not only refuses to lower the price, but actually raises it. Not only does he raise the price, but he adds just 1 copper coin. Is the Duke of Chen's face worth only a single copper coin in his eyes? This is no longer a mere slight to the Duke of Chen. It is a direct slap in the face. The message is unmistakable. The Duke of Chen's influence holds no sway over him, and he refuses to grant that face. Chen Fan, how dare you? The Duke of Chen's countenance suddenly turned grim as he glared at Chen Fan as if he wished to slay him on the spot. Such blatant humiliation of a duke. Who gave him the audacity? Yet Chen Fan remained indifferent, his expression cold and contemptuous. Oh, does the Duke find the price unsuitable? Chen Fan, must you be so ruthless? Leave no room for retreat. The Duke of Chen said darkly. Hep. Chen Fan let out a soft laugh. What does the Duke mean by that? Chen Fan's voice turned icy as his expression suddenly shifted to one of cold severity. Moreover, this is a matter between the Lin family and me. It should have nothing to do with the Duke, should it? What I do and how I do it, no one can dictate. Today I intend to strip the Lin family of everything. Let me see who can save them now. You. The Duke of Chen was left speechless, his face twisted with fury. How dare Chen Fan speak to him like this? How dare he? Who gave him the nerve? But Chen Fan ignored the Duke entirely, turning his cold gaze toward Lin Sanqian. Patriarch Lin, are we still negotiating? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Sanqian's face darkened. He had hoped the Duke of Chen could mediate, but he never expected Chen Fan to refuse even the Duke any face. Chen Fan, 10 million taels. 10 million is the limit of my Lin family. Hep. Chen Fan let out another soft laugh. Then there is nothing to discuss. Xiaoke Xiaoai, let's go. With that, Chen Fan stood up and pulled the 2 little girls to leave. Seeing this, Lin Sanqian's expression changed. 15 million taels. Chen Fan, don't be too harsh. Oh, Patriarch Lin finds me harsh. Then when you acted as a lackey for others and sent assassins after me multiple times, did you not think you were being harsh? Did you ever consider that I was merely a disowned prodigal son, yet you sought to utterly destroy me? Chen Fan spoke with cold venom. Lin Sanqian and the Duke of Chen both turned pale, but they could find no words to retort. Chen Fan's intention was clear. He had come for revenge. Yet Lin Sanqian still ventured to speak. I know what you want, but 15 million taels is my family's limit. I cannot offer more. Holding firm to this price benefits neither of us. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the prescription that Lung Hanzhuang wants. I can deduct 10 million. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lung Hanzhuang's expression shifted. Chen Fan had not forgotten, and he was willing to trade 10 million for a prescription. If 10 million were deducted, the Lin family might indeed survive this crisis and rise again. Then everything Chen Fan had done today would be meaningless, and he would have made an implacable enemy. Was it worth it? Yet Lin Sanqian did not hesitate even for a moment. Impossible. That prescription is my family's heirloom. Absolutely not. Hearing this, even Lung Hanzhuang frowned in surprise. A prescription in exchange for a path to survival. Yet Lin Sanqian refused. And he refused so decisively. Why? Are you certain you want to refuse me? Chen Fan said coldly. Yes. The Lin family will never produce that prescription. Lin Sanqian declared. Fine. If you refuse, so be it. I gave you the chance, and you chose not to take it. To be honest, Chen Fan was somewhat surprised, but since Lin Sanqian was so adamant, he would not let him think this was a weakness. But now Chen Fan continued, the price has changed. 30 million taels, not a single coin less. Lin Sanqian's face contorted. Not only did Chen Fan refuse to lower the price, but he added 5 million. Chen Fan, you. But before Lin Sanqian could finish, Chen Fan cut him off coldly. If you care so little about the lives of your entire clan, why should I worry? 30 million taels, take it or leave it. But I'll leave the offer open, one prescription for 15 million taels valid anytime. With that, Chen Fan took Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai by the hand. Let's go. He strode away without looking back. Lin Sanqian and the others watched him leave, their faces twisted with anguish. 30 million taels of silver. The Lin family could never raise that sum even by selling everything. What were they to do? The imperial envoy was already on the way. The Lin family had no time left. If the envoy arrived, not only the Lin family, but also the corrupt officials backing them would all be doomed. What to do? Your Grace. Your Grace, you must help the Lin family. Lin Sanqian pleaded urgently. Help? How can I help? Did you not see that bastard's attitude? The Duke said with a grimace. Besides, I told you long ago to kill him. But you incompetents couldn't even eliminate a mere prodigal son. What can I do? Find a way to raise the money yourselves and settle this matter first. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with Chen Fan later. With that, the Duke of Chen, his face dark, flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Sanqian's face was a mask of despair. He glanced at Lin Feng. If not for his only son, he would have slapped him to death. If Lin Feng had not lost the grain money to Chen Fan in a gamble and provoked him, how could the Lin family have ended up in this predicament? Now he truly had no way out. He had to raise the money to settle the matter. The Duke of Chen was right. Once this was resolved, he would still have a chance with many corrupt officials backing him. Chen Fan was merely a disowned prodigal son after all. How could he possibly contend with him? Chen Fan, just you wait. If I don't see you dead and buried, I swear I am not human. With a furious roar, Lin Sanqian led his family back inside. On the other side, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were still puzzled by Chen Fan's decision to sell grain to the Lin family. They knew well that the Lin family, like a centipede with many legs, would rise again once they settled this matter. Then they would retaliate against Chen Fan even more fiercely. And with so many officials protecting the Lin family, how would Chen Fan face them? Especially since he had completely offended the Duke of Chen today. But Chen Fan smiled lightly. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. Even if the Lin family manages to buy the grain, they won't be able to settle this. This time the Lin family will surely fall. Our Lian Yu is so obedient. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. For 2 whole days the Lin family had been scrambling to raise money, selling off everything they could in their household. Even if the Lin family were the richest merchants in Jinling City, even if they sold everything they owned, they could not scrape together 30 million taels. Converting all their property deeds and mortgages into cash, they barely managed to reach 20 million taels. Finally, after borrowing from every possible source, they managed to gather 25 million taels and arrived at Chen Fan's residence. Chen Fan glanced at the banknotes, property deeds, and assets with indifference, merely instructing Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to count them carefully. After a long while, Lian Yu spoke up. Husband, including the house deeds and land contracts, it's about 25 million taels. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly, his expression cold as he looked at Lin Sanqian. Head of the Lin family, what is the meaning of this? 30 million taels, still not enough. Chen Fan, this is all the Lin family's assets, even our house has been sold, and we've borrowed from everyone we could. We truly have nothing left. Could you sell us the grain first? I'll give you an aisle, Lin Sanqian said. Chen Fan let out a soft laugh. Head of the Lin family, are you joking with me? 30 million taels, not a single coin less. What do I care if you can't raise it? Lin Sanqian's face turned ugly, but he dared not be arrogant. Chen Fan, be magnanimous and give the Lin family a chance, will you? Let me owe you 500,000 taels for now, and I'll repay you 1 million taels later. Is that acceptable? Chen Fan didn't even hesitate. No, He added, it's only 500,000 taels. Is the Lin family short of that much? Your son once told me that the Lin family had plenty of money enough to crush me with banknotes. Lin Sanqian stared at Lin Feng beside him, truly wanting to slap him to death. But Chen Fan knew the Lin family was out of funds, so he spoke again. Besides, you said you've borrowed from everyone. What about the Duke of Chen's mansion? Have you borrowed from them? Could it be that the Duke of Chen's mansion wouldn't even lend you 500,000 taels? Lin Sanqian's expression grew even more grim. If the Duke of Chen were willing to lend, would he be groveling before Chen Fan like this? The Duke of Chen completely ignored him, not even willing to see him again. Seeing this, Chen Fan understood and deliberately chuckled. I can't believe you've been his dog for so many years, yet in the end, he wouldn't even lend you 500,000 taels. I truly feel sorry for you. But don't say I didn't give you a chance. How about this? Write down all the illegal and criminal things the Duke of Chen has done over the years, sign and seal it, and I'll forget about the 500,000 taels. Lin Sanqian's expression shifted abruptly. Why did Chen Fan want records of the Duke of Chen's crimes? Was he planning to move against the Duke of Chen? Moreover, could he write such a thing? If he did, would he survive? Chen Fan saw Lin Sanqian's hesitation and deliberately added, don't worry. I just want to keep a trump card in case he tries to harm me. As for you, whether you're willing or not is up to you. But I think after how he's treated you, what harm is there in writing it down? Can't the Lin family survive without the Duke of Chen? Or is it that you know so many of his secrets that you're afraid of him? Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression flickered, as if he were pondering something. But then he recalled what Chen Fan had said earlier. How he had been the Duke of Chen's dog for so many years, giving him countless benefits, yet in the end the Duke wouldn't even lend him 500,000 taels. Watching the Lin family lose everything, bankrupt and destitute, he couldn't believe the Duke of Chen would dare do anything. If worse came to worst, they would both be destroyed. Suddenly he made up his mind and agreed directly. Fine, I'll write it. Chen Fan said indifferently, Xiao Ke Xiao, AI, bring the ink and paper. Time passed as Lin Sanqian wrote down the Duke of Chen's crimes on paper. Chen Fan read the list, barely able to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. If Lin Sanqian hadn't written it, Chen Fan would never have known how many dirty deeds the Duke of Chen had been hiding. How wonderful. Soon Lin Sanqian finished the list of crimes and signed the grain purchase agreement with Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't care much, after all from now on it had nothing to do with him. According to the agreement, Chen Fan only provided the locations of the granaries. Lin Sanqian had to fetch the grain himself. So he directly told Lin Sanqian the positions of each granary. Head of the Lin family, pleasure doing business. All that grain is yours. Lin Sanqian's face was grim as he led the Lin family away, rushing to those granaries. Chen Fan didn't care and simply instructed Xiao Ku and Xiao AI to carry all the banknotes, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, property deeds, and land contracts inside. Returning to the courtyard, he lay down on a recliner, basking in the sun. Watching the two little money grubbers, Xiao Ku and Xiao AI, still counting the assets with serious expressions, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Didn't you just count them once? Why are you counting again? A giggle replied, young master, so much money. I've never seen this much before. Chen Fan was speechless. See, now you know your young master isn't short of money. From now on, buy whatever you want. Don't pinch pennies for me, got it? The two little girls nodded happily. And you too, Chen Fan said, looking at Lian Yu and Lung Hanshuang. Lian Yu obediently nodded. Thank you, husband. But Lung Hanshuang frowned. Including her. What did Chen Fan mean? Your money, can I use it, she asked. You and Lian Yu are both my wives. Use it however you like. Chen Fan said. When did I become your wife? Lung Hanshuang's brows furrowed, her expression dark. Isn't it only a matter of time? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Dream on, she retorted. I said I'll only protect you for 1 year. I will never marry you. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Fan shrugged. Fine, don't marry then. Why so fierce? But rest assured, when you change your mind, let me know. My heart will always remain fond of you. You. Lung Hanshuang was at a loss for words, truly not wanting to bother with Chen Fan. Yet she was perplexed. When he was serious, he appeared so gentle and refined, confident and sunny. But when he turned rogue, he was utterly insufferable. By the way, Xiaonuan, what about the profound cold poison on your body? Chen Fan asked. None of your business. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lung Hanshuang said coldly, sitting down to the side. Isn't it just concern? Chen Fan persisted. Can't I even show concern? Besides, you promised to protect me for a year. What if you die early? Rest assured I won't die in a year or two, Lung Hanshuang said. And what about after a year or two? Chen Fan's expression shifted. Clearly her condition was more serious than he had thought. But Lung Hanshuang remained icy. What's it to you? You. Chen Fan was at a loss. This personality, truly impossible to get through to. Conquering her wouldn't be easy. Lian Yu was much better, so gentle and obedient. So he turned his attention to Lian Yu. Boring. I'll ignore her. Lian Yu, you said you wanted to thank your husband. How exactly do you plan to thank him? As he spoke, Chen Fan placed his hand on Lian Yu's slender waist. Lian Yu's expression changed to blush spreading across her face as she whispered, Lian Yu will do as her husband wishes. See, our Lian Yu is so obedient. Who told you that I only want your Lin family's wealth? Young Master Chen, the imperial envoy from the capital will arrive today. 3 days later, 2 shadow guards returned to the courtyard and respectfully reported to Chen Fan. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. 3 days, just as he had anticipated. You've worked hard. Chen Fan said, looking at the 2 shadow guards, then added, Shao could give each of them 5,000 taels as a reward. Thank you, young Master Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen. The 2 shadow guards said hurriedly as they looked at the banknotes. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, let's go and see our new house. Hearing this, Xiao Ku and the others looked puzzled. Master, what new house? When did you buy a new house? Silly girls, have you forgotten the deeds and land titles in your hands? Chen Fan chuckled lightly and continued, the Lin family mansion is known as the largest residence in Jinling. They should have moved out in 3 days. It's time to take a look. Let's go. With that, Chen Fan directly took the 2 little girls and around a dozen shadow guards and headed toward the Lin residence. However, Chen Fan was in no hurry. He took Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai for a stroll, briefly looked over the Lin family's original properties, treated everyone to lunch, and only then headed toward the Lin residence. When they arrived at the Lin residence, there was no sign of the family moving out. Master, the Lin family hasn't moved out at all. Xiao Ku said, puzzled. It's fine. Just make them move. Chen Fan said as he pulled Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai and walked inside. But the Lin family members all wore ugly expressions when they saw Chen Fan. Lin Feng rushed forward directly, his face dark, and demanded, Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Your family's mansion has been mortgaged to me. What do you think I'm doing here? Chen Fan said impatiently, completely ignoring Lin Feng, and directly looked at Lin Sanqian. Head of the Lin family, it's been 3 days, and you still haven't moved out. Isn't that a bit too much? Upon hearing this, the Lin family members all looked grim. Lin Sanqian, however, suppressed his temper and said, Chen Fan, are you really going to be this ruthless? Yes. Chen Fan nodded, directly giving no leeway. Exactly, this ruthless. If I weren't, you'd think I'm easy to bully. Will the head of the Lin family lead your people out yourself, or should I have someone throw you out? You. Lin Sanqian suddenly choked on his words, but his expression turned extremely grim. Chen Fan was actually being so ruthless as to directly drive them out. Now that the Lin family's properties had all been sold to Chen Fan, driving them out now would mean making the entire Lin family homeless on the streets. Chen Fan, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future, Lin Sanqian said in a low voice. Hemp. Chen Fan let out a light laugh. The head of the Lin family is joking. In your eyes, do we really have a chance to meet amiably? So head of the Lin family, don't force me to take action myself. Leave on your own and you'll save some dignity. You. The head of the Lin family was speechless. But Lin Feng, standing nearby, directly shouted, Chen Fan, what are you so arrogant about? Do you think that by taking all the Lin family's wealth you've won? You haven't. This time you've offended not just my Lin family, but many important officials. When this matter is over, those officials will never let you off. Do you think a profligate expelled from the Duke's mansion can contend with those officials? Just wait. When the time comes, I'll see how you can still be arrogant. Hearing this, Chen Fan showed a disdainful expression. Is that so? Haven't you considered that this time those officials won't be able to escape either? Oomph. Lin Feng sneered contemptuously. Those officials can't escape. Chen Fan, what are you thinking? Do you think those officials are as stupid as you? You could have destroyed my Lin family, but you insisted on selling grain to us. As long as my Lin family repays the grain, nothing can threaten us. And it won't threaten those officials either. When the time comes, I'll make you spit out everything you've swallowed. I see. No wonder your Lin family still has such confidence even after losing everything. So that's it. I was careless, Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Feng grew even more smug. Chen Fan, now you regret it, don't you? But let me tell you, it's too late to regret now. But if you scram out of my Lin residence now and return our family's property, my Lin family might spare you once. Hemp. Regret. Chen Fan let out a light laugh. Regret. Not quite. What you said could be true, but haven't you overlooked a prerequisite? Hearing this, not only Lin Feng, but even Lin Sanqian furrowed his brows. What did Chen Fan mean? What prerequisite? Did Chen Fan have another plan? Chen Fan continued. At first, my 2 little darlings were also puzzled. They wondered why I would sell you grain when I could have destroyed you directly, giving you a chance to recover, giving you a chance to fight me. But if even my 2 little darlings can think of that, do you think I wouldn't have thought of it? Yet I still sold you the grain. Do you want to know why? Before Lin Feng could speak, Lin Sanqian asked worriedly, why? Because I never gave your Lin family a chance to turn the tables, Chen Fan said. Chen Fan, what exactly do you mean? Lin Sanqian asked urgently, his face full of worry, a sudden ominous premonition gripping his heart. For your Lin family to settle this matter, there is a crucial prerequisite You must repay the official grain before the imperial envoy arrives. When I sold you the grain, the imperial envoy was still 7 days away, which was enough time for you. But what if the envoy arrives 3 days early? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. According to those officials, the envoy would not arrive early. Even now, the fastest the envoy could come is 3 days. Hep. Chen Fan laughed disdainfully, then led Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to sit down to the side before speaking coldly. Head of the Lin family, I used to hang around with that useless son of yours, but that doesn't mean I'm the same as him. I have a brain. Who told you that I only wanted your Lin family's wealth? I want your Lin family utterly destroyed. The wealth is just a bonus. Hearing this, Lin Sanqian and the others' expressions grew even darker. But just then the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly came from outside. Everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Suddenly a troop of soldiers marched orderly into the Lin residence. The leading soldier stepped forward, surveyed the surroundings, and barked. The Lin family of Jinling City is suspected of embezzling official grain and smuggling provisions. Arrest all members of the Lin family. With those words, the soldiers stepped forward and seized everyone they saw. The Lin family members all turned pale, and Lin Sanqian and Lin Feng were especially plunged into despair. The imperial envoy had actually arrived. Their eyes were filled with rage as they glared at Chen Fan. Lin Feng, as if driven mad, lunged at Chen Fan, shouting, "Chen Fan, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." But he couldn't even touch Chen Fan's clothes before being subdued. Lin Feng, in your next life, read more books. Stop being a profligate, it's meaningless. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face twisted even more. He wanted to say something more, but had no chance as he was directly dragged away by the soldiers. I want that unfilial son to die without a grave. Time passed, and soon the entire Lin family, including all their maids and servants, were taken away. The once grand Lin residence now seemed desolate, with only Chen Fan and a few others left. Even Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai felt somewhat dazed. After all, this was once the wealthiest family in Jinling, but now. Yet they finally understood why their young master had sold grain to the Lin family. This was his true objective, to ensure the Lin family's utter ruin while seizing their wealth. Otherwise, the family's property would have simply been confiscated by the authorities, and in their hands they were left with nothing but a mountain of grain. This was truly the maximization of profit. They suddenly felt nothing but admiration for their young master. Young master, you're so amazing. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, their faces brimming with admiration. Hee. Just ordinary, Chen Fan replied with a light chuckle. How could it be just ordinary? You're incredibly impressive. Exactly. Young master is the best. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai continued gazing at him with adoration, while Long Han Huang stood beside them utterly exasperated. Can someone this narcissistic not even feel a trace of embarrassment? Young master, are we really going to move in? Xiao Ku asked again. Not yet, let's wait a while. Chen Fan fondly ruffled the heads of the two young girls. While they haven't had time to clean up, yet let's search for their family's ancestral medical prescription. Hearing this, Long Han Huang's expression suddenly changed. Chen Fan's first thought was actually to help her find the Lin family's ancestral prescription. Why could Chen Fan truly care about her so much? You all search separately. Whoever finds the Lin family's ancestral prescription will be rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver. Chen Fan then addressed his hidden guards. Yes, Lord Chen. The hidden guards didn't hesitate and scattered in all directions. Great. Young master, let's go together. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai grabbed Chen Fan and headed straight for the Lin residence. Seeing this, Long Han Huang's heart grew complicated, but she still followed them. But as time slowly ticked by, Chen Fan and the others had searched every corner of the Lin residence. The secret chambers, the underground vaults, everything. Yet they couldn't find the so-called ancestral prescription. They couldn't even find a single prescription, let alone the ancestral one. Young master, where do you think the Lin family would hide the prescription? Why isn't it anywhere? Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai asked with exhausted faces. But Chen Fan continued searching everywhere with a candle in hand. That doesn't make sense. The Lin family never had time to react. They couldn't have taken the prescription with them. Keep looking. All right. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai replied listlessly. Chen Fan, stop searching. Just then Long Han Huang suddenly spoke up. You won't find it. They'd rather give you 30 million taels than hand over the prescription. How could we possibly find it so easily? Hearing this, Chen Fan set down the candle holder in his hand. Didn't you stay at the Lin family before? Where do you think they would hide the prescription? I don't know either. The only way to find out is to ask them, but they most likely won't tell us. Long Han Huang replied. Who knows? I refuse to believe they'd rather die than talk. Chen Fan declared, then added, let's go, I'll take you to find them. All right. Long Han Huang agreed. Chen Fan said nothing more and led them away from the Lin residence. But at this moment, elsewhere at the Duke Chen's mansion, although it was already late at night, Duke Chen still sat upright in the main seat of the living room, his expression extremely grim. Clearly he hadn't expected the imperial censor to arrive so quickly. The fall of the Lin family meant all the major officials around him had also been caught. After all, these officials were his confidants, the key to his rebellion. But now it was all ruined. And the instigator was none other than Chen Fan, a wastrel he had cast out of his family. How could he not hate him? Father, what should we do next? At this moment, Chen Fan's eldest son Chen Feng looked at his father with deep worry and gravity. They know too much. Kill them all no matter the cost. Duke Chen said with a gloomy expression. Kill them all. Some officials' crimes don't warrant the death penalty. At most, they should be demoted or dismissed. Chen Feng said with some surprise. After being demoted or dismissed, would they still be useful? Moreover, only dead men can keep secrets forever. Duke Chen said grimly. Yes, I'll arrange people to handle it immediately. Chen Feng replied. Wait, have you found out the backgrounds of those experts around Chen Fan? Duke Chen asked again. Long Hanswang was sent by Lin Sanqian to kill Chen Fan, but Chen Fan turned her against him. As for those 27th realm experts around him, we haven't found out yet. Chen Feng said. What? Still haven't found out? How much time has passed? Still haven't found out. Duke Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he scolded directly. Forgive me, father. Those 20 people appeared out of nowhere with no information at all. And when faced with outsiders, they were cold and reserved, unable to draw any information out of them. Chen Feng said. I don't care. Within 7 days I must see that unfilial son die without a grave. Duke Chen said with a displeased expression. Yes, father. Chen Feng replied respectfully, though with helplessness on his face. On the other side, Chen Fan spent some money and finally brought Long Hanswang and the others to the Jinling City dungeon to meet Lin Sanqian and his son, who had already been imprisoned there. According to what Chen Fan knew, the Lin family's embezzlement of official grain warehouses and smuggling of grain supplies had already been fully confessed by those officials who had once protected them. Although Lin Sanqian had pleaded guilty and accepted his punishment, he could not escape the crime of having his 9 generations executed. After all, grain was the most important strategic material of this era, the foundation of the nation. The charges of misappropriating official grain and smuggling grain exports were too severe, no one could save them. And when Lin Sanqian and his son saw Chen Fan arrive, their once haggard faces were instantly filled with anger. Lin Feng even rushed directly at Chen Fan, roaring through the prison bars with bared fangs and extended claws. Chen Fan. You. It's all because of you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't care at all, not even wanting to acknowledge him. Instead, he looked directly at Lin Sanqian, who was relatively calm on the side. Master Lin, can we talk? Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression slightly changed. Talk. At this point, do you think there's anything left for us to discuss? Master Lin, you actually understand well. We had no enmity between us originally. If you hadn't helped Duke Chen, how would you have ended up in this situation? And you, for Duke Chen's sake, ended up like this. But how has Duke Chen treated you? I don't need to say it, do I? He probably hasn't even come to visit once. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Sanqian asked, his brows deeply furrowed. Although I cannot save your Lin family, I can help you preserve the last bloodline of the Lin family. So your Lin family won't be extinguished. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? Can you save Lin Feng? Lin Feng once defiled a peasant girl, and that woman gave birth to a son. Master Lin probably doesn't know about this, does he? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is he telling the truth? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. That vile woman did come to find me, but I don't know if that child is actually mine. But Lin Sanqian's face was filled with joy, and he looked directly at Chen Fan. As long as that child is unharmed, name any condition. The prescription for the antidote to the Xian cold poison. As long as you hand over the prescription, I promise that after this matter is over, I will have that child recognize his true lineage and live without worry about food and clothing. You should not have been born into this world. Lin Sanqian's expression suddenly turned grim. Now the only bargaining chip he held to negotiate with Chen Fan seemed to be that prescription alone. But how could he possibly produce such a prescription? It had been nothing but a fabrication to deceive Long Hanswang. If he had been able to produce it, he would have long ago. Why wait until today? If he could have produced it, Long Hanswang would never have betrayed him. Yet Lin Feng urgently shouted, Father, do not believe him. That child is absolutely not mine. Moreover, I long ago had that wicked woman and her brat dealt with. That illegitimate spawn could not possibly still be alive. He is simply trying to trick me out of the prescription, to save Long Hanswang. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqian's expression suddenly shifted. What did you say? You killed them, mother and son. Absolutely true. That wicked woman and her child cannot be alive. He is deceiving you. Lin Feng said. You. As Lin Sanqian listened, rage surged through his heart, and he suddenly spat up a mouthful of blood, stumbling to the ground. That had been the Lin family's last hope for continuation, yet now Lin Feng claimed to have killed them. Father, what is wrong with you? Lin Feng hurried forward to check on him upon seeing this. Reckless son. Lin Sanqian was so furious he could not utter another word. Even Chen Fan furrowed his brow. He had not expected Lin Feng to be so ruthless as to send someone to murder that mother and child. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Even a fierce tiger does not devour its own offspring. Yet Chen Fan remained composed, speaking coldly. How do you know those people actually killed that mother and child? Umph. Lin Feng suddenly growled. I sent them myself. Do you think I would not know? You simply want the prescription, is that it? Let me make this clear. You will never have it. I want Lung Huan Shuang to die alongside my Lin family. You... Chen Fan fell momentarily speechless. But upon seeing Chen Fan's hesitation, Lin Feng rose to his feet, disregarding his father entirely, his expression dark. Chen Fan, you have ruined my Lin family to this extent, yet you are still unsatisfied. You come here to torment my father. Fine. Don't you want the prescription? Weren't you the one who said I would one day beg to give it to you? Then kneel before me today, and kowtow 30 times with your forehead striking the ground, and I will give it to you. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed. But Lin Feng did not wait for him to respond, continuing, unwilling. Then watch Lung Huan Shuang die from her poison right before your eyes. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened. You said it yourself? If you back down now, do not blame me for showing no mercy. As he spoke, there was a sudden thud. Chen Fan dropped to his knees and began kowtowing toward Lin Feng. Witnessing this, even Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were stunned. Their young master had actually knelt and was kowtowing to Lin Feng. Beside them, Lung Huan Shuang looked utterly disbelieving. A man's knees hold golden worth. Even knowing Lin Feng might be deceiving him, he still knelt. Why? Was she, one who had once sought to kill him, worth such sacrifice? Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, you were so arrogant, and now you have come to this. Ha ha ha. Kowtow louder for me. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed triumphantly. But Chen Fan showed no reaction, quickly completing 30 kowtows before rising with a dark expression. The prescription. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The prescription. Chen Fan, did you not pride yourself on being clever? Surely you did not think I would actually give it to you. Ha ha ha. I am simply mocking you. There never was any ancestral prescription in my Lin family. It was all a deception from start to finish. Ha ha ha. You actually believed it. Let me tell you. Lung Huan Shuang's Xianyin cold poison is the deadliest poison in the world beyond any remedy. There is simply no prescription. Just wait for her to die from the poison and accompany my Lin family to death. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed maniacally, looking utterly unhinged. But Chen Fan's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. No prescription. There truly was no prescription. Did that not mean Lung Huan Shuang was destined to die? And Lung Huan Shuang herself stood frozen, her face etched with desolation and sorrow. Though she had anticipated this, the reality that no prescription existed devastated her. Lin Feng, you leave me no choice. Chen Fan said coldly. Leaving you no choice. I am about to die anyway. If I force your hand, what can you possibly do? Ha ha ha. Go ahead and bite me. Lin Feng sneered triumphantly. Rest assured I will not bite you. Moreover, I will ensure that mother and child die alongside you, to keep your family reunited in death. Chen Fan said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted. What do you mean, eh? You have likely forgotten. I too am a bastard son. Back then I could not bear to see them perish, and spend 100 taels to purchase their lives, hoping to forge a bond of kindness. But today your Lin family shall know the taste of extinction, no heirs to carry on your name. As Chen Fan spoke, he pulled Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to his feet. Let us go. But Lin Feng suddenly panicked, recalling Chen Fan's earlier compassion for that mother and child, and shouted frantically. Chen Fan, face me if you have the courage. Leave them be. Chen Fan, come at me directly. Do not touch them. Yet Chen Fan offered no response, vanishing from their sight in moments. Lin Feng fell into utter despair. Overcome with regret, he realized that if he had not deliberately forced Chen Fan to kneel, Chen Fan's nature might very well have spared that mother and child. But now, young master, are you truly going to kill that mother and child? Xiao Ku asked with concern as they left the prison. Why would I kill them? They have no connection to the Lin family in the first place. Let them be, Chen Fan replied. Xiao Ku nodded. Yet Chen Fan felt troubled watching Lung Huan Shuang's despondent expression beside him. Lung Huan Shuang had clung to a sliver of hope, but now. Xiaonuan, do not lose heart. Just because the Lin family lacks it does not mean nowhere else does. Trust me, I will find a way to cure your poison. Lung Huan Shuang nodded gently, offering no further words. It was not that she did not trust Chen Fan, but rather, she knew all too well whether her poison could be cured. Over the years she had traveled north and south, searching everywhere for a remedy, yet if a cure truly existed, she would not have suffered these countless years of torment. Now even this incident with the Lin family had made her understand. This was simply her fate. This was heaven's punishment for her. No matter how she tried, she could not escape it, could not dodge it. A calamity like her should not have been born into this world. A solitary soul marked for doom had no right to live. Watching Long Huanshuang's desolation, Chen Fan's heart ached, yet he found no words adequate to comfort her. He could only lead Long Huanshuang back. Suddenly Long Huanshuang coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Xiaonuan, perhaps you are unwilling. That night, deep into the night, Chen Fan knocked on every doctor's door and spared no expense to summon all the physicians of Jinling City to his courtyard. But every doctor, after examining Long Huanshuang lying unconscious on the bed, could only shake their heads in helpless resignation. Seeing this, Chen Fan grew even more anxious and worried. Surely you must have some way. Master Chen, this young lady has been afflicted by the legendary ultimate poison, the Xian cold poison. Since the venom has penetrated her marrow, we are truly powerless to help. An elderly physician spoke up. Moreover, her emotional state is severely unstable. She appears to have lost the will to live, leaving us with no viable course of action, another doctor added. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. He knew that Lin Feng's words about lacking a remedy that evening must have shattered Long Huanshuang's hopes, driving her to utter despair. It had extinguished even her final spark of desire to survive. Is there anything you can do to suppress the poison? Chen Fan asked urgently. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in defeat. But then an elderly doctor suddenly spoke up. I do have a method to suppress the poison, though it only addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, and the sacrifice required is substantial. Sir, please explain clearly. Chen Fan's expression changed as he urgently pleaded. The method is essentially an exchange of lives, finding someone willing to sacrifice themselves for her, using their heart blood to replace part of the cold blood within her body. Furthermore, a martial arts master of at least the 7th realm would need to guide the process with internal energy, the old doctor explained. Will the one donating blood die? Chen Fan asked, his brow furrowing. No, but they would become severely weakened, taking at least 2 to 3 months to recover. More critically, it would damage their life essence, and even after recovery their lifespan would be shortened. By at least 10 years, the old doctor confirmed. Without hesitation, Chen Fan declared, then use my blood. Xiao Ke go summoned 2 guards. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai's expressions shifted upon hearing this. Young master, how can this be? We cannot use your blood. Exactly. What if something goes wrong? That would cost you 10 years of your life. Yet Chen Fan remained unmoved. 10 years is nothing. It is of no consequence. But is this really worth it, young master? She came to kill you. Xiao Ku argued. There is no question of worth or not worth. I cannot simply watch her die. Chen Fan stated firmly, then added, go fetch the 2 guards to assist us now. Wait. This isn't something you can simply agree to. We must first determine whether your blood can merge with hers. If it cannot, then it won't work, the old doctor suddenly interjected. Chen Fan realized the necessity of blood compatibility and hurriedly asked the old doctor to conduct a test. Miraculously, Chen Fan's blood happened to be a perfect match for Long Huanshuang's. Chen Fan wasted no time and urgently instructed Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to call the guards. Though they looked on helplessly, they had no choice and summoned the 2 most skilled warriors. After the old doctor gave his instructions, Chen Fan dismissed everyone and immediately began. With 2 8th realm experts assisting, the blood exchange was completed swiftly. However, Chen Fan's complexion turned deathly pale, his entire body appearing as if drained empty, leaving him too weak to even stand. Yet he had no mind to concern himself with his own condition. Instead, gazing at the motionless Long Huanshuang on the bed, he asked in confusion, Sir, why hasn't she woken yet? Her will to survive is weak, and your newly transferred blood requires time to integrate. The old doctor continued, taking Long Huanshuang's pulse. However, her pulse is no longer frail. It seems the poison has been temporarily suppressed. But as I said, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Before long, her Xian cold poison will flare up again, and this method may no longer work. Therefore, to achieve a complete cure, an antidote must be found, the old doctor said. An antidote? Chen Fan's expression shifted. Sir, do you know where one can be found? Or what herb should be used to counteract it? Hearing this, the old doctor shook his head. The Xian cold poison is renowned as the most lethal of all toxins with no known antidote. I have practiced medicine for decades, and this is my first encounter. Perhaps my knowledge is merely limited, the old doctor added, then abruptly shifted the subject. I wonder if Master Chen is familiar with the ghost physician Gui Fuzi. The ghost physician? Chen Fan shook his head. Do you believe the ghost physician can cure this Xian cold poison? I cannot say for certain, but the ghost physician's medical mastery is profound and unfathomable. If he were to intervene, it would not be impossible. However, after failing to save his beloved companion, the ghost physician became deeply bitter and withdrawn from the world. Having lost his own love, he cannot bear to see others happy. Therefore, any request for his aid demands acceptance of a condition. Sometimes the price is even a life for a life, the old doctor explained. Where is the ghost physician currently located? Chen Fan asked with a furrowed brow. He resides in seclusion within the bamboo forest east of Jinling City. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted. Sir, please tell me in detail about this ghost physician. The old doctor made no excuses and began recounting the ghost physician's story at length. The following morning, early at dawn, Chen Fan disregarded his physical weakness and set out with Xiao Ke AI and several guards beyond the city, heading toward the ghost physician's secluded dwelling. Though the old doctor had warned that the ghost physician possessed an eccentric nature, as long as the faintest chance remained, Chen Fan would not give up. He simply could not stand by and watch Lung Huanshuang perish. Finally, after searching all morning, Chen Fan located the ghost physician's residence in a valley, a very quiet and humble small courtyard. In the courtyard, an elderly man with white hair and beard was dissecting a rabbit. Upon seeing Chen Fan and his party arrive, the old man's expression turned exceedingly grim. Who are you people? What business do you have at my doorstep? Chen Fan wasted no time and promptly paid his respects to the ghost physician with a deep bow. I am Chen Fan of Jinling, paying my respects to you, senior ghost physician. But the ghost physician remained sullen and impatient. What is there to see? I require no formalities from you. Be gone and cease bothering me. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated resistance, but never imagined the ghost physician's temperament would be even more difficult than he feared. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained courteous. Senior, I apologize for the intrusion, but one of my friends has contracted the Xian cold poison and is near death. I have come to beg you to save them. So you've come begging me to save someone. What connection do you have to this person? The ghost physician's expression shifted to something sinister, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. A friend, Chen Fan replied. A friend. The ghost physician let out a cold, chilling laugh. Lung Huanshuang truly lives up to her reputation as a rare beauty. Unexpected that you've already found someone willing to die for her. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression changed abruptly. Before he could even speak, how did the ghost physician know it was Lung Huanshuang? Had Lung Huanshuang come seeking him out? But what did the ghost physician mean by those words? Before Chen Fan could ask, the ghost physician continued. You've come for Lung Huanshuang, so it seems you are already prepared to die for her. Then follow me. Hearing this, Chen Fan grew even more bewildered. Senior, what do you mean? What do you mean by dying for her? The ghost physician's expression darkened. Didn't Lung Huanshuang tell you? I once said that as long as she could find a man willing to sacrifice his life for her and hand him over to me, I would cure her Xian cold poison. Have you not heard this? Or have you changed your mind? He is already dead. Chen Fan was no fool. He had already pieced together what had happened. It must have been Lung Shuang who sought out the ghost doctor. Since the ghost doctor could not save his own beloved in the past, he simply could not bear to see others happy. He deliberately arranged for Lung Shuang to find someone who deeply loved her, a life for a life. And the ghost doctor believed that Chen Fan was the one Lung Shuang had found. This also proved that the ghost doctor truly could cure the profound cold poison afflicting Lung Shuang. However, this life for a life. It is not that I am unwilling. I merely wish to ask you, senior, if there might be some flexibility, a different condition. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and spoke. A different condition? Impossible. The ghost doctor replied with a dismissive sneer. Then how can I be certain you can cure Lung Shuang? If you fail to cure her, would I not have wasted my life? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, the ghost doctor's expression suddenly darkened. You dare question my abilities? It is merely a trivial, profound, cold poison. How could I fail to cure it? Chen Fan responded with an even more contemptuous expression, letting out a cold laugh. Who can say? If you could heal any ailment, how would your beloved still be separated from you by death? The ghost doctor's face twisted into an expression of utter fury. Everyone knew that his failure to save his wife was precisely what had driven him to become the man he was today. Yet Chen Fan had struck directly at the ghost doctor's deepest wound. Even Xiao Ku and Xiao AI, watching from the side, looked deeply bewildered. After what Chen Fan had just said, would the ghost doctor ever agree to save Lung Shuang? Sure enough, the ghost doctor roared in anger. You brat. You seek death. Do you think even if you were willing to die, I would still save Lung Shuang? But Chen Fan showed no concern, responding with outright disdain. So what? As if you could heal her anyway. Moreover, even if you could, so what? If I were to die saving Lung Shuang, do you truly believe she would go on living alone? Do you think all people are like you? You preached endlessly about loving your wife, yet you could not even save her from her own suffering. You let her endure torment in life, and now she drifts alone along the road to Yellow Springs. And as for someone like you, how do you dare continue breathing this world's air? Your master taught you medicine to heal the sick and benefit the world, yet you demand a life for a life. This is cruel and merciless. Or tell me, did your master, the illustrious medicine saint, the sage of medical arts, teach you thus? As the ghost doctor listened to Chen Fan's words, his face grew darker and darker, consumed by rage, yet utterly speechless. Yet Chen Fan, seeing this, showed no mercy and continued his barbed remarks. Exactly. A despicable wretch like you who betrays his master and abandons all principles of righteousness surely dares not die. You dare not descend to face your master, dare not meet your ancestors, and most of all dare not see your beloved. You have no face to stand before them. So you hide away in this desolate corner of the mountains, living in shame alone and friendless, despised and cursed by all, an eternal stain upon your name. Fortunately, your beloved died early. Had she lived to see what manner of dog you truly are, knowing her loyal and gentle husband was nothing but this, she would rather have died than marry you. You, uffed. The ghost doctor, seething with indignation, struggled to speak, but could find no words. Finally, he spat a mouthful of blood. Under such circumstances, how could the ghost doctor possibly agree to save Lung Xuan? But this was precisely what Chen Fan had hoped to see. This was the method he had conceived after hearing the ghost doctor's story the previous night. The ghost doctor was once the medicine saint's most outstanding disciple, known for his kind nature and generosity, dedicating himself to healing the sick and saving lives. His wife had married him precisely because of his goodness. Now he had become this. Chen Fan could only resort to this approach, hoping to awaken the ghost doctor's reason. However, the ghost doctor gradually composed himself, though his expression remained dark and grim. Brat, all that talking was merely to provoke me into helping you save Lung Xuan, wasn't it? But for all your talk, you still refuse to die for her. By what right do you lecture me? Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly. I have said it already. It is not that I am unwilling. It is meaningless. If I die, she would not live alone. I am not so foolish as to sacrifice 2 lives merely to amuse a wretch like you. Good, good, good. The ghost doctor repeated those 3 characters in succession. I do not want your life. I only want your 2 hands. If you surrender your arms today, I will save Lung Xuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan sneered. Without both hands, what difference is there from being dead, eh? How about this? Since you do not trust me, let us make a wager. If you cure Lung Xuan and she chooses to die for love, then your life is mine. You shall serve me henceforth and continue healing the sick. But if Lung Xuan refuses to die for me, then my life is yours. Whether you take my hands or my head, I submit to your judgment. Do you dare accept this challenge? Excellent. You spoke these words yourself. The ghost doctor sneered and immediately produced 2 medicine bottles, tossing them forward. This bottle contains poison. Only I hold the antidote. To prevent your betrayal, drink it now. Chen Fan showed no hesitation. He took the bottle and drank it down in one gulp. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai watched in utter dismay. Could Chen Fan truly have drunk it without a second thought? Did he truly trust Lung Xuan so completely? What if Lung Xuan refused to die for him? Most importantly, based on her behavior these past days, Lung Xuan clearly held no affection for Chen Fan. In fact, she seemed somewhat repulsed by him. How could she possibly commit suicide for him? Why was Chen Fan acting so recklessly? Excellent. Boy, this second bottle contains the antidote to the profound cold poison. Give it to Lung Xuan to consume, and her poison will be cured. The ghost doctor spoke once more. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed. The ghost doctor actually possessed a ready-made antidote. Boy, you may choose to distrust me. The ghost doctor seemed to read Chen Fan's suspicions and spoke. Chen Fan, however, brushed it aside and gestured respectfully. Please, senior. Within Chen Fan's courtyard, Lung Xuan finally regained consciousness. Yet as she sensed the changes within her body, confusion overwhelmed her. The profound cold poison had erupted within her, yet now the toxin's grip had lessened dramatically. After questioning Lian Yue, Lung Xuan was left utterly stunned, disbelief written across her face. She understood the method of blood exchange, and she also knew the price it exacted. Even a martial cultivator would suffer a severe decline in their power and lose at least a decade of their lifespan. And Chen Fan was merely an ordinary person, yet he had unhesitatingly exchanged blood for her. Why? They had been nothing more than strangers. When they first met, she had come only to kill him. She knew full well that her own family had abandoned her because of the profound cold poison innate to her body. She knew that throughout all her years of living, no matter how often she performed acts of righteousness, no one had ever treated her with kindness. All people only wished to exploit her to covet her beauty. If asked to kneel and beg for an antidote on her behalf, not one of them would have agreed, let alone sacrifice years of their own lifespan. Yet Chen Fan had gone so far as to kneel before someone like Lin Feng for her sake, sacrificing his own longevity to perform a blood exchange. Why? Where is Chen Fan now? Lung Xuan hurriedly asked. But before Lian Yu could respond, a voice suddenly rang out. He is already dead. You arrange it as you see fit, that's fine. He is dead. With the voice, ghost doctor walked in alone. Seeing this, Lung Hanchuang's expression suddenly changed, and she said hurriedly, Ghost doctor, why are you here? What did you mean by that? Who is dead? Ghost Doctor, however, had an impatient expression. It's Chen Fan, of course. Otherwise, why would this old man be here? With that, Ghost Doctor directly took out a medicine bottle and tossed it to Lung Han Huang. Drink it, and your profound cold poison will be cured. My promise is fulfilled. But Lung Han Huang's expression suddenly changed, her face frozen in disbelief. What did Ghost Doctor mean? Had Chen Fan traded his own life for hers to save her? How could this be possible? Even if Chen Fan truly liked her, he wouldn't go so far as to give up his life for her. But Lian Yue, standing by, looked flustered. She stood up abruptly, speaking with extreme anxiety. Old sir, what do you mean? What happened to my husband? Hearing this, Ghost Doctor frowned slightly and glanced at Lian Yue, clearly puzzled in his heart. Yet he still said with annoyance, dead. To save Lung Han Huang one life for another. He's already dead. Those two little girls have gone to buy him a coffin. Hearing this, Lian Yue was even more stunned, unable to believe it. Dead? How? He was fine this morning, how could? Husband, don't you know that Chen Fan's heart belongs to Lung Han Huang? He traded his life for hers. Ghost Doctor said impatiently. Impossible. This can't be true. I have no connection with Chen Fan. Oh, we met by chance. How could he exchange his life for mine? Impossible. I don't believe it. Ghost Doctor, you're lying to me. Lung Han Huang suddenly became agitated. What does that have to do with anything? Why would I lie to you? I've already given you the antidote anyway. Believe it or not. Ghost Doctor said with an annoyed expression. Hearing this, Lian Yue collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Lung Han Huang was even more incredulous. Chen Fan had knelt for her before Yifeng had traded his lifespan for blood for her, and now had even given his own life to save hers. How could she dare to believe it? How could she, someone abandoned since childhood and despised by everyone, believe it? Was Chen Fan's claim of liking her really true? Was his promise to marry her really true? Was his vow to heal her also true? Thinking this, Lung Han Huang's mind suddenly filled with memories of Chen Fan's playful smiles, his teasing, and his flirtatious demeanor. She recalled his gentle and handsome smile. She remembered the little moments of the past days. Suddenly, as if understanding something. If he didn't truly like her, why would he spend 15 million to obtain the Lin family's prescription? If he didn't truly like her, why would he kneel to someone like Lin Feng? If he didn't truly like her, why would he seek out Ghost Doctor and give her his very life? If he didn't truly like her, why would he have risked his life to save her back, then keeping her by his side, when he already had over 20 masters of the 7th and 8th realms protecting him? At that time, Chen Fan could have killed her. If he didn't truly like her, why would he have been so gentle with her? Yet she had never given him a kind look. She had never even spoken a proper word to him. She had even planned to kill this lecher when the one-year agreement ended. As Lung Han Huang thought this, a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from her lips. You? Why are you so foolish? Why must you be so foolish? Do you think I can live with a clear conscience after this? Bang! Lung Han Huang, as she spoke, suddenly hurled the medicine bottle in her hand. It shattered, instantly spilling the liquid all over the ground. Seeing this, Ghost Doctor's expression changed drastically. You? Do you know that this is the only remedy that can cure your profound cold poison? There is no other. So what if it's the only one? What does the profound cold poison matter? I won't treat it. Where is Chen Fan now? Take me to him. Lung Han Huang said with guilt and grief. He's already dead. What do you want with him? His body will be brought back soon, said Ghost Doctor. Even if he's dead, I still want to see him. I want to tell him myself that I will marry him and become his wife. Lung Han Huang grabbed Ghost Doctor's collar. Take me to him now. Ghost Doctor looked helpless. He knew that from the moment Lung Han Huang threw away the antidote, he had already lost. That was the very potion that could cure the profound cold poison. But Lung Han Huang had discarded it without a shred of regret. That alone said everything. Ghost Doctor had no desire to continue the charade, but just as he was about to reveal the truth, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. This time you said it yourself. No backing out. Hearing the voice, both Lung Han Huang and Lian Yue froze. That voice. Chen Fan walked in through the door accompanied by Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. And Chen Fan's face was full of smiles. Chen Fan. Husband, you're fine. This old gentleman said you were already. Lian Yue stood stunned, then quickly rushed to him, her tearful eyes still filled with disbelief. There, I'm fine. I was just fooling her. How could I die so easily? Chen Fan smiled, gently wiping the tears from Lian Yue's face. I made you worry. Husband. Lian Yue, hearing this, could not hold back her tears any longer. She threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. You scared me. I thought you really. Don't ever frighten me like that again. All right. Chen Fan patted Lian Yue's back tenderly. I won't do it again. Be good, don't cry anymore. But Lung Han Huang, standing aside, was full of confusion. Chen Fan was not dead. Then why had Ghost Doctor given her the antidote? Ghost Doctor, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say Chen Fan was dead? Lung Han Huang asked with a cold, clear tone. But Ghost Doctor did not want to answer. Ask him yourself. With that, he took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Lung Han Huang. Fortunately, this one is real. If you break it again, there won't be another. Then Ghost Doctor brought out a pill for Chen Fan. This is the antidote. Chen Fan took it without concern and swallowed it directly. Senior, do you still remember our agreement? Don't worry, a word spoken is past recalling. Once I go back and pack up, I will naturally return, said Ghost Doctor. With that he left directly. But as Ghost Doctor departed, Long Hans Huang was still puzzled. Chen Fan, what exactly happened? Take the antidote first, and I'll tell you, said Chen Fan. Long Hans Huang frowned slightly, looked at the bottle, but still swallowed the antidote. Now can you tell me? I made a bet with him using my life, betting that you would die for love for me. I knew it. How could anyone not like me, so handsome and elegant? You were secretly in love with me all along. And you even destroyed the antidote for me, ready to die for love. How deeply you love me, I'm so touched. Chen Fan said with a light laugh. But Long Han Shuang, hearing this, did not banter with him. Instead, she frowned deeply. So if I hadn't been willing to die for you, you would have really died. Chen Fan said with an indifferent expression. You. Long Han Shuang suddenly choked up, wanting to scold him. How could he gamble his own life on someone like her? But no words came out. After calming herself, she spoke. How could you be so sure I would die for you? Did you ever think what would happen if I didn't? What else? A grand funeral? Chen Fan said. Long Han Shuang was left speechless. But Chen Fan did not hesitate. But I heard every word you said just now. You declared with your own mouth that you would marry me. No backing out. Tomorrow I'll have someone pick an auspicious date. Long Han Shuang wanted to say something, but looking at Chen Fan, she let go of all her reservations. She understood clearly. Chen Fan was a gift from heaven, and she would never meet another like him. She didn't want to disappoint him, nor miss this chance. So she nodded earnestly, and said, You arrange it as you see fit, that's fine. I'll handle the arrangements then. Chen Fan could hardly believe his ears upon hearing this. What did Long Han Shuang say? She told him to handle the arrangements himself. What did she mean? Was Long Han Shuang truly willing to marry him? But how could that be? She had always been so cold and repulsed by him. How could she possibly be willing to marry him now? Not only Chen Fan found it hard to believe, but even Lian Yue, Xiao Ku, and Xiao Ai looked equally astonished. After all, they knew too well how Long Han Shuang had treated Chen Fan recently. How could she truly marry him like this? Even if Chen Fan had sacrificed greatly for her this time, it shouldn't be enough to make her agree so easily to marry him. Long Han Shuang nodded very calmly. Are you serious? You're not lying to me. Chen Fan pressed. Serious. I'm not lying, said Long Han Shuang. Then let me be clear, you can only be a concubine. Are you still willing? Chen Fan added. Upon hearing this, Long Han Shuang frowned slightly, glancing at Lian Yu beside her. It seemed Lian Yu had guessed something as she lowered her head humbly, not daring to meet Long Han Shuang's gaze. Long Han Shuang paid no heed and turned to Chen Fan. She is already a concubine. You want me to be one too. So you think I'm not worthy of being the principal wife? It's not that you're unworthy, but I already have someone in mind for the principal wife, Chen Fan replied. Upon hearing this, not only Long Han Shuang, but even Lian Yu's expression shifted as she looked at Chen Fan. Who? Asked Long Han Shuang. Well, I won't tell you for now. So are you still willing? Chen Fan asked. Long Han Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, but said nothing more. She merely replied indifferently, Arrange it yourself. I've just taken the antidote and need to cultivate for a while. You all go out now. All right. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised that Long Han Shuang was willing to be a concubine. It seemed his sacrifices over this period had not been in vain. Without further hesitation, he led Lian Yu and the others out of the room. However, a trace of sorrow lingered on Lian Yu's face. Seeing Lian Yu's expression, Chen Fan understood why she felt that way. He immediately wrapped his arm around her slender waist and spoke softly. Lian Yue, why the long face? Are you worried that once I marry Long Han Shuang, I'll stop doting on you? A little, but I know my husband won't. That's right, no matter how many I marry, I will always cherish you in my heart. The arrival of anyone else will not diminish my affection for you by even a fraction, said Chen Fan. Lian Yu believes in my husband, she said softly. Good. I could never bear to neglect my most obedient little wife. Chen Fan smiled and added, By the way, how about you handle the arrangements for marrying Long Han Shuang? Me? Lian Yu's expression shifted. Yes. Not just this matter, but from now on, all affairs of the household will be managed by you. How about that? Chen Fan said. Husband, Lian Yu was clearly flattered. Chen Fan made it sound simple, but anyone could tell he was entrusting her with great authority. How could she, a concubine from a brothel, hold such power? Wasn't that the privilege of the mistress of the house? But before Lian Yu could voice her thoughts, Chen Fan interrupted. You can do it. I believe in you. And you don't want me to have to handle everything myself, do you? Lian Yu still hesitated, but Chen Fan gave her no chance to refuse. All right, it's settled. In the capital, within the imperial palace's study room, Ji Qianxue wearily put down the last memorial and stretched her body. Seeing this, Xue Ying promptly stepped forward, placed her hands on Ji Qianxue's shoulders, and began to massage them. Ji Qianxue, didn't mind closing her eyes and leaning back to enjoy the kneading. But as soon as she closed her eyes, Chen Fan's figure flashed through her mind. She herself didn't know why, but recently she had been involuntarily thinking of him, especially at night. She was particularly looking forward to the drink she had promised him. Shuang, what's the current situation in Jinling? It's hard to describe, strangely calm. Logically, after Chen Fan's upheaval, the 72 water villages on the Yangtze River should have reacted somehow. But they've been eerily quiet this whole time. Ji Qianxue frowned slightly, but didn't ask further. Instead, she changed the subject. What about Chen Fan? How has he been lately? Since the Lin family's downfall, he has been very peaceful, making no moves. According to the shadow guards, he seems to be preparing for a wedding, Shuang replied. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue's expression abruptly changed as she sat up straight. What did you say? He's getting married again. Didn't he just marry Lian Yu not long ago? How long has it been? And who is the bride? Shuang raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji Qianxue with slight suspicion. Why was she so agitated about Chen Fan's marriage? Still, she answered respectfully, it's Lung Hanshuang. Lung Hanshuang. Ji Qianxue was even more puzzled. Doesn't she despise him? Why would she be willing to marry him? According to the shadow guard's reports, Chen Fan recently did a lot for Lung Hanshuang. Shuang slowly recounted the events of recent days, then added, in a way, Chen Fan is quite loyal and devoted. It's rare to find someone who would go to such lengths for a woman. Ji Qianxue listened, her expression growing complicated. Clearly, she hadn't expected Chen Fan to kneel to Lin Feng for a woman, or to shorten his own life to exchange blood, or even gamble with his life for her sake. Truly loyal and devoted, rare in this world. Yet a strange resentment welled up in Ji Qianxue's heart, as if she resented that Chen Fan had done all these things for another woman. She resented Chen Fan for being fickle, marrying Lian Yu, and now another woman. A philanderer. But there's one thing that surprises me, Shuang continued. Lung Hanshuang, so proud and renowned as a first-class beauty in the Jianghu with many admirers, is actually willing to be his concubine. Ji Qianxue's expression shifted again. Concubine. Yes. Ji Qianxue was taken aback. She was only a concubine. Why? Did Chen Fan already have someone in mind for the principal wife? Yet inexplicably she felt a little relieved. By the way, she said, have you found out why he pretended to be a playboy before? Not yet, but it doesn't seem necessary. Though Chen Fan was a playboy in the past, it doesn't mean he lacked talent. Perhaps being born in the Duke's mansion as a concubine's son and not favored by the Duke, he never had a chance to shine. No, as a concubine's son, he should have tried harder to prove himself. Has Duke Chen shown any reaction? Ji Qianxue frowned. None at all. Logically, the Lin family was important to the Duke's mansion, but Duke Chen hasn't made any move to save them. He's been completely calm, as if it has nothing to do with him. However, every official involved in that case was wiped out. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a hidden plot. Ji Qianxue's expression turned serious. Prepare to go to Jinling tomorrow. As you command. Shuang bowed respectfully. Ji Qianxue simply waved her hand, signaling her to withdraw. After Shuang left, Ji Qianxue's face grew sullen. She leaned back in her chair, her mind filled with nothing but Chen Fan's image. Could it be that he deliberately played the role of a wastrel because he did not wish to marry her? Days slipped by one after another, and before long 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Jinling City was in the midst of tremendous upheaval. Because of the Lin family, almost all officials in Jinling from high-ranking to low-level were investigated. Any officials and merchants who had colluded with the Lin family met grim ends. As for everyone in the Lin family, they all faced justice without exception. The entire city of Jinling became filled with panic and unease. However, within Chen Fan's courtyard, everything remained remarkably tranquil. Chen Fan was recuperating, while Lung Hanshuang had entered seclusion. Lian Yu, accompanied by her 2 young maids Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, busied herself with decorating the courtyard and preparing for Chen Fan and Lung Hanshuang's wedding. Chen Fan, on the other hand, enjoyed his leisure. Each day was spent either inspecting the brewing progress at the wine workshop or simply basking in the sun. After this period of production, the wine workshop had accumulated sufficient inventory. It was about time to consider selling the wine. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Fan decided to visit the streets himself. He brought Lian Yu along with Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, accompanied by several guards, and made their way to Jinling streets. The collapse of Jinling's wealthiest family, the Lin family, had left their shops shuttered throughout the city, casting a somber stillness over the streets. With the Lin family's assets now under Chen Fan's control, he recognized the need to breathe life back into them. He could not let Jinling's prosperity wither under his stewardship. Yet revitalizing these enterprises proved no simple task. He was severely short-staffed. Just as Chen Fan was pondering how to recruit more help, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Brother Chen, it's been too long. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and his companions turned to see Ji Qianxue approaching, robed in white, fan in hand, bearing the elegant demeanor of a refined nobleman. Shuang followed beside her, clad in black combat attire with a sword at her side. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised, yet responded without hesitation, bowing respectfully. Brother Hua, long time no see. When did you arrive? I just arrived this morning. I had intended to visit your residence, but never expected to cross paths with you here. We truly are destined to meet. Ji Qinxue returned the gesture with distinguished grace. A single clear melody fills the wine cup. Where in this life do we not encounter one another? Since our last parting, I have long been thinking of you, brother Hua, looking forward to that meal you promised. Oh. Ji Qianxue's brows and eyes danced with a subtle expression. Brother Chen, have you truly been missing me? Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. What did Hua Qianxing mean by this? Wasn't this merely the most basic pleasantries? Both knew whether it was genuine or not. Why was Hua Qianxing pressing so persistently? And strangely, Chen Fan sensed something unexpectedly feminine in Hua Qianxing's demeanor. How could that be false? Chen Fan replied. Then in that case, could you compose a few lines of poetry describing how you've missed me? Ji Qinxue persisted deliberately, though she seemed unaware of her own actions. Chen Fan's brows knitted together again. What was peculiar about Hua Qianxing today? But before he could respond, Ji Qinxue spoke once more. What? Brother Chen would rather not. Not at all. I miss you like the full moon, its radiance fading night after night. All companions of zither poetry and wine have abandoned me in snowy moons, and among flowers you are what I remember most. Chen Fan recited these words offhand. How beautifully you speak of missing me like the full moon, its light diminishing each night. Ji Qinxue murmured softly to herself, then asked again. Brother Chen, do you truly think of me this way? Chen Fan frowned, once more puzzled by the repeated question. Fortunately, Shui Ying beside them sensed the awkwardness and quickly tugged at Ji Qinxue's sleeve, exchanging a warning glance. Ji Qinxue suddenly came to her senses, realizing what she had done. Yet confusion swirled within her. What had possessed her to speak this way to Chen Fan? She needed to remember she was disguised as a man, the elegant young master Hua Qianxing. These were questions only a maiden would ask. How embarrassing. She had suddenly lost her composure. Was it because she hadn't seen Chen Fan in so long? Without hesitation, Ji Qinxue quickly covered for herself. Haha, I shall tease you no further lest your lady grow jealous. I wonder what brings you to these streets, brother Chen. Hearing this, Chen Fan's tension eased somewhat. If Hua Qianxing continued pressing, he might have actually suspected romantic interest. I have nothing special to do, merely strolling through these streets for leisure, Chen Fan replied. Oh, you still possess such leisure, brother Chen. Coincidentally, I too wish to explore Jinling properly. Might I accompany you? Hua Qianxing asked. I would be delighted. Chen Fan agreed. Excellent. After you, brother Chen. Hua Qianxing gestured. The two set off together, and Hua Qianxing began talking freely, discussing recent events in Jinling and praising Chen Fan's feat of overcoming the Lin family. This surprised Chen Fan somewhat. Hua Qianxing had claimed to arrive only that morning, yet knew everything. But considering that Shui Ying, a sword immortal, served merely as his guard, and he had casually provided 20 experts of the 7th or 8th realm as additional protection, he could understand Hua Qianxing's considerable resources and influence. Lian, where are those women from Qingyin Pavilion? Just then Chen Fan noticed several girls kneeling in a corner of the street begging for alms. They appeared disheveled and haggard beyond recognition. Lian Yu's delicate brows furrowed in shock. She had never imagined her sisters would suffer such misery. Husband, they. Observing Lian Yu's compassionate expression, Chen Fan gently reassured her. It's all right. Didn't I say I want them all? Our household ought to have maids and servants. Lian Yu suddenly remembered Chen Fan's earlier words about having them join him, though he had also mentioned the timing wasn't right. At the time she hadn't understood, but now it suddenly became clear. Chen Fan intended to take them in during their greatest hardship. Those who now had alternatives wouldn't end up begging on the streets. And if Chen Fan welcomed them now, they would be forever grateful and serve him with unwavering loyalty. She never expected Chen Fan to have planned this from the very beginning. Lian Yu, you go and speak with them, Chen Fan added. Lian Yu's brows furrowed. Hadn't Chen Fan wanted these girls to owe him gratitude? Why send her instead? If she went, wouldn't she be the one receiving their thanks? Husband, wouldn't it be more effective if you went yourself? Lian Yu asked. You don't understand. If you go, they will owe you personally. But I must play the villain. They need to believe I'm only taking them in because of you. If I'm displeased, I can dismiss them at any moment. This way they'll never dare overstep or manipulate you with moral appeals, and they'll work diligently. Otherwise they might come to you complaining. We're all sisters. How can you treat us this way? Or, how can you be so ungrateful? They'd say, you succeeded and forgot your sisters. We were so good to you before, and now you treat us like this. Chen Fan explained thoughtfully. Hearing this, Lian Yu's expression shifted. She had not considered any of these details Chen Fan mentioned. Most importantly, she knew these women too well. Having grown accustomed to life in the pleasure quarters, their nature and thinking differed from ordinary girls. Such situations would inevitably arise. Do you understand now? Chen Fan smiled faintly, gently patting Lian Yu's back. Go ahead, show compassion, then beg me to take them in. Lian Yu hesitated not, and walked directly toward the women. Meanwhile, Ji Qianxue watched in astonishment. Through observing Chen Fan's actions over this period, she knew he was talented and skilled in his methods. Yet she had not anticipated he would be so adept at managing people. Though both appeared to be taking in the same group of people, the distribution of gratitude led to vastly different outcomes. Chen Fan was truly extraordinary. Yet the more she realized this, the more puzzled Ji Qianxue became. Chen Fan clearly possessed great talent. Why had he chosen to act as a dissolute wastrel and invite others' criticism? Suddenly, Ji Qianxue's expression changed. Her eyes widened as if she had just thought of something. Could it be that Chen Fan deliberately played the part of a prodigal son because he did not wish to marry her? Enjoy wine and poetry while you are young. As if suddenly understanding something, Ji Qianxue locked her gaze firmly onto Chen Fan. As a young master born to a concubine of the Duke's mansion, Chen Fan should best showcase his talents to demonstrate the Duke's favor and strive for the hereditary title. With Chen Fan's talent, he could surely make a name for himself throughout Jinling and even the entire realm. The position of heir would be his for the taking. Yet he willingly embraced the role of a thoroughbred playboy, enduring public scorn and ridicule. Why? For a moment, Ji Qianxue could think of only one reason: Chen Fan simply did not wish to marry her. Through their conversations, she understood clearly that Chen Fan's nature valued freedom above all else. If Chen Fan were to marry her, he would be confined for life within the walls of the mansion and the inner quarters with no freedom whatsoever. This was precisely why he concealed his brilliance, deliberately playing the fool and presenting himself as a worthless playboy. He even allowed his reputation as a prodigal to spread all the way to Shunjing, reaching her very ears. It was all to wait for her to break off the engagement. Ji Qianxue even suspected that Chen Fan himself had orchestrated the spread of his scandalous reputation across 1,000 miles, deliberately manipulating events to ensure she would hear of it. Otherwise, how would someone as distant as her in Shunjing have known of Chen Fan's notorious behavior? No wonder when Chen Fan initially left the Duke's mansion, he had declared, "One day the sleeping dragon shall find its reign. Today the crane is released to soar toward the heavens." Only a man who had already resolved to leave that life behind would speak such words. To say that only by departing the Duke's mansion could he truly be himself. So the root of everything was simply that Chen Fan refused to marry her. With this realization, Ji Qianxue's expression darkened. Chen Fan had deliberately cultivated his reputation as a prodigal, simply to avoid marrying her and force her to end the engagement. And yet she had remained completely unaware, even going so far as to actively help and protect him. Who gave him the audacity to do this? Does he not understand the gravity of his actions? This was deception of the highest order. Yet although Ji Qianxue was filled with anger, she could do nothing about it. Who had asked her to be the one to break off the engagement? Who had rushed to judgment without proper investigation, assuming he was truly an irredeemable playboy? Chen Fan had never claimed to be a wastrel, nor had he initiated the breakup himself. There is nowhere left in this country for them to find refuge. If we do not shelter them, they will starve to death. Chen Fan deliberately feigned disgust. "Lian Yue, do you even know what these women used to do? If I take them in, what will others think of me?" "But, husband, husband, I beg you." As Lian Yu spoke, her eyes suddenly grew red with tears. Seeing this, Chen Fan pretended to feel pity, wrapping his arm around Lian Yu's waist. "All right, stop crying. If it means that much to you, I will take them in." "Husband, really? Are you truly willing to take them in?" Lian Yu asked eagerly. "Truly. But let me make one thing clear. They must behave themselves henceforth and fulfill their duties. Otherwise, do not blame me for letting you down, understood?" Chen Fan said. "Yes, husband. They will surely do so," Lian Yu replied promptly. Upon hearing this, the courtesans each showed expressions of relief and joy. "Very well. Since that is the case, take them back and settle them in first." "Yes, husband. Thank you, husband," Lian Yu said, and without hesitation led the group of women out of the city. Chen Fan paid it no mind at first, but just as the last woman departed, he noticed someone familiar in the corner. Chen Hao, the second young master of the Chen Duke's mansion. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. He never imagined that after being cast out of his home, Chen Hao would fall to such a pitiable state, ending up on the streets as a beggar. Moreover, no one from the Duke's mansion came to his aid, truly letting him wander the streets. Such was the fickleness of human relationships. The wealthy gates reeked of rotten wine and meat, while others perished outside. Although Chen Hao had always looked down upon him for being born of a concubine, seeing him in such a state now, Chen Fan still felt a pang of compassion and walked directly toward Chen Hao. Chen Hao seemed to have seen Chen Fan long ago, yet appeared terrified of encountering him. He remained huddled in the corner, as if afraid Chen Fan might see him in such a wretched state. It was only when Chen Fan reached his side that Chen Hao, looking at Chen Fan's feet, timidly raised his head. Chen Fan, what do you want? You need not be afraid. I will not harm you. As Chen Fan spoke, he crouched down beside him. Ji Qianxue and the others, recognizing the man as Chen Hao, felt a mixture of pity and confusion. More than anything, they were puzzled. What could Chen Fan possibly hope to accomplish now that Chen Hao was in such a state? Yet Chen Fan remained calm. My estate is on the outskirts. You should know the way. If you are willing, come to me. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Was Chen Fan truly offering to take in Chen Hao? Had he forgotten that Chen Hao had once sought to ruin his reputation entirely? Even Chen Hao himself could hardly believe it. Looking up at Chen Fan, he asked, "What do you mean?" "To be honest, the Duke of Chen does not understand you at all. You should not have stayed in the Duke's mansion. Leaving was actually a good thing for you," Chen Fan said. "What are you trying to say?" Chen Hao asked, his face filled with confusion. "I mean to say, I know you have never cared for poetry and literature. It was only because the Duke, a lifelong military man, wished to appear cultured that he forced you to study them. He never knew that you preferred commerce, which is why you grew close to the Lin family. Unfortunately, you were born into the Duke's mansion. You had no chance to choose your own path, and the mansion would not tolerate your choice. But now you have that freedom. I am not suited to business. You could come and help me manage my enterprises. Here you can freely display your talents. Of course, only if you are willing." Hearing this, Chen Hao fell stunned, staring at Chen Fan, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. The brother he had always despised turned out to be the one who understood him best. Having fallen to such a desperate state, it was his own family and parents who should have helped him, but none appeared. Instead, it was Chen Fan, the man who had nearly been ruined by him, who was willing to offer assistance. "Why? After everything I did to you?" Chen Hao suddenly asked. "Perhaps because you are my second brother. Or perhaps because we were both pawns in the past, each unable to control our own destinies," Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan spoke these words, then slowly rose to his feet. "I have said my piece. The choice is yours. But know that my door is always open to you." But upon hearing this, Chen Hao was utterly stunned. Second brother. Chen Fan still regarded him as his second brother. Yet Chen Hao had never once treated Chen Fan as a brother. He had opposed Chen Fan at every turn. And now, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Meanwhile, Ji Qianxue frowned deeply. Had she misunderstood again? Both unable to control their own destinies. What did Chen Fan mean by those words? Was pretending to be a prodigal and refusing to marry her also beyond his control? But Chen Fan did not linger. Wishing to give Chen Hao some time to think, he turned and addressed Ji Qianxue. "The morning has passed, but the evening is not yet lost. Do not dwell on old friends or long for the homeland. Light a new fire and brew fresh tea. Enjoy poetry and wine while you are still young. Brother Hua, let us go. I owe you a drink." Yet no one knew whether Chen Fan's words of poetry were spoken to Ji Qianxue or to Chen Hao. After drinking, they returned to their rooms to rest together. "Brother Chen, why did you help Chen Hao earlier?" On the way back, Ji Qianxue asked curiously. Of course, she wanted to know what Chen Fan meant by "had no choice," and more importantly, the reason he pretended to be a playboy. "He's my own brother. There was never any deep-seated hatred between us. Besides, he's already been punished. Moreover, I know well that his talent in commerce is rare and invaluable. So I'll help if I can. It's up to him whether he's willing," Chen Fan said with a calm expression. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue felt somewhat helpless. How could she pry further with such a reply? But she wasn't about to give up, so she continued. "Then, Brother Chen, what did you mean earlier when you said you had no choice back then? A man as free-spirited as you, could you really have been left with no choice?" "Not at all. I merely made up that excuse for Chen Hao," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Oh," Ji Qianxue frowned slightly. "Then, Brother Chen, did you never have a time when you had no choice? Talking about having no choice is just an excuse. If the heart is not free, how can the body be? I've always known what I want to do. If I truly had no choice, I would have married the Empress by now." Chen Fan laughed. "Oh," Ji Qianxue hadn't expected him to bring it up himself. She quickly asked, "So is it that Brother Chen himself doesn't want to marry the Empress? Is that why you put on this act of being a wastrel, eh?" "Hep." Chen Fan gave a carefree laugh. "Brother Hua, be careful with your words. The Empress is not someone we dare to speak frivolously about." Hearing this, Ji Qianxue frowned. The answer was right before her, yet Chen Fan stopped. What did he mean? Damn it. So why exactly was Chen Fan unwilling to marry her? But Chen Fan remained completely calm. Though he didn't know who Hua Qianxing was, he knew Hua Qianxing was no ordinary person, especially how concerned he was about Chen Fan's marriage to the Empress. This made Chen Fan suspect that Hua Qianxing knew Ji Qianxue. And since Hua Qianxing was so handsome and extraordinary, Chen Fan even thought Hua Qianxing might be Ji Qianxue's lover. After all, a figure like the Empress could only be matched by someone like Hua Qianxing. Hua Qianxing suddenly appearing in Jinling City and deliberately approaching him was likely related to his marriage to the Empress. If the Empress found out the real reason he didn't want to marry her, she would surely kill him directly. So he wasn't that foolish. Soon they returned to Chen Fan's villa on the outskirts. Instead of preparing a lavish feast like the wealthy families, Chen Fan set up a barbecue in the courtyard, inviting Ji Qianxue and the others to eat together. Ji Qianxue had never had barbecue before, so it was a novel and delightful experience. Especially when Chen Fan invited Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai to join the table, everyone gathered around enjoying a harmonious and unique atmosphere. But then Ji Qianxue suddenly felt something was missing, so she asked directly, "Brother Chen, where is that fine wine you mentioned?" "Brother Hua, no need to rush. Good wine is worth the wait," Chen Fan said, giving a glance to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Without hesitation they quickly left. Soon Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai returned carrying 2 wine jugs. Even from a distance, Ji Qianxue caught a refreshing aroma that stirred her anticipation. Chen Fan didn't delay and signaled Xiao Ku to pour wine for Hua Qianxing. "This wine is brewed by my own hand. I guarantee Brother Hua has never tasted such excellent wine," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Brother Chen knows how to brew." Ji Qianxue was surprised but still skeptical. "But I pride myself on having sampled the finest wines in the world. Brother Chen might be exaggerating. You'll know if it's exaggeration once you drink it. But this wine is quite strong, so be careful, Brother Hua." Chen Fan raised his glass with a slight smile. "Brother Hua, cheers." Seeing this, Shui Ying on the side reached for the wine glass, and Chen Fan frowned slightly. But Ji Qianxue paid no attention. She simply waved her hand and raised the glass herself. What strong wine hadn't she tasted? She was determined to see if this wine was truly the best in the world, as Chen Fan claimed. "Brother Chen, cheers." With that, Ji Qianxue downed the wine in one gulp. Instantly, a fiery sensation shot through her throat. Her eyes widened, and she wanted to spit it out, but as an emperor she forced herself to swallow it all. But then a wave of heat surged from her chest like a dragon, sweeping away all fatigue and impurities in an instant. Ji Qianxue was stunned for a long time. She had never experienced such a feeling from any other wine. Moreover, the wine left a sweet aftertaste, refreshing and pure, without any turbidity. She had truly never tasted better wine. "Excellent wine." After a moment, Ji Qianxue finally spoke those 2 words with delight. "I told you, my wine is the best in the world, and you didn't believe me." Chen Fan chuckled. "Truly the best. I didn't expect Brother Chen to possess such skill. My apologies." Ji Qianxue said. "Brother Hua, you're too kind. Since you enjoy it, let's drink more. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." Chen Fan said. "Exactly my thought," Ji Qianxue replied. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and continued to have Xiao Ku pour wine. Ji Qianxue was in high spirits. As an emperor, she was always confined to the palace, surrounded by sycophants and ambitious schemers. It was her first time meeting someone as bold and carefree as Chen Fan. Though she knew it was because he didn't know her true identity, she still drank heartily. At least for now, she could forget everything else. At least for now, Chen Fan treated her only as a kindred spirit. But as night fell, things began to take a different turn. Perhaps because Chen Fan's wine was too strong, Ji Qianxue, unaccustomed to such potency, had flushed cheeks and was visibly drunk. Since his transmigration, Chen Fan had never drunk so freely. Now, somewhat intoxicated himself, he slung an arm over Ji Qianxue's shoulder and talked loudly. Shui Ying, watching from the side, was growing increasingly anxious. After all, Ji Qianxue was the reigning empress in disguise. If she continued like this, what if she was exposed? Fortunately, even Lian Yu and Lung Han's Huang were somewhat drunk. Otherwise, Ji Qianxue's voice alone would have raised suspicion. But the drunken Ji Qianxue paid no heed to her. When Shui Ying tried to advise her, she was scolded and eventually forced to drink as well. Shui Ying, being a sword immortal, was fine, but watching Ji Qianxue and Chen Fan with their arms around each other still worried her. With a determined mind, she helped Ji Qianxue up and said, "Master, you're drunk. Let me take you back to rest." But Chen Fan scolded her directly. "Go back. Where? Is there no room for Brother Hua here? We've met so late. I want to talk all night with Brother Hua." Ji Qianxue echoed, "Right? I'm not going back. I want to drink with Chen Fan until we're satisfied. Come, Brother Chen. Drink." Hearing this, Chen Fan was elated and burst into laughter. "Huh. How many times in life can we laugh freely? When we meet over wine, we must drink until we're drunk. Brother Hua, drink." With arms around each other, they clinked glasses and drank with abandon. But Shui Ying was truly worried to the extreme, especially at the end when she watched helplessly as Ji Qianxue shook her off and staggered arm in arm with Chen Fan, carrying a wine jug, heading back to the room together. She couldn't even imagine what would happen when Ji Qianxue woke up the next morning. Yes, the next morning. Warm sunlight playfully slipped through the window paper, peeking at the 2 people sleeping soundly in each other's arms. Perhaps because the sun's gaze was too fervent, it caused Ji Qianxue to slowly open her eyes. But the instant she opened her eyes and saw Chen Fan, Ji Qianxue froze, her eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Her face was etched with sheer disbelief. What was going on? How could she be sleeping in the same bed as Chen Fan? How could this have happened? Ji Qianxue frantically tried to piece together the events, but her memories only stretched back to her arm-in-arm with Chen Fan drinking together. They had returned to the room and continued drinking, but after that she remembered nothing at all. Instantly, an endless tide of remorse surged and threatened to swallow her whole. She even wanted to find a dagger and end it all. How could she have imagined that she, the revered empress and ruler of a nation, would end up drinking arm-in-arm with a man? How could she have drunken herself into utter unconsciousness with a man? Had she lost her mind? Fortunately, none of her clothes had been removed, and fortunately nothing had happened. Yet anxiety gnawed at her, wondering if Chen Fan had discovered her true identity during their drinking the night before. What if Chen Fan had found out? What would she do? Panicked Ji Qianxue desperately wanted to slip her hand away while he was still asleep. But it was her own doing. Last night, she had been the one clinging to Chen Fan. Now not only could she not withdraw her hand, she couldn't even free her other leg. And Chen Fan was still holding her tightly. What should she do? What was she to do? If Chen Fan woke and saw them like this, it would be unbearably awkward. Ji Qianxue was genuinely panicked. Just then Chen Fan seemed to sense something murmuring in his sleep as he shifted closer into Ji Qianxue's embrace. At this point, Ji Qianxue nearly fell into despair. That rogue, how dare he? But gazing at Chen Fan in her arms, she found herself momentarily transfixed. It was the first time she had been so close to Chen Fan. He was genuinely handsome, with scholarly refinement in his features, his face fair and smooth, almost girlish in its delicacy. She could even feel his gentle breath, the soft rhythm of his heartbeat, his warm body temperature, the rigid. But the very next moment, everything shifted for Ji Qianxue. Wait, what was that? In an instant, Ji Qianxue realized, and her beautiful face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Before she could think twice, Ji Qianxue let out a startled cry and kicked Chen Fan straight out of bed. Thud! Chen Fan crashed directly into the table. What happened? What happened? Chen Fan jolted awake, rising from the floor and staring around in shock and confusion. Seeing this, Ji Qianxue's expression grew even more complicated, torn between embarrassment, shyness, and panic. Chen Fan then noticed Ji Qianxue on the bed and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, what happened? And nothing. I just had a nightmare. I'm sorry. Ji Qianxue looked at Chen Fan, her face a mask of awkwardness, wishing she could simply disappear into the earth. Oh, so it was just a nightmare. You scared me. Chen Fan exhaled deeply and rubbed his lower back. But Brother Hua, those leg techniques of yours are far too ruthless. My waist. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue grew even more flustered. I am sorry, but she dared not delay, hastily getting out of bed. Chen Fan, I'm sorry, but I suddenly remember I have matters to attend to. I must go. Without giving Chen Fan any chance to respond, Ji Qianxue quickly left the room. Chen Fan wanted to say something, but his back truly ached. Outside the room, Shui Ying had been waiting the entire night, all her anxiety and worry written plainly across her face. Seeing Ji Qianxue emerge, Shui Ying hurried to meet her, but before she could say a word, Ji Qianxue coldly ordered, "Leave this place immediately." Shui Ying had no choice but to follow Ji Qianxue and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Lian Yue, who had come to wake Chen Fan, watched them leave in haste and looked confused, wondering why Ji Qianxue's expression seemed so off. She walked straight into the room and found Chen Fan rubbing his lower back. Hurriedly she approached and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. My back hurts. Massage it for me and stay a little longer with me," Chen Fan said simply and collapsed back onto the bed. But Lian Yu looked even more puzzled, especially when she noticed the reddish-purple marks on Chen Fan's waist. "Husband, are you certain nothing happened?" Flower Lord's expression seemed quite strange when he left. Strange expression? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Nothing had really happened, had it? Was he feeling guilty about being kicked out of bed? Never mind, don't worry about it. He's always been like that. Chen Fan dismissed it carelessly and continued enjoying Lian Yu's massage. But for some reason, perhaps the restless fire of youth, Chen Fan suddenly rolled over and pulled Lian Yu into his arms. "You didn't spend the night with me last night. Did you miss me, eh?" Hearing this, Lian Yu's beautiful face flushed slightly pink. She knew exactly what Chen Fan intended, but still shyly nodded. "Then let me make up for it now," Chen Fan said with a light smile. "But husband, you're back." Lian Yu worried. "It's fine, my lady above." Meanwhile, Ji Qianxue listened as Shui Ying recounted the events of the previous night and felt utterly hopeless. How could she, the sovereign empress and ruler of a nation, have done something so absurd? Nevertheless, Ji Qianxue voiced her deepest concern. Did they not discover anything? "No, your majesty has not been exposed." Hearing this, Ji Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not been, otherwise she truly would not have wanted to live. But the very next moment, Ji Qianxue asked again, "Then what about you? Why didn't you stop me?" Shui Ying looked utterly exasperated. "Your majesty, it's not that I didn't try to stop you. It was useless. Not only was it useless, but you also forced wine down my throat, making me drink along with you." If I hadn't suddenly realized and drained your wine flask, you would have gotten even drunker. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue felt even more ashamed, yet did not know what to say, especially when she recalled the image of herself sleeping in Chen Fan's arms. She truly only wished to die. Remember, no one can ever know about this. After a long while, Ji Qianxue finally spoke. Yes, Your Majesty, Shuang hastily responded, and then asked, then what about Chen Fan? Do not speak his name to me. I do not wish to hear of him. Prepare the carriage. We return to the palace. Scoundrel! Ji Qianxue suddenly exclaimed with a touch of coquettish anger. But Shuang looked utterly confused. Scoundrel? What did that mean? Had something truly happened between Chen Fan and Ji Qianxue last night? Moreover, they had only arrived in Jinling the day before, yet they were returning to the palace today. What was the meaning of this? But she dared not ask further, and hastily replied, yes, I will arrange it at once. At that moment, Ji Qianxue suddenly waved her hand, and said, never mind, prepare a gift for me. I will go apologize to Chen Fan tonight. Huh. Shuang was taken aback upon hearing this. A gift? An apology? What exactly had transpired? But this time, before Shuang could respond, Ji Qianxue added, no, hurry up. I will go over there shortly. Time passed. Chen Fan had originally been reluctant to get out of bed. He had drunk too much last night, and still had a headache, but Chen Hao arrived. In the courtyard, Chen Hao stood humbly to one side, waiting for Chen Fan with none of the pride he once had as the second young master of the Duke's mansion. Chen Fan looked at Chen Hao without surprise. Chen Hao was smart, and now that he had been cast out of the Duke's mansion, he knew how to choose. So, second brother, have you made up your mind to help me? Yeah. Hearing this, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment. Chen Fan not only called him second brother, but even said he was coming to help him. It was not to seek refuge with him. A flicker of emotion stirred in his heart. I've made up my mind. Good. But there is one thing I must say first. From now on, you are just my second brother Chen Fan, and not the second young master of the Duke's mansion. You have nothing to do with the Duke's mansion. Second brother, do you understand what I mean? Chen Fan said. Chen Hao naturally understood that Chen Fan was telling him not to betray him or play both sides. I understand. Rest assured, I have seen clearly during this time. I also have my dignity, Chen Hao said. Good. I was waiting for you to say that, second brother. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Hao again. Second brother, how about this? From now on, all the shops and taverns that originally belonged to the Lin family will be handed over to you to manage. What do you think? This was the reason Chen Fan had asked Chen Hao to help. After all, he had acquired so many of the Lin family's assets, but he had not had time to manage them, nor did he have the leisure to do so. Hearing this, Chen Hao was stunned. What did Chen Fan mean? He knew that the number of shops and taverns originally controlled by the Lin family was substantial. More than half of the taverns in Jinling City were theirs, and there were even more shops. But now, as soon as he arrived, Chen Fan was entrusting all these businesses to him. Did Chen Fan trust him that much? What? Do you have a problem, second brother? Chen Fan said. And no, it's just that there are so many businesses, are you sure? Before Chen Hao could finish, Chen Fan interrupted directly. I trust you. Besides, because of the Lin family's downfall, these shops and taverns have been closed recently. So your task is not light. Once you have revived all the businesses, we will hold a meeting, and I will share some of my management concepts and reform plans with you. Saying this, Chen Fan motioned for Xiao AI to bring out a stack of silver notes. Here are 100,000 taels. Buy a house first and settle yourself down. From now on, you will have a 20% share of the profits from the businesses you manage. How about it? 20%. Chen Hao could hardly believe it. Not only was Chen Fan letting him manage so many businesses, but he was also giving him 20% of the profits. He knew that 20% of the Lin family's assets was an astronomical figure. What? Not enough? Chen Fan frowned slightly. No, it's too much. Chen Hao hurriedly said. It's not too much. It's what you deserve. But I will audit the accounts. You know what I mean, don't you? Chen Fan added. Yes, Chen Hao said. At that moment, Xiao Ku arrived with the contracts. Chen Fan did not care and gave them all to Chen Hao. All right, go now. Don't let me down. Yes. Chen Hao replied respectfully, took the contracts, and left. But Lung Hanshuang and the others watching Chen Hao leave had expressions full of confusion. Lian Yu spoke directly. Husband, aren't you afraid he will betray you? If the Duke's mansion sees that he controls so many assets and tries to recruit him again, it's fine. If you trust someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't employ them. Even if he truly betrays me, it would only be a loss of a few businesses. It doesn't matter. Besides, I know he won't. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, the others said nothing more since Chen Fan trusted him so much. By the way, Lian Yu, how are the wedding preparations going? Chen Fan asked again. They are already underway, but the date might be a bit later. 1 month from now, Lian Yu said. 1 month from now. Why so late? Does that mean I have to wait a month before I can be with Xiaonuan? Chen Fan's expression changed abruptly, but before he could finish, Lung Hanshuang shot him a cold glare. Seeing this, Chen Fan wilted. It was the old ghost doctor who said so, Lian Yu said helplessly. He can pick auspicious dates. Chen Fan asked doubtfully. It's not about auspicious dates. The ghost doctor said that Xiaowan's body has accumulated too much poison and it will take another month to fully recover. Lian Yu said, I see. Then 1 month it is. Chen Fan said dejectedly, then turned to Lung Hanshuang. By the way, Xiaowan, the temperature difference between day and night has been large lately. Are you cold sleeping alone? Do you want me to keep you company? But Lung Hanshuang glared at him with a coquettish look. No. Sighed. Chen Fan sighed helplessly, but the next second he naturally pulled Lian Yu into his arms. My little Yaya is the best. Little Yaya, how about you reward your husband again tonight? Hearing this, Lian Yu was helpless. There were so many people around, and Chen Fan had no shame. But who could blame her for loving Chen Fan? She could only say helplessly, all right, I'll keep rewarding you well as long as you're not afraid of a sore back tomorrow morning. I'm not afraid, Chen Fan said with a lecherous grin. But just then Ji Qinxue, who had only just reached the door, suddenly threw away the gift in her hand, her face turning dark with anger. Without another word, she turned and left. Shuiying, watching, was utterly confused. Just a moment ago she had been eager to prepare a gift and come to apologize to Chen Fan. But now, before she had even seen Chen Fan, why was she suddenly angry? Weren't they supposed to apologize? Nevertheless, Shuiying hurriedly picked up the gift and chased after Ji Qinxue. Your Majesty, aren't you going to apologize to Chen Fan? Umph. Ji Qinxue snorted coldly, stomping her little feet and scolding angrily. Womanizer. You want me to apologize to you? Dream on. I never want to see you again. Prepare the carriage. Return to the palace. With that, she clenched her fist, stomped away in a huff, and left in a fury. Shuiying was even more puzzled and astonished. What had gotten into Ji Qinxue? And was this really the same aloof, dignified, and unapproachable Empress Ji Qinxue she usually saw? How was she acting like a little girl? Where was the Empress who in a fit of rage had once left 1,000,000 corpses in her wake? But just as Shuiying was about to chase after her, she saw Ji Qinxue storming back. Shuiying was even more puzzled. Your Majesty. But before she could finish, Ji Qinxue said coldly, shut up. Nothing happened just now, understand? She also looked at the 2 guards at the door. And you too. You saw nothing. Hearing this, Shuiying was speechless. What did she mean by nothing happened? And weren't a ruler's words supposed to be as good as law? But the 2 guards, terrified, immediately fell to their knees. Ji Qinxue paid them no mind. Instead, she took a deep breath as if to compose herself. The next second, she snatched the gift box from Shuiying's hand, put on a carefree and elegant demeanor, and strode toward Chen Fan's courtyard. Brother Chen, how leisurely you are. Brother Hua, please come in quickly. In the courtyard, Chen Fan and the others looked at Ji Qinxue with surprise, unprepared for her to arrive so swiftly. However, Chen Fan dared not show any disrespect. He hastily released Lian Yu and rose to welcome her. Brother Chen, this is a gift I prepared especially for you. For my carelessness today that injured you, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Ji Qinxue handed over the gift box directly, her expression filled with apology, yet maintaining her composure. Brother Hua, you are too kind. It was but a minor injury, nothing worth mentioning. As Chen Fan spoke, he accepted the gift box. I was unsure what Brother Chen would prefer, so I prepared a set of wine cups. I know you appreciate fine wine, so I thought you might like them. Added Ji Qinxue. Wine cups. I had been worrying about lacking good wine cups. You are most thoughtful, Brother Hua. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, immediately opened the gift box. He was quite curious what kind of wine cup someone like Hua Qianqing would send him. Even Xiao Kuxiao Ai and Lian Yu were somewhat curious, gathering around with expectant expressions. But as soon as Chen Fan opened it, the scene suddenly became quite quiet. Inside the gift box lay scattered pieces of shattered jade, clearly once wine cups, but these. And Ji Qinxue's face showed even more embarrassment upon seeing this. She had not thought of this earlier. When she had bumped the box against her hip, just now the cups inside could not possibly still be intact. And now she had actually given Chen Fan a box full of broken jade pieces. I beg your pardon, my lord. It is all my fault. I bumped into something when leaving just now. I thought it was nothing, but please forgive me, my lord. I will have someone prepare a replacement right away. Shuiying, seeing this from the side, hurried forward to speak. Never mind. Ji Qinxue knew Shuiying was giving her an excuse to save face, yet she still waved her hand, as if reluctantly accepting it. Each cup in this set is carved from premium jadeite. Where would you find such a set in a short time? Speaking of which, Ji Qinxue turned to Chen Fan and said, Brother Chen, I am truly sorry. Please do not let this embarrass you. However, once I find a replacement, I will personally come to apologize. Brother Hua, you are being too polite. I appreciate your kind intentions, and I have received the gift, so please do not dwell on this. Chen Fan smiled as he handed the gift box to Xiao Ke, then added, the courtyard has just prepared a banquet. Brother Hua, please. Ji Qinxue did not hesitate, following Chen Fan into the house. However, watching Chen Fan pour the wine made her feel strangely uneasy. She feared she would never drink wine again in her life. Therefore, Ji Qinxue spoke without waiting for Chen Fan to say anything. Brother Chen, please forgive me. I drank too much last night, and really do not wish to drink today. Hearing this, Chen Fan did not press the matter. To be honest, if not for table manners, he would not have wanted to drink either. He had gotten drunk beyond his limits last night to the point where he had no idea what happened afterward. The two simply chatted about trivial matters. Just then Ji Qianxue suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Chen, now that you have brought down the Lin family, what do you plan to do next? Well, let me keep that to myself for now. Brother Hua will know in time. Chen Fan smiled. Engaging in commerce. Ji Qianxue pressed on, unwilling to let go, continuing to probe. Sort of, but not entirely. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Then does Brother Chen intend to enter politics and take an official position? Ji Qianxue asked. To tell the truth, given the talent she knew Chen Fan possessed, she genuinely wanted him to enter government and assist her. After all, the current court situation was truly complicated, and she desperately needed some reliable talents. Not at all. But Chen Fan merely smiled lightly. I am by nature free-spirited and value independence. My ambitions do not lie within the court. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue furrowed her brow slightly. Your ambitions do not lie within the court. Then where? Is there any place more suitable for realizing one's aspirations? Moreover, in these troubled times, with your exceptional talents, wouldn't it be a pity not to serve the nation and its people through officialdom? Ji Qianxue remembered clearly what Chen Fan had said when he left the Duke's mansion back then. One must understand the lofty aspirations of youth, having once promised to be among the foremost in the world. This showed that Chen Fan had grand ambitions. Hep. Brother Hua speaks too highly of me. Chen Fan smiled composedly. What talent could I have? Merely some unrefined street smarts. Though the realm is in turmoil, our long kingdom has a peerless empress who governs with vigor, suppressing conflicts, consolidating governance, nurturing the people's livelihood, and opening trade routes. In merely 5 years, she has revitalized the long kingdom, fostering prosperity and development with leadership beyond our reach. Therefore, I believe that with a female sovereign, the long kingdom will only grow better. As for me, if I were to enter the court, I fear I would only bring ruin to the nation and its people. Furthermore, serving the country and its people does not require entering officialdom. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue was somewhat surprised. Peerless Empress, remarkable talent. Was this Chen Fan's assessment of her? Was she so outstanding in Chen Fan's eyes? Nevertheless, she could tell that Chen Fan truly had no desire to take office. A sudden sense of disappointment settled within her heart. Yet she really wanted Chen Fan to enter government and support her, even if it had nothing to do with romantic feelings. But, very well, everyone has their own path. I will not press the matter further, Brother Chen. Ji Qianxue said calmly. As time passed, Ji Qianxue ultimately departed from the Chen residence. However, Chen Fan had guessed that Hua Qianxing must be a court official, likely holding a high position. Moreover, the name Hua Qianxing itself might be fabricated. But Chen Fan did not mind. Regardless of whether Hua Qianxing was a court insider or the Empress's ally, it did not concern him. In his eyes, she was merely a friend, together for a few cups of wine apart into the vast world beyond. He had his own pursuits. And now, with the Lin family's holdings yet to be revitalized and their wine reserves nearly sufficient, it was time to advance to the next phase. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Fan briefly instructed Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, then departed the residence with Leng Huanshuang. For 7 consecutive days, Chen Fan never returned, constantly traveling about. Finally, heaven rewarded his perseverance, and Chen Fan succeeded in purchasing a tract of land, 800 acres. However, Leng Huanshuang looked at the land Chen Fan had worked hard to acquire with great confusion, for this land was extremely barren and had never been developed in any way. Chen Fan, what do you intend to do with this land? It is so barren and so far from the city. Hep. Yet on horseback behind Leng Huanshuang, Chen Fan gently wrapped his arms around her waist and softly asked, Xiaonan, would you like to become the wife of the wealthiest man? Leng Huanshuang felt Chen Fan's wandering hands and wore a helpless expression. She had told him many times, but it seemed to make no difference. Leng Huanshuang was too lazy to refuse further. After all, she belonged to Chen Fan in the end, so she let him hold her. But hearing Chen Fan's words, she frowned slightly. The wealthiest man's wife. What do you mean? I will become the wealthiest man in Long Kingdom, perhaps even worldwide. And my journey to wealth begins right here. Chen Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Leng Huanshuang grew even more puzzled. A path to wealth starting from this desolate, barren place. How? What can possibly be grown here? Leng Huanshuang retorted impatiently. Hep. Chen Fan smiled gently upon hearing this. Xiaonan, you are adorable. Have you ever considered that land is not only for growing crops? You can build farms, factories, and commercial empires. Hep. Let us go. Let us attend to the next matter. As Chen Fan spoke, he suddenly patted the horse's back and, holding Leng Huanshuang close, galloped toward the setting sun. But Chen Fan had no idea that a major incident was occurring in his courtyard at that very moment. Lian, you said you should scram. She does not wish to see you again. If you do not leave immediately, do not blame me for disregarding Lian Yu's face. At the back door of Chen Fan's courtyard, a maid named Xia Chun was leading a group of maids to drive away Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai had been crying like petals drenched in rain with bruises and purple patches on their faces. They knelt on the ground at that moment, speaking with a helpless expression. She naturally knew it was not them, but so what? Seeing Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai only annoyed her. After all, they were all just maids, young girls. Why could these two little sluts command them? Moreover, they were still two immature little sluts, and how could they possibly compare to her? She wanted to take advantage of Chen Fan's absence to drive these two sluts away. As long as they left, the position of Chen Fan's personal maid would inevitably be hers. After all, they were all prostitutes. If Lian Yu could become a madam, why couldn't she? As she thought, Xia Chun kicked out at Xiao Ke, angrily shouting, "If it's not you two, then who? It is you who are jealous that Lian Yu married the young master, so you poisoned her. Caught red-handed, yet you still dare to deny it. I'll tell you, Lian Yu is the madam while you are merely maids. How dare you poison Lian Yu? Even when the young master returns, I will not let you off. If not for Lian Yu's soft heart, you would have been handed over to the authorities by now. Scram away quickly, or I'll send all of you to the authorities." But how could Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai be willing to leave? Their young master had told them that this place would be their home from then on. How could they just leave? Though crying, they kept muttering, "We're not leaving. We won't leave. We didn't poison anyone. Oh, we need to wait for the young master to return. Wait for the young master to return." But upon hearing this, Xia Chun's face darkened. She stepped forward and kicked Xiao Ku and the others again. "Not leaving. Let's see whether you leave or not." With those words, Xia Chun viciously kicked and beat both Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. The two hugged each other tightly, letting Xia Chun beat them, crying in a heart-wrenching manner. "Someone, throw them out." After a while, Xia Chun was exhausted, and only then did she shout. Seeing this, the other maids did not hesitate. They carried the two out and threw them directly onto the ground outside the Chen family residence. Xiao Ai, how are you? Does it hurt?" Seeing Xiao Ai fall to the ground, Xiao Ke hurriedly picked her up. But Xiao Ai looked at Xiao Ku with a pitiful and wronged expression, sobbing, Sister, what should we do now? I don't want to leave the young master. I don't want to leave the young master." Seeing Xiao Ai's condition, Xiao Ke quickly embraced her and comforted her softly. "It's okay. The young master won't abandon us. Everything will be fine once he returns. It'll be fine once he returns." Although Xiao Ke herself was still a child of 15 or 16, and she too was crying like rain on pear blossoms, yet she still helped Xiao Ai up and stumbled away. "Sister Xia Chun, is this really okay?" At that moment, a maid in the courtyard looked at Xia Chun with worry. "It's nothing. Those two little sluts are just maids, but Lian Yu is the madam. What is there to fear?" Xia Chun said triumphantly. "But Lian Yu is unaware of the truth. Do you think she will help us?" The maid asked worriedly. "Of course, don't you think about how I took care of her back at Qingyin Pavilion? How could those two little sluts compare to my relationship with her? She will definitely help us," Xia Chun said. "But the poison on Lian Yu," the maid added again. But this time, before the maid could finish her words, Xia Chun interrupted with a shout, "Shut up. Remember this. The poison was definitely laid by those two little sluts." "Yes, Sister Xia Chun," the maid replied. "All right. Rest assured, when I successfully rise to become the madam, I will never forget you all," Xia Chun said with another triumphant look. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month went by. It was a night filled with countless stars, with a clear moon hanging in the sky, casting a beautiful, colorful halo. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Lung Hanshuang were huddled together in a dilapidated temple with a gently flickering fire in front of them. Chen Fan had already fallen asleep on a pile of straw, but Lung Hanshuang, gazing at Chen Fan's handsome profile under the firelight, could not sleep for some reason. Lung Hanshuang did not understand what Chen Fan meant by farms, factories, nor what a business empire was. Yet during this time accompanying Chen Fan, she seemed to have finally understood some aspects of his true self. It seemed that within Chen Fan's heart lay an ideal nation. It was a nation where people lived and worked in peace and contentment without war or refugees. A nation where the people had hope and the state had strength. A nation bathed in sunlight. And Chen Fan wished to build such a nation. Although Chen Fan always acted frivolously and laughed playfully in front of her. But she clearly understood that was merely Chen Fan's outward appearance. It was only to bring her happiness. Within Chen Fan's heart, there were his ambitions, his ideals. Although distant and impractical, Chen Fan was walking along this path, never admitting defeat. Moreover, Chen Fan was different from all the disciples of prestigious families she had ever seen. Chen Fan would take her wandering through various villages, through muddy fields, chatting freely with poor farmers about spring plowing and autumn harvest, about weather and rainfall. He would care about the livelihoods of those impoverished people, give them opportunities to improve their lives, even help them survive. He would also punish hooligans and ruffians when he encountered them. He could eat wild vegetables and coarse food from farmers' homes and drink water from river streams. He could dwell in broken houses and grass temples, and sleep on grassy patches and grain piles. Lung Hanswang had never seen a youth like Chen Fan. It seemed he never knew the limits of heaven and earth. Everywhere he looked, he was proud of his exceptional talent. Though considering himself romantic and untrammeled, he was also straightforward and carefree. She loved such a youth, humble, yet arrogant, proud, yet serene. Tomorrow they would return to get married. Lung Hanswang had already decided that she liked Chen Fan and wanted to marry him. But Chen Fan did not know. Perhaps that was the reason she could not sleep. But at this moment, deep within the imperial palace of Shengjing City, Ji Qianxue finally put down the last memorial, gently rubbing her temples with a tired expression. But somehow, even though she had just stopped, Chen Fan's figure involuntarily appeared in Ji Qianxue's mind. Moreover, during this period, the frequency of thinking about Chen Fan had increased more and more. Almost whenever she did not think of other things, Chen Fan would involuntarily intrude into her consciousness. She did not know why. Shuang, what is the situation in Jinling? Ji Qianxue suddenly asked calmly. Lord Chen is still stable. He has not made any moves, and the 72 strongholds along the Yangtze River have also shown no unusual activity. Shuang replied. Upon hearing this, Ji Qianxue seemed somewhat helpless and powerless. I am asking you about Chen Fan. But Shui Ying's eyebrows widened upon hearing this with a confused expression. Your Majesty, did you not ask just an hour ago? Upon hearing this, Ji Qianxue's expression suddenly changed, and she even sat up straighter. Only then did she remember that she had just asked Shui Ying a moment ago. How could she? What was wrong with her? Why can't she stop missing Chen Fan? Has anything significant been happening at court recently? Ji Qianxue fell into deep thought, desperately trying to set aside her longing for Chen Fan. Yet the more she struggled to forget him, the more his figure filled her mind. There probably hasn't been, Shui Ying replied somewhat speechlessly. As a mere guard, how could she possibly know so much? But I recall that Chen Fan and Lung Huan's wedding is drawing near, is that right? Ji Qianxue spoke again. Yes, only 7 days remain. Shui Ying answered. Prepare a generous gift. We shall leave the palace tomorrow, Ji Qianxue said. Upon hearing this, Shui Ying's brows furrowed suddenly. Your Majesty, didn't you say you wouldn't go? I am not entirely at ease regarding Lord Chen. Besides, I wish to check on Chen Fan, Ji Qianxue replied. However, Shui Ying wore an expression of speechless exasperation. She knew full well that her sovereign was simply missing Chen Fan. That was all. The excuse about not feeling at ease regarding Lord Chen was but a fabrication believable only to herself. The following day, Chen Fan and Lung Huanhan finally arrived before the courtyard gate. They were still marveling at their return when suddenly a clamor erupted from within the yard. Hearing the commotion, both Chen Fan and Lung Huanhan frowned. Could something have gone wrong? Without a moment's hesitation, the two strode directly toward the courtyard. Soon Chen Fan and Lung Huanhan reached the courtyard, where they found a group of maidens clustered together. Within lay a scene of utter chaos. Shrill quarreling and even weeping filled the air. Without a second thought, Chen Fan pushed through the crowd and thundered, Enough! What is all this noise? At the sound of his voice, everyone fell silent instantly. They bowed respectfully and greeted him, my lord. But Chen Fan noticed two young maids kneeling upon the ground there, weeping, belonging to those two servants. What is going on here? He demanded. Chen Fan's gaze suddenly turned chillingly cold. My lord, one of the attendants stepped forward and reported, these two disobedient girls broke the rules and committed offenses. We were in the midst of driving them out. It was Xia Chun, her face painted with heavy makeup, who spoke up, pointing at the two maids. But before she could finish her words, the two kneeling servants began to wail and cry out. My lord, it's not true. We haven't done anything wrong. Yesterday, we finished washing all the clothes. These were taken out again this morning. We really did finish washing them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan cast his eyes upon the pile of garments on the ground, his brows drawing together. His voice turned cold and sharp. Where are Lian Yue, Xiao Ku, and Xiao Ai? When the others heard Chen Fan's question, their expressions shifted visibly, and they lowered their heads. Seeing this, Chen Fan's frown deepened further. A sense of foreboding rose within his heart. Xia Chun spoke up directly, My lord, you are not aware. Not long after you departed, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, consumed by jealousy toward Lian Yue, took advantage of your absence to poison her. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, and Lian Yue survived. But she has been bedridden ever since. At these words, neither Chen Fan nor Lung Huanhan could maintain their composure. Their expressions shifted instantly. Chen Fan's face darkened considerably, his eyes locking onto Xia Chun with an icy intensity. What did you say? Repeat it. Yet seeing Chen Fan's gloomy countenance, the corner of Xia Chun's mouth curled upward slightly. So Chen Fan truly cared most for Lian Yue after all. No longer caring about consequences, she continued, My lord Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai harbored sinister intentions and sought to murder Lian Yue. Thanks to our timely discovery, Lian Yue's life was spared. However, because Lian Yue was too kind-hearted, she let Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai go, merely having them driven out. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression grew utterly frigid. Staring at Xia Chun, he spoke almost word by word. What did you say? Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were driven away. Yes, my lord. They dared to poison the young mistress. That the young mistress did not beat them to death speaks volumes. Silence. Before Xia Chun could finish her sentence, Chen Fan erupted in a furious shout. How dare she? She had no right to drive away Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Who gave her the nerve? Bring her before me at once. At this, everyone present froze in confusion. What was going on with Chen Fan? Why was he concerned first about Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai rather than Lian Yu? My lord, Lian Yu is still lying bedridden. Xia Chun attempted to interject, but Chen Fan thundered. As long as she is not dead, drag her out. Tell her to kneel here and wait for my return. If anything happens to Xiao Ku or Xiao Ai, she shall pay with her life. Hardly had Chen Fan finished speaking when he hurriedly rushed out of the courtyard. Long Huanhan, without hesitation, quickly followed close behind him. However, upon witnessing this scene, Xia Chun and the others were overcome with terror. This was not what they had anticipated at all. Why could Chen Fan punish Lian Yu without even asking about the poisoning of Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai? Why? Sister Xia Chun, what should we do now? Lian Yu is still unconscious. One of the maidens asked anxiously. Do not worry. Give Lian Yu some antidote first. She will surely speak on our behalf, Xia Chun declared. But my lord just said he wanted Lian Yu to pay with her life. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They were merely two lowly girls. They could never compare to Lian Yu. Go wake her up now, Xia Chun ordered firmly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Huanhan observed Chen Fan's anxious demeanor and felt her own heart growing restless and troubled. Yet she too harbored confusion. Why was Chen Fan so urgently concerned? Were they not but two young girls? And not only that, they were the ones who had nearly poisoned Lian Yu to death. Even if Lian Yu was a concubine, how could she be less important than two lowly maids? Yet Chen Fan had immediately punished the victim Lian Yu, ordering her to kneel and wait for their return. Worse still, he declared that if anything happened to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, Lian Yu would forfeit her life. Why? Nevertheless, Long Huanhan softly comforted him. Chen Fan, do not be so anxious. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai will be fine. Not anxious. How can I remain calm when it concerns Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai? If anything were to befall them, I would have every last one of you buried alongside them. Chen Fan shouted these words with barely contained fury and quickened his pace even further. Long Huanhan was momentarily stunned. Buried alongside them. Were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai truly that important to him? Soon Chen Fan arrived in the city. Without hesitation, he made his way directly to a restaurant. Ignoring the bustling crowd within, he bellowed, "Fetch Chen Hao. Bring him before me at once." The restaurant staff were all well aware of the relationship between Chen Fan and Chen Hao, and they knew Chen Fan was their true master. Seeing his urgent state, no one dared to delay. They scattered at once to locate Chen Hao. Moments later, Chen Hao appeared. Observing Chen Fan's anxious expression, he was deeply puzzled, unsure what error he might have committed that warranted such urgency. But before he could even finish his thought, Chen Fan seized him by the arm and commanded, "Second brother, drop everything and mobilize all our people. Find Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai at once. Bring them to me alive. Whoever finds them shall receive 100,000 taels. No, 1,000,000 taels." Upon hearing this, everyone present was struck with astonishment. Were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai merely two humble girls serving Chen Fan? Yet Chen Fan was willing to offer 1,000,000 taels to locate them. What had transpired? Had the two girls absconded with a fortune? Lian Yu, you finally awakened. Are you all right? How are you feeling now? In the courtyard, Lian Yu slowly opened her eyes after taking some antidote. Seeing this, Xia Chun immediately displayed a concerned expression and asked. However, Lian Yu looked at Xia Chun and the others with a puzzled expression. What happened to me? Lian Yu, you don't know? You were poisoned by those two lowly women, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. If we hadn't discovered it in time, you would have died by now, Xia Chun said. Hearing this, Lian Yu's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai poisoned me. Yes, but rest assured I have already driven them out of the manor. However, Xia Chun was speaking, but this time before she could finish, Lian Yu suddenly sat upright. What did you say? You drove them out. Who told you to do such a thing? At this sight, not only Xia Chun, but also the other maids present all changed their expressions. Why was Lian Yu so agitated? Lian Yu, they actually dared to be jealous of you becoming the mistress and poisoned you. Should we still keep them? Xia Chun said. Hearing this, Lian Yu looked even more displeased with an expression of wanting to be angry, but suppressing it. Where is the young master? Did the young master know? However, this time Xia Chun also looked somewhat worried, seeing Lian Yu's expression. The young master knows because I said I drove them out under your orders. The young master asked you to go out and kneel while waiting for him to return. You? Do you know those are Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai? You actually dared to drive them out. And you blame it on me. Who gave you the courage? Lian Yu spoke with a face full of anger and frustration, looking at Xia Chun and the others with a look of disappointment. She never expected that Xia Chun and the others would be so bold as to drive out Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Isn't it just two lowly girls? Why are you so agitated, Lian Yu? Besides, they were the ones who poisoned you first. Xia Chun said with a worried expression, yet still somewhat defiant. Isn't it just two lowly girls? Do you know who they are? Those are Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, the apple of the young master's eye. They are the dearest to the young master, whom he fears to drop if held in his hands, or melt if kept in his mouth. Not to mention poisoning me even if they directly killed me. The young master would only worry whether they were scared from killing someone. He would only care if they were afraid. Even I have to coax and spoil them, fearing they might be unhappy in the slightest. And yet you dared. You actually dared to drive them out. Who gave you the courage? Hearing this, Xia Chun and the others were even more startled. Were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai so important in Chen Fan's eyes? Quick, help me out to kneel. Lian Yu said anxiously again. But your health? Xia Chun hurriedly said. What about your health now? Hurry up. Lian Yu scolded directly. Seeing this, Xia Chun and the others dared not hesitate and hurriedly supported Lian Yu out, but their faces were all filled with worry. After Lian Yu knelt down, a maid quietly came to Xia Chun's side. Sister Xia Chun, what should we do now? Lian Yu certainly won't be able to protect us anymore. However, Xia Chun, looking at the kneeling Lian Yu, her expression suddenly became very cold. Can't protect. Then don't let her protect. Sister Xia Chun, what do you mean by that? The maid asked with a puzzled expression. Just one Lian Yu, can she prevail against us? Do you think Chen Fan would believe all of us, or just Lian Yu? Xia Chun said with a sinister expression. Sister Xia Chun, are you saying that? The maid's expression suddenly changed. Exactly. At that time, we'll firmly claim it was Lian Yu who ordered us to do it. We were just following orders. Anyway, I've always disliked Lian Yu. We're all former prostitutes, so why can she become the mistress while we can only be maids and servants? It's perfect to use this opportunity to get rid of her. Xia Chun said with a sinister expression. Time passed, and it was night. But Chen Fan seemed tireless, still searching everywhere. However, the two little girls seemed to have vanished into thin air with no trace of them anywhere. Chen Fan even began to feel somewhat desperate. Chen Fan, take a break and drink some water first. You haven't rested for a day. Lung Han Shuang, seeing Chen Fan's state, truly felt heartbroken and handed him a water flask. No, I can't rest until Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai are found. Chen Fan directly pushed aside Lung Han Shuang's hand and holding a torch walked towards an alley again. Lung Han Shuang, seeing this, was filled with helplessness and heartache. Yet Chen Fan had mobilized so many people and spent so much reward money, but there was still no news of Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. She even began to doubt whether something had happened to them. After all, in these times with Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai being so lovely and beautiful. Therefore, she didn't know how to comfort Chen Fan, so she could only follow him and keep him company. But just then Lung Han Shuang suddenly thought of something. Chen Fan, if so many of us can't find Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, could it be that they hid themselves? And with so many people searching for them, it might have only made them more afraid, hiding even deeper. Hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hidden themselves, eh? But the next moment, as if suddenly remembering something, Chen Fan said, I know where they are. As Chen Fan spoke, he took the torch and ran directly in one direction. Lung Han Shuang, seeing this, hurriedly followed. Soon they went straight out of the city, but Chen Fan did not stop. Instead, he headed towards a mountain in the suburbs. Meanwhile, deep in a very hidden cave on the mountain, the two little girls were sitting around a small bonfire, leaning against each other. Sister, do you think the young master still wants us? Yes, the young master said he would protect us for life. He wouldn't go back on his word. But it's been over half a month now. Why hasn't the young master come to find us yet? Could he also think that we poisoned Sister Lian Yu? No way. Don't you trust the young master? He must not have returned yet. Let's wait a bit more. The young master will surely come. Xiao Ai gently nodded and leaned into Xiao Ku's arms. Time passed, and Chen Fan finally arrived before the cave. Without hesitation, he moved aside the branches in front of the cave and holding the torch walked inside. Soon Chen Fan and Lung Han Shuang saw the two little girls sleeping together by the bonfire. The dim firelight shone on their haggard faces, and just by looking at them, Chen Fan felt as if his heart was bleeding. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. Those were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. At that time, he had clearly promised the two little girls that he wouldn't let them suffer any more harm and would take them to live a happy and prosperous life. But now he had let them be driven out of their home, enduring the elements in this damp cave for so long. Moreover, he should have immediately thought that they would be waiting for him here, yet it took him so long to find them. Guilt and self-reproach surged like a raging tide, overwhelming him and making it hard to breathe. Thud, thud. Thinking this, Chen Fan suddenly punched himself twice, as if blaming himself. However, Lung Han Shuang, watching Chen Fan from the side, felt puzzled in her heart. Did Chen Fan really care that much about these two little girls? She couldn't help but wonder, if one day she disappeared, would Chen Fan also act like this? But at this moment, Chen Fan was already gently walking towards Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Instead of waking them directly, he reached out and gently stroked the cheeks of the two little girls. But Lung Hanshuang saw very clearly the teardrop falling from the corner of Chen Fan's eye. Young master, is it really you? Xiao Ai isn't dreaming, is she? Xiao Ai opened her eyes drowsily and murmured. It's the young master. It's the young master. Xiao Ai isn't dreaming. The young master is back. As Chen Fan spoke, tears could no longer be held back. But Xiao Ai suddenly jolted awake, and upon seeing Chen Fan's real face, she became immensely excited. Young master. It really is the young master. Sister, the young master is here. The young master is back. Xiao Ai said joyfully as she rushed into Chen Fan's arms. Young master, we missed you so much. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke looked at Chen Fan, but unlike Xiao Ai's excitement, tears streamed down her face silently. She just gazed at Chen Fan, but the next moment, she also threw herself into his arms. Young master. Holding Chen Fan tightly, her tears flowed, as if they were worthless, as if she wanted to drain all the longing and grievances she had suffered during this time. I'm sorry that the young master only found you now. I'm sorry. After a long while, Chen Fan carried Xiao Ai on his back, and led Xiao Ke by the hand walking down the mountain. By the time they returned to the courtyard, it was already late at night. When the others saw Chen Fan back, they were all stunned, yet no one dared to speak. But Chen Fan merely glanced at them, and carried Xiao Ai directly toward the room. Xiao Ai had already fallen asleep on Chen Fan's back. Not wanting to wake her, he gently laid her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and seeing that she hadn't stirred, took Xiao Ke by the hand, and walked into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the crowd watched Chen Fan in silence, their hearts uneasy. Chen Fan, however, was in no hurry. He sat down, placed Xiao Ke on his lap, and then looked at Lian Yue, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Lian Yue, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, not only the others, but even Lung Hanshuang's expression shifted slightly. Earlier that day, Chen Fan had been so furious that he said, Lian, you should pay with her life for Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai. But now the first thing he said was an apology to Lian Yu. Husband, Lian Yu was also puzzled, but as she was about to speak, Chen Fan said gently, get up first. Chen Fan gestured for Lung Hanshuang to help Lian Yu up. Seeing this, the crowd was even more confused, especially Xia Chun. Could Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai have said something to Chen Fan? Had Chen Fan found out something? Xia Chun's heart began to worry. But the next moment, Chen Fan continued, though I like you, if you want to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away, then this place can no longer keep you. So I'm sorry. Pack your things and leave. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. So Chen Fan's apology meant that. Xia Chun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Chen Fan hadn't discovered anything. But Lian Yu knelt down again. Husband, I never wanted to drive them away. You have to believe me. I really didn't. But they said you ordered them to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away. Chen Fan pointed at Xia Chun and said, isn't that so? Upon seeing this, Xia Chun quickly stepped forward and said, yes. It was Lian Yu who ordered us to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away. If not for her orders, how would we dare to drive them away? We were just following orders. Please investigate thoroughly, young master. No, I didn't. Xia Chun, when did I ever say to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away? Lian Yu quickly tried to defend herself, but she couldn't believe that Xia Chun would slander her at this moment. She had always taken such good care of Xia Chun. Lian Yu, I know you have been kind to us. But now before the young master, I don't want to lie. I'm sorry. Xia Chun pretended to be troubled as she spoke, then turned to Chen Fan. Young master, without Lian Yu's orders, how would we dare to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away? But please, in consideration that Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai poisoned first, do not drive Lian Yu away. Watching Xia Chun's hypocritical display, Lian Yu wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She could only pray that Chen Fan would believe her. Husband, I didn't. I really didn't. You say you didn't, but they say you did. Whom should I believe? Chen Fan said coldly. Upon seeing this, Xia Chun winked at the other maidservants, and immediately they all stepped forward. Young master, we can testify. Yes, we were all present when Lian Yu said it. It was Lian Yu who wanted us to drive Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai away. Watching this, Lian Yu's eyes grew desperate. These were all her sisters from the Qingyin Pavilion. She had taken care of them, given them the easiest tasks, and cared for their well-being. But now all these sisters had come forward to slander her. Is there anyone else who can testify? Chen Fan asked the maidservants softly. But this time no one else stepped forward. It seemed everyone was already there, 18 in total. And Xia Chun, with a feigned expression, spoke to Chen Fan. Young master, Lian Yu only did this because Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai poisoned her. Please be lenient in your judgment. But this time Chen Fan didn't pay attention to Xia Chun. Instead, he put Xiao Ke down and walked toward Lian Yu. Seeing this, Lian Yu quickly said, husband, I really didn't. You have to believe me. I didn't. Be good. I know. Chen Fan said tenderly, helping Lian Yu to her feet. But the crowd was even more puzzled. What did Chen Fan mean? What did he know? Husband. Lian Yu wanted to say something, but Chen Fan gently brushed away the stray hair from her face. Be good. Don't say anything. I believe you. But now do you see clearly? Some people can never be tamed. Hearing this, the crowd was even more confused. But Lian Yu suddenly understood. Chen Fan had never doubted her, he just wanted her to see clearly who those people were to let them reveal themselves. Her heart was deeply moved. She knew that Chen Fan would never distrust her. Husband, I'm sorry. I should be the one to apologize. But you need to understand I wanted to use this incident to teach you that in the future you will have to manage a large family. Don't be too emotional. It's fine to be kind, but don't be overly kind. If you're too kind, you'll be taken advantage of and others will ride roughshod over you. It will make people forget who is the master and who is the servant. Chen Fan said softly. Husband, I understand. Lian Yu nodded lightly. Good girl. Chen Fan gently ruffled Lian Yu's hair. But Xia Chun and the others' expressions changed drastically. What did Chen Fan mean? He had just said he would drive Lian Yu away, and now he was saying she would manage the whole family. What was he planning? At that moment, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon Xia Chun. Just from his look, Xia Chun's body began to tremble uncontrollably. But Chen Fan didn't want to say more. He turned to Lung Hanshuang and said, Xiaonan, I've wronged you. Kill them all. Kill them all. Lung Hanshuang asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned. Chen Fan had actually said to kill them all. Yes, all 18 of them, not one spared. Chen Fan pointed at Xia Chun and the others. Upon hearing this, Xia Chun and the rest were even more shocked. Kill them. All 18. Not one spared. Why? Before Chen Fan knew the truth, they were merely following orders. Why would he kill them? Young master, what did we do wrong? Why do you want to kill us? Exactly. The ones who poisoned were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. The one who banished them was Lian Yu. We were only following orders. Why kill us? Xia Chun and the others all asked in a flurry. Even Lung Hanshuang felt the same. The poisoners were Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. The banishment was Lian Yu's decision. What did these maids have to do with it? Yet Chen Fan declared he would kill them all. Even Lung Hanshuang could not understand. But then Chen Fan suddenly turned to Xia Chun and said coldly, Do you really think you are clever? Or do you truly believe I am a fool? At these words, Xia Chun's expression shifted, a foreboding feeling rising in her heart, but she still replied timidly. What does the young master mean? I don't understand. Don't understand. Then I'll tell you bit by bit. Chen Fan said coldly, then continued, First, while I was away, you poisoned Lian Yu and framed Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Then, taking advantage of Lian Yu's unconsciousness, you falsely issued her order to drive Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai out of the house, and then let the poison take Lian Yu's life. And if I'm not mistaken, you would have waited for me to return, used the pretext of serving me, seduced me, and seized the opportunity to rise in rank. If that failed, you could pin all the blame on Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, and Lian Yu. Even if I truly wanted to punish you, you would play on Lian Yu's emotions to make her protect you. One link after another, step by step. I must say you were somewhat clever. At these words, Xia Chun's expression changed abruptly, and she quickly defended herself. No, I didn't. The poison was administered by Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. The order was given by Lian Yu. I was just following orders. But in her heart, she was utterly shocked. She never imagined Chen Fan had deduced everything so accurately. Huh. Chen Fan let out a contemptuous chuckle. To be honest, your scheme was quite good. If I were an ordinary head of a household, you might have succeeded. But you overlooked one thing. So at this point, do you think admitting it still matters? Even if it wasn't as I said, so what? Even if it was exactly as you claimed, so what? Even if Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai truly wanted to kill Lian Yu, so what? From the moment you dared to lay a hand on Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, your lives were already forfeit. Upon hearing this, Xia Chun and the others were stunned. What did Chen Fan mean? He was going to kill them no matter what. Some of the maids' faces turned deathly pale. But Xia Chun looked at Chen Fan and suddenly asked coldly, What did I overlook? You overlooked my understanding of Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, and Lian Yu. I know them too well. Jealous of Lian Yu. As if you could even think that. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai jealous of Lian Yu. Lian Yu would be the one jealous of them. Chen Fan said. Then why couldn't it be Lian Yu who was jealous of Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai and orchestrated all this? Xia Chun refused to give up. Huh. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. To be honest, I did have that suspicion, which is why I made her kneel. But later I realized I was overthinking. Lian Yu is so obedient, so pure and kind. She could never do such a thing. Especially not to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Besides, I believe that with all the good I've done for Lian Yu, she has no reason to be jealous of Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. As for you and your eyes, you and Lian Yu both came from the Qingyin Pavilion. Why should she be the mistress while you remain a maid? You are dissatisfied, you are unwilling. Am I right? Chen Fan said coldly, then continued. But do you think a viperous heart like yours deserves it? Would you marry someone like yourself? At these words, Xia Chun was completely stunned, her body going limp. She had truly never expected Chen Fan to be so insightful and clear-headed, to see through everything without even needing to interrogate. She had lost utterly and completely. Especially Chen Fan's last question. Would you marry someone like yourself? That was a fatal blow. But Lung Hanshuang, who stood by, understood clearly. This was not intelligence or clarity, but trust. Trust in Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, and Lian Yu. Having followed Chen Fan all along, she knew too well. From the very beginning, Chen Fan had never asked Xiao Ku or Xiao AI about the poisoning clearly because he never believed they would do such a thing. And Xiao Ku and Xiao AI never explained themselves to Chen Fan, not even a word of complaint. This showed how much they trusted Chen Fan's trust in them. Such unwavering trust was something Long Han's Huang had never witnessed before, especially in the treacherous world of the martial arts. She envied it deeply, and involuntarily, she wondered if Chen Fan would ever place such steadfast trust in her. But then the other maids all knelt down and begged. Young master, we know we were wrong. It was all Xia Chun who made us do it. She forced us. We had no choice. Please, young master, spare us this once. We'll never dare again. But Chen Fan remained unmoved and glanced at Long Han's Huang. After all, these 18 had already become dead the moment they stepped forward to accuse and frame Lian Yu. He had given them a chance, but they hadn't treasured it. They were stubbornly misguided. Long Han's Huang understood and casually drew her long sword. Its blade gleamed coldly. Seeing this, the maids were terrified and turned to beg Lian Yu. Lian Yu, please, spare us this once. Here is the antidote to the poison they gave you. It was Xia Chun who ordered us to poison you. I'm giving you the antidote now, please spare us. We beg you for the sake of our sisterhood, forgive us this time. Lian Yu took the antidote, looked at them, and a trace of reluctance flickered in her eyes. But when she glanced at Chen Fan and was about to speak, he said directly, Lian Yu, have you forgotten what I told you just now? At these words, Lian Yu steeled herself, closed her eyes, and turned around. Long Han's Huang did not hesitate. In a matter of moments, her sword was sheathed and all 18 maids lay on the ground without exception. Seeing this, Chen Fan covered Xiao Ku's eyes and said calmly, Lian Yu, you handle it yourself. Thank you, husband, Lian Yu replied. Chen Fan paid no further attention, turned to Long Han Shuang, and said softly, Xiaonuan, you've had a long day. Go rest. With that, he took Xiao Ku and walked toward the room. But Xiao Ku's expression changed slightly, and she stopped, asking, Young master, you're not going to Sister Lian Yu's room, nor Sister Xiaonuan's. Where are you going? Chen Fan smiled, gently lightly tapped Xiao Ku's nose, and said, To you in Xiao AI's room. Moi. Xiao Ku's expression froze as she listened to Chen Fan's words, then suddenly turned tense. Young master, what did you say? Go to Mai and Xiao AI's room. What? Not welcoming me? Chen Fan chuckled lightly. WL? Come, but. Xiao Ku was very nervous, her little face suddenly turning rosy, her head slightly lowered, looking utterly adorable. But what? Afraid the young master will devour you. Chen Fan said. This? Xiao Ku was still hesitant, but in the next moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, she hurriedly said, No. It's that Xiao AI just fell asleep, ooh, I'm afraid of waking her. Saying this, Xiao Ku quickly added, Oh, young master, Xiao AI can't sleep without me, ooh, I'll go accompany her now. With that, Xiao Ku, ignoring Chen Fan, her face flushed, hurriedly ran toward the room. Seeing this, Chen Fan could only shake his head in resignation. He had intended to stay with them, as before, to keep them from being afraid. But he hadn't expected the little girls had already grown up. So be it. With that thought, Chen Fan turned and glanced at Lian Yue, who was directing the servants to move the corpses, said nothing, and went straight to his own room. Time passed. Soon it was the afternoon of the 7th day. It was the wedding day of Chen Fan, Long Han Shuang, and Lian Yu. Though the courtyard was festooned with lanterns and colorful decorations, exuding an air of joy inside and out. Because Chen Fan had been cast out of the Chen family, and had made no friends or influential connections, the scene was still somewhat desolate. Only Chen Hao had brought some merchant tavern owners to join the festivities. But just then Ji Qianxue appeared at the gate of the residence. Yet looking at the bright red lanterns hanging above the courtyard and the double happiness characters on them, Ji Qianxue could not muster any joy for some reason. Her face seemed shrouded in a dark cloud devoid of any happiness. Young master, what's wrong? Shuang beside her asked in a low voice, noticing Ji Qianxue's expression. After all, throughout the journey, Ji Qianxue had been incessantly talking about Chen Fan, eager to see him. Now that she was about to meet him, why had her expression turned so gloomy? Nothing. Let's go. Ji Qianxue took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto her face, and walked inside. Brother Hua. Chen Fan was surprised to see him, not expecting Hua Qianxing to come, and quickly went to greet him. Brother Hua, long time no see. Congratulations. Today is Brother Chen's wedding. Hua came uninvited. Brother Chen won't mind, will he? Ji Qianxue cupped her hands toward Chen Fan and signaled Xue Ying to present the gift box. Brother Hua, what are you saying? I'd be more than happy to have you. Please take the seat of honor. Chen Fan hurriedly said. Good. But tonight Hua won't let Brother Chen off easily. I'll make sure Brother Chen gets so drunk he can't even find the bridal chamber. Ji Qianxue cupped her hands. Haha, I'll gladly accompany you. I'll gladly accompany you. Chen Fan laughed. Ji Qianxue didn't delay him further, and under the attendant's guidance sat at a table. But though a smile hung on her face, her heart felt very uncomfortable. She didn't know why. Especially seeing Chen Fan in his wedding attire, looking so elegant and gentle. If she hadn't called off the engagement, that wedding robe would have been meant for her alone. But now, the auspicious hour has arrived, the wedding ceremony begins now. Suddenly the master of ceremonies' voice rang out. Ji Qianxue snapped back to her thoughts and looked up to see Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, each leading a bride, and placing their hands in Chen Fan's. Chen Fan then led the two brides toward the main hall. Amid the master of ceremonies' proclamations, they began to bow to heaven and earth. Though the scene was joyful and everyone present was laughing and cheering, Ji Qianxue watched with a tightly furrowed brow, as if deeply displeased. Especially when she heard the words, "Escort the brides to the bridal chamber." The bridal chamber, and with two people. Ji Qianxue felt an inexplicable urge to stop this wedding, to seize Chen Fan and throw him into the dungeon. But her reason triumphed over her wicked thoughts. She could only pick up the wine glass from the table and drink alone. Shuang, seeing this, suddenly changed expression and quickly said, "Young master, what are you doing? Didn't you say you weren't going to drink anymore? Mind your own business, I just want to drink today." Ji Qianxue said with a resentful tone, pouring herself another cup. Shuang was even more helpless. She, who had never experienced love, didn't understand what was wrong with Ji Qianxue. Finally the ceremony ended, the banquet began, and Chen Fan started toasting all around. Chen Fan was very free and easy regardless of who it was. He sincerely toasted and chatted with them about this and that. But he never came to toast Ji Qianxue, which made her feel even more uncomfortable, as if she were being neglected. The frequency of her drinking increased. Finally, when he had toasted almost everyone, and the sky was growing dark, Chen Fan staggered over to Ji Qianxue's table. "Brother Hua, sorry to keep you waiting. Come, let me toast you one." But Ji Qianxue directly turned her head away and snorted, "Humph. Why are you toasting me? Go keep toasting those people." Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned, slightly unsure if he was nearly drunk or already drunk. Why did he sense a hint of jealousy in Ji Qianxue's words? "Brother Hua, please forgive me. I was thinking of saving you for last so we could drink heartily together. After all, I'm not talented now, I only have you, Brother Hua, as a friend," Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue's face finally showed a trace of delight. "Really? It's because I'm the most important, so you saved me for last. Of course. Does Brother Hua see me having any other friends?" Chen Fan said. "Good. For that, tonight we drink until we're dead drunk. Let's drink to our heart's content. I'll toast Brother Chen 8 cups. Ji Qianxue said, clinking glasses with Chen Fan and downing 8 cups first. Shuang wanted to say something, but Ji Qianxue pushed her aside. She was determined to get Chen Fan drunk to make sure he couldn't go to the bridal chamber. Shuang watched them drinking together, utterly helpless. Why was it happening again? But she had no solution, as she couldn't just carry Ji Qianxue away. She could only pray that Ji Qianxue would restrain herself tonight. But watching their boisterous manner, she knew her prayers were futile. Sure enough, soon they were back to the state they were in the last time they got drunk. Arms around each other's shoulders, calling each other brothers. But this wasn't the worst of it. After nightfall, Chen Fan, who was supposed to go to the bridal chamber, instead put his arm around Ji Qianxue's shoulder and entered his own room. Seeing this, Shuang quickly shouted, "Young master! Young master! You!" But before she could finish, Ji Qianxue, already drunk, scolded, "Don't bother me. Tonight, I'm going to share the bridal chamber with Chen Fan." Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai also hurriedly pulled Chen Fan, trying to remind him that tonight was his wedding night. But Chen Fan, also drunk and delirious, said, "None of you interfere. Tonight, I'm going to share the bridal chamber with Brother Hua." With that, he slammed the door shut. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were helpless. Share the bridal chamber with Hua Qianqing. Two men, how? Sister, what do we do? Xiao Wan and the others are still waiting. Xiao Ai said anxiously, "I can't do anything. The young master is so drunk, no one can persuade him. We'll have to wait until tomorrow." From now on we must never let the young master drink." Xiao Ku sighed in resignation. Shuang was even more speechless, more helpless, again. She couldn't understand why the usually icy, stern female emperor turned into this around Chen Fan. A complete drunkard. Where was the dignity of a female emperor? If it were any other time it might be tolerable, but today was Chen Fan's wedding night. If she really shared the bridal chamber with Chen Fan, then what would happen? And if word got out that Chen Fan's wedding night was spent with the female emperor, the consequences? Shuang didn't even dare to imagine. Yet Shuang had no idea that tonight something even more unbelievable would happen that would leave her utterly astounded. That night, the wedding chamber night. Though Long Han's Huang and Lian Yu's room was somewhat desolate, lacking the atmosphere a wedding night should have. But in Chen Fan's room, only to see Chen Fan and Ji Qianxue enter the room, pick up the wine on the table, and begin drinking again. "Brother Chen, let's drink." Drink. But gradually their cups could never quite meet. "Brother Hua, you're drunk." Only to see Chen Fan suddenly giggle foolishly, then unconsciously say, "I should go to my wedding chamber now." "Wedding chamber? What wedding chamber? Brother Chen is mine tonight. You're not going anywhere," Ji Qianxue said with a drunken air, instinctively grabbing Chen Fan, clearly not knowing what she was saying. "No, that won't do. Tonight is my wedding night. I should go to my chamber. Chen Fan, equally intoxicated, swayed as he rose to his feet. No, I want Brother Chen to stay with me. It's just a wedding chamber, isn't it? I can do that too. Ji Qianxue threw her arms around Chen Fan, speaking with a touch of youthful defiance. Brother Hua jokes again. You can only drink with me. How could you share a wedding chamber with me? Chen Fan giggled foolishly, instinctively, trying to pull his arm free. But the drunken Ji Qianxue, hearing his refusal, grew even more defiant. Why can't I? Speaking thus, Ji Qianxue wrenched the hairpin from her head, and instantly her long tresses cascaded down freely. Without the hairpin, Ji Qianxue seemed like a completely different person. With a hint of charm in her eyes, the dignified young man of moments before was gone. Instead stood a woman of striking beauty, her hair reaching her waist. Though intoxicated, Chen Fan was startled by Ji Qianxue's transformation. Brother Huayu, how did you? Brother Chen, do you think I'm beautiful? Ji Qianxue, also drunk, spoke with a hint of charm and smug satisfaction. Why, yes. Beautiful. Chen Fan murmured, dazed. Then do you think I could share your wedding chamber? Ji Qianxue asked with a triumphant smile. No. No way. Chen Fan said quickly, shaking his head. Brother Hua. But I think it's fine. Yet Ji Qianxue would not allow refusal. Speaking with youthful defiance, she suddenly stepped forward and pressed her lips against Chen Fan's. Perhaps because of the wine, that single kiss robbed Chen Fan of all reason. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Ji Qianxue's waist. Perhaps it was the intoxication that made them like dry timber meeting fierce flame. Once ignited, nothing could contain them. The passionate fire swept through the entire room in an instant. Perhaps it was because tonight's bright moon was too beautiful, the evening breeze too gentle. Or perhaps time itself was restless, the season too languid, so that spring could not wait for next year, and scattered its splendor early. Yes, the wine deepened, and spring desires stirred, embroidered duckquilt blankets tossed like crimson waves. Yes, the path among flowers had never been swept for guests, yet tonight this humble gate opened for you alone. Yes, the spring river's tide rose to meet the sea, and above it the bright moon was born with the tide. And yes, drunk one knows not, the sky lies within the water. The vessel laden with clear dreams presses down upon the Milky Way. He was the clear dream, she was the river of stars. Time flowed onward, indifferent to this night, or any tomorrow. Only when the night grew still, and the lamp sputtered low, when breathing slowed, and sounds faded, did all return to peace. The next morning, Chen Fan's heavy breathing still echoed. The sun had not yet appeared, only a fish-white glow on the horizon. But Ji Qianxue had long been awake, though her composed face betrayed no emotion. Her eyes simply stared blankly at Chen Fan. She remembered everything that had happened in the room that night very clearly. She recalled how she had kissed Chen Fan first, how she had untied her own garments, how she had given herself to him completely. And now, as the alcohol faded, she who should have regretted her drunken follies felt no remorse at all. As if calmly accepting the true desires of her heart, she was as still as a pool of spring water. Yet she did not know how she would face Chen Fan in the days to come. Should she tell him she was the Empress who had broken their engagement? Should she tell him she regretted ending their betrothal? Should she tell him she had fallen in love with him? No, none of that was possible. Who was she? The reigning Empress, Ji Qianxue, the first female sovereign in the history of the entire continent. Could she go back on her word and let the world laugh, let the Dragon Kingdom become a laughingstock? Even if she did not care, would the people of Dragon Kingdom not care? Besides, Chen Fan already had a family. Could the dignified Empress share a husband with another woman and endure jealous rivalries? She could not bring herself to do it. The world would never allow her to do so. And as a sovereign, many things were beyond one's control. Little one, let it be like this. From now on you will continue as a free spirit, carefree and unrestrained, chasing liberty. I shall remain veiled in humility, ruling over the realm, sealing my heart and renouncing love. Let all of this be nothing but a dream. Would that please you? Ji Qianxue gently traced Chen Fan's handsome features with her fingertips, whispering softly. After a while she quietly rose, gathered her scattered garments from the floor, and intended to leave before Chen Fan awoke. But having prepared everything, Ji Qianxue gazed at the soundly sleeping Chen Fan, and reluctance welled up in her heart. She watched Chen Fan for a while longer, hesitated, then gently placed the folding fan she always carried on a nearby table. She then removed the jade pendant Chen Fan often wore at his waist. Though her eyes were filled with reluctance, she turned and walked out of the room. Mistress! No sooner had Ji Qianxue stepped out of the door than Shuiying leaped down from the high wall to her side. Last night, she had been worried the entire evening, daring not to leave for a moment. Now seeing Ji Qianxue's disheveled appearance, her worry deepened. Prepare the carriage, return to the palace. Ji Qianxue said with icy composure, taking quick strides toward the courtyard before the morning crowds had gathered. But Shuiying, watching Ji Qianxue's demeanor, furrowed her brows slightly. Mistress, are we leaving so soon? Shouldn't we at least tell Chen Fan? After all, last night you disrupted his wedding chamber. No need. Let's go. Ji Qinxue said coldly, then like someone who had made a firm decision added mournfully, I will not come here again in the future. Hearing this, Shui Ying was even more perplexed. What did Ji Qinxue mean by that? Why say she wouldn't come again? After all, she had always deliberately found excuses to visit before. So what had truly happened last night? What had Chen Fan done to Ji Qinxue? But as a maid she dared not ask, so she could only say, then what about this squad of shadow guards? Hearing this, Ji Qinxue paused suddenly. After all, this squad of shadow guards was her people. If she would never come again, then those guards. But after a moment's thought, Ji Qinxue said directly, never mind. Consider it a gift to him. But make sure the guards know what should and should not be discussed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shui Ying replied respectfully. But Ji Qinxue thought for a moment and added, also if anything should happen to Chen Fan, those guards need not live either. Yes. Shui Ying said respectfully. Ji Qinxue glanced back at the courtyard, her expression somber and tinged with sorrow. But in the end she did not linger. Turning away, she strode quickly from the grounds. By the time the sun had climbed high into the sky, Chen Fan finally stirred from his sleep. He had no idea how much he had drunk the night before, but his head was splitting. Yet as he rose and rubbed his temples, his gaze fell upon a vivid crimson stain on the sheets. In an instant, Chen Fan froze as though struck by something unseen. All that had transpired the previous night began to flicker through his mind like slides projected onto a screen, including everything that had happened between him and Ji Qinxue. Panic seized Chen Fan. Damn it! How could this have happened? You beast! Worse than an animal. How could I do such a thing to Brother Hua? For a moment Chen Fan felt like punching himself. How could he have done this to Brother Hua? And on his own wedding night. What was he to do now? Yet he could never have imagined that Hua Qianqing, with such dignified bearing and noble grace, was actually a woman. How could she be a woman? That damn wine was truly destructive. He would never drink again. If he ever drank again, he was a dog. Slap. Slap. As he spoke, Chen Fan raised his hand and slapped himself twice. But Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He hurriedly got up and dressed. Since Hua Qianqing was gone, he had to find her and give her an explanation, make things right. He needed to apologize to her and take responsibility. Just then Chen Fan's eyes fell upon the folding fan resting on the table. His expression shifted, and he quickly picked it up. Without a doubt, this must have been left behind by Ji Qinxue before she departed. There was no need to ask. She had surely slipped away while he was asleep. Yet Chen Fan was bewildered. After what had transpired between them, why had Ji Qinxue left so quietly without a word? Or was she concerned about protecting her reputation? Nevertheless, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the fan and stepped out of the room just in time to spot Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai approaching with hot water. Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, where is Lord Hua? But wasn't Lord Hua with you last night, sir? Xiao Ku asked, her expression puzzled. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Just then a shadow guard approached and bowed respectfully. Lord Chen, my master has already departed. Before leaving, she asked me to tell you not to seek her out. Not to seek her out. Where did she go? This subordinate does not know, but my master asked me to convey that the fault lies with her, not with Lord Chen. Let us pretend nothing occurred. However, Lord Chen and my master's fates part here. Rather than sustaining each other in hardship, it is better to forget one another in the world. Take care of yourselves, the shadow guard said. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brows knitted together tightly. What did it mean that the blame was hers and not his? And what did it mean that their fates ended here? Just then the shadow guard continued, furthermore, before departing, my master gifted us to Lord Chen, saying it would serve as a wedding present, and that she wished Lord Chen happiness. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted suddenly. Who exactly is your master? Lord Chen, my master has ordered me not to disclose this. Even if you were to become our master now, I still cannot reveal it, the shadow guard responded. At this, Chen Fan finally understood. Perhaps Ji Qinxue also felt that what had happened between them the previous night should not have occurred. But it had already transpired, and she had no choice but to leave. Yet Chen Fan's heart grew inexplicably heavy, as though he had lost something precious. At that moment, Lung Huanfeng approached. Looking at Lung Huanfeng, Chen Fan felt overwhelming guilt. After all, last night was supposed to be his wedding night with her. Yet he had been with another woman instead. How infuriating. Xiaowen, you're here, It's fine. Before Chen Fan could continue, Lung Huanfeng said calmly, I understand. You had too much to drink last night. I don't blame you. Seeing this, Chen Fan wanted to say more, but Lung Huanfeng stepped forward and said, enough. There will be other opportunities in the future. Let's freshen up first. Chen Hao has arrived with the others. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt even more guilty. If Lung Huanfeng had been angry, his conscience might have been easier to bear, but she was being so understanding. He truly was unworthy. But since the matter was already done, he had no choice. He returned to his room to wash up simply, then headed straight for the main hall. Chen Hao and the restaurant managers had been summoned by him. Now that all the restaurants acquired from the Lin family were operating normally, he needed to consider how to integrate these businesses together. Upon entering the main hall, everyone rose as one upon seeing Chen Fan arrive. Everyone sit. No need for formalities. Chen Fan waved his hand as he spoke and took his seat at the head of the table. The reason I've called you all today is to discuss the future development strategy for our restaurants. From now on, all our establishments will share a single name, Lovely Restaurant. Chen Fan addressed the group deliberately. His intention was to unify all the restaurants under one brand and operate them as a chain. Jinling City was merely the starting point. In the future, he planned to expand his restaurants across the entire long country and even worldwide. And restaurants were only a fraction of his commercial empire. However, everyone present was stunned and astonished by Chen Fan's business philosophy and development vision. Clearly, such a forward-thinking concept had never been proposed before. Chen Hao was even more shocked, especially after comprehending the operational model of the entire chain restaurant system. He could hardly believe this was Chen Fan's creation. He prided himself on having considerable expertise in commerce, yet he never imagined that Chen Fan far surpassed him in this regard. Even Leng Huanfeng, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment. She could already envision a future where lovely restaurants appeared throughout Jinling. She could even imagine lovely restaurants across the entire long country. By the way, you all tried yesterday's wine, right? How was it? Chen Fan asked, looking at the group. Hearing this, everyone gradually returned to reality from Chen Fan's chain concept and began praising enthusiastically. Young Master Chen, that wine yesterday was truly excellent. After running restaurants for so many years, I've never tasted such fine wine. Exactly. When I went back yesterday and told people about it, they refused to believe me. If my restaurant had such wine, it would surely be in great demand. Young Master Chen, where did you get that wine? What's its name? The wine was brewed by myself. As for the name, Chen Fan paused mid-sentence. To be honest, he had never really thought about what to name this wine. What name would be fitting? As he pondered, perhaps Chen Fan's thoughts drifted back to the events with Hua Qiansheng from the previous night, recalling their 2 occasions of sharing wine and conversation. Moreover, after parting today, he didn't know if they would ever meet again. Qiansheng. This wine shall be called Qiansheng. But Chen Fan continued directly. This wine will be available at all your restaurants in the future, but it will be the key to setting you apart from other establishments. Therefore, regarding Qiansheng wine, I've established a few regulations. First, Qiansheng wine will only be given away, not sold. The moment Chen Fan uttered these words, everyone present was taken aback. Such fine wine, and Chen Fan actually said it was only for giving, not selling. What did that mean? Were they mad? They had just been hoping to use this Thousand City wine to make money, yet Chen Fan declared it was only for giving, not selling. Young Master Chen. A steward began to speak, but Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Hear me out. All guests who wish to drink Thousand City wine must spend a minimum of 100 taels in one visit at the restaurant, and they will receive 1 jin of Thousand City wine as a gift. Each person is eligible only once. Daily limit, a maximum of 5 jin gifted." At these words, the crowd was even more shocked. Spending 100 taels to get 1 jin of Thousand City wine. That meant everyone who wanted to drink Thousand City wine would have to spend 100 taels at the restaurant. And with a daily limit of 5 jin, it meant that after the first 5 customers received their gift, even if you had money, you couldn't drink it and had to wait until the next day. For a moment, they couldn't even bear to imagine how good the restaurant's business would be once the Thousand City wine brand was established with people flocking to drink it. And there would be at least 500 taels in daily revenue. Even Chen Hao, who was standing by, was stunned, wondering how Chen Fan had come up with such a sales method. Yet some stewards thought of the drawbacks and spoke up. Young Master Chen, spending 100 taels just to get 1 jin of wine. Isn't that too expensive? Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. After all, even in a high-end restaurant, a full table of dishes cost only 10 or 20 taels, which was already considered expensive. An ordinary banquet might cost just a few taels of silver. I know what you're worried about, but how much money can common folks have? I never intended to earn from ordinary people. Thousand City wine is taking the high-end route, playing on scarcity and the hunger marketing strategy, targeting the wealthy nobles and prodigal sons. So you'd better develop some high-end dishes along with various premium private rooms and such to complement Thousand City wine. Don't let someone buy out the entire restaurant and still not have spent 100 taels. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, those prodigal sons had never treated money as money. Meeting just one arrogant prodigal son could easily outspend many tables of food and drink. And what prodigal sons loved was one-upmanship. Their money was too easy to make. But then Chen Fan spoke again. Second, the amount of Thousand City wine each restaurant can receive from me each month will be tied to your performance. For every 120 taels of revenue, you can claim 1 jin. Each time you claim more than 10 jin, you get an extra jin. Any surplus can be sold to important clients. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned once more. If the allocation depended on revenue, then their thoughts of skimming some benefits from the Thousand City wine were Moreover, Chen Fan had firm control over the wine. Even if they wanted to set up their own businesses, they could never surpass the lovely restaurant. Most importantly, they needed 120 taels in performance to get 1 gene, which was 20 taels more than the 100 taels consumption for a gift. That meant they had performance pressure and couldn't slack off. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking, wasn't Chen Fan afraid that the chain restaurants would grow too big and break away from his control? But the next second, Chen Fan came up with this move. He indirectly controlled the chain restaurants through the Thousand City wine. And in this way, as long as these restaurants wanted more wine, they wouldn't dare to cook the books. No one even dared to slack off. Chen Fan truly had clever methods. He had underestimated Chen Fan. Third, no restaurant is allowed to adulterate or water down the Thousand City wine. They must operate with integrity. Anyone who does anything detrimental to the restaurant's development will be dismissed immediately. At the same time, I will spare no expense to hire assassins from the underworld to have them killed. So I hope each of you will act accordingly. Chen Fan added. But this time, everyone looked terrified. Chen Fan had openly said he would hire assassins. Who would dare to play any tricks? After all, everyone knew that Chen Fan could certainly afford the cost of hiring a killer. Of course, if you manage well, I won't treat you badly. Besides your 30% share, you will also receive certain dividends at the year-end settlement. As for how much, that depends on your own abilities. Chen Fan said calmly, then added, Everyone, do you understand? We understand, they replied in unison. Then that's settled. Thank you all for your hard work. Within 7 days, I want to see all the restaurants renovated. 7 days from now, I want every restaurant to reopen with a brand new look. Chen Fan said, Rest assured, young Master Chen. We will not disappoint you, they responded. Chen Fan then said, Each of you go to the storeroom and collect 20 gene of Thousand City wine. 10 gene as a reward for your efforts, and the remaining 10 gene for your experiments. Xiao Ke Xiao AI, take them to collect the wine. Thank you, young Master Chen. They answered in unison and hurriedly followed Xiao Ku and Xiao AI to get the wine. Chen Hao was about to leave as well, but Chen Fan called him back. Second brother, wait a moment. Chen Hao frowned slightly, but obediently sat back down. Third brother. Second brother, can you understand everything I just said? Chen Fan asked gently. More or less, Chen Hao replied. I knew it. With your talent, you wouldn't let me down. Then follow the model I just laid out and integrate all the taverns. Also draw up some rules and distribute them. Chen Fan said. Don't worry, you don't even need to tell me. I'll make sure everything is standardized. I won't let you down. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy upon hearing Chen Fan's words. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. But you'll be too tired alone. I suggest you promote some trusted subordinates. After all, with your abilities, I'll have you manage even bigger projects later. The tavern is just the beginning. Chen Fan said. Bigger projects. Chen Hao frowned. Huh. Chen Fan gave a light laugh. Second brother, you are an indispensable figure in my commercial empire. So keep it up. Let the whole world know the name of Chen Hao. Hearing this, Chen Hao was momentarily stunned. Let the whole world know his name. Suddenly, it was as if Chen Hao had found his ideal and understood the meaning of his existence. Third brother, rest assured. Second brother will never let you down. I believe you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to me. Chen Fan said, stood up and patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, then added, Your sister-in-law has prepared a fine jar of wine for you. Take it home and have a taste. With that, Chen Fan gave Lian Yu a glance. Lian Yu immediately stepped forward and said, Second uncle, please follow me. Seeing this, Chen Hao didn't hesitate and followed Lian Yu out of the hall. Chen Fan, unconcerned, turned to Lung Han Shuang. Xiaowan, how about we go check on the factory's construction? Okay. Lung Han Shuang nodded gently and stepped forward to naturally take Chen Fan's arm. This gesture surprised Chen Fan. After all, in the past, it was always him who shamelessly held her arm. She had never willingly taken his. Xiaowan Yu. What? As your concubine, can I hold my husband's arm? Lung Han Shuang glanced at Chen Fan, deliberately saying, Of course. Of course. Chen Fan quickly replied, but his heart was filled with indescribable happiness. Lung Han Shuang had actually said husband. What could be more joyful than that? Thinking this, Chen Fan directly said, Today I'll ride the horse and carry you. But Lung Han Shuang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She stopped and looked at Chen Fan. Didn't you say you couldn't ride a horse? Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a bit guilty. Well, I just learned. Let's not talk about that. It's getting late, let's hurry. Seeing this, Lung Han Shuang just gave a charming, playful smile and said nothing more, following Chen Fan as they walked away. When they arrived at the 1,000 acres of land they had previously purchased, they found the entire area no longer desolate, as it once had been. Thousands of workers were building houses across that land. Factories, breeding farms, dormitories. All was proceeding in an orderly manner, with some even nearing completion. Yet upon seeing this, Lung Han Shuang appeared thoroughly astonished. Husband, when did you arrange all this? Heh. Chen Fan simply smiled gently. For over a month, did you truly think I was merely wandering about sightseeing? Do you see that old man there? Do you know who he is? Hearing this, Lung Hanshuang's brows furrowed slightly. Isn't that the mad old man who argued with you in that cave? He was the previous leader of the Mo family, having been stripped of his position and expelled solely due to ideological differences, Chen Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang gazed at the old man with astonishment and disbelief on her face. That disheveled old man was actually the former leader of the Mo family. How could this be? How could Chen Fan know such a person? But Chen Fan pointed to several middle-aged men and asked, do you know them? They were once elders of the known family, but were expelled for pursuing agricultural and breeding integration, dismissed as neglecting proper duties. And those over there are among the few master forgers in the entire Dragon Nation. Those over there are genuine craftsmen of exceptional skill. And those others were expelled from the elite ranks of the Tianlong Trade Guild. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang's face was etched with shock and confusion. Where did you meet these people? Ha! Chen Fan chuckled softly. Xianwan, did you really think I was merely a frivolous heir in the past? These are all old friends I knew back then. My recent travels with you were all to recruit them, and they've been waiting for me for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang grew even more puzzled, waiting for you for a long time. Indeed, the earliest ones have waited 5 years for me, all for this very day, Chen Fan said with a light smile, pulling Lung Hanshuang toward the construction sites. Yet Lung Hanshuang remained puzzled. 5 years? Could it be that Chen Fan had been planning today's endeavor 5 years ago? Nevertheless, upon seeing Chen Fan arrive, those people displayed excitement, rivaling one another, each eager to report their project progress to him. It seemed as though everyone couldn't wait to have their factories completed quickly and achieve something remarkable. Moreover, each person held Chen Fan in deep respect. This wasn't mere deference to their employer. Each person seemed to genuinely respect Chen Fan. This alone left Lung Hanshuang utterly bewildered. After Chen Fan had visited with everyone and shared a simple meal together, they began their return journey to find only the crimson twilight casting its slanting light. As Lung Hanshuang and Chen Fan rode their horses, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Husband, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Have I not already told you that you become the wife of the wealthiest man? Chen Fan replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang shot him an exasperated glance. I'm being serious. So am I. Chen Fan rode his horse and spoke earnestly, continuing, Xianwan, do you know? In the past I was extremely poor, so destitute I could scarcely afford meals, and even my education depended on contributions from the villagers. But I understood that knowledge could alter one's destiny, so I studied tirelessly. I once read throughout an entire day at the library just to skip a midday meal, devouring any book I could get my hands on. However, before I could complete my studies and give back to my fellow villagers, something happened. As Chen Fan spoke, he suddenly stopped and revised his words. Though our dragon kingdom now flourishes under the female emperor's governance, there remain too many impoverished people. Too many who still cannot afford food. The female emperor, though virtuous, has adopted misguided policies. While military strength can fortify a nation, it is economic foundations that determine its structure and livelihoods that form the true foundation. She understands this in theory, but lacks genuine comprehension. When a nation rises or falls, the common people suffer either way. No matter how powerful a country becomes, it cannot separate itself from the livelihood of its people. And for livelihoods to flourish, they cannot do without the strength of the nation. A nation's strength lies not solely in military might, but also in industry, agriculture, technology, and culture. What I am doing amounts to no more than offering my humble contribution. Hep. As Chen Fan spoke, a soft laugh escaped him again. Of course, more than anything, it is simply my arrogance and pride, that I wish to see whether through my own efforts alone I can change the world. If I cannot, then ensuring that at least some common people live well would be enough. Within this industrial park I've established, most of the surplus labor force can find employment and support their families. Provide the common folk with security in both their production and daily lives. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang momentarily struggled to find words. She had long known that within Chen Fan's heart lay an ideal nation. Yet hearing Chen Fan speak these words firsthand still moved her deeply. For he was, in her experience, the only person she had ever encountered who genuinely cared about the welfare of the common people. As for everyone else, all they sought was how to exploit the masses. For a moment, she even felt that the so-called righteous heroes of the martial world she inhabited paled in comparison to Chen Fan. Lost in thought, Lung Hanshuang suddenly leaned forward and embraced Chen Fan from behind, resting her head against his back. Husband, I believe in you. You can do this. Sensing Lung Hanshuang's transformation, Chen Fan offered a knowing smile. Really? Yes, she replied with a gentle nod. Then shall we make up for our wedding night tonight? Chen Fan suggested. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshuang suddenly straightened up and shot him a playful, reproachful glance. Oomph. But the very next moment she embraced Chen Fan, once more leaning against his back with a haughty sniff, saying nothing further. Only upon her delicate face did a charming, affectionate smile emerge. Chen Fan, feeling Lung Hanshuang's embrace, smiled knowingly and said nothing more. The two simply rode their horses together, heading slowly toward the courtyard as the sunset bathed them in golden light. The wind was light and gentle. Yet at that very moment within the Duke's mansion, Lord Chen stared at the memorial before him with an expression darkening to the extreme. Meanwhile, Chen Fan below spoke with visible concern. Father, the funding for the 72 water forts along the Yangtze has been suspended for a month. If we cannot disburse payments, soon those forts may prove increasingly difficult to control. Moreover, with the fall of the Lin family, our 10,000 elite soldiers, let alone their pay, we cannot sustain their provisions for much longer. Upon hearing this, Lord Chen's countenance grew even grimmer. He naturally understood such consequences would follow the Lin family's downfall, yet the magnitude of this expenditure left him wondering where to find relief. How much silver remains in the treasury? Lord Chen asked, his expression thoroughly displeased. Father, the treasury is completely depleted. All the funds were allocated to the 72 water forts and the army last month, and soon we may struggle to cover even our household's ordinary expenses. Chen Fan replied. Lord Chen listened and found himself at a loss for words. The collapse of the Lin family had somehow pushed his own household's basic expenses to the brink, all because of a frivolous wastrel he had cast out from the family. What are the business partners I tasked you with finding? Have you located any? Lord Chen demanded. At this, Chen Hao shook his head fearfully, yet seeming afraid to anger Lord Chen, he hastily added, Father, you understand the nature of our endeavors. Others may refuse, but even if someone dares, we might still employ them. Then what should we do? Must we simply wait for our doom? Lord Chen asked. Father, there is actually another approach. Chen Hao suggested. What method? Speak. Lord Chen commanded. Go beg Chen Fan. Request Chen Fan's return to aid us. After all, he now possesses all of the Lin family's enterprises and their wealth. No one is better suited than he. Bang. What did you say? You want me to beg Chen Fan, that rebellious son? Upon hearing this, Duke Chen suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, disbelief on his face, and cursed in anger. Father, this is the best solution. After all, Chen Fan ultimately belongs to our dukedom. Chen Feng said fearfully, then added, moreover, begging him is only a temporary measure. Once we have used up his money and acquired the assets he holds, whatever happens afterward will be at your word alone, Father. Hearing this, Duke Chen's anger subsided somewhat, yet his expression remained grim. After all, who was he? It was the decadent waste whom he himself had expelled from the family. Moreover, he had not failed to offer Chen Fan opportunities before, but Chen Fan simply would not give him face. Was he really to humble himself to beg that bastard-born worthless prodigal? Even as a temporary expedient, he refused. After all, was he not a dignified duke? Did he not care for his dignity? If this were to leak out, what would become of his reputation as a duke? But just then Chen Feng spoke again. Father, I know this is difficult, yet we have no other way now. If the military stipends cannot be paid, and the 72 water strongholds revolt, causing the army to mutiny, then all will be lost indeed. Upon hearing this, Duke Chen's expression grew even darker. He had never imagined that one day he would have to beg Chen Fan. But he also clearly understood the matters Chen Feng had mentioned and recognized the severity of the situation. If things truly came to that, everything would indeed be over. But how was he, a dignified duke, to go and beg? Enough, leave. Let me think about it. Duke Chen said. Hearing this, Chen Feng appeared helpless and could only bow respectfully before retreating. Yet inwardly Chen Feng felt deeply exasperated. They held such a winning hand, yet Duke Chen insistently drove Chen Fan out of the family. If Chen Fan had not been expelled, even if he truly were a decadent fool, so what? But Duke Chen not only banished Chen Fan from the household, but also repeatedly targeted him, even going so far as to attempt his life. Nevertheless, Chen Feng truly could not imagine that Chen Fan, who had always been neglected since childhood and treated merely as a political hostage for marriage alliances, had been disguising all his decadence as an act. He even suspected that Chen Fan had discerned the situation from the very beginning and deliberately chose to play the fool. As he thought, Chen Feng sighed helplessly, little Fan. Why must you be like this? If you had possessed such great talent from the start, what difference would it make to yield the crown prince position to you? The following morning. Morning sunlight slanted through the window, gently dancing upon the couple in bed. Lung Hanshuang, already awake, did not rise, but instead nestled beside Chen Fan, playing with the sunlight that bathed his handsome face. A faint smile graced her lips, indescribable whether from joy or contentment. She had never imagined that one day she would marry, nor had she ever thought she would become a concubine. After all, who was she? Hans Huang, soared Lung Hanshuang. A woman born into the restless Jianghu, drifting, without anchor, uncertain even of when she might die. If she were to marry, it should have been a martial artist, a spirited young swordsman, riding song and horse, upholding justice, living freely in the Jianghu. Yet now she had truly married not a warrior, but a fragile scholar, not a hero, but a merchant. Such matters not only had she never imagined, but if word spread the entire Jianghu might refuse to believe it. But only she herself knew that she was joyful, was happy. What Jianghu, what reputation, what martial prowess. All paled in comparison to a single strand of her husband's hair. She no longer cared to think about matters in the Jianghu. All that occupied her heart was staying by her husband's side, harmonious in marriage, together forever. At that moment, Chen Fan's eyes slowly opened, coincidentally catching sight of Leng Huanshuang's hand hovering above his face. He whispered, "Little Nguyen, what are you doing?" "Husband, you are awake. I am shielding the sunlight for you." With a gentle smile, Little Nguyen replied. "Fool." Chen Fan gazed affectionately at Leng Huanshuang, drawing her into his embrace and tenderly kissing her cheek, his eyes brimming with doting love. Leng Huanshuang did not resist, simply nestling in Chen Fan's arms. "Husband, shall we rise?" "Not yet. I was somewhat weary last night and wish to sleep a little longer. Will you stay with me?" Chen Fan murmured softly, embracing Leng Huanshuang. Yet upon hearing this, a playful resentment touched her delicate cheeks, and she thought to herself, as if he knows what tired means. She had thought Chen Fan would never grow weary, given how thoroughly he had worn her out. Yet her lips still curled into a sweet smile as she whispered softly, "Very well." As she spoke, her body pressed closer to Chen Fan like a docile kitten. She loved being held by him, loved the feeling of hiding in his embrace. It was as though only then did she feel an unprecedented sense of security. But just at that moment, voices came from outside the room. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai calling out, "Young master, are you awake? The Duke has arrived and wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly. Duke Chen, what did he want? Was it because without the Lin family's support, the funds for maintaining the army had encountered problems? Thinking this, Chen Fan sat upright. Leng Huanshuang followed without hesitation, rising with him and gently helping him dress and groom himself. However, Chen Fan showed no haste in seeing Duke Chen. Instead, he directly had Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai bring breakfast. This puzzled Leng Huanshuang and the others. "Husband, the Duke has already been waiting. Should we not go see him first?" Leng Huanshuang asked. "No hurry. Let them wait." Chen Fan said dismissively, pulling Xiao Ku into his lap and feeding her a pastry with his own hand. Watching Chen Fan and Xiao Ku, Leng Huanshuang had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Yet her heart carried some worry, for Duke Chen had come in person, and yet Chen Fan had them all wait. However, seeing even Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai eating breakfast cheerfully without a hint of urgency, she kept her concerns to herself. Finally, after finishing breakfast, Chen Fan led Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai toward the main hall. But by then, Duke Chen in the hall had already grown deeply sullen. He had been waiting so long, yet Chen Fan still had not appeared. How dare he make him wait so long? Where is Chen Fan? Why has he not come yet? Unable to endure it any longer, Duke Chen glared at Lien Yu beside him and roared, "Your Grace, calm yourself. Husband slept very late last night, and I have already sent someone to invite him." "Please wait a moment," Lien Yu said timidly. Lien Yu was after all merely a courtesan from a brothel. Facing someone of Duke Chen's stature, she was deeply frightened, her voice faltering with timidity. "Umph." Upon hearing this, Duke Chen let out a scornful snort. "Hurry and summon him before me. If I do not see him within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the consequences." But before he could finish, Chen Fan's voice rang out from outside. "I wonder what consequences." Hearing this, everyone turned to look. There stood Chen Fan leading Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai with Leng Huanshuang beside him, walking steadily into the hall. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, Duke Chen's face darkened even further, a violent impulse rising within him to strike Chen Fan outright. Yet Chen Fan wore an expression of utter calm, as though he did not see Duke Chen at all, and walked straight toward Lien Yue, producing a handkerchief from his sleeve. Unfolding the handkerchief revealed 2 steaming pastries within. "I heard from Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai that you were in a hurry to entertain guests and had not eaten breakfast. I brought these for you. Eat them while they are still warm." "Husband." Lien Yu's heart trembled at the sight. Not because Chen Fan had brought her pastries, for he had always treated her well. But now with Duke Chen present, Chen Fan still dared to act so. Meanwhile, Duke Chen's expression grew even more grim. Here he sat, the Duke himself, and Chen Fan chose to speak first to Lien Yue, a woman of the brothel, even bringing her pastries. Did he consider a lowly courtesan greater than himself a noble duke? Yet Chen Fan gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Lien Yu's face, and spoke softly, "Be good. Do not starve yourself." Seeing this, Duke Chen could no longer contain himself and roared, "Chen Fan, do you have any idea how long I have waited for you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan finally turned his gaze toward Duke Chen, his expression cold and indifferent. "Did I ask you to come? You? What kind of attitude is that?" The Duke of Chen, hearing Chen Fan's words and seeing his demeanor, could no longer contain his fury and rebuked him directly. Chen Fan actually dared to speak to him like that. And worse, he dared to address him with such insolence. Who gave him the audacity? Yet Chen Fan remained indifferent, his tone cold. "What attitude? Your Grace bursts in uninvited at daybreak, disturbs my slumber, and berates my wife. What attitude do you expect from me?" Should I set off firecrackers and beat drums to welcome you with open arms? At this, the Duke's anger flared even more. He raised his hand to strike Chen Fan, but Chen Fan, quick-eyed and nimble, hurriedly intervened. Father, the greater good must prevail, Chen Fan urged. Hearing this, the Duke's temper subsided somewhat, but the grimness on his face did not dissipate as he continued to scold. Ungrateful wretch! How could I, Chen Chongfeng, have fathered such a degenerate? Heh! Chen Fan merely let out a disdainful laugh, his voice icy. Even if I am a degenerate, I am not your son. State your business or leave. This Chen household does not welcome you. Every second you linger here is an eyesore. The Duke was momentarily at a loss for words, his face turning exceptionally dark. He truly couldn't fathom where Chen Fan had found the courage to speak to him like this. Chen Fan, even if I am not your father now, I am still the Duke of Chen. Who gave you the nerve to address me in such a manner? The Duke? Huh. If it weren't for your title, you wouldn't even have been allowed through my door, Chen Fan said with utter contempt, then turned to Lien Yu and the others. Remember this is the last time. From now on, never let any riffraff enter. Hearing this, the Duke felt as if his lungs were about to burst with rage. Riffraff? Chen Fan had called him riffraff. Who had emboldened Chen Fan to such an extent? At this moment, Chen Fan, sensing the situation deteriorating, stepped forward quickly. Xiao Fan, why are you so angry? After all, we are still family. And today we came to take you home. Father regrets his decision. He shouldn't have driven you out of the house. You know Father. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. During your absence, he has often spoken of you. Now Father has come to fetch you himself. Just soften a little and come back with us. If you return, Father will make you the heir. At these words, Chen Fan felt a sudden urge to laugh. Go home. Heir. Brother, do you even believe what you're saying? Chen Fan chuckled lightly, then added, besides, this is my home. Where would I be returning to? As for you, brother, take my advice, some people are not human. It's best to leave them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the day you cross their interest, you'll end up like me. You might even fare worse than me, and second brother, for you know too much. But before Chen Fan could finish, the Duke angrily bellowed, you ungrateful wretch. What do you mean by that? Who are you calling inhuman? Chen Fan, however, ignored the Duke and fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Brother, I've said what I needed to say. Take care of yourself. But don't think I'm unaware of your real motive. You're short of money, and you want to trick me into going back and swindle my funds. I'm not stupid, nor am I the Lin family. My money stays with me. As for the title of heir, I'm nothing but an orphan born of a lowly maid, hardly worthy. Let brother keep it for himself. But if one day the heir's seat becomes too much for you to bear, and you wish to leave, you are always welcome to come to me. At this, Chen Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Chen Fan would guess they were short on funds. How could he continue now? After all, what kind of man the Duke was, everyone knew. Chen Fan had no desire to prolong the conversation. He simply ordered, guards, show them out. But the Duke could no longer contain himself. Not only had Chen Fan refused to return, but he had also called himself an orphan. And not only that, but he even tried to persuade Chen Fan to leave. This was beyond toleration. You dog, you're too shameless. Just you wait. Within 10 days, if I don't force you to kneel before me and beg, you can call me your father. Let's go. With that, the Duke stormed off in a fury. Chen Fan wanted to say something more, but could only follow. Chen Fan paid them no heed, taking the seat of honor, as if lost in thought. But then Long Han Huang approached and asked, husband, by offending the Duke like this, aren't you afraid of his retaliation? It's fine. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Because the collapse of the Lin family had implicated too many officials, the Duke currently had few officials under his control to threaten him. Besides, he had committed no crime, so it was unlikely any official would come looking for trouble without reason. Moreover, though others might not know, he was well aware that the Duke was plotting rebellion. Unless absolutely necessary, the Duke would not act rashly. But since the Duke intended to move against him, he had to prepare in advance. Lien Yu. Chen Fan suddenly turned to Lien Yu. Go fetch second brother. I have matters to discuss with him. Without hesitation, Lien Yu sent someone to summon him. Soon Chen Hao arrived. Chen Fan, without any pleasantries, cut straight to the point and told Chen Hao about the Duke's visit. Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly. Third brother, rest assured. Even if they come to me, I will not betray you. I saw through them long ago. Chen Fan waved his hand lightly. I'm not afraid of betrayal, but I suspect that since they couldn't get money from me, they'll think of other means. And right now, the only way they can raise funds quickly is through the other merchant guilds in Jinling City. That seems unlikely. Why would those merchants willingly hand over their money? Chen Hao said. Isn't he trying to deal with me? Most of our shops and taverns are under renovation. What if he uses our current assets as bait to ally with other merchants and drive us into bankruptcy? Chen Fan said. That's impossible. How could so many of our taverns go bankrupt so easily? Chen Hao said. Better safe than sorry. The main issue is that I don't have much capital left. I can't afford to gamble. Chen Fan said. Chen Hao was astonished, knowing Chen Fan once had over 20 million. Even with the renovation of all the taverns, it shouldn't have cost that much. Yet now Chen Fan claimed he was running low on funds. But he didn't know that Chen Fan had also built an industrial park on the outskirts. Thus, Chen Fan truly had very little money left. Here's what we'll do: follow my instructions, and make sure no one suspects us. First, release a portion of the Thousand City wine to build up the hype, and then... After Chen Fan laid everything out according to his plan, Chen Hao's face was visibly filled with shock. With Chen Fan's methods, he wasn't afraid of Lord Chen targeting him. He was clearly afraid that Lord Chen wouldn't dare to oppose him at all. What a brilliant move, luring the enemy right into the trap. He could already picture Lord Chen being played like a fiddle by Chen Fan. However, time was pressing, so Chen Hao didn't linger. With astonishment still etched upon his face, he departed the courtyard. Yet as Lung Han Shuang and the others watched Chen Hao leave, worry still weighed heavily on their hearts. Husband, can you really trust Chen Hao like this? What if he betrays us? We'll lose everything. But Chen Fan was exceedingly confident. He won't betray us. Trust me. Hearing this, the others could only remain silent. Still, Chen Fan's mind continued to churn with thoughts. Regardless, Lord Chen remained a considerable threat in his eyes. After all, Lord Chen was plotting rebellion. If driven into a corner, and he truly rose up, all of Chen Fan's schemes would be rendered utterly meaningless before the might of the army. Especially after this incident, cut off from financial backing, Lord Chen might genuinely resort to desperate measures. A final all-out gamble. In that case, what would he do? Write a letter to the Empress denouncing him? That was clearly unfeasible. With Lord Chen's status as a veteran minister of 3 reigns, and the late Emperor's favored grace, even with irrefutable evidence, the Empress would not dare act rashly against him, as long as he hadn't openly rebelled. Moreover, he still didn't know where Lord Chen had secretly stationed his private army. Without the most concrete evidence, there was nothing to act upon. But what if he did discover their whereabouts? As he pondered, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. If he knew where Lord Chen's private forces were hidden, at least, he would have some means to respond when the time came. But Jinling was vast. Where on earth would Lord Chen conceal his private army? Chen Fan considered several of the most likely locations in his mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up as though struck by inspiration, and he abruptly rose to his feet. Xiaonuan, come, let's go out together. Hearing this, Lung Han Shuang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom what Chen Fan had in mind. But Chen Fan gave them no time to react, seizing Lung Han Shuang's hand and pulling her along. Husband, where are we going? Mounted on horseback, Lung Han Shuang asked, her face brimming with confusion. To a splendid place. A smile played on Chen Fan's lips as he guided Cold Frost in a certain direction. Though puzzled, Lung Han Shuang could do nothing but follow. Soon the two had left Jinling far behind, galloping through the mountain forests. At that moment, on the other side of the woods, a group of people was taking a rest. A henchman hurried over to the man at their head. Third Master, I just thought I saw Chen Fan running past. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. The Third Master in particular was utterly startled. What did you say? Chen Fan ran past. Are you certain? Certain. I saw it clearly, though. Lung Han Shuang, the Cold Frost sword, was by his side as well. The Third Master's brows knit together. But remembering that it was precisely Chen Fan who had toppled the Lin family, thereby reducing their 72 water strongholds to starvation, unable to even afford a proper meal. Now he had come seeking an audience with Lord Chen, hadn't even gotten an audience, and was dismissed with merely a few thousand taels of silver. It made their 72 water strongholds look like beggars. And all of this, because of Chen Fan. Wasn't Chen Fan currently the wealthiest man in Jinling? If they captured him and seized all his fortune, what would they lack? At that point, they wouldn't even need to show respect to Lord Chen or the Empress herself. With this thought rising in his heart, the Third Master's bold plan took shape. Brothers, let's go. Let's pull off something enormous. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted. Third Master, are you planning to strike at Chen Fan? Though Chen Fan may be a worthless playboy, the Cold Frost sword beside him is a genuine 9th-stage expert. And not just any 9th-stage expert. He is renowned as invincible within the 9th stage. With just us, I fear we wouldn't stand a chance. Fear what? Hearing the murmurs among his men, the Third Master suddenly barked. So what if she's the Cold Frost sword? She's still only one person. Don't you have brains? If you know you can't match her, why would you clash heads directly? Strategy. Understand. Gather round. As the Third Master spoke, the men crowded around him, and he leaned in to whisper his plans to his henchmen. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Lung Han Shuang were still riding hard. Lung Han Shuang was deeply puzzled. What on earth was Chen Fan so eager to reach? But just then she suddenly sensed murderous intent, and at the same moment an arrow shot toward them from ahead. Husband, watch out. Without a second thought, Lung Han Shuang snatched the reins from Chen Fan's hands and yanked upward with all her might. Their horse neighed and reared half into the air. The arrow struck squarely upon the horse's leg. Seeing this, Lung Han Shuang didn't hesitate. She scooped Chen Fan into her arms and landed gracefully on the ground, her sword already drawn shielding him behind her. Chen Fan stared at the arrow embedded in the horse's hoof dumbfounded. An assassination attempt. To encounter such an ambush in these remote wildernesses. Show yourself. If you have the courage, come out and face me. Stop hiding in the shadows. Lung Han Shuang said coldly. Just then figures flashed behind a nearby earthen ridge. Where do you think you're running? Lung Han Shuang's brows furrowed, and with a sharp cry she launched herself toward the fleeing figure. Chen Fan's expression changed abruptly. Xiaonuan, wait, aren't you worried this might be a diversion? Sigh. Watching Lung Han Shuang vanish beyond the ridge, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. They all praised Lung Han Shuang as a peerless genius, the fastest in history to reach the 9th stage at merely 16 years old. But why on earth was her intellect so lacking? Now all he could hope was that this was merely an assassination attempt, not a ploy to lure her away. Otherwise, just as he was thinking this, a squad of horsemen appeared behind him, bows drawn, and aimed directly at him. The leader among them spoke in a cold tone. Third young master, let's not resort to violence, shall we? If a real fight breaks out and your delicate flesh and skin are harmed, it simply wouldn't be worth it. Chen Fan could only sigh in despair. He had known it. How could such a simplistic diversionary tactic fool Lung Han Shuang? Yet staring at the man before him, Chen Fan felt utterly puzzled. He had never seen this person before. But the man called him third young master. Could he be one of Lord Chen's men? Could the ambush be Lord Chen's true objective after all? But Lord Chen couldn't possibly know he would suddenly appear here today. Therefore they must not be Lord Chen's people. Then who were they? Who are you? What do you want with me? Chen Fan watched them move in to bind him, and knew resistance was futile. After all, he truly had no desire to be injured, nor did he wish to meet a senseless death. You'll know soon enough, third young master. The leader stuffed a gag into Chen Fan's mouth, covered his head with a cloth bag, and hoisted him over his shoulder, walking off at once. Chen Fan felt helpless. If these men had said something, he might have been able to bluff or stall for time, waiting for Lung Han Shuang to realize the trick. But they were too clever, denying him even the slightest opportunity. There was nothing to do but be carried away. Still, this burly fellow's shoulders were remarkably broad and rather comfortable. Oh no, a diversionary tactic. Husband. After about half an hour, Lung Han Shuang suddenly realized what had happened. Her expression turned extremely panicked, and she hurried back. But when she returned to the original place, she only saw footprints scattered all over the ground. Lung Han Shuang was truly panicked and urgently called out. Husband. Chen Fan. Husband. Where are you? Don't scare me. Husband. Unfortunately, in the wilderness, the only thing echoing back to her was her own anxious voice. Having no choice, Lung Han Shuang could only search everywhere. But with her intelligence, how could she possibly find him? Especially now as she was so anxious and flustered, the self-blame and remorse in her heart surged like tidal waves, beating against her constantly, making it impossible for her to calm down and search. It was like a headless fly. Only when night fell deep with the moon high in the sky did Lung Han Shuang, her face streaked with tears, return to the courtyard like a soulless walking corpse. Xiao Ke, Xiao Ai, and Lian Yu in the courtyard all saw Lung Han Shuang's state and looked deeply confused, hurrying forward one after another. Sister Xiaonuan, what's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? Where is young master? Why didn't he come back with you? But looking at the three people before her, even the strong Lung Han Shuang could not hold back her tears this time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing this, the three women all frowned, a sinister premonition rising in their hearts. Sister Xiaonuan, what's wrong with you? What exactly happened? Where's young master? Xiaoko asked. I'm sorry. Xiaoko, I lost my husband. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lung Han Shuang cried loudly and directly knelt before them. Please hit me. It's all my fault. I lost my husband. But hearing this, all three were stunned. What did you say? You lost young master. How could that be? Your martial arts are so good. How could you lose young master? Hearing this, Lung Han Shuang felt even more guilty. It's all my fault. I fell for the enemy's diversionary tactic and my husband was captured. Please hit me. It's all my fault. I'll pay with my life for my husband. But hearing this, the three women reacted differently. Lian Yu clearly could not accept it and collapsed to the ground. After all, that was Chen Fan, the richest man in Jinling City at present, and this was Jinling City. If Chen Fan had been captured, how could anything good come of it? Moreover, there was the powerful Duke Manor that had always wanted to kill Chen Fan. Yet Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, who should have been the most worried and anxious, appeared remarkably calm at this moment. Xiao Ai quickly supported Lung Han Shuang. Sister Xiaonuan, please don't be so anxious. Everyone makes mistakes, don't blame yourself too much. And now is not the time for self-reproach nor for assigning blame. We need to think about how to find young master and rescue him. Xiao Ke said. Seeing this, not only Lung Han Shuang, but even Lian Yu was stunned. Given the close bond between Chen Fan and the two girls, shouldn't they have been the most devastated upon hearing the news of Chen Fan's capture? Furthermore, they were only 15 or 16 years old, and usually so delicate and weak. How could they be so calm now? Was this really the cute little loli they knew? If the Duke Manor's people haven't come to us, that means young master wasn't taken by the Duke Manor's people. Since those people didn't kill young master directly, but instead captured him, it means they are likely motivated by money and probably won't harm him for now. Xiao Ku continued speaking with a calm expression, adding, but if the Duke Manor finds out about this, without young master we alone cannot protect his assets. And those assets are the key to saving young master. So let's keep this secret for now. Even Chen Hao cannot know. Everything in the mansion should continue as usual, so no one suspects anything. If those people kidnapped young master for money, they will certainly come looking for us. So don't worry, Yetta, let's see if anyone comes tomorrow. Hearing this, Lung Huanshuang's expression changed slightly. Looking at Xiao Ku before her, she could hardly believe her eyes. Xiao Ku could be so calm and analyze so much so quickly. Sister Xiaonan, I know you didn't mean to, and you wouldn't want this either, so please don't blame yourself too much. Go back, take a bath, and rest well. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the scene. Perhaps we might discover something. Xiao Ku added. Good. Lung Huanshuang also knew that nothing more could be said now, so she merely nodded lightly. Sister Lianyue, don't worry too much either. Go accompany Sister Xiaonan. Xiao Ku said. MMH. Lianyue heard this and said nothing more. She nodded lightly and went forward to support Lung Huanshuang as they left. After both of them had departed, Xiao Ku finally sat down with a worried expression. Sister, what should we do now? It's fine, don't worry. Besides the Duke Manor, young master has no other enemies. Plus young master is resourceful and eloquent, nothing bad will happen. However, now that young master is absent, I'm a bit worried about the matter he entrusted to Chen Hao. After all, Chen Hao hasn't received young master's training, and I'm afraid he won't handle it properly. Xiao Ku said. Then I'll go find Chen Hao and ask. Xiao Yi said. Let's go together. Bring a few shadow guards. Xiao Ku rose and said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinling's 72 water stronghold. With a loud thud, Chen Fan was thrown directly into the main hall by the third master. Chen Fan felt the pain, but before he could react, the black bag over his head was ripped off. His eyes met the cold gazes of the numerous high-ranking members of the 72 water stronghold. Seeing this, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. What? This is the 72 water stronghold. The ones who captured him were actually from the 72 water stronghold. Weren't the people behind the 72 water stronghold Lord Chen's men? Since it was someone from the 72 water stronghold, why not hand him directly over to Lord Chen instead of bringing him here? Could it be that there was a conflict between the 72 water stronghold and Lord Chen? As he thought about this, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had just realized something. Conflict. Since the people of the 72 water stronghold dared to bring him here, even if there was no conflict between them and Lord Chen, he would create one himself. He still possessed the evidence of Lord Chen's crimes left by Lin Sanxian, which included quite a bit about the 72 water stronghold. Moreover, if he could turn the 72 water stronghold to his side, it would be equivalent to cutting off Lord Chen's right arm. At that point, he would get to see how Lord Chen planned to rebel. The first master arrives. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. A woman of extremely fiery figure clad in a bright red dress walked gracefully toward them. At a single glance, Chen Fan was instantly captivated. How enchanting! Chen Fan had never seen such a seductive woman, neither in his past life nor this one. The woman was beautiful, her fair and delicate face adorned with exquisite makeup. Set against the bright red dress, her skin was as white and lustrous as fine jade. But what truly held Chen Fan's gaze was not her face, but her extraordinarily stunning figure. The bright red dress could barely contain her generous curves. Her slender waist, as thin as a graspable ring, swayed gently with her long, straight legs. It was as if she possessed some unknowable power capable of drawing one's very soul away. Chen Fan considered himself fairly bold. But looking at this woman, now he could barely imagine how delightful it would be to sleep embracing such a woman. Chief. At that moment, everyone present suddenly bowed and spoke in unison. Hearing this, Chen Fan finally snapped back to reality, though his face was filled with astonishment. Chief. Could this woman be the legendary beauty of Jinling the bloodthirsty sword, Chu Qingxing? No wonder she was hailed as the foremost beauty, truly exquisite. Yet Chu Qingxing acted as if she hadn't heard the crowd, instead leaning languidly against the main seat, propping her head with one hand, as if exhausted. Her alluring legs, enough to captivate any soul, were crossed in a casual manner, gently swaying. But her cold, penetrating eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Chen Fan. She said nothing, simply staring at Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow, and for some reason his heart grew tense, even feeling an urge to avert his gaze from Chu Qingxing. He was after all a profligate who had never shied from any woman's gaze. Yet at this moment he truly dared not look at Chu Qingxing. Chief, this is Chen Fan. All the Lin family's wealth is now in his hands. If we can seize the Lin family's fortune, we'll no longer be at the mercy of the Duke's mansion. At this, the third chief, who had captured Chen Fan, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. The 72 water stronghold also wished to escape the Duke's control. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? But Chu Qingcheng remained aloof. What did Chen Chongfeng say when you went to the Duke's mansion this time? Chief, that old man Chen Chongfeng didn't even see me. He just had Chen Feng toss me a few thousand taels. I think he truly regards us as beggars. He promised 8 million taels annually, but now he tries to fob us off with a few thousand. Hearing this, Chu Qingcheng's expression flickered. So you brought him back? I ran into him on the road and just grabbed him, said the third chief. Chu Qingcheng listened in silence, her gaze drifting back to Chen Fan, scrutinizing him. After a moment she spoke coldly. You heard that. I can give you the money, but even if I do, how long will it sustain you? 3 years? 5 years? And what after 3 or 5 years? With the size of the 72 water stronghold, what will you do then? Moreover, how can you possibly break free from the Duke's mansion's control? These words stunned everyone present, even Chu Qingcheng. What are you trying to say? She asked. Could you untie me first? This is uncomfortable, said Chen Fan. Chu Qingcheng pondered for a moment, then simply waved her hand. After all, this was the 72 water stronghold, and Chen Fan was unarmed. How could he possibly escape? But once the ropes were removed, Chen Fan didn't speak immediately. Instead, he stretched his limbs briefly before saying, "No seat." Chu Qingcheng frowned slightly, but still signaled for a seat to be offered. Unfazed by her expression, Chen Fan sat down calmly, taking out the folding fan left by Ji Qianxue, opening it, and gently fanning himself. He then lifted the teacup and took a light sip. The onlookers, however, grew visibly displeased. What did Chen Fan take this place for? How dare he put on such airs without a shred of restraint? Who gave him the audacity? Just as the third chief was about to speak, Chen Fan, still fanning himself, turned to Chu Qingcheng. Chief, money is not the issue. I, Chen Fan, have never lacked it. But as I said, even if I give you the money, how long can it last? So let's shift our thinking. How about we talk about cooperation? Cooperation? What do you mean? Asked Chu Qingcheng. Exactly what it sounds like. Chen Fan continued. But my cooperation is different from yours with Duke Chen. You know full well that your alliance with him is a rebellion, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Even if Duke Chen succeeds in his rebellion once he becomes emperor, do you think he'll tolerate the existence of bandits like you, a stain on his legacy? But if you cooperate with me, I'll make sure all of you live normal lives, no longer hiding here in this sunless existence, free from the torment of being wanted. Arrogant nonsense. You, a worthless profligate, dare to claim you can give us normal lives. Do you even know who we are? Do you know how many crimes we've committed? Even the Duke couldn't pull that off, and you, a disowned wastrel, think you can. No sooner had Chen Fan finished than the second chief sneered disdainfully. But Chen Fan merely glanced at him, and then returned his gaze to Chu Qingcheng. Chief, am I negotiating with you, or with him? The second chief's face darkened, but before he could retort, Chu Qingcheng said, Why should I trust you? In time I will monopolize 80% of Jinling's industries. Then I'll establish a merchant guild. If you're willing to cooperate with me, Chief, I'll turn the 72 water stronghold into a commercial hub specializing in transporting my guild's goods across the world. Then everyone here can abandon their life of plunder. Duke Chen gives you 8 million annually, but with me you'll get at least 20 million. Chu Qingcheng frowned. And what about your earlier promise of a normal life for everyone? Well, Chen Fan said, I can't reveal that just yet. But if you trust me, Chief, I guarantee that everyone in the 72 water stronghold will live like ordinary people. If I fail, you can do with me as you please, kill or flay. Chen Fan declared. Chief, don't believe him. He's a useless profligate. How could he have such ability? If he were truly capable, why would he have been disowned? I think he's just. Before Chen Fan's words could die down, the second chief interrupted. But this time, before he could finish, Chu Qingcheng turned a frosty gaze on him and said icily, Did I give you permission to speak? The second chief's expression changed abruptly, and he knelt at once. This subordinate was wrong. Please forgive me, Chief. Chen Fan was taken aback. Was Chu Qingcheng's authority really that formidable? This was the second chief of the 72 water stronghold, yet he feared her so much. Before Chen Fan could dwell on it, Chu Qingcheng turned to him. I can trust you, but I have one condition. Everyone present was stunned. Chu Qingcheng actually said she believed Chen Fan. Why? He had just spouted a bunch of baseless claims guaranteeing nothing. How could she trust him? Even Chen Fan was bewildered, for he hadn't expected her to believe him. Why? There was no logic to it. He had said something, but nothing substantial. He hadn't even used the things Lin Sanxian had left behind. Why did Chu Qingcheng trust him? Nevertheless, since she had said she trusted him, Chen Fan asked tentatively, And what condition might that be, Chief? Chu Qingcheng fixed her gaze on him, her voice cold and clear. I want you to marry me. What? What did you say? You want me to marry you? Hearing Chu Qingcheng's words, not only was Chen Fan stunned, everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. Chu Qingcheng proposed to Chen Fan. Who exactly was Chu Qingqing? She was the leader of the 72 Water Stronghold, and the most beautiful woman in all of Jinling City. Before she became the head of the 72 Water Stronghold, those who pursued her numbered not 1,000, but 800. Her admirers were countless beyond counting. Even now that she led the 72 Water Stronghold, countless young warriors of the Jianghu sought her hand. Yet she had never once given any man the slightest opportunity. In fact, no man had ever been granted a kind word from her. And yet now she was actually offering to marry Chen Fan. Why? But what was so special about Chen Fan? He was merely a wasted prodigal cast out from his own family. Was it because he happened to be slightly more handsome? Chen Fan's face was written all over with disbelief. Only moments before he had not even dared to imagine how comfortable it would be to sleep beside a woman like her. And now Chu Qingqing was directly proposing marriage to him. What was going on? He had never met Chu Qingqing before. They had absolutely no connection. Yet Chu Qingqing appeared utterly calm, as if discussing something completely ordinary. Yes, you heard correctly. I want you to marry me. Hearing this, Chen Fan finally composed himself and asked, puzzled, why? Why? As she spoke, Chu Qingqing straightened up and walked toward Chen Fan. She stopped right in front of him, leaning forward slightly, so that a breathtaking view came into Chen Fan's sight. Then she extended a finger and gently lifted his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze before speaking in that slightly intoxicating voice. What? You're unwilling? Chen Fan was genuinely flustered. Although he had already married Lian Yu and Leng Huan Shuang and was no longer the innocent young man he once was, yet looking at Chu Qingqing now still made his heart race and his gaze shy away. He was as nervous as an inexperienced teenager. I didn't. Watching Chen Fan's panicked expression, Chu Qingqing leaned in even closer. Then why ask why? I just wanted to know why you suddenly said that. We've never even met before. Chen Fan said, his face full of anxiety. There's no particular reason. Chu Qingqing then stood upright. I simply want to bring you aboard. Only when you become one of the 72 Water Stronghold can I trust that you have the ability to help us live normal lives. Of course, if you're unwilling, then forget what I just said. Hand over all your wealth obediently, and I'll spare your life. Or I kill you right now. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. But even if she wanted Chen Fan to join the 72 Water Stronghold, did she really need to marry down to a wasted prodigal like him? Chen Fan, listening, harbored the same doubt. His reason told him that Chu Qingqing's thoughts went far deeper than this. But then Chu Qingqing looked at him again and asked, so are you willing? Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. He forced himself to stay calm and think carefully, but he truly couldn't figure out what Chu Qingqing wanted. Besides, Chu Qingqing was truly stunningly beautiful. She was offering to marry him. Refusing would be terribly unromantic. More importantly, who was Chu Qingqing? She was the leader of the 72 Water Stronghold. Marrying her would mean controlling the entire stronghold. Moreover, Chu Qingqing was a martial arts expert. Marrying her would add another layer of protection to his side. Besides the status of being associated with the 72 Water Stronghold, Chen Fan couldn't find a single downside. Fine. I'm willing, but I have one condition. Chen Fan said. Chu Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. You also have a condition. Tell me. You can only be my concubine, and you'll rank third among my concubines. Chen Fan declared. Hearing this, everyone present turned furious. Kid, you're asking for death. Our leader didn't even make you marry into our family, and you dare suggest our leader become your concubine. Who gave you the nerve? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Exactly. Who gave you the nerve? But just as everyone was shouting, Chu Qingqing suddenly waved her hand and coldly commanded silence. Hearing this, the crowd fell quiet, though anger still burned on every face. You are already married. Chu Qingqing asked Chen Fan. No, but I already have 2 concubines. Chen Fan replied. Then why can't I be the principal wife? Am I unworthy? Chu Qingqing asked. It's not about being unworthy. It's simply my condition. If you agree, fine. If not, forget it. Let's renegotiate the cooperation. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. She said nothing and simply walked toward her main seat, as if deep in thought. Those around them finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought this matter would simply fall through. How could their leader ever become Chen Fan's concubine? A wasted prodigal even daring to ask their leader to be a concubine. What an audacious request. He was simply courting death. This time their leader would not let him off. Everyone whispered among themselves, but after a moment of thought, Chu Qingqing suddenly spoke. Fine. I agree. I'm willing to be a concubine. Suddenly, everyone present froze, including Chen Fan. All of them stared at Chu Qingqing in utter disbelief. What was Chu Qingqing saying? She was willing to be a concubine. Why? The dignified leader of the 72 Water Stronghold would become a concubine to a wasted prodigal like Chen Fan. On what grounds? Leader. This kid, he The third master began to speak, but before he could finish, Chu Qingqing interrupted. Have the servants prepare. We marry tonight. Hearing this, everyone was too shocked to speak. Tonight. They were marrying tonight. Chen Fan was equally dazed. So rushed. Chen Fan wanted to say something, but Chu Qingqing didn't give him the chance. Take him away, have him change, and prepare for the wedding. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing's maidservants didn't dare delay, and quickly led Chen Fan away. Leader. Why? Only after Chen Fan left did the third master finally speak again, his face full of confusion. I believe he can truly help all of us return to a normal life, Chu Qingqing said. Him? Why? The third master pressed. Third uncle, I recall you once served as an imperial bodyguard, didn't you? Can't you see what that folding fan in his hand is? Chu Qingqing asked. That is the nine-dragon fan, the gift the late emperor bestowed upon the current female sovereign at her coronation. Chu Qingqing revealed. Hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted in shock. The third master's face paled. Are you saying this fan was given to Chen Fan by the female sovereign? That's impossible. After all, she broke off the engagement with him precisely because he was too much of a prodigal. How could she give him the nine-dragon fan? Yet Chu Qingqing remained calm. What if the broken engagement was merely a performance, acted out for Duke Chen's benefit? What do you mean? What do you mean by a show performed for Duke Chen? The third master was puzzled, completely unable to understand. Tell me, what if Chen Fan was actually the female emperor's person from the very beginning? Chu Qingqing said. Upon hearing this, the third master's expression suddenly changed. First master, what you mean is, this must be the only possibility. If Chen Fan were not the female emperor's person, then how could he dare to oppose the Duke's mansion after being expelled from it? Moreover, once he left the Duke's mansion, he immediately struck against the Lin family, and with lightning speed brought down the largest economic operation of the Duke's mansion. The most crucial point is he was a discarded son expelled from his family. Without the female emperor's secret intervention, tell me, how could he have survived under someone like Duke Chen's schemes until now? Chu Qingqing said. Upon hearing this, the third master suddenly understood. If Chen Fan were not the female emperor's person, he would have long since died at Duke Chen's hands. How could he possibly have survived until now? After all, they knew too well what kind of person Duke Chen was. And if Chen Fan were the female emperor's person, then getting her to issue a decree of universal amnesty or to let them go would be too easy. But even so, there was no need for you to lower yourself to marry him. And moreover, as a concubine, this is too much of a hardship upon you. The third master added. This is not a hardship. With him here, our 72 water stronghold can be transformed. I really don't want to see our stronghold's younger generation continue down our path. Moreover, as you know, I still have very important matters to attend to. Now, looking at Chen Fan holding the nine-dragon fan, I have to consider whether this is the only chance I will ever have in this life. Furthermore, I had wanted to marry him long ago. Whether as a wife or a concubine, as long as it is him, that is all that matters. Chu Qingqing said. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked even more astonished. Had wanted to marry Chen Fan long ago. What do you mean? Isn't this the first time Chu Qingqing has seen Chen Fan? First master, you. The third master wanted to say something more, but Chu Qingqing directly said, enough, let this matter rest here. Tonight, I am getting married, and I trouble Uncle San and everyone. Upon hearing this, those present found it difficult to say anything. Though unwilling, they could only congratulate Chu Qingqing. Only the second master on the side had a gloomy expression as if pondering something. Time passed. Soon Chen Fan changed into wedding attire, and led by a handmaiden arrived in the main hall. The people of the 72 water stronghold also moved quickly. The hall, which had been lifeless, was now brightly lit with lanterns and decorations having a certain festive atmosphere. Chu Qingqing had also changed into a bright red wedding dress, and was waiting. However, she did not wear a veil on her head. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, Chu Qingqing looked at him, unable to describe what she felt inside. It was like a dream come true. Yet she looked at Chen Fan seriously, and said, have you thought it through? If we are getting married, then from now on we should respect each other, deeply support each other through thick and thin, and never fail each other over 100 years. If you haven't decided, yet it's not too late to regret now. I've decided. Chen Fan looked at Chu Qingqing before him, somewhat dazed and nervous. Chu Qingqing in her wedding dress looked even more beautiful, which made it hard for Chen Fan not to be nervous. Yet Chen Fan continued seriously. Rest assured, if we are getting married, I will definitely not fail you. Good. Chu Qingqing simply nodded and directly handed Chen Fan the red silk ribbon tied with a big red flower. The two, right before everyone's eyes, held the red ribbon and walked to the center of the hall to begin the heaven and earth bowing ceremony. But during the ceremony, Chen Fan was still somewhat stunned, feeling it was unreal. He had actually married Chu Qingqing. It was too dreamlike. Finally, with the last, send them to the bridal chamber, called out, this hasty wedding was concluded. But just as Chen Fan was about to follow custom and send Chu Qingqing to the bridal chamber, Chu Qingqing stopped and looked at Chen Fan, saying, no rush. I am the master of the house. Naturally, I cannot return so quickly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan also showed understanding. And Chu Qingsheng directly looked at everyone and said, Elders and brothers, our water stronghold does not have so many rituals. Let us be merry. Tonight we drink until we are drunk and do not return. Good, good, good. Celebrate the first master's wedding. Drink until we're drunk and do not return. Everyone cheered in unison. Chu Qingsheng did not decline, and leading Chen Fan began drinking with everyone, also letting Chen Fan get to know them. The festive and lively atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Especially since Chen Fan had been a playboy for 5 years, it was too simple to have fun with these people. Drinking games, dice cards, he knew everything. So Chen Fan got along very well with these people. But just as the atmosphere was hot, Chu Qingsheng suddenly called out coldly, Second master, where are you going? Hearing this, everyone suddenly fell quiet, all looking at the second master and Chu Qingsheng. But everyone looked puzzled, not knowing what Chu Qingsheng was going to do. And everyone knew what Chu Qingsheng's voice meant. I've had too much wine and want to go out for a moment. The second master looked at Chu Qingsheng with an awkward forced smile. Convenience. I think you want to go out to find Duke Chun. Chu Qingsheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, including Chen Fan, who looked astonished. What did Chu Qingsheng mean by this? Had she also detected the second master's sinister intentions and wanted to take action against him? If so, he could actually help Chu Qingsheng. But the second master still had a forced smile. First master, why would you say that? It's so late, what would I go find the Duke for? And now that the first master has married Chen Fan, what would I go find the Duke for? Is that so? Chu Qingsheng said coldly, then suddenly shouted, bring them in. Accompanying her words, a group of people marched in, escorting 2 individuals. Seeing this, everyone looked even more puzzled. Were those escorted not the second master's subordinates? How could they be? And the second master, seeing this, slightly frowned, but still put on an ignorant, confused expression. First master, what? What happened? Why arrest them? But Chu Qingsheng did not want to argue with the second master. Second master, do you really think I don't know anything? These past years helping the Duke monitor us, you've worked hard. Upon hearing this, the second master's brows suddenly furrowed, but the next second, he pretended to be helpless. First master, as you know, we were initially constrained by the Duke. I had no choice. And now, if I hadn't been vigilant, they would have already reached the Duke's mansion. Chu Qingsheng said. First master, I didn't. They were not sent by me. The second master hastily said. Chu Qingsheng ignored the second master and directly looked at those being escorted. You tell me, who sent you? Speak and you may live. Otherwise you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, those being escorted each had frightened faces, all looking up at the second master. Reporting to first master, it was the second. Bang, bang. Suddenly, just as those being escorted were about to speak, the second master suddenly acted. In an instant, the 2 were directly beaten to death by the second master's 2 palm strikes. Ungrateful traitors. How dare you go report to the Duke? Who gave you the courage? The second master, having killed those 2, deliberately scolded. You. Chu Qingsheng looked displeased upon seeing this. She had long known the second master had ulterior motives, but lacked evidence. But now, after painstakingly setting up a trap to catch 2, they were simply killed by the second master. But the second master continued, First master, the words of these 2 traitors cannot be trusted. And they dared to betray the first master, simply courting death. Today is the first master's wedding. It is not appropriate to take action, so I'll help the first master clean up the household. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingsheng's expression grew even worse. Clearly it was killing witnesses, yet he claimed to be helping her clean up the household. But at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly stepped forward. The traitor's words cannot be trusted. Then, on what basis should everyone trust what you say? Chen Fan, what do you mean? What do you mean by no one can trust my words? The second chieftain, hearing Chen Fan's words, suddenly changed his expression and demanded. The crowd present, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, were also filled with confusion. Even Chu Qingsheng did not understand why Chen Fan had suddenly said such a thing. Just what I said. Chen Fan strode directly to Chu Qingsheng's side, for only by her side was he safe. He had no desire to end up like the 2 men from earlier. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Speak clearly, said Chu Qingsheng. I can speak clearly, but first promise to protect me. I don't want to be killed before I finish speaking, said Chen Fan. Rest assured, with me here no one can harm you, Chu Qingsheng said. Hearing this, the second chieftain's expression shifted, and an ominous premonition stirred in his heart. Then I'll speak. Chen Fan, standing beside Chu Qingsheng, fixed his gaze on the second chieftain. Do you all know what the second chieftain's true identity was before he joined the 72 Water Village? Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Indeed, they had never known the second chieftain's real identity. You know, said Chu Qingsheng. Of course I know. I not only know his identity, but also the identities of most of you. The former great chieftain was the renowned cavalry general. The third chieftain was once a 5th rank imperial guard bearing a blade. The 4th chieftain was a former 3rd commander of the patrol battalion, and the 5th chieftain was a decurion in the imperial guard. And he was the deputy general of Duke Chun, said Chen Fan. The crowd was stunned. They had not expected Chen Fan to know not only the second chieftain's identity, but also their former backgrounds. Even more shocking was that the second chieftain had been Duke Chen's deputy. But the second chieftain immediately retorted, since you know I was the Duke's deputy, you should also know how I was driven away by him. I don't hate him to the bone after what he did to me, and now you claim I betrayed the great chieftain for his sake. Do you think anyone would believe that? Unfazed Chen Fan continued, yes. I not only know your identities, but also the reasons why you became outlaws. I also know the injustices you suffered. In fact, I even have evidence of how Duke Chen framed you all. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Duke Chen framed us, the third chieftain exclaimed, his expression shifting in agitation. Yes. The evidence is at my home. That's why I dared to say I could restore your normal lives. But rest assured, now that I've married your great chieftain, I will definitely make you normal again. Chen Fan said. Then why did Duke Chen frame us? I have no enmity with him, said the third chieftain. Who said enmity is necessary for a frame-up? Could it not be that your existence obstructed his interests? And precisely because you had no enmity with Duke Chen, you caught his attention again. Chen Fan said. Chen Fan, what exactly do you mean? Speak clearly. The third chieftain urged, eager for the truth. Because you had no enmity with Duke Chen, he thought he could use you. That's why you were all conveniently exiled in the same direction, and then saved by the former great chieftain, eventually becoming outlaws here. The former great chieftain was the first one Duke Chen targeted. He was tricked by Duke Chen into becoming an outlaw. But even after being framed by the court, the former great chieftain refused to become a traitor who would usurp the throne and refused to obey Duke Chen. So Duke Chen sent the second chieftain. He wanted him to take over the fully developed 72 water village. And the former great chieftain, through a conspiracy between the second chieftain and Duke Chen inside and out, was poisoned and assassinated. If the great chieftain hadn't returned from beyond the pass, and if you hadn't chosen her as your leader, their scheme would have succeeded. The second chieftain would have become the current great chieftain, completely controlling the 72 water village for Duke Chen. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes turning to the second chieftain in disbelief. The former great chieftain was actually assassinated by the second chieftain in collusion with Duke Chen. Chen Fan, you're lying. I have an irreconcilable enmity with Duke Chen. How could I be his spy? And I was like a brother to the great chieftain. How could I have assassinated him? I tell you, stop spreading lies here. Chen Fan sneered. Everyone knows the great chieftain died from the red sand poison palm. But you may not know that our second chieftain's signature technique is precisely the red sand poison palm. What red sand poison palm? I don't know any red sand poison palm. Don't talk nonsense. The second chieftain, visibly panicked, hastily barked. But Chen Fan, unfazed, pointed to the two lackeys the second chieftain had just killed. You don't know it. Then how did they die? Hearing this, the second chieftain's face drained of color and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The third chieftain immediately rushed to the two corpses and tore open their clothes, revealing two bright red palm prints with faint red mist rising from them. Chen Fan, die. The second chieftain, no longer pretending, suddenly charged at Chen Fan. Chu Qingqing, seeing this, reacted swiftly, drawing a sword and meeting the attack. You bastard. So it was really you. Today I'll make you pay for my foster father's life. The second chieftain's face twisted into a sinister sneer. Kill me. Just you. Even your dead father was no match for me, let alone you. Today I'll send you to keep him company. Hearing this, the third and fourth chieftains, among others, did not hesitate. They all surged forward. You bastard. Do you think I'm nothing? And me? You dare kill the great chieftain. Today no one can save you. The battle erupted instantly, the hall filled with flashing blades and shadows. The second chieftain was indeed formidable, an outstanding 8th rank cultivator. But Chu Qingqing was also an outstanding 8th rank warrior, and with the other chieftains joining in, the second chieftain was overwhelmed. In less than half an hour, Chu Qingqing's sword pierced through his chest, and his life was extinguished. Yet the fury on everyone's faces remained, as if even the second chieftain's death could not quell their hatred. But then Chu Qingqing looked around and suddenly exclaimed, "Where is Chen Fan?" Everyone realized that in the heat of battle they had not noticed Chen Fan. Had he taken the opportunity to flee? Just then Chen Fan emerged awkwardly from a corner, a sheepish grin on his face. Haha. Swords have no eyes, and I don't know martial arts, so I hid first. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they couldn't help feeling exasperated at Chen Fan's cowardice. Chen Fan, thank you for today. Chu Qingqing said, bowing earnestly. Oh, don't be like that. We're married now. No need to be so formal between husband and wife. Chen Fan smiled. Chu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Husband and wife. Were those Chen Fan's true feelings? But the second chieftain must have loyalists. You'd better seal the water village for a few days. Investigate thoroughly, Chen Fan added. Chu Qingqing nodded, gave a few brief orders, then turned to Chen Fan. It's getting late. Let me escort you to your room to rest. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Escort me to my room? You. You're not coming with me. I. Chu Qingsheng was momentarily at a loss for words, but the next second she broke into a knowing smile. On our wedding night in the bridal chamber, of course, we'll be together. Seeing this, the third chief and the others suddenly snapped out of their daze. Great chief, every moment of spring night is precious. Go on. Leave this to us. Yes, great chief. Rest assured, with us here, not even a fly can get through. Go on. Hearing this, not only Chu Qingsheng, but even Chen Fan felt a bit speechless. Yet Chen Fan stepped forward and said, "Everyone, I think you should first send someone to search the second chief's residence. It might yield twice the result with half the effort. Also, third chief, I was captured by you. If possible, I hope you can send someone to my home and tell my wife and children not to worry, that I'll be back in a few days. Is that all right?" "Fine, rest assured, I'll send a fast horse right away," said the third chief. "By the way, give this to my little Ku and little AI, or they won't believe me." With that, Chen Fan handed the 9-dragon fan left by Ji Qinxue to the third chief. "Good. But now you'd better go to the bridal chamber with our chief," the third chief said with a laugh, clearly having fully accepted Chen Fan. Hearing this, even a grown man like Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but when he looked at Chu Qingsheng, he found her completely composed. Chu Qingsheng directly took Chen Fan's arm and led him away. This made Chen Fan suddenly nervous, even flustered. Wasn't it supposed to be that girls would blush and shy away at such words? Like her Lianyu, or even a heroic woman like Leng Hanshuang wouldn't be so natural. Now the one feeling shy and embarrassed had become him. What was going on? When they arrived at the bridal chamber, Chen Fan was even more tense. The room, despite the harsh conditions, was by no means simple. It was beautifully decorated. After entering, Chu Qingsheng picked up the bridal veil from the table, put it on, and sat upright on the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly. Did he have to lift the veil? But then he thought, isn't that how weddings go? He took the red stick from the table and gently lifted the veil from Chu Qingsheng's head, though he couldn't help but notice his hand trembling uncontrollably. Under the dim lamplight, Chu Qingsheng's beautiful face made Chen Fan even more nervous and dazed, especially since her usual aloofness was gone. Her eyes seemed to speak alluring and captivating. But Chu Qingsheng, seeing Chen Fan's expression, smiled gently. "Husband, why are you staring at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" No. Chen Fan averted his gaze in panic, speaking nervously. But inwardly he grumbled. It wasn't that there was a flower on her face was more beautiful than any flower. Chu Qingsheng, noticing his nervousness, deliberately teased, "So, what should we do next?" Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression changed. What should they do next? On a wedding night, what else could they do? We should. But even though he knew he shouldn't be nervous, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he couldn't suppress it. He couldn't even bring himself to look at Chu Qingsheng. How could he say such things out loud? It would be the death of him. Chu Qingsheng suddenly let out a light laugh. "Husband, maybe you just want to share a nuptial cup of wine with me." Hearing this, Chen Fan snapped back to reality. Right? They hadn't drunk the nuptial wine yet. Where had his mind wandered? Why was he thinking only about that? Of course not. I'll get it right away, Chen Fan hurriedly said, getting up to fetch the nuptial wine. But when it came time to actually drink it, he grew even more nervous. After all, the act of drinking the nuptial wine required them to be so close, so intimate. Close enough to feel Chu Qingsheng's warm, fragrant breath. "Husband, are you nervous?" Chu Qingsheng looked at him with seductive eyes and asked softly. Chen Fan was startled and quickly replied, "No, not at all." "Then why are you trembling?" she teased. "No, you're mistaken. Drink up." Chen Fan flustered and blushing down the wine in one gulp. But Chu Qingsheng smiled gently, and before Chen Fan could pull his hand back, she leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Chen Fan froze, his eyes wide open. Yet Chu Qingsheng seized the moment and pushed him down, while with a flick of her sleeve, all the lamps in the room went out, plunging the passionate scene into darkness. Only the soft song of a nightingale echoed, accompanied by the gently swaying bed and the moonlight outside the window weaving into a dance of life. Meanwhile, late into the night, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were still explaining Chen Fan's plan to Chen Hao, worried that he might not fully grasp it and would make a mistake. They explained step by step the purpose of each action and the tight connections between them, from beating the Duke's mansion to securing contracts with butchers and ingredient suppliers to monopolize the supply. Then, while keeping everything confidential, they launched a massive pre-booking campaign for the restaurant. They explained every detail until Chen Hao understood everything, then the two finally headed home. As Chen Hao watched Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai leave, his heart was filled with emotion. It was as if he suddenly understood why Chen Fan valued these two little girls so much. He had prided himself on his talent and commerce, able to grasp and comprehend Chen Fan's entire plan. But tonight, through Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai's explanation, he realized he had only a rough understanding. He had no idea of the priorities, let alone the true intention behind Chen Fan's plan. And Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were just 15 or 16-year-old girls, yet they were so much better than him. Indeed, anyone Chen Fan valued could not be ordinary. But one thing was clear: Duke Chen challenging someone like Chen Fan was simply asking for trouble. So what if he was a duke? Chen Hao could already see the day of Duke Chen's utter defeat. The next morning at dawn, Xiao Ke, Xiao Ai, Long Han Shuang, and Lian Yu were already up in Chen Fan's courtyard. But everyone looked haggard and weary. Xiao Ke, what's our plan now? Asked Long Han Shuang. We'll go with you to find the young master. Lian Yu, you stay home. While we're away, don't go out, and be sure to protect yourself, said Xiao Ke. Lian Yu wanted desperately to join them in searching for Chen Fan, but she didn't dare defy Xiao Ke's words. All right, you must be careful out there, she said. The three nodded, and without hesitation led their horses to leave. But just as they stepped outside, and before they could mount, two fast horses suddenly stopped before them. Excuse me, is this the home of Mr. Chen Fan? Hearing this, Xiao Ke, Xiao Ai, and the others all changed expression. Xiao Ke stepped forward and said, yes, it is. May I ask? But before she could finish, the man dismounted and produced the nine-dragon fan. I'm here to deliver a message from Mr. Chen Fan. Mr. Chen has just married our great chief. He told you not to worry, to stay home and wait for his return in a few days, the man said. Everyone was stunned. What did you say? The young master just married your great chief. For a moment, even Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai, let alone Long Han Shuang and Lian Yue, were left wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Chen Fan had only been kidnapped for a single night. How could he have married someone? And what was more, the great chieftain had Chen Fan been taken as a captive bride. But then the man directly nodded, saying yes. Master Chen married our great chieftain last night. Hearing this, the crowd still found it hard to believe. Who is your great chieftain? Asked Xiao Ke. The bloodthirsty sword Chu Qingsheng, the man replied. At this, everyone's expression froze. The bloodthirsty sword Chu Qingsheng. Wasn't she the great chieftain of the 72 water villages and the foremost beauty of Jinling City? How could this be? How could Chen Fan have married Chu Qingsheng? And it happened just last night. What exactly happened? How did my young master marry Chu Qingsheng? Xiao Ke asked, bewildered. Well, Master Chen will tell you when he returns. We're just messengers. Once we deliver the message, we must go back. But Master Chen did say you should know this, but it must not be spread abroad, said the man. Hearing this, Lian Yu suddenly spoke up. Wait. May I ask, did my husband take Chu Qingsheng as a wife? At this, even Long Han Shuang's expression shifted. She hadn't thought of that. After all, she and Lian Yu were only concubines. If Chen Fan had married a bandit as his wife, it would truly trouble them. No, she's a concubine and ranks third, the man said. Hearing this, Long Han Shuang and Lian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was only a concubine. Yet they were puzzled. Why was there still no principal wife? Who was the one Chen Fan had in mind for the position of principal wife? What kind of person could make Chen Fan reserve that place without wavering? Xiao Ke, however, frowned slightly. A concubine. Chen Fan had been kidnapped, and the kidnappers were the 72 water villages. Others might not know, but she and Xiao Ai had come from the Duke's mansion. They were well aware that the 72 water villages were under the Duke's power. Yet Chu Qingsheng, as the great chieftain, would willingly marry her young master and even be a concubine. So what exactly happened last night? What was her young master planning? Xiao Ke pondered, tapping the folding fan in her hand. After the man left, Long Han Shuang looked at Xiao Ke and said, Xiao Ke, what should we do now? Keep searching. Xiao Ke gently shook her head, but remained silent. She was still speculating on Chen Fan's intentions. Seeing Xiao Ke lost in thought, Long Han Shuang and the others did not disturb her, simply watching. After a while, Xiao Ke suddenly stopped, her eyes bright, as if she had figured something out. I understand what the young master intends to do. Long Han Shuang and Lian Yu looked puzzled. What does he intend to do? Haha, you'll find out in due time. Xiao Ke smiled faintly and added, Xiao Ai, come with me to the storeroom to pick out a few treasures for the young master. With that, she took Xiao Ai and left. Long Han Shuang and Lian Yu were utterly baffled, having no idea what Xiao Ke was up to. Why did she need to prepare treasures for Chen Fan? On the other side, at the 72 water villages, when Chen Fan awoke from his sweet reverie, Chu Qingsheng had already been awake for a long time. And Chen Fan, seeing Chu Qingsheng looking at him with a beaming smile, felt a certain fear in his heart for some reason. Without speaking to Chu Qingsheng, he simply shifted his body closer to her, nestling in her arms, avoiding her gaze. Chu Qingsheng, seeing this, curled her lips into a smug smile, twirling a strand of Chen Fan's hair around her finger. Naughty little brother. What? Still angry with your sister? Umph. Chen Fan only snorted, refusing to speak, like a wronged child. Little did he know how adorable he appeared in Chu Qingsheng's eyes, and how much she loved it so much so that the smile on her lips could not be suppressed. All right, sister apologizes. I won't tease you anymore. Don't be mad at me, okay? But Chen Fan remained stubborn, snorting of, do you think it's okay to say little to a man? Hearing this, Chu Qingsheng's smile was even harder to contain, but she stifled her laughter and said, didn't I surrender afterward? Don't be so petty, forgive me, okay? I won't say it again. Umph. Chen Fan snorted again, neither forgiving nor refusing, but suddenly bit down as if in a sulk. Seeing this, Chu Qingqing looked a little helpless, but her smile was genuine. She didn't stop him letting him have his way. Only after Chen Fan had tired of his mischief did Chu Qingqiang get up to help him dress and wash like a gentle and virtuous wife. Then Chen Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Qingqing, do you know about the private army raised by Duke Chen? After all, it was while searching for that army that he had been captured by the third chieftain." "I do. Why do you ask?" Chu Qingqing said, puzzled. "To deal with Duke Chen, of course." Chen Fan replied. "Deal with Duke Chen? You still want to strike at Duke Chen?" Chu Qingqing frowned. "What? Don't you want to avenge your foster father?" Chen Fan said. "I do, but do you realize that if he's truly cornered, he commands a full 100,000 private soldiers?" Chu Qingqing said. "But do you think that if I don't act, he'll spare me or spare you?" Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing frowned, as if deep in thought. After a long moment, she seemed to have figured something out, and said his private army isn't in one place, it's scattered across 36 locations, each managed by a general. And every place is extremely hidden. Without the Duke's token, anyone who trespasses will be shot on sight. "Do you know the locations, eh?" Chen Fan asked. "We handle the supplies for those troops, so of course I know." Chu Qingqing said. Chen Fan was astonished. So it was the 72 water villages that transported the supplies, which explained why he had found nothing. But it made sense. After all, an army of 100,000 men required a force as large as the 72 water villages to manage the logistics. Now having the 72 water villages supply the army was a godsend. Chen Fan already had a complete plan in mind. "Qingqing, do you trust me?" Chen Fan suddenly sat up straight and looked at Chu Qingqing seriously. "Why do you ask so suddenly?" "I am yours now, so of course I trust you." Chu Qingqing said. "I need your help. This time I want Duke Chen to never rise again," Chen Fan said. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 5 days had gone by. That night Chen Fan finally finished arranging everything and returned to Jinling City. Though he truly loathed parting from Chu Qingqing, with the imminent opening of the Kuei restaurant he had no choice but to return. As for Chu Qingqing, she remained the chieftain of the 72 water villages. On the surface, she was still Duke Chen's confidant, so even if he wished to bring her back he could not. Thus he could only return alone. Yet no sooner had he entered the city than he overheard passers-by discussing the affairs of Qianqing wine and the Kuei restaurant. Chen Fan knew this was the result of Chun Hao's propaganda. Since even the street urchins were aware of Qianqing wine and the Kuei restaurant, it meant Chun Hao's promotional efforts were quite effective. When Chen Fan arrived at the largest Kuei restaurant and saw its completely renovated interior, he felt a sense of gratification. Chun Hao had indeed not disappointed him. As Chun Hao spotted Chen Fan entering, he was taken aback, but wasted no time in hurrying downstairs to greet him. "Third brother, why are you here?" "Just passing by and thought I'd look in. The restaurant renovations are well done." Chen Fan smiled and patted Chun Hao on the shoulder, then added, "Have you taken care of the matters I asked you to handle in advance?" "What's Duke Chen's reaction?" "All settled." Chun Hao nodded. "We've monopolized most of the food supplies in Jinling City." But Duke Chen remains unaware. He thinks his faction has cornered the market, little knowing that the ingredients they're buying at inflated prices are merely the leftovers we've discarded. Moreover, we deliberately made a show of purchasing ingredients at high prices everywhere, so they believe we can't find any supplies and assume we'll be unable to open for business tomorrow. Consequently, they've been aggressively targeting our pre-booking campaign, reserving large quantities in order to claim our penalty for breach of contract. Second brother, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Well done. Chen Fan said with great relief, for what Chun Hao described was exactly what he had hoped to see. But Chun Hao shook his head modestly. "This isn't entirely my doing. Without Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, I couldn't have managed it alone." "Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai?" Chen Fan was surprised. "Yes, it was them. If they hadn't taught me the significance of each step and the specific methods, I wouldn't have grasped your trap the enemy strategy at all." Chun Hao confessed with shame. "Huh. Second brother, don't sell yourself short. They've only been with me longer. In time you'll surely surpass them." Chen Fan comforted him with a laugh, then added, "But I haven't seen them for several days, and I truly miss them. Anyway, you go ahead with your work. I'll return to find them." "All right," replied Chen Hao. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned and left, for his heart ached to see his 2 little girls. Yet no sooner had Chen Fan left the restaurant than a retinue of horsemen halted before him. Frowning, he recognized the owner of this procession. It was none other than Duke Chen. Just then Duke Chen's sedan chair was lowered, and he stepped out wearing a smug expression. Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation, wondering if the day was cursed. How could he be so unlucky as to run into this harbinger of misfortune the moment he returned? But Duke Chen strode directly toward him, his face dripping with contempt and arrogance. "Huh. I was about to look for you, but here you come of your own accord. What? Now you realize the power of my methods. Let me tell you, if you kneel and beg me right now, I might, out of regard for our paternity, spare you." At these words, Chen Fan's brow furrowed in bewilderment. What was Duke Chen babbling about? What methods? And why would he be looking for him? "Are you ill?" Chen Fan asked, knitting his brows as he stared at Duke Chen. Duke Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with puzzlement. I am in the prime of my life, hale and hearty. Why would I be ill? Then what's all this nonsense you're spouting? Looking for me? Why would I want to see you? Chen Fan said impatiently. At this, Duke Chen's face darkened. Chen Fan, I'm telling you, this is the last chance I'm giving you. If you kneel and beg for mercy now and obediently come home with me, I'll still let you live. Chance? Why would I need a chance from you? You want me to beg you? You must have a fever that's fried your brain. Chen Fan retorted, still dripping with impatience. You. Duke Chen's face twisted with fury, but then he quickly reined in his emotions, putting on a smug and disdainful expression. Chen Fan, you still have the nerve to speak to me with such confidence. You probably don't even know what's happened. What's happened? Asked Chen Fan. Just as I thought. Your confidence stems only from your ignorance. Duke Chen said contemptuously, then continued. Your Kuei restaurant is supposed to open tomorrow, isn't it? But let me tell you, I now control the entire food supply chain in Jinling. Do you think your Kuei restaurant can open for business without any ingredients? And you and your cleverness came up with that pre-booking 20 discount campaign. When you fail to open, you'll have to pay triple the compensation as promised. How much do you think that will cost you? Over 70 Kuei outlets with tens of millions in pre-sales, triple that amount. Can you afford it? But if you kneel and beg me now and hand over all your capital and assets, I'll still spare you and let you return to the Duke's mansion to continue as a wastrel young master. However, Chen Fan remained unmoved, his expression disdainful. As far as I know, fresh ingredients are produced in Jinling every day. To completely monopolize the supply, your Duke's mansion doesn't have nearly enough money. If you were so wealthy, why would you come groveling to me yet? Oomph. Duke Chen gave a contemptuous laugh. Chen Fan, you do have some cunning, I'll grant you that. Yes, my Duke's mansion may not have the money, but Jinling doesn't have only you as a merchant. There are others with deep pockets. So that's it. Chen Fan feigned sudden enlightenment. I never imagined that after witnessing the Lin family's downfall, they would still be willing to help you. You must have promised them something. Let me guess. You offered to carve up my assets among them once you've brought me down, didn't you? Duke Chen's expression flickered, plainly surprised that Chen Fan had guessed so easily. Yet he forced a triumphant look and said, so what if you figured it out? Is there anything you can do now? Do you have enough money to pay the compensation? I can't think of a remedy at the moment. Chen Fan said deliberately, then added, but I suspect even you don't believe this scheme will bankrupt me, do you? Duke Chen's brow furrowed. You think it's not enough? Huh. Chen Fan let out a disdainful laugh. If it were enough, a man like you would never have given me a chance, nor would you have come looking for me. So even you aren't sure you can bankrupt me. Why should I be afraid? You. Duke Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, his face turning an ugly shade of rage. Chen Fan was right. Duke Chen wasn't confident at all, which was why he had wanted to see Chen Fan, hoping he might relent. But he never expected Chen Fan to see through him so thoroughly. Chen Fan, do you really want to bring about mutual destruction? What good would ruining the Duke's mansion do you? Duke Chen shouted, his face contorted with fury, but Chen Fan remained unimpressed. Mutual destruction? You flatter yourself. You don't have the power to destroy me along with you. You. Duke Chen choked with rage. How dare you say I lack the ability to? You. Just you wait. I'll be watching to see how your Kuei restaurant opens tomorrow. Let's see how long you can last without any food supplies. Chen Fan sneered. You'll find out tomorrow whether it opens or not. With that, he turned and walked away, unwilling to waste another word on Duke Chen. Father, do you think Chen Fan's restaurant can open normally tomorrow? Chen Feng stepped forward, his face etched with worry after Chen Fan had left. Humph. Didn't you see that everyone from the lovely restaurant is out searching for ingredients? Without ingredients, how can he possibly open? Duke Chen said disdainfully. But the lovely restaurant's people have been heavily promoting these past few days too, and the pre-sale events haven't stopped. Plus, with Chen Fan's attitude, could he have some hidden move? Chen Feng remained anxious. Impossible. 5 days ago, I ordered them to monopolize the ingredient supply market. Chen Fan can't get any ingredients. Moreover, no outside ingredients have come in these days. He's just bluffing. Duke Chen said darkly, then added, I'll just wait and see how he opens tomorrow. With that, Duke Chen flicked his sleeves and left. Yet Chen Feng, for some reason, felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He sensed that this clash with Chen Fan might plunge their ducal mansion into an abyss of ruin. But his father was so confident that he dared not say a word. Time passed, and soon it was the next day, the grand opening of the lovely restaurant. Chen Fan had arrived early with Lung Han Huang and the others at the largest lovely restaurant in the heart of Jinling City, ready to preside over the opening ceremony. Thanks to Chen Hao's promotional efforts over the past days, every lovely restaurant had been thronged with people. Almost everyone wanted to see if the revamped restaurant lived up to the hype. Of course, many were drawn by the suddenly famous Thousand City wine, hailed as the finest liquor in the realm, which had recently appeared in Jinling. The promotions claimed that Thousand City wine was available exclusively at the lovely restaurant. Furthermore, each restaurant would only offer a limited supply of 5 caddies per day. Guests would need to spend at least 100 taels to receive a complimentary caddy of Thousand City wine. Combined with the advertisements of novel dishes, it had whetted everyone's appetite immensely, especially the wealthy who were eager to taste the so-called finest liquor. Thus, every lovely restaurant was packed with waiting crowds. Meanwhile, the Duke's mansion and the owners of other restaurants and shops watched from the sidelines. Only they knew that the recent supply of ingredients had been completely cornered. They all wanted to see how Chen Fan could possibly open his restaurant. Chen Fan, however, was in no hurry. It was still early, and he needed to give the kitchen some time to prepare, and also let Duke Chen and his cronies savor their fleeting triumph. But as time wore on, the crowd outside grew impatient, murmuring among themselves. Duke Chen and the merchant owners beamed with smug satisfaction. If Chen Fan failed to open, he would be bankrupted by compensations, and all his properties would fall into their hands. I told you, following the Duke is never wrong. Look at the Lin family. They rose to prominence only by siding with the Duke's mansion, until that worthless son came along. Exactly. With the Duke as our backing, won't we enjoy wealth and glory? That expelled wastrel Chen Fan dares to fight the Duke. Who gave him the nerve? Gentlemen, let's raise a toast to the Duke. Thank him for this opportunity. They all raised their cups, and Duke Chen's face was brimming with pride and arrogance. But just then a shout rose from below. The doors are opening. The doors are opening. All eyes turned to the restaurant, though the merchant owners still wore contemptuous sneers. Look, Chen Fan is about to come out and pay compensation. Huh. I want to see how he can afford to pay so much. Wait, why are they bringing out firecrackers? At this, everyone peered closely and saw Chen Fan, with Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai hanging up strings of firecrackers. Standing on the restaurant steps, Chen Fan announced, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I now declare the lovely restaurant officially open today." As his words faded, the firecrackers roared to life, crackling and popping. "Dear guests, please come in," Chen Fan added. The crowd surged into the restaurant, and in an instant the place was buzzing with activity. Over a dozen waiters scurried about, barely able to keep up. And it wasn't just this one location. All 70-plus lovely restaurants were packed, even those in remote areas overflowing with customers. Thanks to Chen Fan's early bird discount of 20 off for pre-orders, many dishes had been prepared in advance, so the kitchens managed just fine. But in the pavilion across the street, Duke Chen and his cronies were bewildered. "Duke, what's going on? How can he still open? Didn't we control all the ingredients? Where did he get them? Did they somehow find a source? Impossible. No outside ingredients have come in lately. Duke Chen's face turned ashen, utterly grim. He couldn't fathom where Chen Fan had gotten the ingredients to open. Quiet. Duke Chen suddenly barked, silencing everyone. Yet their hearts were heavy with worry. They had sunk too much money into monopolizing the ingredients. If they failed with all those ingredients on their hands, they would be utterly ruined. But then a thought struck Duke Chen. No, he's definitely bluffing. Those ingredients must be leftovers from before. He's just putting up a front. Otherwise, why would they still be desperately seeking ingredients at high prices? At this, the others suddenly saw reason. After all, the lovely restaurant had been operating before, so it was natural for it to have some stockpile. Duke, what should we do next? Yes, continue to monopolize the ingredient market and at the same time spare no expense to book his banquets. I want to see how long Chen Fan can hold out. How can he possibly compete with us? Duke Chen declared. But the money we have. One merchant owner said timidly. We've already invested so much. Do you want to back out now? Are you willing to lose to Chen Fan? I promise you, once we crush Chen Fan and help me through this crisis, I will reward you handsomely. From then on, Jinling City will be yours to rule. Duke Chen said. Fine. I'll follow the Duke. I'm all in. I don't believe Chen Fan can defeat all of us. The Duke is right. Let's see how long Chen Fan can last. The earlier he books, the more he'll lose, right? I'll book my banquet for 7 days from now. Let's see how he compensates then. One by one, they spoke as if ready to risk everything to fight Chen Fan. But at that moment, Chen Fan gently waved the folding fan left by Ji Qinxue, barely able to suppress his smile. He felt that this feeling of making money was simply too wonderful. Third brother, the effects of your strategies are truly outstanding. What should we do next? At that moment, Chen Hao walked over to Chen Fan, exclaiming with excitement. He had known about Chen Fan's plan all along and understood how brilliant his schemes were. From monopolizing the ingredients first to deliberately promoting and creating advance reservation activities, claiming that breach of contract would result in compensation of more than 3 times the amount. Intentionally making Duke Chen believe this was an opportunity to bankrupt Chen Fan, step by step luring Duke Chen into the trap. But he truly hadn't expected the effects to be so remarkable. Apart from the people sent by Duke Chen, there were also many genuine customers, especially with the Qianxing wine as the gimmick. He even felt that even without Duke Chen's involvement, relying solely on real customers, no restaurant in all of Jinling could rival them. This is only the beginning. They won't give up so easily. they'll surely invest even more capital. So you need to continue sending people to purchase ingredients at high prices from outside, trying to make it look like we can't hold on any longer. At the same time, shorten the maximum reservation period to 3 days, but if there is a breach, raise the compensation amount directly to 6 times on the grounds of our beloved restaurant's integrity. Chen Fan spoke while gently waving his folding fan. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao naturally understood Chen Fan's meaning and hurriedly said, "Good. I'll make the arrangements. Oh, and by the way, the first half month of business will certainly be very hard. Give all employees triple wages. Kitchen staff gets 5 times. Don't shortchange them. And all management levels are forbidden to scold or strike employees without cause." Chen Fan added, "Triple for all employees. 5 times for the kitchen." Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, not because he opposed the raise, but because it was too much. Is this necessary? Second brother, you must know a just cause gains great support, while an unjust one gains little. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. They are the foundation of everything. It's just that most of the time they are overlooked by others. Others may ignore them, but we cannot," Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Chen Hao was somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected that Chen Fan would care about these low-level people. Moreover, if Chen Fan hadn't mentioned it, he himself would never have paid attention. What a just cause gains great support, what a water can carry a boat, but also overturn it. Indeed, losing back then was not unjust at all. "Good. I'll make sure everything is properly arranged," Chen Hao said. "All right, that's it for now. I'll leave this place to you, second brother, and head back first." As he spoke, Chen Fan lightly patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, waved the folding fan gifted by Ji Qianxue, and went downstairs with Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. "Young master, where are we going now? Are we going home?" After leaving the restaurant, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. After all, seeing the restaurant named after them so successful, they were truly overjoyed. Chen Fan knew that the 2 girls were asking this because they didn't want to go home yet. Especially since he and Long Hanshuang had been away for 6 days, he hadn't spent much time with them. And now that there was nothing urgent to do, it was time to properly accompany them. Thinking this, Chen Fan gently ruffled the heads of the 2 girls. "Not going back. If I go back, I'll be monopolized by your sister Xianwan and sister Lianyu. So we'll go catch loaches, and tonight I'll make you loach tofu, okay?" Okay. We haven't gone loach catching with young master for so long. "Young master, no cheating. Let's go now." The 2 girls suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "When did young master ever cheat? Let's go now. Come on," Chen Fan said, grabbing the 2 girls' hands and walking away. But behind them, Lianyu and Long Hanshuang both looked speechless. What did he mean by monopolized by them? And besides, what kind of activity was catching loaches? Could Chen Fan, a young master from a noble family, actually catch loaches? But since Chen Fan had said so, they could only follow along. However, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were genuinely delighted. Each holding one of Chen Fan's hands, they bounced and skipped beside him, humming cheerful songs. "The pond is full of water, the sky is clear, big brother, won't you take me to catch loaches? Lianyu, do you know why my husband is so good to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai? Even the restaurant's name uses their 2 names. Watching the 3 ahead, Long Hanshuang suddenly asked with curiosity. "Well, actually I don't know either. The time I've spent with my husband is only a few days more than yours. I only know that the 2 of them were bought by my husband and have always been by his side. At first there were rumors in Jinling that my husband was a pervert who liked little girls. But clearly the truth is not what the rumors said. But as for why my husband is so good to them, I don't know either," Lianyu said, then added, "However, my husband is truly good to them. A kind of goodness I can't put into words." "What? Are you jealous?" Long Hanshuang smiled. "How could I be?" Lianyu waved her hand lightly. "Although my husband is very good to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, he treats me extremely well too. I never dreamed that someone like me could marry such a good man as my husband. How could I possibly be jealous? On the contrary, you ask this. Are you jealous?" Hearing this, Long Hanshuang smiled and gently shook her head. "If it were others, I might be jealous, but not Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai." "Others? Do you mean that Chu Qingqing my husband mentioned?" Lianyu asked curiously. "Aren't you jealous?" Long Hanshuang said. "A little, and since my husband has already married her, what can we do?" Lianyu said. "Speaking of which, if it weren't for my carelessness, how could my husband have fallen into danger and been forced to marry that Chu Qingqing? So I can't say anything. Moreover, my husband hasn't changed toward us because of Chu Qingqing, so let it be. When my husband brings her back, if she's easy to get along with, we'll get along well. If not, we'll let nature take its course. I still trust my husband," Long Hanshuang said. Lianyu also nodded lightly. "I trust my husband too. Let's go. If we keep talking, we won't catch up to them." With that, Long Hanshuang smiled, took Lianyu's hand, and chased after Chen Fan and the others. But at this moment, in the deep imperial garden of the palace, Ji Qianxue, who had just finished court, stood with her hands behind her back by a pond, staring blankly at the fish in the water. However, in her hands behind her back, she was gently rubbing the jade pendant she had taken from Chen Fan's belt. "Empress, At that moment Shuang suddenly appeared behind her. But Ji Qinxue did not respond, still staring blankly at the fish swimming back and forth in the pond. For some reason Duke Chen suddenly made a move against Chen Fan, but it seems Chen Fan was prepared, however the outcome is uncertain. And according to the speed of news transmission, we should be able to see some results today. Shuang said. What about the 72 water strongholds? Ji Qinxue said indifferently. Still no major movements. Shuang said. Alright, I know. You may go. I want to be alone for a while. Ji Qinxue said. Hearing this, Shuang was also somewhat helpless. Ever since Ji Qinxue returned from Jinling, she had been like this. Often standing in a daze alone, no one knew what was wrong. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Shuang said helplessly. Speak. Ji Qinxue said coolly. Chen Fan's wine has been launched, and he even gave it a name. Shuang said. What name? Ji Qinxue said calmly. Qinqing. Shuang said. Hearing this, Ji Qinxue's expression suddenly changed, and she turned around abruptly. What did you say? What is the name of that wine? Qinqing. The Qinqing of Hua Qinqing. Shuang said. Hua Qinqing's. Qinqing. Young master, I want to eat spicy crab. As night fell, Chen Fan carried Xiao Ai on his back as they walked along the path home. Xiao Ke Han Shuang and Lian Yu followed beside them, carrying the day's spoils, though all of them were covered in mud and grime. Little kitten, go bathe and get clean first. You're filthy. Chen Fan said with a doting expression. But Xiao Ai didn't mind a sweet smile on her face. We'll go bathe and you'll make us spicy crab, young master. Loach tofu soup. All right, your young master will make it for you. Chen Fan then turned to Xiao Ku and asked, and you, Xiao Ku, what would you like to eat? Spicy snails. I haven't had them in so long, said Xiao Ku. No wonder you caught so many snails today. Are they heavy? Want me to carry them for you? Chen Fan asked affectionately. These are my own spoils, I'll carry them myself. Xiao Ku replied proudly. Soon they returned to the courtyard. Everyone went to bathe, and Chen Fan, after a quick wash, headed to the kitchen to begin vigorously preparing the day's catch. But when Han Huang and Lian Yu came out to watch, they were both astonished. Especially seeing Chen Fan's skillful tossing of the wok and the roaring flames beneath the iron pot. Chen Fan was actually cooking in the kitchen. Chen Fan actually knew how to cook. This left them utterly incredulous. At first, when Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai said Chen Fan would cook, they thought it was a joke. After all, how could a young master from a noble family know how to cook? And Chen Fan was so talented. Wasn't it said that a gentleman stays far from the kitchen? How could he be so adept at cooking? But Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were long accustomed to this, for their young master had often secretly prepared delicious meals for them in the past. The two girls didn't hesitate. They ran over to help Chen Fan. Han Huang and Lian Yu watched the bustling, joyful scene in the kitchen, recalling the three of them frolicking in the harvested paddy fields earlier. For a moment, both seemed to understand why Chen Fan, Xiao Ku, and Xiao Ai had such a close bond. Han Huang even felt that such days were truly wonderful, peaceful, stable, happy, and beautiful. If only it could last forever. Soon Chen Fan and the girls brought out several large dishes, all made from the ingredients they had gathered together in the fields that day. The mere sight of the food made one instinctively think it would be delicious. After tasting it, Han Huang and Lian Yu were utterly astonished. It was truly delicious, no less than what any master chef could produce. Husband, won't you have some wine? Lian Yu suddenly noticed something and asked in confusion. But Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced involuntarily at the folding fan lying nearby. It was the fan Ji Qinxue had left behind. Wine is harmful to health. I don't feel like drinking, Chen Fan replied, simply naturally picking up Lian Yu's bowl to serve her some Crucian carp soup. Besides, the soup I make is so good. How could wine compare? Try it. All right, said Lian Yu. Only Han Huang seemed to sense something, but she remained silent, quietly peeling the crab shell. Time passed slowly, and 7 days flew by. Chen Fan had little to occupy himself, as the Kuei Tavern was running smoothly and earning a fortune daily. The suburban estate was also under orderly construction. The distillery behind the courtyard was operating at full steam, leaving Chen Fan with nothing urgent to do. Chen Fan enjoyed his leisure, spending his days either basking in the sun or teasing Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Life was quiet and stable, but the members of the Duke's mansion were not so fortunate. Duke, didn't you say Chen Fan couldn't hold out much longer? But he's been open for 7 days now. Duke, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. We've already invested too much money. I've even closed my own tavern to buy those ingredients. You closed your tavern. I've mortgaged my shop. If we can't bring down Chen Fan, I'll be ruined. You only mortgaged your shop? I've pledged all my assets. Duke, think of something. We really can't hold on. The merchants who had once sided with Duke Chen were all gathered in the Duke's mansion. Now they were truly panicked. At first they thought Chen Fan was just putting up a brave front, but who would have guessed he could last this long? Duke Chen listened to their pleas, his face dark with displeasure. He knew that if this continued, no one would be able to hold out. Especially since Chen Fan was earning a fortune daily. Even if he collapsed, the money he had made in these few days would be enough to cover any losses. Using this method to ruin Chen Fan was simply impossible. But what he couldn't understand was how Chen Fan could sustain such a long operation even though he had been buying ingredients at high prices and never managed to get any. Even if he had some stockpiles, they shouldn't have lasted this long. Where was Chen Fan getting his ingredients? Did you try to poach his chefs and staff as I told you? Have you done that? Duke Chen asked grimly. Duke, don't bother. Those chefs refuse to leave no matter how much we offer. And not just the chefs, even the waiters won't leave. We don't know how he managed it. We raised their wages so much, but they still won't come. Hearing this, Duke Chen's face grew even darker. He simply couldn't figure out how Chen Fan had managed this. But was he, a Duke, going to lose to that worthless wastrel Chen Fan again? He couldn't accept it. Duke, maybe we should just give up. If we sell our ingredients to Chen Fan now, we might still recover some of our losses and avoid total ruin, suggested a merchant leader. I agree. As long as the Green Mountain remains, we won't have to worry about firewood. If we all go bankrupt this time, Jinling City will be his alone from now on. And with the money Chen Fan has made these days, even if we continue, we can't bring him down. Duke Chen's face was even more grim. He was truly unwilling to admit defeat. Just then Chen Feng hurried in with a worried look. Glancing at the crowd, he said softly, Father, I need to speak with you. Duke Chen's expression turned uneasy, sensing a bad omen, but he rose and followed Chen Feng to the back hall. What now? Father, if we can't come up with the money soon, the 72 water strongholds will be out of control. And the military is already rife with complaints. No one even wants to drill anymore, Chen Feng said. Duke Chen frowned deeply. He knew the situation at the 72 water strongholds. They were supposed to receive their salaries 2 months ago, but still hadn't been paid. How much do we need? Asked Duke Chen. Father, you know we promised them 8 million taels a year. Even under special circumstances, we need at least 5 million to stabilize them. And the army has expanded this year, so the minimum military salary is 10 million taels. 15 million taels. Duke Chen's brows knit tightly. Where could he find 15 million taels? Probably no one in Jinling City except Chen Fan had that much money. Would he have to beg Chen Fan again? But then Chen Feng stepped forward and said, Father, I have an idea. We have a lot of ingredients now, don't we? We can sell these ingredients to Chen Fan at a high price. But these ingredients belong to the merchants. Duke Chen began, then suddenly realized something. You mean to seize the proceeds? Father, it seems this is the only option now. Otherwise, all our years of effort. It was high noon. Chen Fan lay on the grass in the courtyard, resting his head on Lian Yu's lap, leisurely enjoying her massage, while watching Lung Hanswang practice swordsmanship nearby. Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were by the side studying the little gadgets Chen Fan had made for them. Just then a servant arrived to report that the Duke of Chen had gone to the lovely restaurant and wished to see Chen Fan. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. What did the Duke of Chen want with Chen Fan this time? After all, every time he sought out Chen Fan, nothing good came of it. Husband, what do you think the Duke of Chen wants this time? Lian Yu asked, her face filled with worry. But Chen Fan merely curled his lips into a faint smile, as if he had already guessed the Duke's intentions, and sat up straight. What could he want with me? Naturally, he wants to discuss business. If my guess is correct, they can no longer hold out. Chen Fan smiled. Business? What business could he have with you? Lian Yu asked, puzzled. Haha. Chen Fan chuckled softly. Come along. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Chen Fan led the group toward the lovely restaurant. Meanwhile, at the largest lovely restaurant, the Duke of Chen stared in astonishment at the person who received him, Chen Hao. What are you doing here? The Duke of Chen asked, his face full of confusion. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept across Chen Hao's lips. He had left the Duke's mansion long ago, and had been under Chen Fan's wing for quite some time. Although he had deliberately avoided the Duke was apparently unaware that Chen Hao worked at the lovely restaurant. Clearly, ever since the Duke cast him out of the family, he had never cared about Chen Hao's well-being. Your Grace, you may not know, but I am now the Grand Steward of the lovely restaurant, Chen Hao said. The Duke's brow furrowed deeply. He had not expected Chen Hao to address him as Your Grace, just like Chen Fan did. Moreover, Chen Hao was the Grand Steward of the lovely restaurant. When had this happened? How could he have been unaware? And considering the considerable enmity between Chen Fan and Chen Hao, how could Chen Fan possibly have appointed Chen Hao as the Grand Steward? Grand Steward. When did you throw in your lot with Chen Fan? The Duke asked. When I was cast out of the Duke's mansion, when I begged the mansion for help, and was turned away when I had no food and wandered the streets. Chen Hao replied. The Duke's expression shifted. What do you mean? Are you blaming your father? I dare not, Your Grace. I am merely stating the truth. Chen Hao said. You. The Duke found himself momentarily speechless. Chen Hao was referring to himself as a commoner. Yet he could not argue, for what Chen Hao said was indeed the truth. At that moment, Chen Feng stepped forward. So you are the Grand Steward of the lovely restaurant, meaning all the lovely restaurants are under your management. Thanks to my third brother's generosity in overlooking past grievances, he entrusted me with this responsibility. I manage it on his behalf temporarily, Chen Hao said. The Duke suddenly had a thought. Then you must know where Chen Fan gets his ingredients. Tell me, how can he hold out for so long? Chen Hao replied calmly. As far as I know, though you hold the rank of a first-class duke, you have long retired from the court and hold no real power. So I see no obligation to answer your questions. I am your father. Am I not entitled to ask you questions? The Duke roared, anger flaring. Your Grace, you flatter me. I was long expelled from the family, though I dare not claim such a connection, Chen Hao said. The Duke's face darkened further. Chen Hao had learned to be as insolent as Chen Fan, and for a moment he did not know what to say. Realizing that continuing would only make him more embarrassed, Chen Hao sat to the side, waiting, showing no intention of further conversation. Finally, Chen Fan arrived. But unlike Chen Hao, he showed no restraint and spoke coldly. What do you want with me? As he spoke, he seated himself in the master's seat, as if the Duke of Chen was beneath his notice. You. The Duke's temper flared at Chen Fan's demeanor, but he suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. I heard you've been scouring for ingredients everywhere. I'm willing to sell you all of mine, but you'd better show some respect. Chen Fan sneered disdainfully and waved his hand. Escort this guest out. Chen Fan. The Duke was stunned. How dare Chen Fan drive him away? Chen Fan, don't you want my ingredients? But Chen Fan remained contemptuous. Duke of Chen, let me tell you, if you want to do business with me, you'd better adopt the right attitude. And understand this, right now you're the one begging me to buy your ingredients, so you'd better know your place. I'm begging you to buy my ingredients. The Duke looked baffled. From what I know, you're the one short of ingredients. Chen Fan sneered. Duke of Chen, you may know something about leading troops, but business is beyond you. Which eye of yours saw me short of ingredients? Humph. The Duke snorted contemptuously. Chen Fan, don't think I don't know your people are still out buying up ingredients. If you weren't short, why would you be buying everywhere? Haha. Chen Fan let out a light laugh. Duke of Chen, sometimes what the eyes see isn't necessarily real. It might be what someone wants you to see. Upon hearing this, not only the Duke, but also the Chamber of Commerce owners were stunned. What did Chen Fan mean? What did he mean by what the eyes see isn't necessarily real? Could Chen Fan's widespread purchases of ingredients have been a show for them? Suddenly a sense of foreboding arose in everyone's hearts. Chen Fan, stop putting on airs. Do you think we don't know whether you have ingredients or not? The Duke felt a strange unease, yet he still believed Chen Fan was bluffing. After all, if Chen Fan weren't short of ingredients, why would he go to such lengths to buy them everywhere? And with their monopoly over ingredients during this period, Chen Fan couldn't possibly have any surplus. So what did Chen Fan mean? But Chen Fan looked unconcerned, even impatient. Since you think I'm bluffing, then leave. I'm not keeping you here. You? What do you mean? Are you really not short of ingredients? The Duke frowned, his worry deepening as he looked at Chen Fan. Haha. Chen Fan suddenly chuckled. Fine. Since things have come this far, I won't play along with you anymore. I'll tell you the truth, all those ingredients you've been buying up in bulk. I sold them to you. What? What did you say? You sold those ingredients to us. What do you mean? What exactly do you mean? How could those ingredients have been sold to us by you? Duke Chen and the others listened to Chen Fan's words, all wearing expressions of shock, utterly unable to believe it. They had monopolized the supply of ingredients for so long, yet now Chen Fan claimed that those ingredients were all sold to them by him. How could this be possible? But Chen Fan only sneered with disdain. What? Surprised? Did you think that with my 70-plus restaurants of such scale, it would be difficult for me to sign supply agreements with the butchers and poultry and fish vendors of Jinling City? Or did you believe that you could think of monopolizing ingredients to prevent my restaurants from opening while I could not? Chen Fan said. Hearing this, Duke Chen and the others were momentarily stunned. What did Chen Fan mean? Had Chen Fan already anticipated their move? So before them, he had already negotiated supply agreements with those ingredient suppliers. Thus, no matter how they monopolized, Chen Fan would still have ingredients. And the reason Chen Fan had put on a show of frantically purchasing ingredients at high prices was merely a facade for their benefit. So you sent people to buy up ingredients everywhere just to put on a show for us. You wanted us to drive up the purchase prices. And the ingredients we bought at high prices were actually yours from the start. This was a trap you set from the beginning, including the triple compensation event you arranged in advance. All to lure us into your scheme. Isn't that right? Duke Chen suddenly said with a grim expression. Well, it seems you're not that foolish. But figuring it out now, isn't it a bit late? Chen Fan said scornfully. Yet the hearts of the others sank to the bone. All of this had been a trap set by Chen Fan. The frantic purchasing of ingredients was all an illusion Chen Fan wanted them to see. From the very beginning, Chen Fan had intended to drain their wealth. Duke Chen was momentarily choked for words, his face turning extremely ugly. Clearly he had never imagined that all of this was merely Chen Fan's scheme. And they had blindly walked into Chen Fan's trap, exhausting all their wealth. The thought that he, a distinguished duke, had been toyed with by a worthless scoundrel like Chen Fan filled him with such hatred. How could he not be furious? But Chen Fan remained nonchalant. Since you all know now, shall we continue our discussion? Everyone was taken aback. Discuss what? Even Duke Chen's gaze fixed on Chen Fan. I'm not saying I'm not giving you a chance. If you're willing to sell the ingredients you have, I'm willing to buy them. As for the price, let's say 70% of the normal market price. Chen Fan said. Everyone's expression changed. Those ingredients were purchased at high prices, and they hadn't even asked for the original price from Chen Fan. Yet now Chen Fan was only willing to offer 70% of the normal market price. 70% of the normal market price. How much would they lose? Impossible. Those ingredients were bought at high prices. 70% of the normal market price. Aren't you just robbing us? Chen Fan. 70% is too low. 70% of our purchase price would be more like it. The merchant bosses spoke up one after another. But Chen Fan remained indifferent. Too low. Then go find someone who offers higher. I'm only offering this price. If you don't want to keep it for yourselves. And let me tell you, this opportunity is only for today. Miss it, and even if you give it to me for free, I won't take it. Everyone's faces soured at Chen Fan's words. But they truly didn't know what to say. After all, with so many ingredients on hand, who else could digest them, especially when some were already losing freshness? If they couldn't sell them, they would all be stuck on their hands. Chen Fan was indeed their only chance. But 70%, the price was simply too low. Your Grace, what do you think of this price? A merchant boss looked toward Duke Chen. Duke Chen naturally knew the price was too low. At 70% of the market price, even if they sold everything to Chen Fan, they would get at most a few 100,000 taels. But now a few 100,000 taels was a drop in the bucket for him, utterly useless. So even though he was reluctant to speak to Chen Fan, Duke Chen calmed himself and said, Chen Fan, this price is too low. Can you add a little more? Huh? Chen Fan sneered. If your Grace thinks the price is low, then you can buy them at a high price yourself. After all, these people trusted you and were willing to cooperate with you. Now that they're on the verge of bankruptcy, shouldn't your Grace lend them a hand? Duke Chen was choked with fury, his heart ablaze with rage, wishing he could flay Chen Fan alive. But thinking of the military affair, he suppressed his emotions. Chen Fan, spare the useless talk. Do me a favor and raise the price a bit. Or tell me, what exactly do you want to buy them at their original purchase price? I'll agree to anything. Do you a favor? Huh? Chen Fan said disdainfully, then added, fine. Since your Grace asks for a favor, I'll buy all the ingredients at 60% of the normal market price. Take it or leave it. Everyone was stunned. 60%. 70% was bad enough, but after Duke Chen asked for a favor, Chen Fan actually lowered it by another 10%. What did Chen Fan mean? It was a blatant slap in the face to Duke Chen. Duke Chen's expression turned extremely sour. He had spoken courteously and humbled himself to negotiate with Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan repeatedly humiliated and targeted him. Who gave him the audacity? Enough was enough. Did he really think Chen Fan could do nothing to him? Fine. Very well. You unfilial brat, you forced my hand. Just you wait. If I don't flay you alive, I'll change my surname to yours. Duke Chen suddenly stood up, speaking with fury, and without another word to the merchants, he turned and stormed off. But Chen Fan frowned slightly. Seeing Duke Chen's rage, was he about to go all out? Thinking this, Chen Fan ignored the other merchants and turned to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai, let's go. I need to pick some gifts from the storeroom. Hearing this, Lung Han Huang and Lian Yu frowned slightly. They distinctly remembered that half a month ago Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai had already helped Chen Fan pick out gifts. But for a full half-month, Chen Fan showed no intention of giving gifts, and they thought Xiao Ku had been mistaken. But now Chen Fan was actually going to give gifts. Had Xiao Ku really guessed what Chen Fan would do half a month ago? Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai exchanged knowing smiles. Young master, we've already picked them out for you. You've already picked them? Do you know who I'm giving them to? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Isn't it for the prefect? We made a point to inquire about the new prefect's preferences and have prepared everything for you. Xiao Ku said. Hearing this, Chen Fan was even more surprised, but more so, he felt a sense of relief. He stood up and affectionately ruffled the heads of the two young maids. It's our Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai who understand the young master best. That night, Chen Fan, accompanied by Lung Han Huang and carrying the gifts prepared by Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, made his way toward the prefect's residence. Yet Lung Han Huang beside him still wore a puzzled expression. She still couldn't fathom how Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai had guessed that Chen Fan intended to send gifts to the prefect. In fact, even now she had no idea why Chen Fan wanted to present gifts to the prefect. After all, the prefect of Jinling City was newly appointed and had almost no connection with Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan suddenly decided to send him gifts. She simply couldn't understand it. But Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai had already thought of it half a month ago. Husband, why do you want to send gifts to this so-called prefect? On the way, Lung Han Huang could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked. Because the prefect is the key figure guarding Jinling City, said Chen Fan. What does that have to do with you sending him gifts? Can he help you in business? Lung Han Huang asked in confusion. Hep. Chen Fan let out a soft laugh, then turned to look at her, as if he had guessed what was on her mind. Is it because Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai could figure it out, but you couldn't even begin to, and now you feel a little inferior. Hearing this, Lang Hanchuang's expression shifted slightly, and she lowered her head. Husband, am I really that stupid? I couldn't even see through that simple diversion tactic back then, and now I can't even compare to Xiaoka and Xiaoyai. You are a little bit, Chen Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Lang Hanchuang suddenly lifted her head, looking at Chen Fan with a mix of grievance and surprise. Clearly she hadn't expected him to be so blunt. I knew it. In your eyes I'm not smart. So you still blame me for falling for that diversion tactic, don't you? Seeing this, Chen Fan smiled gently and brushed a strand of hair from her face. Silly wife. I love you too much to blame you. And you're not stupid. You're just comparing yourself to the wrong people, Chen Fan said. I'm comparing myself to the wrong people. Lang Hanchuang frowned slightly, but Chen Fan didn't answer directly. Instead, he took her hand and led her onward. Xiaoka and Xiaoyai are different from you. They've been taught by me since they were young and have always been by my side, even eating and sleeping together. So they understand me better than anyone else. And Xiaoka is especially precocious and loves reading, so she knows more than you do. As for you, you've trained in martial arts since childhood. Your learning was completely different. So why compare yourself to them? If that's your logic, then their inability to protect me like you do would mean they're useless, wouldn't it? As the saying goes, each has their own specialty. Every person has strengths and weaknesses. All of you have your own unique qualities. There's no basis for comparison. Chen Fan said softly, then added, so don't let your mind wander, understand? Harmony is most important. Lang Hanchuang nodded lightly. I understand. Good girl. Chen Fan patted her head affectionately. Lang Hanchuang didn't resist, simply lowering her head meekly as he touched her hair. But she herself might never have imagined that she, the renowned frost sword Lang Hanchuang, the aloof heroine who had shaken the entire martial world, would one day allow a man to touzle her head so intimately like a young girl. Soon, however, the two arrived at the prefect's residence. Thanks to Chen Fan's recent reputation, after a brief announcement, the servant led them into the main hall of the prefect's mansion. Your humble subject, Chen Fan, pays respects to the prefect. I apologize for this uninvited visit and any disturbance it may cause. Chen Fan bowed, then signaled Lang Hanchuang to present the gifts. A modest gift not worthy of your esteemed acceptance. I hope the prefect will enjoy it. The prefect looked at Chen Fan, genuinely puzzled, especially when he saw the gift. Wasn't that the masterpiece of the court painter he had been desperately seeking? Brother Chen, you are too kind. May I ask what brings you here so late at night? The prefect ordered the gifts to be received while gesturing for Chen Fan to sit, and inquired curiously. I heard that the prefect was originally a vice minister of war, but was slandered by villains and demoted to be the prefect of Jinling, Chen Fan said. Hearing this, the prefect frowned. Brother Chen, have you come to mock me? The prefect overstates it. I came today to tell you that I have a way to restore you to your former post in the capital. You? The prefect said with disdain. Yes, me, Chen Fan replied. Then I would like to hear how a mere merchant can restore me to my original position. According to my information, within 3 days Duke Chen will surely raise an army to rebel. If the prefect suppresses this rebellion, do you think it would be difficult to be reinstated? Chen Fan said bluntly. What did you say? Rebellion. Duke Chen is going to rebel. Brother Chen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak recklessly. Duke Chen is a veteran of 3 reigns, a pillar of the state. How could he possibly rebel? The prefect stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. I know this is hard to believe, and I have no proof, so you may choose not to believe me. But even if Duke Chen doesn't rebel, it does no harm for you to take some precautions. If Duke Chen does rebel and you fail to hold Jinling City, not only will the Empress not forgive you, but Duke Chen himself will not spare you either. Prefect, am I right? Chen Fan asked. The prefect frowned, did not reply, but simply stared at Chen Fan as if pondering something, especially recalling Duke Chen's repeated visits recently and the inexplicable words he had spoken. At first he hadn't understood their meaning, nor could he comprehend why a duke would frequently visit a mere prefect. But now that Chen Fan said Duke Chen intended to rebel, he understood. The duke's repeated visits were attempts to win him over. But Duke Chen, a duke without real power, how could he rebel? Do you have evidence? The prefect asked after a moment. It seems the prefect still doesn't believe me, Chen Fan said indifferently, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. Seeing this, the prefect looked helpless. You say he's rebelling. You have to provide evidence of his rebellion. Otherwise, how can you expect me to believe that a duke without real power would rebel? And how could a duke with no authority and no army rebel? He has secretly raised a private army of 100,000 men, Chen Fan said. The prefect's expression froze. What? What did you say? Raised a private army of 100,000. How dare he? But Chen Fan remained unfazed. He's going to rebel. What do you think he dares to do? Hearing this, the prefect suddenly became unsettled. 100,000 private soldiers, a full 100,000. The entire Dragon Kingdom's army barely totaled 500,000. Yet Duke Chen alone had raised 100,000 private soldiers. No wonder he dared to rebel. But then Chen Fan spoke again. and if I'm not mistaken he will surely raise his army within 3 days at most. If the prefect doesn't prepare early, the first place he'll attack will be your mansion. Hearing this, the prefect was truly alarmed. As a former vice minister of war, he knew full well. But Duke Chen had 100,000 private soldiers, while he, a mere prefect, commanded only 2,000 troops. How could he resist a 100,000 strong army? And at that point it would no longer be a matter of demotion or punishment, but of life and death. Suddenly the prefect thought of something, and urgently turned to Chen Fan. Brother Chen, you said you would help me. Does that mean you already have a plan? Naturally. If not, how would I dare to disturb the governor? Chen Fan said, taking a light sip of tea before looking at the governor again. It just depends on whether you are willing to trust me. Hearing this, the governor dared not hesitate. At this point, young Master Chen, do you think I shouldn't trust you? Since you are willing to trust me, I won't beat around the bush. Chen Fan then stood up. Although Duke Chen has 100,000 private troops, it's not easy to mobilize them in a short time. Moreover, I've made other arrangements. He simply cannot mobilize 100,000 troops at once. Now the most important thing is to gather all the soldiers under your command. If my guess is correct, he will first use his garrison troops to seize the governor's mansion, thereby occupying Jinling City. The governor's expression shifted slightly. How many garrison troops does he have? By his ducal entitlement, at least 1,500 men plus the private troops he keeps in his mansion. The number should be around 2,000, similar to the governor's mansion. But by then he will certainly mobilize some from outside, so the number will only increase, not decrease. Chen Fan said. Then what should we do? You know I have at most 2,000 here, the governor said. Don't worry about that. I have some experts in my hand who will assist you then. Moreover, he certainly doesn't take you seriously. So he will be careless, and all we need to do now is prepare and catch him off guard. Chen Fan said. Hearing this, the governor, a former vice minister of war, could understand Chen Fan's meaning. Essentially, setting up an ambush. But even if we repel Duke Chen's attack this time, what about afterward? Duke Chen has 100,000 private troops. What about later? Am I supposed to hold off his 100,000 troops with my 2,000? The governor said. What if we capture him directly? Chen Fan said. The governor was stunned. Capture Duke Chen directly. Chen Fan actually wanted to capture Duke Chen directly. That was not a bad idea. If Duke Chen were captured, everything would be solved. But what if we can't capture him? The governor said. We'll deal with that then. For now, the main thing is to defend the governor's mansion and not let him occupy Jinling City so easily. Chen Fan said. For some reason, the governor felt that Chen Fan was very confident. But he didn't know how a merchant like Chen Fan could be so assured. Good. I'll have people prepare immediately, the governor said. Remember, don't let the Duke's mansion find out. Otherwise, if he mobilizes the main army, we'll be in trouble. Chen Fan said. I understand, the governor said. Meanwhile, in the Duke's mansion on the other side, as Chen Fan had predicted, Duke Chen could no longer hold on. He was already busily deploying troops and appointing generals. But after arranging everything, Chen Fan looked at Duke Chen with a worried expression. For some reason, he had a strong, ominous premonition in his heart. But he dared not say anything explicit, as before mobilizing the army, the greatest taboo was unlucky words. Chen Fan could only probe, Father. Are we really not going to wait any longer? Do you think we can wait? Now all the wealth of Jinling is in the hands of Chen Fan alone. How can you expect me to wait? Chen Changfeng said grimly. But we only have 100,000 troops now. If we truly rise up, the number might be a bit small. Chen Feng said. What's there to fear? When Emperor Shenglong rose up, he had only 1,000 men, yet he conquered the world. Moreover, once we occupy Jinling City with its prosperity, why worry about not having money to recruit troops and buy horses? Duke Chen said. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't say much, only probing again. What about Chen Fan? Him? Don't mention him to me now. After occupying Jinling City, the first thing I'll do is use his head to consecrate the flag. Duke Chen said with an ugly expression. By the way, what's the situation with the 72 water villages? Hey, everything is normal. I've sent orders to guard the Yangtze River. Chen Feng said. Good. Duke Chen replied, and then said, issue the order, attack the governor's mansion tomorrow night. Yes. Chen Feng said respectfully. When Chen Fan and Lung Hanshuang returned to the courtyard, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai were already arranging for people to pack up and move everything into the city under cover of night. After all, they were in the suburbs, not in the city. If war broke out, it would be dangerous. Chen Fan said nothing. For some reason, even though he had made thorough preparations, he still felt an inexplicable worry. This was a war after all, and he was not entirely confident that he could capture Duke Chen and stop everything when Duke Chen attacked the governor's mansion. But he was well aware. From the moment he moved against the Lin family, Duke Chen could no longer tolerate him. And to overthrow Duke Chen, he had to force the already rebellious Duke Chen to rebel. Thus he had no choice. This battle between him and Duke Chen was inevitable. Only when Duke Chen fell could he live in peace. And only then could the people he wanted to protect live well. Xiao Ku, Xiao Ai. Thinking, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai. Tomorrow you will move into the former Lin residence. I will have all the shadow guards protect you. All of you must not leave the house, okay? All the shadow guards are left for us. What about you, young master? Xiao Ai asked urgently. Xiao Wan will be with me. It's fine, Chen Fan said. Young master, are you also going to the governor's mansion? Xiao Ko asked. Chen Fan nodded lightly. Tomorrow I will take Xiao Wan directly to the governor's mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai seemed to understand what was in Chen Fan's heart and knew that he disliked the talk of parting and death. They simply walked up to Chen Fan and each took one of his hands. Young master, be careful and stay safe. My sister and I will obediently wait for your return. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded with relief and raised his hand to gently rub their heads. Good. Meanwhile, in the deep palace of Shungjing, Ji Qianxue in the imperial study was inexplicably restless and couldn't calm down, especially when she looked at the jade pendant placed beside the desk. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Ji Qianxue softly called Shui Ying. With her words, Shui Ying's figure suddenly appeared before the desk. Empress. Any news from Jinling? Hearing this, Shui Ying frowned slightly. Empress, didn't I already report this afternoon? There's still no movement. But I don't know why I feel very uneasy. I suspect something is going to happen in Jinling. Ji Qianxue said. It shouldn't be right. Even if the news is delayed on the surface, nothing should happen. Shui Ying said. I hope so. Ji Qianxue replied softly, and then asked, is there any Qinsheng wine left? About half a pot. The next batch may not arrive until the day after tomorrow. Shui Ying said. Bring it all to me. I want to drink a little. Ji Qianxue said. Yes, Empress. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was already the second night. In the prefecture governor's mansion, Chen Fan and the governor sat in the main hall chatting casually. Chen Fan appeared remarkably calm, yet the governor was visibly anxious and uneasy, unable to sit still, constantly pacing back and forth. Chen Fan, can you tell if Duke Chen will return tonight? Not necessarily, Chen Fan replied. Then do you think our arrangements can truly hold off Duke Chen? The governor added. Yes, Chen Fan stated succinctly. Yet the governor looked helpless upon hearing this. He truly didn't understand where Chen Fan's confidence came from, nor how he could remain so composed. Although Chen Fan appeared to be merely in his 20s, his demeanor was far too mature for one so young. More importantly, the governor was well aware of the enmity between Chen Fan and Duke Chen. He understood that if Duke Chen were to rebel, he would never spare Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan remained so composed, as though harboring no fear whatsoever. However, he also knew that words were futile at this point. All they could do was wait for Duke Chen to strike at the prefecture mansion. Just then a servant rushed in hurriedly. My lord, Duke Chen is leading a large contingent of soldiers toward our prefecture mansion. Upon hearing this, the governor was shaken, and even Chen Fan straightened up abruptly. Clearly Chen Fan himself hadn't anticipated such impatience from Duke Chen, attacking on the very day. Chen Fan, Duke Chen has truly arrived. What should we do? What should we do? The governor asked, panic evident across his face. Remain calm and hold position. Let them fully enter the ambush zone before making our move, Chen Fan instructed. The governor, though hesitant to object, was consumed by utter terror. Though he had previously served as Vice Minister of War overseeing the department's affairs, he had never actually commanded troops on the battlefield. Now, with war imminent, how could he not tremble? Before long, a servant stumbled into the room. Prefect, Duke Chen. But before he could finish, Duke Chen burst through on a black steed accompanied by a large retinue of men-at-arms. Witnessing this, the governor's terror reached its peak, and he hastily turned to Chen Fan for guidance. However, Chen Fan merely gestured for him to leave, and with no choice but to comply, the governor reluctantly stepped out. Duke, what is the meaning of this? Governor Li. Duke Chen sneered contemptuously and continued, I have no patience for idle chatter today. If you choose to submit to me, I will spare your life and grant you a high office with ample salary. But should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Hearing this, Governor Li's expression grew even more terrified, yet he stammered, My Lord Duke, what do you mean? Are you intending to rebel? Isn't it obvious enough? Duke Chen asked with disdain. Exactly. It's blatantly clear. How can Governor Li fail to see it? At that moment, Chen Fan's voice rang out from the main hall, and he and Lung Huan Shuang emerged together. Yet both Duke Chen and Chen Feng were taken aback to see Chen Fan appear. Especially Chen Feng, who the moment he laid eyes on Chen Fan, felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Chen Fan, how come you're here? Duke Chen asked in astonishment. If a duke can appear here, why shouldn't I? Chen Fan replied. Duke Chen gazed at Chen Fan with a furrowed brow, utterly unable to fathom the reason for his presence. But then he reasoned that Chen Fan was merely a merchant. If he happened to be present, so what? You're in just the right place. It saves me the trouble of having to seek you out to cleanse the household. Duke Chen declared. Cleanse the household? Hep. Chen Fan let out a derisive chuckle. Since I dared to await you here, do you truly believe I fear you? Upon hearing this, Duke Chen's brows contracted. Having suffered defeat at Chen Fan's hands too many times, the confidence radiating from him inevitably sparked unease in his heart. He had a nagging sense that Chen Fan was harboring some sinister scheme. Especially Chen Fan's words. He actually dared to wait for him here. What did that imply? Had Chen Fan foreknowledge of his intention to launch a nighttime raid on the governor's mansion? Today my 3,000 soldiers have completely encircled this prefecture mansion. Not even a single fly could escape. Or do you believe that Lung Huanshuang alone can protect you? Duke Chen's expression was laced with suspicion and probing curiosity. You have indeed encircled the entire prefecture mansion. But have you ever considered, it was I who deliberately allowed myself to be surrounded? Chen Fan spoke with undisguised contempt, adding, however, out of respect for our former father-son bond, I won't deny you the chance to surrender. Should you yield now, I may intercede on your behalf and spare your life. Hearing this, Duke Chen's brow furrowed even more deeply. He simply couldn't penetrate Chen Fan's true intentions. What did it mean that he had deliberately been encircled? Did Chen Fan truly have a hidden contingency plan? Or was Chen Fan merely attempting to intimidate him? Regardless, at this juncture, he had already eliminated all possibilities for retreat, rendering any intimidation tactics useless. Braggart. Today I shall see who grants whom opportunity. Duke Chen spoke with utter disdain, then turned his gaze toward Governor Li. Governor Li, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender or perish alongside this rebellious son. Yet this time Chen Fan did not wait for the governor to respond, speaking instead with resolve. Governor Li, there is nothing more to say to one so obstinately set in their folly. Give the order. Hearing this, Governor Li's expression was clouded with concern, but he also understood there was no turning back now. Steeling his courage, he let out a commanding shout. Attack! Suddenly, as Governor Li's words echoed through the air, the resounding beat of war drums reverberated throughout the compound. Simultaneously, squads of archers burst forth from every chamber and even emerged from the rooftops, forming a formidable display of military might. Each soldier acted without hesitation, drawing their bows and releasing arrows the moment they appeared. In an instant, a barrage of arrows soared through the air, relentlessly targeting Duke Chen's forces. Duke Chen's soldiers, caught entirely off guard, fell in great numbers before they could mount any defense. At the same time, heart-wrenching wails of agony erupted from beyond the governor's mansion walls. Witnessing this scene, Duke Chen's countenance darkened with fury, reaching its zenith. An ambush. Chen Fan had genuinely orchestrated an ambush all along. Chen Fan had anticipated his attack on the governor's mansion and prepared this trap well in advance, lying in wait for him to walk into it. How could he not seethe with rage? Kill. Kill them all. Kill Chen Fan first. Duke Chen roared in sudden fury. Whoever kills Chen Fan shall be granted the rank of general. As he spoke, Duke Chen charged forward himself, barreling straight toward Chen Fan with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Duke Chen proved himself a veteran of countless battles. Maintaining such composure amidst the chaos of war was truly remarkable. Just as Duke Chen was about to strike, Lung Huanshuang materialized in a flash, positioning herself between him and Chen Fan. With her long sword dancing in her hands, she unleashed a devastating blade aura directly at Duke Chen without hesitation. Clang! A heavy metallic resonance echoed through the air as Duke Chen's guandao split cleanly in two from the impact. Simultaneously, Duke Chen's body was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the blow. Witnessing this, Governor Li on the side was visibly stunned, clearly unprepared for the presence of such a formidable martial artist at Chen Fan's side. Seeing Duke Chen sent flying, he urgently shouted, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Now's the chance! Kill him swiftly! Everyone charge together! Kill Duke Chen! Once he's dead, it's over! Father! Everyone! Protect Lord Chen!" Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared directly in front of Lord Chen and caught him in his arms. Those remaining in the Duke's mansion dared not hesitate and quickly formed a protective circle around Lord Chen. Yet Lord Chen himself remained utterly bewildered, as if paralyzed by the fear instilled by Lung Huanshuang's previous strike. Lung Huanshuang had severed his precious blade with a single sword stroke. How could one possibly win under such circumstances? No wonder his numerous attempts to assassinate Chen Fan had all failed. Retreat. Fall back first. Lord Chen suddenly snapped out of his daze and shouted urgently. At his command, those from the Duke's mansion ceased their resistance and began to withdraw while continuing to fight. Governor Li, witnessing Lord Chen's retreat, grew bolder and cried out, "All of you block their path. Do not let Lord Chen escape. At all costs, kill Lord Chen." Upon hearing this, the soldiers, seeing the Duke's mansion forces steadily losing ground, fought with increasing ferocity. The battle intensified. However, Lord Chen's troops, professionally trained, proved far superior to the governor's men. Even while ambushed and retreating, they maintained strict order, making the battlefield a stalemate for the time being. Governor Li, unable to defeat Lord Chen despite the prolonged engagement, grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained composed watching the battle unfold. Governor Li observed Chen Fan's calm demeanor and Long Hanshuang standing beside him, and a sudden sense of discontent welled up within him as he shouted out, "Chen Fan, what are you waiting for? Order that expert beside you to act quickly. If he doesn't intervene now, Lord Chen will escape." Then turning directly to Long Hanshuang, he commanded, "Go kill Lord Chen this instant." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed as he shot Governor Li a cold, disdainful look. "Why don't you go yourself?" Hearing these words and seeing the chilling gaze in Chen Fan's eyes, Governor Li suddenly felt a wave of fear. Upon hearing this, Governor Li grew even more frightened. I didn't mean that. I just meant if we don't stop them now, Lord Chen will escape." I. But before he could finish, Chen Fan cut him off coldly. "You have no authority to command my people. I will never let Xiaonan put herself in danger." Chen Fan said with a cold expression, pulling Long Hanshuang back slightly. He desperately wanted to capture Lord Chen. If he succeeded, everything would finally be over. But with so many guards surrounding the Duke, Chen Fan refused to let Long Hanshuang risk her life. What did it matter that Long Hanshuang possessed exceptional martial arts? With so many people present who could guarantee she wouldn't come to harm, and there were likely archers hidden among them. Yet upon hearing this, Long Hanshuang felt truly moved. Truthfully, although Chen Fan treated her well, she often felt like nothing more than his guard whenever she was by his side. She had even harbored that very thought herself. But now she understood. Chen Fan never viewed her as merely a servant. Even when presented with the opportunity to capture Lord Chen alive, he refused to endanger her. Even though she knew she could capture Lord Chen if she fought, she chose not to. She had already caused Chen Fan to be kidnapped once. Now her only desire was to protect Chen Fan. No matter what happened, she would never leave his side, not even for a moment. Governor Li watched this scene and could only sigh in frustration. He couldn't understand why Chen Fan wasn't seizing such a perfect opportunity. Helpless, he could only urge his subordinates to press forward and eliminate Lord Chen. But Lord Chen was so heavily protected that no one could lay a hand on him. Soon, with his men forming a protective barrier, he mounted a horse and fled with a select group. Although Governor Li's men wanted to pursue, Chen Fan blocked their path. In the midst of the battlefield, Chen Fan continued to lead his remaining forces in desperate resistance against the governor's soldiers. Most had already escaped, and those who stayed with Chen Fan were no match for the governor's troops. Chen Fan himself was severely wounded, blood streaming from his injuries. Yet Chen Fan fought with extraordinary bravery, never yielding despite his countless wounds. From afar, Chen Fan watched with a heavy heart, deeply troubled by what he saw. Regardless, Chen Fan was his elder brother after all, and Chen Fan couldn't bear to see him suffer like this. Moreover, among all the members of the Duke's mansion, Chen Fan had been the only one who never bullied or looked down on him. "Stop!" Chen Fan called out. The battle was nearing its end, and upon hearing his voice, everyone suddenly halted. "Lord Chen has already fled. Will you still resist?" Chen Fan stepped forward, looking at the dozen or so remaining soldiers of the Duke's mansion. "Surrender now, and I shall spare your lives." Hearing this, the 10-odd soldiers glanced at Chen Fan, but ultimately lowered their weapons. Chen Fan, gazing at Chen Fan, could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward Governor Li. "Seal off all of Jinling. No one enters or leaves. Place the entire city on war footing. Prepare for Lord Chen's counterattack. Simultaneously send 10 urgent letters at 800 li per day to Shangjing requesting reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Governor Li's face darkened with worry. "Chen Fan, with only these few men we have, how can we possibly withstand Lord Chen's retaliation? He commands an army of 100,000. I say we can hold them, then we can hold them. Mount all weapons and ammunition on the walls, and stand ready for battle at all times." As Chen Fan spoke, he walked directly toward Chen Fan, and in full view of everyone lifted his severely injured body onto his shoulders before turning and walking away. Seeing this, Long Hanshuang hurriedly followed Chen Fan. Governor Li watched as Chen Fan carried Chen Fan away. Though he longed to protest, he dared not speak, and could only stand by helplessly as Chen Fan departed with Chen Fan on his shoulders. Meanwhile, in a wooded area outside Jinling's walls, Lord Chen finally came to a halt after his relentless flight. "My lord, there are no pursuers behind us. Would you like to rest for a moment?" A deputy general approached and suggested. Lord Chen suddenly let out a furious roar, venting the wrath boiling within him. "Chen Fan, time and again he has ruined my plans. Unless I tear him limb from limb, I vow I am no man." Lord Chen roared in outrage, his fury reaching its peak. Defeated by Chen Fan again and again, he harbored a visceral desire to flay him alive. Especially today, having effortlessly seized Jinling only to squander this perfect opportunity because of Chen Fan. "My lord, what are our next moves?" After a while, when Lord Chen's temper had cooled somewhat, the deputy general dared to approach and suggest. Issue my orders. Every soldier and horse must converge on Jinling by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow. I will take Jinling by tomorrow. Lord Chen declared. The deputy general's expression shifted at these words. My lord mobilizing every man and horse. Surely that's excessive. Yet Lord Chen retaliated with a furious rebuke. I want 100,000 troops looming over the city walls. I want Chen Fan to have absolutely no chance to resist. Tomorrow I will tear him apart piece by piece. It was night, deep into the night. Within the Lin family mansion, Chen Fan looked at Chen Feng lying on the bed, his heart truly heavy with emotion. But just then Chen Feng suddenly awoke. However, upon seeing Chen Fan by the bedside, Chen Feng's expression shifted abruptly, and he tried to sit up. But his injuries were too severe, and he could not manage it. Big brother, don't get agitated. You're wounded. Chen Fan did not hesitate, and stepped forward quickly. Seeing this, Chen Feng gave up on rising, and simply gazed at Chen Fan, his face filled with bewilderment. Why did you save me? Chen Feng truly could not understand why Chen Fan would rescue him. You are my elder brother. Of course I would save you, said Chen Fan. Elder brother. Chen Feng's expression flickered. Even now you still regard me as your elder brother. Why not? Chen Fan simply asked back, stood up, and while pouring water said calmly, the one who hates me is Duke Chen, and the one who wants to kill me is also Duke Chen. What does that have to do with you? With that he handed the water to Chen Feng, and then continued. I still remember that when I first arrived at the Duke's mansion, everyone looked down on me, treating me as nothing more than a shameful, illegitimate child. Only you treated me as a brother, busying yourself to arrange my clothing, food, shelter, and travel. And when I was bullied, you stood before me and protected me. In my heart, you have always been my elder brother, and that has never changed. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. Even he himself had not expected Chen Fan to still remember those things. But then Chen Fan added, so big brother, stop now. Don't aid the wicked anymore. A man like Duke Chen is unfit to be emperor. Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. He closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. Do you think I can still turn back now? Why can't you turn back? Asked Chen Fan. I'm different from you, and Chen Hao. You too were indeed wronged by our father, but I was not. He has never wronged me. I cannot betray him, said Chen Feng. Never wronged you. That's only because you still have used to him. Do you not know what kind of person he is? Selfish, cold, and heartless. In his eyes there is only his own interest and that ridiculous dream of becoming emperor. Even if you are his own son, what of it? As long as you hinder his interests, he will cast you aside without a second thought, said Chen Fan. But Chen Feng remained resolute. No, father will not abandon me. He would abandon anyone but me. Hearing this, Chen Fan almost laughed. He laughed at how ignorant Chen Feng was. How naive. To actually trust a man like Duke Chen. He would not abandon him, huh? Before Duke Chen's imperial ambition, what was Chen Feng? Big brother. Since you trust him so much, do you dare to make a bet with me? Chen Fan, too lazy to argue further, said directly. What bet? Asked Chen Feng, puzzled. Bet on whether he will save you. Bet on whether he cares about you. If he doesn't care at all, then you will sever all ties with him and be the first to report his rebellion. Do you dare? Said Chen Fan. What if he does care? Asked Chen Feng. Then I will let you go and allow you to follow him, said Chen Fan. Fine. It's a deal. Chen Feng spoke with conviction, as if he believed Duke Chen could never forsake him. But Chen Fan, seeing him like this, was utterly exasperated. He couldn't understand how, after all these years by Duke Chen's side, Chen Feng still couldn't see the truth. How could he believe that Duke Chen cared about him? Ridiculous. Chen Fan was too tired to argue. He knew the facts would give Chen Feng the answer. After instructing some servants to care for Chen Feng, he left. Time passed slowly. But before dawn, while Chen Fan was still in the tender embrace of Lin Yue, he was jolted awake by a frantic voice. Young master, get up quickly. Duke Chen's army is attacking. Hearing the urgent cries of Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai outside the room, Chen Fan's expression changed sharply, and he could hardly believe it. Only last night Duke Chen had been defeated, and now this morning he was already leading his troops to attack. Such speed. Chen Fan did not hesitate. He quickly got up, gave a few instructions to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai, and headed for the city wall with Leng Hanzhuang. Upon reaching the city wall, Chen Fan looked down at Duke Chen's dark, massive army not far away, but breathed a sigh of relief. The force was not too large, only about 7,000 or 8,000 men. 7,000 or 8,000 men alone would find it difficult to breach the city gate. But Prefect Li on the wall was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When he saw Chen Fan arrive, he rushed forward and said, Chen Fan, you're finally here. Look, what do we do now? Duke Chen has so many men. How can we hold them off? But Chen Fan remained perfectly calm. He gave the prefect a cool look and said, What's the rush? You're a prefect. Why get flustered over a little thing? What kind of example is that? At this, Prefect Li was momentarily speechless, but in his heart he was truly puzzled. He couldn't understand how Chen Fan could remain so composed when Duke Chen's army was already at the gates. Did Chen Fan not realize that if Duke Chen breached the city, the first person he would kill was Chen Fan himself? How many men do we have now? Asked Chen Fan. After last night's battle, we have barely 1,500 left, said Prefect Li. We still have 1,500 men. What are you afraid of? Chen Fan said impatiently, then asked directly, have you made the arrangements I asked for? All the weapons from the armory have been brought up, and the 8th urgent dispatch has been sent out, said Prefect Li. Then it's fine. Now leave it to me. Chen Fan said simply, then added, send someone to Kuei restaurant and have them deliver a top-grade feast. Also have them handle the army's meals for the time being. At this, not only Prefect Li, but even Long Han's Huang beside Chen Fan was taken aback. At a time like this, what did Chen Fan want a top-grade feast from Kuei restaurant for? Chen Fan, what do you need a top-grade feast for? I came in a hurry and haven't eaten yet, Chen Fan replied casually, then added. Also issue a notice, Duke Chen has rebelled. We are recruiting temporary soldiers across the entire Jinling city. Anyone willing to enlist will receive a reward of 100 silver taels directly. If they later wish to leave, they can be discharged once reinforcements arrive. 100 taels per person. I don't have that much money. Prefect Li said hurriedly. I do. With that, Chen Fan pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Go now, don't waste time. Seeing this, Prefect Li did not hesitate. He took the banknotes and quickly handed them to a nearby officer, instructing him to make the arrangements. But Chen Fan reminded him, first send someone to bring my top-grade feast. Prefect Li was even more speechless. With the enemy at the gates, Chen Fan still wanted a top-grade feast. Not only was he unperturbed, but his heart was so carefree. Was this the time for a feast? Yet he dared not object since Chen Fan had put up so much money. So he had no choice but to hurry and send someone to arrange it. Soon, under the arrangements of the lovely tavern, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the city wall. Chen Fan, seeing this, did not stand on ceremony and directly invited Long Han's Huang and Li Taisho to sit down and eat together. But Li Taisho's face was grim. I won't eat. At a time like this, I can't bring myself to eat. However, Chen Fan would not indulge him. He said coldly, I told you to sit and eat, so sit and eat. Hearing this, Li Taisho's expression changed and fury welled up in his heart. What did Chen Fan mean by this? He himself was reckless and wanted to cause trouble, but now he dared to speak to him like this, even ordering him to join in his antics. Yet seeing the icy glare in Chen Fan's eyes, Li Taisho felt an inexplicable fear, his heart unable to resist. It was as if Chen Fan were the true prefect and he had no choice but to sit down. Seeing this, Chen Fan turned to Long Han's Huang and said, Shaowen, you sit too, have something to eat. Although Long Han's Huang was puzzled, she still sat down. Thus the three of them, Chen Fan, Long Han Huang, and Li Taisho, began to feast openly on the city wall. Meanwhile, below the city wall, beyond the range of attack, Chen Guogong observed the leisurely dining scene on the wall through a telescope, his heart filled with bewilderment. At a time like this, with his army already at the gates, Chen Fan was actually feasting, and he was laughing and chatting with Long Han's Huang. Why? Was Chen Fan not afraid of him at all? Or did Chen Fan have some other trick up his sleeve? Thinking back to the setbacks he had suffered at Chen Fan's hands, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Where are the other troops? Didn't I order them to assemble here this morning? Why haven't they arrived yet? Chen Guogong muttered, looking around at his own forces with a dark expression. Your Grace, the orders have been sent out. It might be because it was late last night and the orders were too urgent, so they haven't finished organizing yet. But it shouldn't take long, they should be arriving soon. Chen Guogong's adjutant hurriedly added, and now we have 8,000 men. Perhaps we should attack now? Jinling City has no garrison, only the 1,000 or so soldiers from the prefect's mansion. They can't withstand our assault. Chen Guogong frowned deeply. He knew perfectly well what the adjutant said was true. They now had 8,000 soldiers while the prefect's mansion had barely 1,000. Even if the defenders held the city wall, in his experience, it would take no more than an hour to capture it. But if he could see that, how could Chen Fan, who was so clever, not see it? Yet Chen Fan showed no concern at all, even drinking and eating meat on the wall. There had to be a trap. Perhaps Chen Fan has already set a trap waiting for me to take the bait. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer, Chen Guogong said. The adjutant, though puzzled, dared not question him. Time passed slowly. On the city wall, the prefect watched the troops below who hesitated to attack and felt deeply confused. Chen Fan, it's been an hour. Why hasn't Chen Guogong attacked? What is he waiting for? Chen Fan, however, was unconcerned, pouring himself a shallow cup of wine. Because he's afraid. Hearing this, not only the prefect, but even Long Han's Huang frowned and asked, afraid. Afraid of what? The prefect added, exactly. He's already rebelled. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? He's afraid of me, Chen Fan said. Afraid of you? Why? Asked the prefect. Do you really think I held this feast just because I skipped breakfast? Chen Fan replied. Upon hearing this, both the prefect and Long Han Huang's expressions changed, as if a sudden realization dawned on them. Their eyes sparkled. I understand. You're deliberately bluffing. You're making Chen Guogong think you're not afraid of him at all, so he'll suspect you have some hidden card. Long Han Huang exclaimed with delight, and it's also buying time for the conscription and for reinforcements to arrive. Very clever, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. The prefect stared in astonishment, clearly not expecting that a simple feast could have such an effect. But then Chen Fan stood up and said, have someone clear the feast. Send another table tonight. The prefect and Long Hanswang looked puzzled again. Isn't this supposed to make Chen Guogong suspicious? Why are you taking it away? Asked Li Taisho. How many hours does it take to eat one meal? If we keep eating it'll look too fake, Chen Fan replied. Li Taisho finally understood and quickly ordered the feast removed. Chen Fan, unconcerned, led Long Hanswang to the front of the wall and gazed at Chen Guogong's army in the distance. Far away, Chen Guogong watching through his telescope as Chen Fan cleared the feast and stood on the wall, with Long Hanswang grew even more confused. He could see no trace of fear in Chen Fan's demeanor. But why? What gave Chen Fan the confidence? No, there must be a trap. Otherwise, how could he not be afraid? Thus Chen Guogong thought. Time continued to pass. The sun began to tilt westward, and the soldiers under its scorching rays grew parched and restless. Even the adjutant and other officers were growing impatient. But Chen Guogong still showed no sign of attacking. Just then Chen Fan picked up a megaphone and shouted directly at Chen Guogong across the field. Chen Guogong, are you going to attack or not? If you're going to fight, then get on with it. What's all this hesitation? As a duke, do you have no backbone? Your army is already at the gates, yet you dare not attack. With such cowardice, why bother rebelling? Hurry up and attack, don't waste my time. Hearing this, Li Taisho and the others were shocked. Wasn't it good that the enemy wasn't attacking? Why was Chen Fan deliberately provoking them to attack? What did he mean? What if they actually attacked? On the other side, Chen Guogong frowned deeply. Chen Fan actually dared to call out and urge him to attack. What did that mean? And he clearly heard Chen Fan telling him to attack, not surrender. Was Chen Fan truly unafraid? Did he really want him to attack so badly? No. This was a provocation. Chen Guogong suddenly realized. Chen Fan was deliberately baiting him into attacking, so he would fall into the trap Chen Fan had set. That had to be it. Otherwise, why would Chen Fan shout? He was clearly afraid that if he didn't attack, the carefully laid trap would be wasted. And now with only 8,000 men, he could not fall for Chen Fan's trick. If something went wrong, all his efforts would be in vain. He must wait until the rest of the troops arrived. Chen Fan was too cunning. This time, without absolute certainty, he would not be fooled again. Thinking this, Chen Guogong turned and looked at the soldiers suffering under the scorching sun. He barked an order, all troops hear me. Set up camp here and rest. The soldiers were all bewildered. Jinling City was right before them. Once they broke and they could enjoy fine food and drink. Yet Chen Guogong ordered them to make camp. Why? Was he insane? And after Chen Fan's provocative shouts, Chen Guogong could still endure it. Had he no sense of dignity left? Or was he afraid of something? But if he was truly afraid, why rebel in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to live as a carefree duke? Damn it. Though the soldiers thought this, no one dared to speak out. They could only obey Chen Guogong's command and begin setting up camp. On the walls of Jinling City, not only was Mayor Li and his men stunned, but even the soldiers looked on in utter shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, they had thought Chen Fan was being recklessly bold, daring to publicly call out for Duke Chen to attack. What if Duke Chen truly launches an attack? But now, as soon as Chen Fan's words had faded, Duke Chen's camp instead began setting up their encampment. Why? Why aren't they attacking? Chen Fan had mocked Duke Chen so shamelessly, yet Duke Chen refused to attack. What's happening? Could this be Chen Fan's scheme too? Yet seeing this, Chen Fan didn't stop, continuing to shout loudly. Duke Chen, are you a shrinking turtle? If you won't attack even now, could it be that you're afraid? How can a nobleman of such high standing be afraid? And how can you bear to watch your soldiers suffer from exposure and hardship in the open field? Come attack. Take Jinling City and it shall be yours. Witnessing this, the mayor and others grew even more anxious and worried, fearful that Duke Chen might actually breach the defenses. Yet Duke Chen wore an expression of smug satisfaction. He understood that Chen Fan's growing impatience for him to attack only confirmed his suspicions were correct. Chen Fan had laid a trap and was waiting for him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to fall into Chen Fan's schemes again and again. Now all he needed to do was hold his position, and the one growing desperate would be Chen Fan. But Chen Fan watched Duke Chen establish their camp with a look of disdain, then tossed his speaking horn to Mayor Li. Find someone to keep shouting and insulting them. Insult him with the vilest words you can find. Continue until sunset. After sunset, light every torch and make him believe we have hidden troops behind the walls. Hearing this, Mayor Li's expression shifted dramatically, as though suddenly grasping Chen Fan's intent behind the taunts. Wasn't this exactly what had happened at that banquet this morning? Bluffing. And because of Chen Fan's daring deception, Duke Chen dared not make a single move. Now that Duke Chen had set up camp, they had somehow bought themselves an entire day. Excellent. I'll handle this immediately, Mayor Li said eagerly. Chen Fan paid him no mind and returned to his seat. While others saw his calm composure and assumed he harbored no worries, only he understood the depth of his anxiety. Indeed. Today he had only managed to delay Duke Chen's advance through sheer luck. But what of tomorrow? And the day after? He had no idea what was happening with Chu Qingqing, nor whether everything was unfolding according to plan. Even if the capital had received the urgent dispatch, reinforcements would take at least 7 to 10 days, possibly half a month to arrive. If Chu Qingqing's mission failed to proceed as planned, how could he hope to hold out for over 10 days? Yet there was no point in dwelling on these thoughts now. He could only hope the conscription would go smoothly and bring in enough soldiers to buy more time. Just then, deep within the imperial palace of Shengjingji, Qianxue sat lost in thought, gazing at the jade pendant Chen Fan had given her mind drifting elsewhere. A eunuch burst into the chamber in a panic, calling out desperately, "Holy Emperor, Your Majesty!" At the commotion, Ji Qianxue set down the jade pendant hastily, while Shui Ying materialized within the study, fixing her gaze on the breathless attendant. "What's this panic? Has the sky fallen? Conduct yourself with proper decorum. Your Majesty, forgive this servant's transgression. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Just now Jinling City sent an urgent dispatch. The Duke of Chun has rebelled and is marching on Jinling City with the governor requesting reinforcements," the eunuch blurted out in desperation. Hearing this, even Shui Ying's expression faltered alongside Ji Qianxue's. "Did you say the Duke of Chun has rebelled?" "Yes. The urgent dispatch has already been delivered to the palace," the eunuch replied. So soon he couldn't contain himself. Ji Qianxue rose with a dark expression, commanding, "Summon the general of brave cavalry, the minister of war, and the grand preceptor, to my presence." Upon hearing this, the young eunuch didn't hesitate before hurrying out. Female Emperor, how could the Duke of Chun suddenly rebel? Given his nature, wouldn't he have waited longer? Shui Ying inquired. "It must be Chen Fan. Ever since he opened that charming restaurant, I suspected the Duke of Chun would resort to desperate measures. I simply didn't expect him to lose his restraint so quickly. Though this works in our favor, if he continues lying low for years, I would have grown genuinely concerned. But attempting rebellion with merely the forces he commands now is sheer suicide," Ji Qianxue stated coldly. Yet as she listened, Shui Ying suddenly grasped something. If this stems from Chen Fan, then Chen Fan. At this realization, Ji Qianxue's expression shifted sharply. Right? Chen Fan. Should the Duke of Chun rebel, Chen Fan would be the first target, not spared. And with only the governor's limited forces defending Jinling City, how could they possibly withstand such an assault? Thus Chen Fan now. Ji Qianxue dared not let her thoughts continue further. She feared what might happen if Chen Fan were truly in danger. "Prepare immediately. I depart for Jinling now," Ji Qianxue commanded, rising abruptly. "At once, Your Majesty. I shall ready everything at once." Shui Ying showed no hesitation before departing swiftly. As hours passed, dawn broke on the second day. As before, Chen Fan was roused from sleep before he could fully awaken. "My lord, terrible news. The Duke of Chun has already begun attacking Jinling City. The governor sends word for you to come at once." Half asleep, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai's worried faces and suddenly became fully alert. "What did you say? The Duke of Chun is already attacking." Chen Fan found it hard to believe. Yesterday the Duke of Chun hadn't dared make a move, yet today they had launched an assault. Boom. Before Chen Fan could finish speaking and Xiao Ku could respond, a burning sphere descended from the distance. Filled with confusion, yet knowing he couldn't afford to hesitate, Chen Fan gave brief instructions to Xiao Ku and Xiao Ai before heading toward the city wall with Lung Han Swan. But even before Chen Fan reached the walls, the clamor of the army's assault echoed beyond them. He genuinely couldn't understand how the Duke of Chun had suddenly found the courage to attack. By his calculations, the Duke of Chun wouldn't dare attack for at least another day or two. Hurriedly ascending the ramparts, Chen Fan found Mayor Li in a state of frantic disarray, wildly directing his troops to repel the approaching forces. Spotting Chen Fan's arrival, the mayor panicked and rushed forward. "Chen Fan, what do we do now? The Duke of Chun has begun the assault. What should we do?" Chen Fan offered no response, instead turning his gaze outward beyond the city walls. He too sought answers for this sudden aggression. What he saw left him bewildered. Flames erupted from Duke Chen's camp behind them. What's happening? How could his camp catch fire? Chen Fan asked, thoroughly confused. Mayor Li quickly explained, "I ordered those flames. That was their grain and supply depot." Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened. He glared at Mayor Li with such intensity, he nearly struck him there and then. Just days ago, Chen Fan had worried the Duke of Chen's forces would run low on provisions, deliberately arranging for the 72 water fortresses to supply them with grain. Yet now Mayor Li had sent men to burn that very supplies. Isn't this forcing the Duke of Chun to attack? How could he have such useless allies? Jinling City. Chen Fan. Duke Chun. Chu Qingqing. Shengjing. Ji Qianxue. Are you out of your mind? Chen Fan was genuinely furious. Ignoring whether the man was the prefect or not, he roared, "Why did you set fire to their grain supplies? Who told you to do this?" Hearing this, Prefect Li's expression shifted abruptly. What did Chen Fan mean? He had burned Duke Chen's grain supplies, achieving such a great feat. If Chen Fan wouldn't praise him, that was one thing, but why was he so enraged? Was it wrong to burn the enemy's grain during a battle between two armies? I was thinking that if we burned his grain, he would be forced to retreat due to food shortages, Prefect Li said. You incompetent, meddlesome fool. Chen Fan could no longer restrain himself and cursed directly. Retreat. Did you see him retreat? Fool. I went to great lengths to make Duke Chen suspicious to keep him from attacking for now. But you burned his grain, forcing him to attack. Moreover, by burning his supplies, you cut off his retreat. He will undoubtedly attack Jinling City at all costs. How can there be such a fool as you? Hearing this, Prefect Li suddenly realized. He had been wondering why Duke Chen dared to attack despite having no grain supplies. So it turned out he intended to storm Jinling City directly. By burning Duke Chen's grain, Prefect Li had forced Duke Chen to attack Jinling. With no retreat, the only path before Duke Chen was to capture Jinling City. Therefore, Duke Chen would attack at all costs. No wonder Chen Fan was so angry. But, what now? What could be done? How many soldiers were conscripted yesterday? Chen Fan, too annoyed to waste words on such a fool, asked coldly. 3,000. We recruited 3,000 soldiers yesterday. Prefect Li answered without hesitation hurriedly. Continue conscripting. At all costs mobilize the young and able-bodied to join the fight. With a roar, Chen Fan strode directly toward the city wall. Seeing this, Prefect Li did not dare to delay and quickly departed. Chen Fan gazed at the battlefield, watching Duke Chen's soldiers climbing the walls regardless of casualties, his heart filled with helplessness. Fortunately, the 3,000 soldiers conscripted yesterday provided some relief, though otherwise they would not have been able to hold off the current assault. Moreover, the 72 water strongholds had likely performed well, preventing Duke Chen's other forces from arriving to reinforce. Otherwise, Chen Fan truly had no idea how to stop Duke Chen's attack. But at that moment on the battlefield below, Duke Chen suddenly produced a loudspeaker and shouted, Chen Fan, surrender. With so few men you can't stop me. Huh. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned, but did not retreat. He fetched a loudspeaker and replied, Duke Chen, it is you who should surrender. We may be outnumbered, but even if you capture Jinling City, so what? This is rebellion. Do you think the Empress will let you off? Will the Dragon Kingdom spare you? Or do you believe that with this meager force you can withstand the iron cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing this, Duke Chen's expression changed abruptly. For a moment he was speechless. Yes, he had 100,000 troops, but that was only 100,000. To attempt a coup d'état with 100,000 troops in this peaceful era was indeed difficult. If 100,000 were enough to rebel, why would he have waited until today? Seeing that Duke Chen dared not respond, Chen Fan raised the loudspeaker and shouted again. And you, how dare you follow Duke Chen in rebellion? Who gave you the audacity? Do you not know that rebellion is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations? When you followed him in rebellion, did you think of your families, your parents, your wives, and children? Moreover, not to mention you cannot succeed. Even if you did, what then? You will remain nothing but common soldiers until your death. You are merely cannon fodder for Duke Chen. He cares nothing for you. You fight and die for him, but in the end high positions, generous salaries, riches, and honor have nothing to do with you. But if you fail, it is a crime of exterminating 9 generations. Not only will you sacrifice yourselves in vain for a man like Duke Chen, your parents, your wives, and children will all die. To gamble your own lives and the lives of your 9 generations for a man like Duke Chen. Is it worth it? Below, Duke Chen's soldiers, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, instinctively became hesitant and uncertain. Some even stopped outright, their expressions filled with hesitation and confusion. After all, they were not fools. They understood Chen Fan's words and knew that what he said was true. Whether Duke Chen succeeded or failed, they were nothing but a group of common soldiers. The riches, honors, high positions, and generous salaries promised by Duke Chen would never come to them. Yet they were the ones who risked their lives and charged at the front. And if they failed, it would be a crime of exterminating 9 generations. That meant 9 generations. Seeing their reaction, Chen Fan continued shouting, Moreover, I dare say that every one of you is the pillar of your family, the spiritual support of your household. Now Her Majesty the Empress has reduced taxes, exempted corvée labor, and encouraged farming. You could have worked from sunrise to sunset, returned home at dusk, and enjoyed a peaceful life with your wives and children. But Duke Chen, for his own selfish desires, forces you onto the battlefield. He cares nothing for your feelings, causing your families to be broken and your loved ones scattered. He treats you like a bunch of fools. Why do you still serve him? Why do you still obey his orders? Do you not have parents, wives, and children? Think of your wives and children. Think of your parents. Is it worth it? As Chen Fan's words echoed, the soldiers below became even more confused, at a loss for what to do. No one even continued climbing the walls. They all seemed lost in thought. No, I won't fight. I can't die here. My wife and children are waiting for me. I won't fight. I won't either. I want to go home. I want to go home too. My son is still young. Ooh, I can't lose my life here. What riches and honors! They'll never come to us. We're nothing but cannon fodder. Suddenly some soldiers below threw down their weapons, and speaking thus ran directly out of the battlefield. Many soldiers had already been wavering. This situation sparked a chain reaction. In an instant, large numbers of troops fled. Seeing this, everyone on the city wall was thrilled and excited. Clearly none had expected Chen Fan to be so formidable, able to shake Duke Chen's army morale with just a few words. Their gazes toward Chen Fan shifted. Moments ago they thought that with so few men they could never withstand Duke Chen's attack. But now Chen Fan had given them hope. If this continued, they might actually hold the line and persist until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Prefect Li was filled with utmost admiration for Chen Fan. He truly hadn't expected Chen Fan to possess such ability. Watching the soldiers below flee, he even felt that Chen Fan's earlier scolding was nothing. If it made Chen Fan happy, he could let him scold him again, it was no harm. Stand fast. Keep charging forward. Whoever dares to retreat from battle shall be put to death without mercy. Below the city wall, Duke Chen watched his disintegrating troops, his face darkening with supreme fury. He never imagined that Chen Fan could shatter his army's morale with merely a handful of words. These were soldiers he had cultivated and trained for over a decade. Whoever dares to flee again shall be slain without exception. Whoever disrupts the army's morale shall be put to death. Whoever dares to retreat a single step shall be executed. As the words roared from Duke Chen's lips, the supervisory guard beside him did not hesitate. Drawing their bows, they loosed arrows at those attempting to flee. For a moment, screams echoed throughout the entire army. Those still attempting to flee dared not run anymore. Yet upon witnessing this, Chen Fan sneered with utter disdain. At a time like this, instead of quickly withdrawing his troops to pacify them, Duke Chen dared to slaughter his own soldiers. Was he simply handing him an opportunity? Without hesitation, Chen Fan raised his megaphone and thundered, "Brothers, open your eyes and look carefully. This is the man you swore to serve with your lives. This is the man you fear neither death nor danger to fight for. You charge ahead for him, taking bullets in his stead, yet he stands behind you and shoots his own brothers. To risk your lives for such a man, I feel truly sorry for you." Hearing this, Duke Chen's face darkened with fury, and he too shouted out, "Chen Fan, shut your mouth. Do not spread your heresies." Yet Chen Fan merely sneered, raising his megaphone to retort, "Heresies? Was any single word I spoke not the truth? Was any sentence I uttered incorrect? Are you not in rebellion? Are you not treating their lives as worthless for your own selfish desires? Do you dare claim that once you become emperor you can grant these tens of thousands of soldiers wealth, nobility, and high salaries? Or is it that you are not shooting them right now? You are not forcing them to die for you. You are not driving them to rebellion?" Chen Fan's relentless questioning echoed across the battlefield. Duke Chen had no idea how to answer, utterly unable to refute a single word. Yet Chen Fan continued shouting, "Brothers, I know you are all forced into this by him. He is the one driving you to rebellion. Right now I offer you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you now abandon the darkness and embrace the light striking down Duke Chen, I pledge that not only will I not pursue charges of rebellion against you, but each of you shall receive 100 taels of silver, ensuring you live in comfort for years to come." As Chen Fan spoke, he produced a thick stack of silver notes and continued, "The silver is right here. My word is iron. Furthermore, whoever kills Duke Chen shall be credited with the first merit of this battle, and I shall personally reward them with 10 million taels of silver." Hearing Chen Fan's words and seeing the silver notes in his hands, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Setting aside the 10 million taels for killing Duke Chen, even the 100 taels per person were irresistible. After all, after serving under Duke Chen for so many years, their salary had barely amounted to 40 or 50 taels. Now he was offering them 100 taels outright. That was enough for them to leave the army and live properly. They had only followed Duke Chen for money in the first place. Now by switching sides to Chen Fan, they would not only gain wealth, but also escape the stigma of rebellion. Everyone knew what choice to make. "Damn it, Duke Chen, you pushed me into this. Why did you have to shoot my brother? You forced me into rebellion. Today I shall rebel right in front of you." Brothers, Chen Fan speaks the truth. Why should we follow Duke Chen into rebellion? If he wishes so much to rebel, then today we shall rebel for him. Exactly. 3 months without pay, and he expects us to die for him. I've been done with this long ago. Kill him. We'll kill him and defect to Chen Fan. For an instant, voices of mutiny erupted throughout Duke Chen's army, and some even charged directly toward Duke Chen himself. Such reactions are like calling 100 to respond at once, and within moments nearly everyone turned around, charging toward Duke Chen's position. Their mouths spewed endless curses. Witnessing this, Duke Chen's face darkened to an extreme. These soldiers he had raised for so many years had actually rebelled. Seeing this, the vice-general beside Duke Chen did not dare hesitate for a moment, urgently barking orders. Your Grace, it's no use. The situation is wrong. We must flee. We must flee now. Duke Chen also suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the relentless wave of soldiers charging toward him, he dared not hesitate, flicking his whip to gallop away. He understood all too well what 10 million taels meant. Even for that mere promise of 10 million countless desperate souls would kill him at any cost. And now the scene was in complete chaos. Yet he hated it so much. Just when victory over Jinling City seemed within reach, Chen Fan had ruined everything again. He had lost to Chen Fan once more. How many times was this now? Was Chen Fan truly his nemesis? Rebel son, you rebellious brat. As Duke Chen rode his horse, he roared furiously, as if he wished to tear Chen Fan apart piece by piece. Yet Chen Fan, upon seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped against a chair beside him. They had held the line. To be honest, he had been genuinely panicked today. After all, their numbers were far too few, and more than half were newly conscripted, untrained, some not even knowing how to kill a person. If Duke Chen had struck even slightly faster, Jinling City might already have fallen. Fortunately, in the end, they had survived. Moreover, 80% of Duke Chen's troops would choose to defect to him. Thus he now had another 5,000 or 6,000 elite soldiers. Next time, if Duke Chen dared to attack again, he would at least have the strength to fight back. And tomorrow the 72 water stronghold forces should arrive. Right. Chen Fan, you're incredibly formidable. Today I owe you my life. If not for you, I truly don't know what I would have done. At that moment, Governor Li approached directly, his face filled with excitement. But Chen Fan felt nothing but annoyance looking at Governor Li. If it weren't for his foolish schemes, how could today have been so perilous? Had he known Governor Li was such an incompetent fool, he never would have wasted his gifts. But Chen Fan was too lazy to argue with him. He simply handed over the stack of silver notes. Open the city gates and take them all into our ranks. 100 taels per person, not a single copper piece less. Chen Fan, is 100 taels per person too much? There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. That would be 500,000 or 600,000 taels alone. Including recruitment costs, it'll approach 1 million taels. Governor Li said, my money. What are you worried about? Chen Fan glanced impatiently at Governor Li and added, 100 taels per person, not one less. And however many come, take them all in. I'm not short on money. Having said that, he rose to his feet. Use the remaining funds to improve their rations. Do not be stingy. With those words, Chen Fan ignored Governor Li entirely and grabbed Lung Huan Shuang by the hand to leave. Witnessing this, Governor Li was speechless. Having money truly meant doing whatever one pleased. But Governor Li quickly called out to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, where are you going? Home to sleep. And you better not cause any more trouble. Chen Fan responded impatiently, without even turning around. Governor Li could only sigh helplessly, yet dared not say another word. He simply couldn't help but reflect. When he first arrived in Jinling City, he had heard Chen Fan's reputation. They called him the #1 wealthy idler of Jinling. But was such a person truly a wastrel? He truly didn't know if those who called him a frivolous young master had their eyes closed. Especially regarding Duke Chen and the Empress. One drove him out of his home. The other called off their engagement with him. Both of them were blind. That night, in a hidden valley outside Jinling City, Chen Guogong sat in a tent staring at the meal before him, yet unable to bring himself to eat. His face was as gloomy and grim as ever. His eyes seemed to devour anyone in his sight. Guogong, please at least take a bite. It would not be good if you harm your health. Just then the deputy general entered from outside, saw the untouched meal, and hurriedly approached. But Chen Guogong paid no heed and directly demanded, have you made contact? What is their situation? Why haven't they come to support us in Jinling City? Yet the deputy general hesitated as he listened. What happened? Speak. Chen Guogong bellowed when the deputy general remained silent. In his view, today's defeat was entirely because his other armies had failed to assemble. If his 100,000 troops had gathered and attacked together, he would have taken Jinling City in less than half an hour, and Chen Fan would never have had a chance. Yet even now he had received no news from his other forces. Guogong, I must warn you, please don't be too upset when I tell you, said the deputy general. Hearing this, Chen Guogong's expression changed, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. What is it? As you know, Guogong, our private army, apart from the 8,000 at the eastern camp, was scattered to avoid the Empress's notice. 35 camps in total, each with only 2,000 or 3,000 men. Before the deputy general could finish, Chen Guogong snapped. What are you trying to say? Guogong, due to the arrears in military pay, 7 or 8 camps have mutinied. They killed their commanders and scattered, said the deputy general. Chen Guogong's face shifted. What? 7 or 8 camps have disbanded. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, but our scouts only returned with the news today, said the deputy general. Chen Guogong's expression darkened further. 7 or 8 camps meant nearly 20,000 men. What about the others? Why haven't they come? Still the issue of pay. 12 camps said they will come only when they see the money. Bang! Chen Guogong slammed his palm on the table before him. A bunch of traitors. I have supported them for years, and they dare threaten me over just a few months of arrears. Who gave them the audacity? But the deputy general could only sigh inwardly. The men had joined the army purely for money. Without it, why would they risk their lives? Yet he dared not say this. After a long silence, Chen Guogong coldly asked, "And the remaining ones? The rest can be assembled by tomorrow. But each camp has lost many soldiers, so the numbers may be somewhat reduced," said the deputy general. "How many men?" asked Chen Guogong. "Over 40,000, said the deputy general. "Enough. Once assembled tomorrow we will attack Jinling City directly," declared Chen Guogong. "Direct attack. No tactical planning," the deputy general frowned. "Plan what? This time I will give Chen Fan no chance. I will have all 40,000 men attack at once. He won't have a moment to react. And the war drums must never stop. I won't give Chen Fan another opportunity to sway the soldiers' hearts. Also issue the order tomorrow: whoever breaches Jinling City first can claim everything inside. Gold women. They can take whatever they desire. Raising morale. I can do that too. Let's see this time how Chen Fan manages to stop me." Chen Guogong yelled with a dark scowl. "Yes, sir. I'll make the arrangements immediately." The deputy general did not dare delay and hurried off. Meanwhile, at an inn on the road from Shengjing to Jinling, Ji Qinxue stood by the window gazing at the tranquil moon. She clutched the jade pendant in her hand, her heart gnawed by an unrelenting restlessness. When Shuiying entered, she could not help but ask anxiously, "Any news? How is Jinling?" Shuiying shook her head helplessly. "Your Majesty, we are still some distance from Jinling. The scouts we sent out have probably not even arrived yet." "Has there been no word from Jinling?" Ji Qinxue pressed. "No, nothing except the urgent dispatch from 800 li away that day," Shuiying replied. Ji Qinxue's worry deepened. She knew too well what total silence signified. If the prefect of Jinling were still holding out, there would have been some word. "How much longer until we arrive?" Ji Qinxue asked again. "At least 3 days," Shuiying answered. "And the army? When will the swift cavalry general reach Jinling?" Ji Qinxue inquired. "Given the march, the vanguard will take at least 7 days. The main force will need 10, Shuiying replied. Ji Qinxue's face turned even more grim. 7 or 10 days. By then, everything would be too late. "Your Majesty, you need not worry too much. Even if Chen Guogong rebels with Chen Fan's intelligence, he will not fall so easily. Besides, he has a squad of shadow guards, and Lung Hanshuang protecting him. With Lung Hanshuang's 9th realm cultivation, and those guards, killing Chen Fan is extremely difficult." Shuiying tried to comfort her. "I know that, but have you considered? Chen Fan is not alone. He has Xiaoke Xiaoai and Lian Yue. You know his nature. He is deeply loyal and would never abandon them to flee. Moreover, Chen Guogong's rebellion was provoked by Chen Fan himself. The Duke will surely not spare him," Ji Qinxue said. Shuiying fell silent, for she knew Ji Qinxue spoke the truth. Lung Hanshuang could protect Chen Fan, but she was only one person. Against an army, she could not possibly extract Xiaoke Xiaoai and the others unscathed. And Chen Fan would rather die than let Xiaoke and Xiaoai be killed because of him. That fool. As the former 3rd young master of the Duke's mansion, did he not know Chen Guogong's true strength? Why did he have to oppose Chen Guogong? Couldn't he have just yielded once? "Oh, I should never have let him fight the Duke. I should have stopped him earlier. I should have taken him by force to Shengjing. I should never have let him act recklessly in Jinling." Ji Qinxue suddenly burst out again. But Shuiying felt a pang of helplessness. She knew the truth. All these regrets boiled down to one thing. Ji Qinxue should never have broken off the engagement with Chen Fan. If she had not broken the engagement, none of this would have happened. Or perhaps she should never have come to Jinling in the first place, for then she would never have met him, never have been so consumed by worry. But what good were these regrets now? Everything had already happened. Yet as she thought, Shuiying suddenly remembered something and asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, if Chen Fan is still alive, would you go to see him?" Ji Qinxue froze. Yes. If he were alive, would she go to see him? And if she did, how would she face him? With what heart? He was already married. The next morning, Chen Fan appeared early on the city wall of Jinling City. He truly hadn't anticipated that Duke Chen's counterattack would come so swiftly. Only yesterday had he repelled him, and today he had already organized so many troops to launch an assault. Fortunately, he had recruited a number of soldiers yesterday, otherwise today would be impossible to resist. Moreover, Chu Qingqing must have done a decent job, otherwise Duke Chen wouldn't have only these 30 to 40,000 troops. Yet even with merely 30 to 40,000 defending against them was no easy task. The main issue was that Duke Chen must have made arrangements. The unceasing war drums gave no opportunity to shake the soldiers' morale. And for some reason, Duke Chen's soldiers fought with unusually high fervor and fierce battle intent today. Chen Fan, what are we to do this time? Judging by Duke Chen's manner, he seems hell-bent on capturing Jinling City. At this moment, Prefect Li approached Chen Fan with a look of deep concern. He has already gone all out. The only thing we can do now is to hold our ground. Issue orders to defend Jinling City at all costs. If we can defend Jinling City, I will personally reward each of them with another 100 taels of silver. And as long as they hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon. Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, Prefect Li frowned slightly. Reinforcements? How could reinforcements arrive so quickly? As the former Vice Minister of War, he knew well that the earliest reinforcements would not arrive for at least 7 or 8 days. But thinking that this might be Chen Fan's way to boost the soldiers' morale, he said nothing and promptly went to carry out Chen Fan's orders. At this moment, however, Long Hanshuang spoke with a worried look. Husband, they outnumber us greatly. We may not be able to hold the city. Perhaps we should take Xiaoke and Xiaoai and leave first. Don't panic. Jinling City is not yet at the point of abandoning it. If I flee, the soldiers' morale will shatter, and then we will be utterly unable to stop Duke Chen's assault. Chen Fan said. But Long Hanshuang wanted to add something, but before she could speak, Chen Fan interrupted directly. Wait a little longer. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, Long Hanshuang frowned. Reinforcements? How could that be? It's only been 3 days since Duke Chen's rebellion. How could reinforcements arrive so quickly? You'll know when the time comes. And don't worry too much. If we truly cannot hold, we will leave. I'm not foolish enough to stay here forever. Chen Fan said gently. Then he added, have someone bring my elder brother here. At this, Long Hanshuang could say no more. The battle ahead grew fiercer by the moment. If not for the fact that they were defending and could rely on the city walls as a barrier, they would not have been able to withstand the desperate charges of Duke Chen's soldiers. But Chen Fan knew very well that given Duke Chen's momentum, if they had no reinforcements, Jinling City would eventually fall. Yet he still had no idea of the situation at the 72 water villages, nor when Chu Qingxiang would bring her people. So Chen Fan was also anxious, constantly monitoring the battlefield developments. Soon Chen Feng was brought up, bound tightly. Without hesitation, Chen Fan picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, Duke Chen, look who this is. The war drums were thunderous, and Duke Chen could not hear Chen Fan's words at first, but he was also closely watching the city wall and spotted Chen Feng through his telescope. He had never expected Chen Feng to be alive. What was Chen Fan trying to do by bringing Chen Feng out now? Though a flicker of concern crossed Duke Chen's mind, he still ordered the war drums to cease. The moment the drums fell silent, Chen Fan's voice rang out from the city wall. Duke Chen, take a good look at who this is. If you don't want to see your good son die before your eyes, I advise you to withdraw your troops immediately. At these words, the attacking soldiers suddenly halted. Seeing this, Duke Chen's expression changed, not because Chen Fan had brought out Chen Feng, but because the soldiers had stopped advancing. Why have you stopped? Continue the attack. Once we breach Jinling City, gold, silver, and beautiful women, everything you desire will be yours. Everything in Jinling City will be yours. Duke Chen bellowed. Hearing this, the soldiers resumed their charge without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Fan frowned and shouted again, Duke Chen. But Duke Chen did not reply. Instead, he directly ordered his adjutant, bring me a bow. Your Grace, what are you planning? That is the eldest young master. The adjutant exclaimed, his expression changing. What of the eldest young master? Today I must take Jinling City, and no one can stop me. As Duke Chen spoke, he drew the bow and aimed the arrow at Chen Feng atop the city wall. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight toward Chen Feng. Even Chen Fan was stunned, let alone Chen Feng himself. Clearly not even Chen Fan had expected Duke Chen to be so decisive. Without a second word, he would shoot Chen Feng. As for Chen Feng, he never imagined that Duke Chen would directly attack him. Although he knew that with the urgency of the battle, Duke Chen would not cease the attack for his sake. Even if he wouldn't rescue him, he shouldn't have tried to kill him outright. Who was he? He was Duke Chen's most favored son. He was the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Duke's mansion. Clang! Just as the arrow came, Long Hanshuang knocked it down with a single sword strike. Chen Fan picked up the loudspeaker and shouted directly. Chen Changfeng, are you even human? Even a fierce tiger does not devour its own cub. Chen Feng is your son who has risked his life for you. Yet now for your own selfish desires you would shoot him. Are you not afraid of breaking his heart? Are you not afraid of breaking the hearts of your soldiers? At Chen Fan's words, Duke Chen finally picked up his own loudspeaker. Chen Fan, I tell you, give up that hope. For him to die for my grand cause is his honor. Dream on if you think you can use his worthless life to make me withdraw. As for you, if you are wise, open the gates and surrender immediately. Perhaps out of consideration that you are my son, I might spare your life. Otherwise, when Jinling City falls today, all of you will die. Hearing this, Chen Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Clearly Duke Chen was utterly determined to take Jinling City, and nothing could change that. And now Jinling City was truly on the verge of falling. What could be done? Was he really going to watch Duke Chen break through the gates and seize Jinling City today? Was he really going to watch all the hard-won enterprises he had built crumble to ruin? Chen Fan couldn't bear it. He had prepared so much. Why must he still lose? But just then dust rose from the rear of Duke Chen's army, accompanied by the sound of rapid hoofbeats. Looking over, tens of thousands of troops were charging forward in a mighty surge. And when Chen Fan saw the figure in red at the lead, his face lit up with excitement. She had arrived. Chu Qingcheng had finally come. The others atop the city walls gazed upon the tens of thousands of troops that had suddenly appeared, their faces etched with utter despair, especially when they noticed the banners of the 7-2 Water Stronghold fluttering in the wind. They had all once been soldiers under Duke Chen, so they naturally knew that the 7-2 Water Stronghold answered to him. If they could not hold back Duke Chen's mere 30 or 40,000 men, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of so many from the stronghold? Yet as Duke Chen looked upon the arriving forces of the 7-2 Water Stronghold, confusion clouded his face. He too could not fathom why they had come. Had he not ordered the stronghold to hold the Yangtze River and prevent the imperial reinforcements from arriving? Nevertheless, their arrival suited him perfectly. With so many martial artists among them, scaling the city walls would be child's play. Chu Qingcheng, you've come at just the right moment. Lead your people up the walls immediately. Take Jinling City for me. Thinking this, Duke Chen grabbed a speaking trumpet and bellowed. But as though she had not heard him at all, Chu Qingcheng shouted instead, all listen well. Duke Chen has raised arms in rebellion and plotted to usurp the throne. Every man should rise to punish him. Kill. As her words fell, the warriors of the 7-2 Water Stronghold charged directly toward Duke Chen. At this sight, everyone froze in shock. Both the governor and his men on the city walls and Duke Chen and his forces below. Wasn't the 7-2 Water Stronghold under Chu Qingcheng's command loyal to Duke Chen? How could they turn against him? Chu Qingcheng, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Duke Chen roared in utter disbelief. But Chu Qingcheng's face was grim. Chen Chongfeng, do you truly believe we were unaware of everything you've done? Let me tell you, Chen Fan revealed every detail to me. And the second leader has confessed as well. Today I seek vengeance for my sworn father. Die. With those words, Chu Qingcheng spurred her horse and charged straight at Duke Chen. Hearing this, Duke Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Fan had told her everything. What did that mean? When had Chen Fan revealed it to Chu Qingcheng? Furthermore, how had Chen Fan come to know? Yet now, no matter how bewildered Duke Chen was, there was no time for questions. He urgently ordered his soldiers to return and defend. The entire battlefield suddenly transformed from an assault into a chaotic melee. The soldiers on the walls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The governor approached Chen Fan, his face clouded with confusion. Chen Fan, what is going on? Why have the warriors of the 7-2 Water Stronghold appeared out of nowhere? These are the reinforcements I mentioned earlier, Chen Fan said calmly, then added, open the city gates. All soldiers, mobilize and join the 7-2 Water Stronghold in besieging Duke Chen. This time we must not let him escape under any circumstances. Yes. The governor responded respectfully, then barked, all troops, engage. Surround Duke Chen. Witnessing this, Chen Fan finally exhaled in relief and turned to Chen Feng. Brother, did you see that clearly? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng remained silent, for he did not know what to say. He never imagined that Duke Chen would shoot at him without hesitation. Even more astonishing was that Chen Fan had managed to turn the 7-2 Water Stronghold against Duke Chen, turning them into his very reinforcements. Only now did he realize that Chen Fan had seen through every aspect of Duke Chen's schemes with perfect clarity and had prepared every contingency in advance. Given all this, how could Duke Chen possibly succeed? In truth, from the moment Duke Chen decided to rebel, he had already lost. Even when Duke Chen cast Chen Fan out of the family and attempted to kill him, he had already been defeated, utterly and completely. Thanks to the appearance of the 7-2 Water Stronghold, the morale of Duke Chen's army below had already shattered. Compounded by the sheer number of the stronghold's warriors and their many martial artists, Duke Chen's forces were already in full rout, retreating step by step. Duke Chen himself had descended into utter panic, even fighting alongside his soldiers in a wretched state. Chen Fan watched it all unfold and knew that everything was about to end. He cast a glance toward Lung Huizhuang and exchanged a silent signal with her. Lung Huizhuang understood perfectly, drew her long sword, and leapt into the battlefield. As a peak expert of the Ninth Realm, ordinary soldiers stood no chance against her. Like a storm tearing through unresisting foes, Lung Huizhuang carved a path straight toward Duke Chen. In no time at all, Lung Huizhuang arrived before Duke Chen. Seeing her, he was consumed by sheer terror and immediately sought to flee on horseback. Yet how could Lung Huizhuang ever allow that? With a flash of her long sword, she struck, driving the blade straight through Duke Chen's chest. Duke Chen stared in utter disbelief at the sword piercing through him, his eyes wide open. He looked at Lung Huizhuang, then glanced back at Chen Fan on the city wall. He wished to speak, but no words came. He tumbled from his horse and fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Fan raised his trumpet and shouted, Duke Chen is dead. All of you, drop your weapons and surrender now, and your lives shall be spared. Resist to the end, and you shall be slain without mercy. Hearing this, the soldiers on the battlefield each lowered their arms and chose to surrender. Chen Fan turned to Governor Li. Governor Li, the rest is in your hands. No problem, I trust. At this, Governor Li dared not hesitate. No problem at all. This time we owe everything to Lord Chen. Without him, Jinling would have fallen. Rest assured, Lord Chen. I will report this to the court and request that you be commended. But Chen Fan responded with quiet composure. There is no need to report to the court. I do not crave the Empire's rewards. Rather, I ask that Governor Li agree to a few requests of mine. Hearing this, Governor Li furrowed his brow. Speak, Lord Chen. First, my elder brother has abandoned darkness for light. His merits should offset his faults. It should not be difficult, correct? Governor Li glanced somewhat surprisingly at Chen Fan. Beside him understood Chen Fan's meaning and nodded. Not difficult at all. Second, I hope that after the imperial authorities arrive, your excellency might petition for a decree of pardon on behalf of the 7-2 Water Stronghold. And I can guarantee they will never again engage in any unlawful activities. Governor Li's expression shifted slightly. Lord Chen, you understand that I am merely a governor. I can arrange matters concerning your elder brother, but the 7-2 Water Stronghold numbers too many. Moreover, they have long dominated the Yangtze River, plundering passing vessels. This may prove rather difficult. However, rest assured I shall do my utmost. I have one more matter, that of Duke Chen's remains. He is after all my father. I trust your excellency understands what I mean, Chen Fan added. Fear not, Lord Chen. Handle his remains as you see fit. I shall explain matters to the imperial envoys when the time comes, the governor replied. Then I am troubled to impose upon you. Chen Fan bowed respectfully to Governor Li, then turned and descended from the wall without delay. It had been far too long since he had seen Chu Qingqing, and his longing for her had grown deep. Dressed in crimson, she stood out vividly among the crowd, and upon seeing Chen Fan approach, she hurried toward him without restraint. Right before everyone's eyes, she threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Naughty younger brother, have you missed your sister? Chu Qingqing was truly stunningly beautiful. Clad in red, she stood upon the devastated battlefield like a delicate red rose. Especially at this moment, a charming and alluring smile graced her face. It was no exaggeration to say she could bewitch all living beings. I do, very much. Chen Fan did not hesitate to embrace her lightly, holding her slender waist. Thanks to you this time. I knew you would never let me down. Of course. How could I disappoint you? Chu Qingqing laughed. I helped disperse over 10 military camps, directly reducing Duke Chen's forces by more than half. It's just that Duke Chen moved too quickly. Otherwise, I could have dispersed even more camps. You've worked hard. Without you, I fear Jinling City would have already fallen. Chen Fan said. The hard work wasn't too much. But since I've helped you so greatly, how do you plan to repay me? Chu Qingqing said with a coy smile, gently pinching Chen Fan's waist. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel exasperated. This Chu Qingqing. She was truly a temptress, not caring at all about where they were or what the situation was. She didn't care about her image at all. Yet looking at her like this, he simply couldn't refuse. Then how do you want me to repay you? Chen Fan asked. Chu Qingqing smiled faintly, then suddenly leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I'll tell you tonight. Hearing this, Chen Fan looked helpless. This temptress. For now, let me arrange things first and send everyone back, Chu Qingqing added. Chen Fan nodded lightly. Tell everyone to wait a bit longer. I will definitely fulfill what I promised them. Sister trusts you. As Chu Qingqing spoke, she linked arms with Chen Fan and led him toward the people of the 72 water villages. Meanwhile, Lung Hanshuang watched Chu Qingqing from a distance with a complicated expression. But she did not overthink it or approach to greet her. Instead, following Chen Fan's instructions, she directly had Duke Chen's body removed. That night, Chen Fan finally brought Chu Qingqing back to the original Lin family mansion. Xiao Ke, Xiao Ai, and the others had already prepared the meal, though they were somewhat surprised upon seeing Chu Qingqing. Even though Lung Hanshuang had already told them how beautiful Chu Qingqing was, seeing her in person still left them taken aback. They couldn't help but feel that Chu Qingqing was truly beautiful, especially with her magnificent figure that was far beyond anything they could compare to. Even Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai, upon seeing Chu Qingqing, instinctively looked down at their own modest figures. They felt that the goddess Nuwa who molded humans was utterly unfair. They were all women, so why was Chu Qingqing molded so perfectly? Come, let me introduce you. This is Chu Qingqing. This is Xiao Ke, Xiao Ai, Lianyue, and Xiao Wan. Chen Fan brought Chu Qingqing forward to introduce her to everyone. Chu Qingqing showed no arrogance, instead being quite humble as she bowed and greeted Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai. Moreover, Chu Qingqing proved herself worthy of leading the 72 water villages. Her emotional intelligence was high, and she easily bonded with Xiao Ke and Xiao Ai. Lian Yu and the others had originally thought Chu Qingqing as a bandit leader would be difficult to get along with, but they never expected her to be so kind. They let go of their concerns. Before long, the group completely relaxed and began sharing intimate conversations that only girls would have. Chen Fan watched them getting along so well and felt grateful inside. After all, he had seen many dramas about household conflicts, and the last thing he wanted was discord among his women. If only they could stay like this forever. But as Chen Fan looked at Chu Qingqing and the others, he couldn't help but think of Hua Qianqing, his gaze naturally falling on the folding fan in his hand. He didn't know where Hua Qianqing was now. He didn't know if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. But he also understood that Hua Qianqing was no ordinary person. After all, she was someone who could have a sword immortal as her guard and casually provide him with 20 masters from the 7th or 8th realm as her shadow guards. Even if they did meet again, she would never stay by his side as his concubine. Moreover, the fact that Hua Qianqing chose to leave silently back then had already explained everything. In this lifetime, they might truly never see each other again. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's expression grew somewhat somber. Fortunately, Lung Hanswang and the others noticed, so they began urging him to drink and eat meat, and Chen Fan stopped thinking about Hua Qianqing. He could only feel that if fate allowed, they would meet again naturally. Meanwhile, on the road from Shangjing to Jinling, Ji Qianxue was riding non-stop. She wanted to reach Jinling City as quickly as possible. Time slipped away bit by bit, and soon 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. But in just those 2 days, the entire Jinling City seemed transformed, showing not a trace of war. The streets were still bustling with crowds and heavy traffic as if no war had ever occurred. Adding to this, Chen Fan's offer of 100 taels per recruit indirectly stimulated consumption in Jinling City. As a result, the entire Jinling City appeared even more lively and prosperous than before. At the same time, with Duke Chen's downfall, merchants who had once pledged allegiance to him went bankrupt one after another, and Chen Fan took the opportunity to acquire them. Thus, 90% of the merchants in Jinling City now fell under Chen Fan's control. The chain scale of Love Wine Restaurant was continuously expanding, and the Love Chamber of Commerce, founded by Chen Fan, was beginning to take shape. Everything was developing in a positive direction. That afternoon, Chen Fan brought Chen Hao, Chen Feng, and Lung Hanswang to a farmhouse courtyard in the suburbs. At first, Chen Hao and Chen Feng were quite puzzled, not understanding why Chen Fan brought them to such a farmhouse. It wasn't until they entered the room and saw Duke Chen lying on the sickbed that both of them were struck with surprise. Duke Chen, upon seeing the 3 Chen brothers, was also bewildered. "Third brother, didn't father get killed by you?" Chen Hao spoke first. But before he could finish, Chen Fan calmly said, "Regardless of anything, he is still my father. When I had Xiaonuan kill him, I avoided his vital organs." Hearing this, both Chen Hao and Chen Feng were astonished. They clearly hadn't expected that after Duke Chen repeatedly tried to kill Chen Fan, he would still be willing to spare his life. But at this moment, Duke Chen glared darkly at Chen Fan and shouted, "What are you doing here? I brought them to see you." Chen Fan said this indifferently and sat down nearby. "See me? I think you're deliberately coming here to gloat." Duke Chen snapped. Hearing this, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. "Do you know why you lost? Don't you already know why I lost? If it weren't for you, rebellious son, how could I have lost? I shouldn't have kept you back then. I shouldn't have let you into my Chen family." Duke Chen scolded. But Chen Fan impatiently replied, "Have you ever considered that if you had been kind to my mother back then, if you had treated me better, none of this would have happened today? I wasn't good to you. Didn't I let you live in decadence? Didn't I let you be the 3rd young master of the Guoqing Manor? Yes, I cast you out of my home. But if you weren't such a worthless playboy who caused the female emperor to break off the engagement, how would I have cast you out?" Duke Chen asked with an indignant expression after hearing Chen Fan's words. "Haha." But upon hearing this, Chen Fan merely chuckled softly. "Do you truly think I'm unaware? If you hadn't found me somewhat useful, capable of marrying the female emperor, serving as a hostage in your Guoqing Manor, or working as your spy, would you have ever let me cross the threshold of your Guoqing Manor back then? Treat me well. In the 5 years I spent within your manor, did you ever once regard me as your own son? Did you ever care for me even once? Where were you when I couldn't even afford food in the Guoqing Manor? Where were you when the servants humiliated me? If you had truly cared about me for even a moment, how could you have seen me the same way as everyone else? As nothing but a playboy. In your eyes, I'm merely the bastard of a lowly maid. Just a piece you can discard whenever I prove useless." Chen Fan spoke with a cold demeanor, then continued, "Yes, I am but the illegitimate son of a humble maid. You as a duke sit in lofty elevation, and indeed you could look down on me with utter contempt. But what of my eldest and second brothers? What wrong did they commit? My second brother was simply cast out and left to wander the streets because he failed to meet your expectations. Yes, second brother brought shame upon you. But what about eldest brother? He risked his life for you, was gravely wounded shielding your retreat, and nearly perished miserably. And how did you respond? Must I continue?" Upon hearing this, Duke Chen's expression shifted subtly. He desperately wanted to say something, yet truly had no words to offer. Chen Hao and Chen Feng, standing nearby, also fell silent, their faces grave with sorrow. For Chen Fan's words were undeniable truths beyond refutation. After a moment of silence, Duke Chen finally spoke again. But if you had shown your talent sooner, how would I have treated you thus? Talent? Haha. Chen Fan let out a bitter laugh. See, even now you still believe I must be useful before I deserve to be your son. Chen Chongfeng, one shouldn't be like you. Hearing this, Duke Chen was truly at a loss for words. Chen Fan had no patience for further words and rose to his feet. This is where my mother and I used to live. Hardly anyone comes here anymore. I've arranged everything else as well. No one will know you're still alive. You can spend your remaining years here. With that, Chen Fan turned to leave. But seeing this, Duke Chen suddenly called out, "Wait." Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced back. Duke Chen hurriedly continued, "After all I've done to you, why haven't you killed me? I don't have your heart of stone." Chen Fan said coldly and strode forward. But Duke Chen hastily added, "I have one more question. How did your mother die?" Chen Fan's steps faltered briefly, but only for an instant. "Starved to death." With those words, Chen Fan walked out without hesitation. But Duke Chen froze at these words. He had considered various possibilities: illness, accident, murder. Yet he never could have imagined that Chen Fan's mother had perished from starvation. The wife of a respected duke had been literally starved to death. No wonder Chen Fan had been so thin and frail when he first entered the Guoqing manor alone, so delicate and weak. And he could now envision what Chen Fan's mother, a frail, defenseless maid with no one to rely on, must have endured. With a child to care for, what kind of life must she have lived? The mere thought pierced through Duke Chen's heart like a blade. Yet Chen Fan paid her no mind, taking Lung Hanshuang and leaving the courtyard directly. Lung Hanshuang herself was deeply puzzled. She had once wondered why a pampered young master from a noble family could eat coarse food, work in the fields, and catch loaches. Now she understood. Chen Fan had once lived such a wretched life. She had previously failed to understand why Chen Fan had spent enormous sums establishing factories and farms to help the impoverished, or why a frivolous playboy would harbor dreams of an ideal kingdom. Now she realized. Chen Fan's mother had been among those poor people starved to death. Yet Chen Fan had never once told her about any of this. She knew absolutely nothing. Especially since Chen Fan, despite such a tragic childhood, always appeared carefree and easygoing in front of them. He had never complained to them, nor had anyone ever come to heal him. Lung Hanshuang suddenly felt an overwhelming ache for Chen Fan. Unsure of what to say, she gently took his arm and walked beside him. Meanwhile, outside Jinling City, Ji Qianxue and Shuiying finally arrived. But as they approached the city gates, both wore expressions of deep confusion. The city gates of Jinling stood wide open, showing absolutely no signs of war nor anything they had imagined. What is going on? Duke Chen has occupied Jinling City, yet there are no defenses. Shuiying asked with a puzzled look. Let's go in and see. Ji Qianxue said coolly and walked toward the city. But upon entering the city and witnessing the bustling prosperity of Jinling, their confusion only deepened. They had both visited Jinling before, yet something about today felt different. The city seemed more vibrant and flourishing than ever, with prosperity evident everywhere. There was no sign of war. Your Majesty, shall we inquire? Shuiying asked. Yes. Ji Qianxue nodded slightly, and Shuiying, without hesitation, led her to a tea house by the roadside. But upon hearing the words of the innkeeper and those around them, both were utterly stunned. It was not that no war had occurred. It was that the war had already ended. But how much time had passed? Only 5 or 6 days, had it not? How could the war have ended so quickly? But what the innkeeper continued to reveal struck Ji Qianxue and Shuiying with even greater disbelief. Not only had the war ended, but Duke Chen himself had been killed. And the one who resolved everything was none other than Chen Fan. How could they possibly believe this? They knew better than anyone that Duke Chen commanded an entire army of 100,000 soldiers along with 72 water forts. Even the most elite forces of the Dragon Kingdom could not have quelled the rebellion in such a short span. Yet Chen Fan not only suppressed the rebellion, but also restored Jinling to its former prosperity. How had Chen Fan accomplished this? Ji Qianxue and Shuiying could not fathom it, no matter how hard they tried. Your Majesty, how did Chen Fan do it? What exactly did he do? Shuiying asked with a puzzled expression, her heart pounding with shock. But Ji Qianxue, equally unable to find an answer, rose to her feet immediately. Let's go to the prefect's mansion. I need to know now how he did it. That night, Ji Qianxue and Shuiying walked out of the governor's mansion. Yet the shock on their faces lingered for a long time. Especially for Ji Qianxue. Her mind was still occupied with the words of Governor Li just now. Although Governor Li had recounted everything in meticulous detail, Ji Qianxue knew that he had not fully grasped all of Chen Fan's stratagems. But she understood. She had figured it all out. Though Chen Fan's performance on the battlefield over the past 2 days was unprecedented and legendary, she was well aware that his success was not due solely to those 2 days. Perhaps Chen Fan had begun laying his plans from the moment he left the Duke's estate. From striking at the Lin family to cut off the Duke of Chen's financial resources, to opening the lovely restaurant, and using the strategy of entering the trap, to completely sever the Duke's economic lifeline, forcing him into rebellion. And Chen Fan, having anticipated the Duke's rebellion, directly used the governor's mansion to drive the Duke, who could have easily captured Jinling City, out of the city, thereby robbing him of the most crucial initiative. Finally, he even launched a psychological assault, turning the Duke's soldiers to his own side. Most importantly, Chen Fan took preemptive action, exploiting the Duke's shortage of funds to win over the 72 water fortresses for his own use. The method to win over the 72 water fortresses was likely money and the amnesty that Governor Li proposed for all their past crimes. This move of cutting the ground from under one's feet probably never even occurred to the Duke of Chen. Yet even though Ji Qinxue had grasped everything, she still felt that it all seemed too fantastical, too unreal. She couldn't believe that a young man in his 20s could have accomplished this. And as a sovereign, she even found someone like Chen Fan somewhat dangerous. She dared not imagine what would have happened if, after she and Chen Fan had annulled their engagement, the Duke of Chen had not cast Chen Fan out, but instead valued him. Would she have been able to hold out against the Duke's rebellion today? Fortunately, Chen Fan had not done that. Fortunately, based on her understanding of Chen Fan and Governor Li's words today, Chen Fan had no interest in power. He even wished only to stay away from the court. Otherwise, with his achievements this time, he would have been worthy of being enfeoffed as a marquis or a general. Yet Chen Fan had directly attributed all the credit to Governor Li. Your Majesty, if Chen Fan is so talented, why did the Duke of Chen never recognize it? Why did he never choose to reveal it? If he had shown his ability, the position of the Duke's heir would have been his without doubt, but he insisted on playing the prodigal, inviting criticism. Shuiying, who was by Ji Qinxue's side, suddenly spoke. Ji Qinxue's expression dimmed, and she said softly, "Have you ever considered that his playing the prodigal might have been his way of avoiding marrying me?" Shuiying's expression changed abruptly, and she looked at Ji Qinxue in disbelief. "Impossible. Your Majesty, as the sovereign, and with unparalleled beauty. Marrying you would be a meteoric rise, a life above all others with boundless wealth and honor. How could he not want that? Huh?" Ji Qinxue suddenly let out a bitter laugh. If he were a man who craved power, would he have given all the credit to Governor Li? Would he have left the Duke's estate? Would he have stopped the Duke's rebellion? As for wealth and honor, do you think he lacks them now? Shuiying seemed to understand something, yet remained deeply puzzled. But even so, did he not wish to marry a woman as beautiful as you, Your Majesty? Huh? Ji Qinxue let out another helpless laugh. Marry a woman as beautiful as me? Are the women by his side, Lian Yu and Leng Hanshuang, not beautiful? And Chu Qingqing, the #1 beauty of Jinling? How is she inferior to me except for lacking the title of Empress? Most importantly, marrying me would cost him his freedom. He could only wed me for life. But as things stand, he can marry whomever he wishes, love whomever he pleases. No one can control him. Moreover, he is brilliant and handsome. Tell me, if you were him with such talent, would you be content to marry only me and be confined to my side forever? Shuiying was at a loss for words. Even she felt that if she were Chen Fan, she would never agree to marry Ji Qinxue. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy freedom outside? Why would one choose to be trapped in the deep palace, bowing and scraping before a person one dared not strike or scold for the rest of one's life? Chen Fan was not foolish. Should we go see him? Shuiying asked softly, noticing Ji Qinxue's dejected expression. What use would it be? Ji Qinxue set her face pale, but her gaze fell upon the jade pendant she still held in her hand. After a moment of silence, she said calmly, "Let's go. I'm a little tired." Shuiying, not daring to say more, could only follow Ji Qinxue. But before they had gone far, they both suddenly froze. At the other end of the street, Chen Fan and Leng Hanshuang stood there staring at them blankly. Your Majesty. Shuiying was flustered. She had not expected to run into Chen Fan on the street like this. He had just said he would not see him. Yet, Ji Qinxue, looking at Chen Fan across the street, felt a turmoil of emotions. She could not tell whether it was panic or joy. Joy because this was the person she had longed for, the one who had robbed her of appetite and sleep. Panic because she was not prepared, as she did not yet know how to face him. But no matter what, she had met him now. What could she do? She could not simply flee, could she? Ji Qinxue, calm down. You are the Empress. You have seen all kinds of situations. Steady. Just treat it as meeting an old friend. Yes, just an old friend. Nothing happened that night. He is still Chen Fan. I am still Hua Qinqing. She murmured to herself, composing herself, and then summoning her courage, she walked straight toward Chen Fan. Brother Chen, long time no see. How have you been recently? But Chen Fan did not know how to respond, especially when she called him Brother Chen. After everything that had happened that night, how could she still address him so calmly as Brother Chen? Was she asking him to pretend that nothing had happened that night? But how could he possibly do that? How could he pretend nothing had happened? Moreover, he had finally met her again, and he did not know if they would ever meet again. He had to consider. This might be the last time he would ever see her in this life. How could he pretend nothing had happened? Besides, he missed her so much. No, he could not pretend nothing had happened. He could not let her leave again in silence. Chen Fan, without replying to her words, stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. At this sight, not only Ji Qinxue, but even Shuiying was stunned. Who was this? This was Empress Ji Qinxue, and Chen Fan dared to embrace her. Brother Chen, don't. Ji Qinxue was panicked, speaking urgently, trying to break free from his arms. But Chen Fan gave her no chance, holding her tightly as he said, Hua Qinxing, I haven't been well. I've been feeling terrible lately. I miss you. I miss you every moment. It was you who took the initiative, so why did you leave without a word, leaving me to miss you so much?